100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight, but wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this: I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this: I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room, she always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. Yeah, I was in the corner looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, my name is Misery. She introduced herself as Misery. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room, she always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing times. Hey, some things never change. Hard times is a part of living. Watching the days just pass us by. Might be country, but we ain't forgiven. Just take me back to the simple times.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. I wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you. I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know. I love to watch you grow. And we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. watching all the stars rolling, the grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement, bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went, laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! Take on the well, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come
the secrecy. What's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am.
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
Morning, everyone. Hello. Yes, we are here live in the audience for the start of day 2. You guys thought the crowd was packed for day 1 early morning. In fact, it is even more full on day 2. In fact, this man was sleeping in the front row. He dragged himself out of bed, came to front row, and instantly fell asleep. What's going on? What's your name?
I'm James. I was the first one in line this morning, and so I wanted to, get a little shut-eye in to be ready for the games.
That's pretty poggers. What brought you in to be first in line here today?
I go to concerts a lot, and so I thought people would be here real early, but no, it turns out I was the only one there.
You're trying to find a seat here. What's going on? Where are you sitting?
Oh, down there.
Down there. Let's go tell your friends. We're going to tell your friends to make some room. What's your name, sir?
Vladimir.
Vladimir. Where are we sitting here? Move out of the way. Vladimir has arrived. All right. You guys saving seats? We have the chair here. Very good. Vladimir, who do you hope wins today?
Today, Spirit.
Spirit. You're here for Spirit. You care about this first series at all?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Favorite team in the first series?
Who plays the first?
A very warm welcome to everyone tuning in here on this morning where we are live for the second day in the arena in the Convention Center of Raleigh. You are watching ESL One Raleigh and we are live from the beautiful state of North Carolina, and it is busy here this morning. People already waiting in line, ready to get in, ready to get the best seats in the house, because you might know North Carolina is the home of the Venus flytrap, but this week it's also the home of the best, world's best Dota 2 to be played right here in front of a bunch of awesome people. And with that, I am also joined by some awesome people. Once again, we got powerhouses here to my left. We got Fear, we got BSJ, we have Fly joining us on the desk. Fear, how are you doing this morning?
Wonderful. It's always great to be back in the arena, and this is a special arena as well. North American lands are always very special to me.
Yeah, I would imagine that goes for you both as well, Brian.
Yeah, I'm feeling nervous, so I'm wondering how the players are feeling. And I'm just excited. I feel like the lands always create such interesting mistakes almost that create the chaotic games and these weird situations players don't find themselves in, and it all comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, how about you, Fly?
I'm feeling the crisp air of North America, feels good. We have some North American players today who are going to play for us, so I'm very hyped, and I think the crowd's going to love it too.
Oh, I know they will. Yesterday was already a fantastic day. We can actually start by just getting you up to date, because as you saw, maybe not everybody knows what's going to happen here today, other than, of course, we're going to have our upper bracket finals. I think that's our blockbuster for today. Let's first take a quick look at that lower bracket, as that has been the place where we go to see teams leave. Like what happened yesterday, Fear.
Yeah, I think the results are somewhat expected. I want to say Liquid beating Ovulus as well, and Enigma. They've been improving a lot, but BetBoom is a team that just, you never know when they're going to turn up, and they definitely turned up yesterday.
Yeah, as we are able to relive some moments, I think that the results were expected, as said. But Fly, we did see Ovulus put up a good fight as well.
Yeah, I think both games were competitive, and I think Ovulus, they did have moments in the game where they could actually have won. I think in the end, Liquid was a more experienced team. They had better team fight, better cohesion, and ultimately they won the game, but it was close.
Yeah, I feel like this tournament, since so many of these games are going later, I think it's tough for the up-and-coming teams to take these late-stage games off of the more experienced teams, because the draft itself, the playstyle. Fly yesterday was mentioning how Ovulus didn't really play around their support Tinker March very well, and these type of little, like, okay, who's your win condition, who's the hero, sometimes even being a support, these are the type of decisions that I think in the late game will always go in favor of these experienced teams, and we saw that play out pretty much every series yesterday.
Yeah, when we are looking towards the second series, you see there the bottom, it's BetBoom versus Enigma Galaxy that we had, and I will say game one, Fly, wasn't the greatest game.
Yeah, I think we all kind of saw this one coming. I think this was just a blunder from Enigma, and it was a very one-sided game. Of course, BetBoom also played really well. They're very good. They're a very dominant team when they get the ball rolling. But game two was definitely a lot closer, and I think Enigma actually stood a chance. They could have won the game in multiple different points.
Yeah, I think BetBoom team is one of the best teams at just getting these free wins. Like when they win all three lanes, they probably do that more often than anyone else. And as Fly mentioned, they'll just run at you with these super aggressive heroes. Pure is the type of carry that he kind of does the Duraccio, but more calculated, where he's just up in your face playing heroes like the Lifestealer and the Morphling. So not a surprise that a game goes like this, but nice to see that Enigma didn't just keel over in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very exciting game. We got to see a Rapier on Lifestealer as well, and we finally get to see a Timbersaw in the tournament as well. This is a hero that's been theorycrafted a lot. We could potentially pick it. We often haven't seen a lot of it, so nice to see Miro play his Timbersaw, one of his classics.
Yeah, and of course it was Pure at the end. That was very sad that they had to eliminate Enigma Galaxy with that one, as I'm sure they'll have maybe a little bit more satisfaction if they can knock out Falcons, but we'll get to that later, because yesterday we still had our only 3-game series of yesterday, which was Paravision taking on Team Liquid, and game one looked like it was going Paravision's way, Fly.
It was some clutch stuff from Liquid, and specifically Mickey. It was, this game I think they had no business winning, but that's Dota sometimes. Sometimes you just do the impossible. Sometimes you take that whatever win probability, 10%, and you actually turn that around.
Yeah, this was a very close one. It did allow Liquid to have 2 more games to have an attempt of bringing it back. But I think what we saw, Fear, was just one team being the strongest one.
Yeah, I think so. I think Satanic did a lot of cool things in this particular series as well. Like, he's the only player playing Meepo right now as well, which is very cool to see. You have to be very careful against his hero pool. I think he has the second highest hero pool of any player in this tournament right now. So just showing like, yeah, he is a younger player, he's a newer player, but he still can play so many different heroes. It's incredible.
Yeah, and we award teams their points once they get eliminated. As you can see, Liquid shot up in the ranks. We still do have 5 teams in competition, so they haven't got awarded their points yet. That will be a little bit of a spoiler here. The top 6 that you see visible here, yeah, if you count the points that they are guaranteed basically to receive from here and guaranteed to receive from Dream League later on, then they will be the teams that will be guaranteed for Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. So that is exciting news for them, as this event still has a lot of things to pick up. Yes, there are still points to be earned. Might not be as important for the 5 teams still in competition, but let's not forget about the money, Brian.
Yeah, and we mentioned those club rewards, like this EWC, EPT season. It rewards not only the players, but also the organizations, trying to create and foster more of a regular season throughout the course of the year now that the DPC is no longer here. And we see the points, most of them coming from this event, meaning the most out of any event individually, despite the fact that Dream League is about twice as long. Dream League 26, that is. But each game matters here, and I will say, out of the fact that the asterisk is on 5 of the top 6 teams in the leaderboards, we're seeing pretty consistent dominance from the best teams this year.
Yeah, and we can take a look at those 5 teams that are still in the competition as we take a look at our schedule for today. So we have 3 series coming your way again. And we're going to open up with a special one in BetBoom versus Falcons. We're going to have our upper bracket finals with Tundra versus Spirit. And then the winner of the first series will play again up against Paravision there towards the end of the day. I feel like this is a pretty good 3-course meal we got going here, Fear.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're building Championship Sunday today, right? So all the good games are going to happen leading up to the last day of the event. So only the best teams playing left.
Yeah, let's take a look at how we feel like the teams are going to do as we have our predictions, and that will be spoiler again. And we all think the same thing for the first series. We'll see if we're all wrong or if Falcons will indeed deliver on that one. And the second series, I feel like it's going to be very close. We have no idea what's going to happen, and obviously we don't know what's going to happen in our final series of the day, considering that series is yet up in the air. Who's going to be facing who? We have got 5 of... No, I won't say 5 of the best teams. I will say the 5 best teams in the world playing today here in the Raleigh Convention Center. We've got the best crowd coming out here as well. I just want to point out once more, it is so cool that you guys are here bright and early, ready to watch some Dota action, and with good reason, because we got the best Dota teams, and every single series should be a blockbuster from this moment onwards. There's no more underdog stories to be fulfilled. No, there's just a question of who is the best. Tomorrow, of course, we'll crown a champion, but we'll see who makes it to that final day. As we are first going to check in, before we start talking about the teams, we're going to check in with Slacks and see what he's been up to.
So we are live here.
Yeah, baby!
This man asked for an interview, first time in my entire career. Sir, what do you want to talk about, my friend?
What? I'm talking Russian if you need a translate.
God damn, that was hype.
Oh, we're for Paravision today, even though I have a Tundra shirt on. Anyway, let's go!
Can you say some Russian over there to the Paravision boys to hype them up?
Давай, брат, мы можем сегодня выиграть. We're gonna win today.
God damn. I feel like I'm home in an NA pub. Absolutely. That's fantastic. All right, so what happens if Paravision goes against Tundra? Who are you going to vote for?
Oh, no. I'm going to have to vote for myself not to cry at the end.
Okay, fantastic. Well, like all Dota players, we do hope that it doesn't end up with you weeping at the end, as it always does.
That's what it's going to be. I already know that for sure.
Keep on smiling at home. Hide those feelings. We're all tough, powerful gamers here.
I love myself.
We love you. Back to you.
Oh, we might just be in for a very emotional day, it seems like, here for Raleigh. Our first series, BetBoom versus Falcons. There's so much history with these two teams. Last year, last EPT, there were 2 grand finals featuring these 2 teams. Already this year, the first Dream League of the season was also these 2 teams facing each other. And unfortunately for BetBoom, they've never taken a best of 5. And when BetBoom won their first event in a very long time, I believe even ever, earlier this year, the words from Safer, obviously he was happy that he won, but he wished it was against Falcons, because he really just wants to beat Falcons, because they were stopping them from taking the championship so many times. And this might not be the grand finals, but it is still, if they can get some elimination going, I would imagine that still feels very sweet. Have you ever had a team that you really wanted to eliminate, like one particular team, Fly?
Definitely in the past. I think it's always like, because you get to play against different teams and lands, and you know, you might have lost the previous one, and they're like, okay, I really want to take these guys down. I remember in the Peru major, I really wanted to beat Matthew's team back then. I forgot what they were called. Maybe it was...
That was EG.
It was EG. Yeah. That was right, because we had left EG. Yes. They joined EG, and we really wanted to beat them under home crowd, and we actually did that, so that was kind of fun.
I can only imagine the extra energy that might bring as well. And I'm sure that extra energy is also going to come for the players and for our commentary team from the crowd. Speaking of our commentary team, hey Ricky, hey Zach, how are we doing this morning?
Excited, yeah. It's going to be, I mean, we got blessed with an incredible series to start the day off, so I'm very, very, very excited. It's going to be a great game.
Yeah, what are we expecting from this game, Zach? What are you thinking?
I'm going to have my eyes on the support duos. I think these teams play really well around their supports, or maybe change that. When the supports are doing well, the rest of the team looks really good, especially Save. I think he's been playing a lot of high skill, high impact heroes. So if he's having a good time, I think BetBoom is going to have a good time.
How about you, Ricky?
I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the mid lane. I think both these teams like to play through their mid laner a lot. So whichever one of them can enable their mid laner, I mean, especially, you know, with the stand-in of Quinn, if you can give him a good matchup, a good lane, I think they try to turn that into some good momentum. But BetBoom kind of have a similar strategy at times. So,
do you know who gives them a good time?
Ooh,
the support.
Okay, yeah, it's usually the supports. The 6 players in the mid lane at 6 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a very fun, exciting game series overall.
It will be. I'm curious. I mean, yesterday we talked a little bit about potential nerves, and I mean, I listened to that game. It didn't feel like you guys had any, but potentially, for you, Zach, you might have an extra reason to maybe be the tiny smidge nervous. Isn't that right?
I'm usually the one embarrassing them, so I think they have to be more nervous. My family here in the crowd somewhere, I see them somewhere. They've got shirts on.
If you see a group of people with a T-shirt with Zach's face on it,
it looks like this.
That's them. There you go. Maybe a little bit of extra nerves coming from that, but gentlemen, have a fun time with this series, as we'll hear from you again later on, and we'll focus on this matchup, Falcons versus BetBoom. Brian, what can we expect from this one?
Well, we talked about the consistent dominance of the top 6 teams this year. Well, these teams have already played each other a lot this year. Just in 2025, they've faced up against each other 5 times, with a overall score of 7-4 and going in favor of Falcons, including a 2-0 in the group stage of this event. So I pulled up their drafts from the group stage to see exactly what was going on with these 2 teams in that 2-game series that they played during the group stage. And I noticed that the supports for Kataomi, he has a 6-1 record when playing Jakiro or AA, but he is 2-5. The rest of BetBoom is 2-5 when he's on anything else. So we see Jakiro for both these teams being highly successful. Falcons using it twice against them. So I'm thinking about, you know, Zach saying the supports being emphasized in this series. I'm looking just the same thing.
Yeah, the thing is, when you end up with a hero like Crystal Maiden, for example, which they had in one of the drafts, it's sort of like, there's nothing better. I don't know what to play. Let me just pull out a Crystal Maiden. You know, even if Snaking's not picking it right now, you know the hero is not like amazing. Sure. So I definitely feel like there's a tier 1 support pool that you want to try and get. And like we saw yesterday, they were able to get their hands on Ancient Apparition and completely destroyed. And another thing I want to highlight is that in the games against Falcons, Falcons had second pick twice, and they picked Quinn's hero last, and it was a juicy one. It was like a beautiful OD game and a beautiful Monkey King game. And then yesterday, BetBoom actually chose second pick. So I wonder if there was some kind of like team discussion, like, hey, maybe we want to make sure we have some better matchups for either our mid lane or off lane or whatever it is. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to develop today.
Yeah, and talking about the supports in this series, like we're talking about Falcons. They have a lot of efficiency. Both the supports are in the top 5 of stacked camps. We're not really seeing them play the greedy supports like Tinker, but they're definitely still playing the efficiency game. And speaking of the efficiency game, on the other side for BetBoom, I had a fun little stat when I was looking through the tournament stats, and that is that GPK and Pure, if we pull up the next slide, were in the top 5 in the amount of map pings per game, guys. So we have one team where the supports are clearly playing for efficiency, and the other team where these guys make the shot calls. Ricky was talking about the mid lane. Both these mid laners are highly momentum based, Pure, very aggressive carry player. All memes aside about the map pings, I'm sure these guys are directing their team, making a lot of the calls about the timings, the objectives, and I think that says a lot that who's driving the, or steering the ship, one might say. I'd say it's more the supports on Falcons, and it's more the cores on BetBoom.
Yeah, did you use ping a lot to control the ship?
I mean, I think there's 2 times you ping, right? There's either one, you ping like you want to get a last hit deny together.
Sure.
The other time will be you're pinging, I want to go here, I want to go there. You're very vocal about how you want to be playing the map, and I think that's very clear for that particular team in BetBoom. I think their cores are making a lot of the calls on the map on what to do.
Yeah, we are going to take our focus on Team Falcons, the team that came here via the upper bracket. They got knocked down by Spirit. They did make it competitive. It was a 2-1. It was a close one, but here in the lower bracket they are anyway. And before we continue talking about them, let's hear a little bit from the stand-in, Quinn.
How do we feel going into the matches? I mean, we just lost, so people are a little bit upset right now. But, I mean, I'm just looking forward to play on stage. You don't really get to do it that much these days anymore. Most tournaments are either online or have no crowd, so and trying to appreciate the experience it is, and one, like I said, you don't get to have very often. So I think we'll play well and we'll go far in this tournament, and I'm just trying to cherish that experience. All the pressure I feel is placed upon me by myself. So I don't know if the crowd really affects me or whatever. I've already, like, when I step out and I hear, people yell, I don't really feel it. I'm stressed enough already, so some more is like, I don't know, if there's a percentile increase, I'm not feeling it.
Oh, good find that one. Skewer. Counter initiation is there. The Wukongs come in on top of everybody. They lose their Magnus. Quinn staying alive. Pure gets doomed, will be destroyed. 90 seconds of no PA. That might just do it.
How has it been to integrate into the team? I think it's been pretty easy. I think they're all like emotionally intelligent people and also very good Dota players. So it's pretty easy. Did they say, hey, we want you to do this type of thing generally, or that thing, or whatever, and you say, okay, and you take that, it's honestly not that hard to stand in for teams in general, and especially for very good teams. I think the better the team, the easier it is to stand in.
Both smoked up, both teams. There's the Shieldren, grabbed by Amar, the jump in, the Ice Blast over. Snowball's buying time though, and in comes the Wheel of Wonder. 3 heroes next to the Roshan being clapped and destroyed. Storm and Tusk, they're both down. Falcon standing strong, move on to the Kunkka now. Oh, Collapse, you're down and out. Chased by Amar and Skitter, he's dead.
Our expectations, I mean, I didn't have that many when it started. Then we did pretty well in group stage, and I guess my expectations shifted to like, I would like to win the tournament. I think we're capable of doing that. Things it's not perfect, but I think, clearly Falcons are very good. They won like a million tournaments. So I'm just trying to do my best to just fill in the cracks and just, play according to the way they like to play the game, and just like play well individually.
And he has played very well individually. I feel like sometimes, Fly, it seemed like some of the games he was able to take the team on his back and just rode right to victory.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things about Quinn that I want to highlight. The first one is he's an amazing player. I don't think that you can get a better stand-in from Malrine, who also plays Huskar and plays like these dirty heroes. So I think it's like a perfect fit for Falcons in particular. And I agree with him that being a stand-in for a team that's already very good is a lot easier. I got to play with Tundra for a little bit, and it felt like, oh, it's so easy to play because these guys are already very good. And the second thing I want to highlight is that Quinn is now jacked, and I don't know if you guys noticed, they showed this reel from him for like a couple of years ago when he played in one of the ESL tournaments, and now looking at him, he looks completely different. It's like a great glow up. He looks great. So good job, Quinn. Shout out to you.
Shout out to Quinn. He is fitting in fantastically here with Falcons. Let's take a look at their opponents for this morning, though. It's going to be BetBoom, and I know that they would probably rather face the full Falcons roster just to make sure that they can prove that they got it. But I think Save, he's already on this picture looking very ready to take on Falcons in this best-of-3 series. As I do feel like BetBoom, and speaking of glow up, Fear, compared to the first day of this event where they went 1-3, 2 losses there up against Falcons, I feel like they've had a little bit of a glow up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They started off pretty slow, and sometimes even in interviews they say early on in the event we typically aren't playing our best Dota, but as time progresses we get better when they get more confident. I feel like Pure is a player that didn't have the best few days, where we used to seeing him at like TI, for example, just completely dominating, trying to find his footing in this patch. But one person you can always rely on, though, is going to be Save. He's been magnificent on his Morta, on his Ringmaster in particular. And yeah, that guy is just a beast so far from position 4.
Yeah, when I'm thinking about BetBoom, I wouldn't talk about this team as a recovery team. And I'm not talking about within an individual game itself, but like in terms of the vibes and the momentum throughout the entire course of the tournament. So seeing them get off to a not so convincing start and then be where they are right now, also with a dominant performance yesterday, it's a cool different look to see on them.
Yeah, I want to see Miro kind of continue what he did yesterday. He looked a lot better. He looked more confident. He got his last pick, Timbersaw. He was doing work. And I really want to see that today when he plays against, Snaking and Skitter, one of the strongest safe lanes in Dota. I want to see him have a good game.
Yeah, they have been showing us that they have good games throughout this rally, but they have had great games throughout the entire EPT. They might not have been as successful as last year, I'll say that. I mean, this still looks fantastic, don't get me wrong, but they had quite a few second places last year. This year around, they are already guaranteed to make it to Riyadh, so congratulations to them. They have had a good road. I do think that maybe they have just higher expectations from them than to be top 5, especially because they're facing a team that does have a stand-in. I'm sure that matters for them, that they are able to beat this team that is not in their full strength.
I mean, yeah, sure, beating them is nice, but losing to them would hurt more. Of course,
yes.
Losing to a team with a stand-in doesn't feel great, but at the same time, it is Quinn. This guy he does what he does no matter as a mid laner, and I think we've talked about it before. I feel like mid lane might be the easiest position to have a stand-in before, because he's kind of on an island anyway. You just need to get a very individually talented player that can play the heroes that fit with your strategies. And Fly talked about before, he already plays the Huskars and similar heroes that Mallory can play, but he brings his own spice too, with the Embers and stuff that Mallory doesn't play a lot of.
Yeah, speaking of spice, there's a lot of history between GPK and Quinn. I don't think that GPK is disappointed about the fact that Quinn is the one standing in today, as that history does not only extend to pro matches, but also to his pubs. There's a lot of... They're prone to being the ones in all chat, perhaps, with the tips. So I'm hoping to see some little bit of spice in that regard today.
Yeah, I don't know if they're doing the pre-game thing today, or I hope that Quinn gets to go up there just to see what's up. He's always fun to look at.
Yeah, I mean, we do want to look at those teams. We do want to see what they are like on stage. But as you might have noticed, they're not yet on the stage. They will be very soon, though, because we're heading over to Slacks, who will do just that.
Absolutely. Good morning, Raleigh. Another packed house, another full crowd. That's right, my friends. We have got one hell of an elimination series for you today. Most people would say that this could be the grand finals, but those people would not have read the tournament bracket, because one of these two teams are going home, my friends. I cannot believe it. What an absolute treat. And it is time for us to bring out those teams. Now, crowd, please stay with me for a second here, okay? Our first team coming out, we have the most successful North American coach that has ever lived. We have Snaking, the man who has won the most TIs probably from North America. I didn't look this up. I don't care. Then we have Quinn, and we have ATF, who is as toxic as anybody in a North American pub. Ladies and gentlemen, if there has ever been a team that is our home team from the USA, guess what? These guys have much more NA than EG ever did, baby! This is it! So if I want to hear some USAs, bring it out. I'm sorry, Meta Region, but let's bring them out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Foul Queens!
Slax's lore may not be entirely correct, but the only two North American players at this event are going to be Snaking and Quinn. And if we're going to talk about other North American players, we have to give an honorary mention to Crit. He spent most of his career playing in North America. And don't forget about Skeeter. He had a small time on Team Optic with PPD in the past. And of course, let's not forget AUI 2000. So if you are a fan of NA Dota, this may be the team that you should be rooting for.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, crowd. That is fantastic. as we welcome the opponents. Now, this team is no one to underestimate, although many of us did after that horrific group stage. They have seemed to have found themselves yet again. Let me remind you, these guys won the last big event. Let me remind you, these guys have beaten Falcons in the past. And let me remind you, this team has pure on it, which is pure goddamn terrifying. Get your yeehaws together. Get ready to bring them out. They've been known by many names, but today they'll be known as champions, maybe. Let's bring out BetBoom!
Undoubtedly one of the, if not the most individual skilled teams in all of Dota. BetBoom recently reminded us just how dominant they can be. Finding themselves in an unfamiliar lower bracket territory, BetBoom took a convincing 2-0 victory over Enigma Galaxy just yesterday. And with this momentum building, we'll just have to see if they can continue to soar above Falcons in this upcoming series.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for this match. If I could please have the esteemed captains meet me at the center of the stage. It is time for the very non-toxic shit talk segment. Just kidding. Be nice to each other, for God's sakes. You're professionals. Welcome, any captain from BetBoom. That was, the slow swagger. God damn, I thought he wasn't gonna come over. I got nervous. All right, let's start things off. Pure, any words to say to Snake King, in case you don't recognize him? This is Snake King. Do you know who this is?
I don't know who this is.
Okay, great. Any words to say to Snake King?
Nothing good.
Nothing to say? Not a goddamn thing?
Not a goddamn thing.
Holy beast! Sir, anything to say to our boy over here?
I'm sorry, but tie bounds are eliminated unless that's what you want to be as well. So you might want to say something.
Oh my God! I rarely do this. Would you like any kind of response, or are we staying on the Giga Chat?
I mean, I just wanted to talk with some Mario guy, but I got Snake in here, so it doesn't really matter what I'm gonna say to him. It just makes no sense, you know.
Jesus. All right, well, I'm sure you guys don't actually hate each other. Let's go ahead and shake hands. All right, gentlemen, come on, shake hands. Let's get this party started. Are you ready for the match of the day, baby? Let's get it on.
One best of three to stay alive here at ESL One Raleigh. BetBoom versus Falcons, a matchup that we all love to see happen. A matchup that generally we expect to happen maybe on the final day of an event, but now one of these two teams will not breach top 6 here at ESL One Raleigh. And I think for both teams, and that goes with or without standing, I think for both teams that would be a disappointment. So let's see what we got coming here. These two teams, what kind of Dota are we thinking, Fear? How much are they gonna stray away from what happened yesterday?
So I think for Falcons, I'm a little unsure because they've been kind of experimenting a lot. But I think for BetBoom team, you want to try to save his Ringmaster if possible. And I think what Fly said earlier means a lot as well. Miro, he didn't have the most impressive performance, or maybe wasn't on the most comfortable heroes at the beginning, but him getting more comfort picks, maybe potentially playing around him a bit more, is something BetBoom does need to focus on.
Yeah, they seem to be setting up Miro more and more over the course of the tournament. On the side of BetBoom, he has one of the most diverse hero pools of the tournament, playing 9 different heroes. So far, a lot of it's either giving him a later pick in the draft or picking a hero earlier on that is into being a flex pick, like the offlane Kunkka, so that it can't get hard countered in lane. And I feel like all these teams that are left, the top 5, all have their own identity and their interpretation of the meta, and it's just going to create such interesting dynamics between each individual matchup.
I mean, one thing, I'm not sure looking at the screen, like, who actually has the choice here? I'm very curious about this. Do we know?
Between first pick, second
yeah,
pick,
who chose what?
I'm sure we can find that information somewhere.
Because in their previous series, Falcons had second pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking second pick had to have been a focus here because, okay, here we go, priority selection.
Okay, so Falcons pretty much always chooses second pick, and BetBoom always chooses first pick. So
yeah,
it's almost inevitable we're going to end up here, whichever one the other one chose.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense there. Like, we see the Ringmaster do get banned out. Some of the usual suspects here. I think whenever you do play versus Amari, you just kind of have to ban that Bristleback. One of his best heroes of this patch currently. There's still a Tinker. What else is in the pool?
We got Ancient Apparition, we got Akiro. So I think some of the strong supports are in, which is usually the focus. I think also Keeper of the Light is in, another hero that's been looking really good throughout this tournament. And Jakiro is banned, so they take the other one.
As we can see here, by the way, it was BetBoom that chose first this time around. So then they go for first pick.
That is very interesting, considering yesterday they were second pick and they have lost to Falcons when they were first pick twice now on BetBoom. So, okay, they have a plan. We'll see what it is. I'm very curious. I like it when you kind of go into a series when you know what the opponent likes. So they know Falcons is second pick pretty much every single game, which means they have a plan and they can kind of predict a lot of what Falcons is going to do.
Is that how do you choose to decide like prioritizing what you're most comfortable in versus knowing thy enemy basically?
It's a lot about yourself and knowing, for example, can I utilize second pick better? Do I have players who are really good at last picking heroes, which I think BetBoom does actually. I think they have some very diverse players. But I think it's also like if we pick certain heroes, so for example, they probably planned on getting a first pick, maybe a Jakiro, maybe a Coddle, and building a draft around that, which is going to be hard for Falcons to get a juicy last pick. We're going to have to see how it plays out, but I think AA is already a decent response to Coddle, because Coddle is also kind of like the pseudo healer right now. He buys Holy Locket. When you go for Tormentor, you know he's going to heal your team. And Ancient Apparition is already a counter to that. And I think you also get a pretty good lane against Coddle. Because again, I think Ancient Apparition is a hero that has to be punished in lane. And Coddle doesn't really do that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think right now, if you look at Coddle, he's like really strong playing the map, obviously, with the recall. He has good heals through the Illuminate. He has good team fight with the Aghanim Scepter coming out. I think the one weak point this hero does have is the laning is kind of underwhelming. It's almost a free lane for the enemy carry. Just kind of like stack a lot with this type of hero and get your farm that way. And yeah, you're not punishing AA, and AA does shut down that heal aspect as well. It's always very surprising when that Holy Locket comes out with the Illuminate full heal. It just full heals any hero in a team fight. It's pretty crazy.
I was wondering, Fly, because I saw for Kataomi's stats for BetBoom that the team is 2-5 when he's not on AA or Jakiro. And like, do you ever feel that as a position 5, it's paramount like what hero you're playing in order to have like the entire cohesion of the team vision work, or is that sometimes just a coincidence?
Oh, I think it matters. It matters a lot. I think depends on the player, of course, and depends on the team. But there's always going to be like, in some ways, the position 5 is sort of like the rock of the formation of the whole team. Like he needs to give your carry a good lane usually, or he needs to synergize well with the other heroes. And especially in this meta where the supports are so powerful, say you pick an Ancient Apparition like we saw yesterday, and then they build a draft around that. They pick this Dragon Knight, they pick heroes like Kunkka. Like everything is actually revolved about the Ancient Apparition in a way. You know, maybe I'm a little biased here, but I think that's how it goes.
He needs setup for sure. So if you're not picking to enable his Ice Blast, then he's pretty useless. That makes sense.
And I think something interesting to note is that Falcons historically has always drafted a lot of flex heroes on second pick, because their players share a lot of heroes, right? They usually have Malorine and ATF who share a lot of like these weird heroes. Like it used to be some, obviously Huskar would be one of the ones like Timbersaw, Viper, and now they just pick Ember Spirit, which is, I would say, more of a Quinn hero, right? Like I know Amar did play it at some point.
Yeah.
But now it's like, okay, Quinn shares this hero. We're gonna go in a different direction. We're gonna go with this Ember, which I think is cool. I wanna see what they do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Quinn definitely wants to play it. Just worst case scenario, which probably won't happen because of A, is like they pick a Huskar, then maybe ATF will play it off lane, then you pick a Sniper or something mid. But in this one, they want him to play that for sure. And Crystal Maiden comes out. I guess the root is pretty good versus Ember, but also doesn't feel great getting slide spammed as well in the mid game.
I think most supports are pretty bad against Ember.
Yeah.
I think CM is one of the better ones, although again, just we talked about it before, I think ending with a Crystal Maiden doesn't feel that great. I think you have purpose here, which is good. You see an Ember, so I know from my perspective, I can go mid and kind of annoy this guy, maybe even set up a kill. And also really like Beastmaster against Ancient Apparition, I think it's one of the best matchups in the game because you don't do anything to summons, so you can get a free lane. And I was wondering what Falcons is going to pick here, because they usually pick Skitter's hero here because they want to save the Ember for mid or off lane. And now they go this Tidehunter, who can also go multiple roles. We have seen Skitter play this in the past. It's a good matchup against Beast. It protects the Ancient Apparition, which I think is really important. You need to make sure this hero doesn't just get absolutely demolished by some Beastmaster. So I think it's cool, and it leaves Falcons with a pretty good 24 pick because their draft is already well-rounded, that they can do a lot of different things.
Is this ever a Skeeter Tide? Because We haven't seen it this patch specifically, but Falcons has Flex Tide to carry, and it is a good matchup in-game as well as potentially in lane against the Beastmaster. I think it's a really good pick because there's nothing that addresses it so far on the BetBoom team. Like, they are reliant on this Beastmaster initiation. But Sniper, a hero that's usually quite good against Ember, but I think is susceptible to ganks in the mid lane, so we're probably going to see the 6-hero mid at 6 minutes as we've been seeing very often. And I guess my question is he going to end up buying a Silver Edge? What's their plan now for the Tidehunter?
I'm thinking right now because I think what the Sniper pick means is that they're actually, in a way, they're kind of going away from what their heroes want because they have this Keeper of the Light, which in my opinion doesn't really have a combo this game. He's okay with Beast in the lane, but you know, who are you going to give mana to cast multiple spells? It's probably a Crystal Maiden, sure. It's not as scary as like an Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit. So they kind of go with the Sniper, trying to be more lane dominant. I think they're like, okay, if they're going to put Ember mid, we're going to put Sniper, we're going to have Crystal Maiden rotating on this guy so he can't have a game. And I think this is more of like a counter-picky style, as opposed to what I saw yesterday from BetBoom, where they're like, let's fully enable the heroes in our draft. I don't see the purpose for this Coddle yet, and I would like to see something with it. I'm not sure what it is, maybe Terrorblade, but even then, like, is that good enough?
I don't know if they're going to have a combo with it, with just the way they're drafting currently. It seems a little difficult. I mean, I have seen Pure play Sniper in the safe lane, which technically could be an option as well. Like Slardar is something they've played mid, which is like a mediocre combo, I wouldn't say with Coddle, but it is something that could do well versus Ember as well. But yeah, as far as combo goes, I don't think there's anything that good that's really left here, other than just stacking for Beast, I suppose, and playing the map.
Yeah, I think the vision, or like the vision they have on BetBoom, I agree there's no combo, but it is, Sniper's one of the best at securing his mid tower, making sure it's really difficult to invade their side of the map with the multiple shrapnel charges. So I think Coddle's going to be purely about enabling Beast to hit his like really early timings and also feed him mana so that maybe he can even go like Brown Boot State into Ags without going back for the Arcane Boots. I guess what I'm thinking is it also enables Sniper, a hero that's I think's biggest weakness is mobility on the map. He usually can't do like what the Nature's Prophets, the other popular like ranged right clicker this patch, where they can just farm obscure parts of the map. But with a Coddle, that's something that you can absolutely do. So I think he's more of a farm enabler this game in regards to the early game secured stacks, but then later on the map mobility aspect. I'm actually really liking the way BetBoom's envisioning this game, but also if they fall behind at all, I feel like their plays are incredibly limited unless they directly answer this tide in their...
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, though, that Sniper pick, where I feel like it needs to be a little bit flexible, is what's left to play for Pure? Like, TA's gone, you don't have Ursa, you don't have Lifestealer, Gyro's gone, Bristol's gone, Tiny's gone. Like, all these heroes that are good versus Tide in lane just don't exist anymore. So, unless they want to go the route of, like, some Razor or something.
What about a Sven, maybe? Could look good with their draft, some hero that goes in for their, like, Sniper. I know Tide gets the free farm,
yeah.
but
you kill them later, right?
Yeah.
You have so much damage, so that's a trade you could make, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, they're not going to get a premier pick, but yeah, something like a Sven that could just eventually do the job, get in there for the Sniper, is something they need from their safe lane. That's why they banned out the Ursa. Would have obviously been the best pick. Was a little surprised they didn't pick it there instead of the Sniper, but they must have a backup plan.
And the nice thing about Sniper is that you don't need to worry about too many mid matchups. They actually banned the two heroes that can catch a Sniper, like Mars, you know, you cannot get away from the arena very easily without BKB. Yes, sir. Yep. Bring more tournaments to NA. I'm all down for that.
Agreed.
I think he had a lot of fans on this end, for sure. All right, final picks coming in for both teams. We mentioned at the very start of the series how maybe more important overall last pick is. Do we feel like Falcons can still, you know, throw a wrench in it to throw BetBoom off?
I think the only wrench you can throw is the Tidehunter carry, which maybe that's actually what they're expecting, as BetBoom actually banned out 2 offlaners. I will say I was a huge Wraith King fan going into this event. I'm still surprised that he's not getting picked up more. Ari Vision is one of the few teams left that has really highly prioritized the hero, so cool to see BetBoom team whipping it out. I'm almost thinking it might be offlane Wraith King and carry Beastmaster. That's something they've done as well. I think they've got a lot of flex potential on the lanes on the side of BetBoom team, more than I think this draft would look like it would have, I guess, historically with the way these heroes are usually played. So I think there's a lot of extra mind games going on here. Both teams are at least making it difficult to counter them.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at BetBoom's team, like they have so many options technically what they could do. We've seen Beast in the mid lane before. We see Wraith King in the off lane. Like you can't really pinpoint like, this is exactly where their heroes are going to go. You just have to take like an educated guess. And ideally, pick a hero that's good for both Beast and Wraith King on the side lanes.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe there could be an angle for something like Darks here, but then your win condition's so weird. You know, like you don't have a hero that can just straight up hit towers or take objectives very easily. So I'm trying to think something else, but like a Sven or a Terrorblade can kind of lane okay against, I would say, both those heroes. And more traditional could be okay as well.
When you see the draft like this fly, you talked earlier about how you're surprised maybe that BetBoom went for first pick this time again. Do you see the plan that they had going in to try and deal with Falcons' preferred second pick?
I definitely see, especially with getting like Beast and Sniper, two heroes that make it kind of complicated for you to pick heroes around. I think they're making it difficult. And okay,
so old
is this the first of the tournament?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes,
okay.
it is.
There's one player I thought might pick this is Skeeter. He usually likes the stunners when they have an AA, and he loves like the CKs and the Svens. But Alchemist specifically, what I like the most about this is he's great at punishing greedy lineups, and that's exactly what BetBoom team has shown. Wraith King's another like Radiance farmer, and then also when you kill the skeletons the first time, usually you get no bounty for it, but Alchemist actually double dips on the Grievel's Greed with those. You can get like 400 gold if you kill an army of skeletons. So carry to carry matchup in the early to mid game heavily favors the Alchemist. I actually like Falcons draft a lot better now. I think the Alchemist, despite not being meta, is exactly the type of tempo punish that they needed to basically make BetBoom not feel as comfortable with their farm heavy draft.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the big purpose of the Coddle in this draft either that we wanted to see. It's kind of shut down with the AA, with the heal aspect, the giving cooldown reduction. I guess it's okay with Wraith King, but not so much on a carry Wraith King as well. So I definitely like what Falcon has got going on here, but can't underestimate the BetBoom snowball. If Beast and Sniper and Wraith King get off to a good start, they can control the whole map.
Yeah, the way I see this game is that BetBoom has to pressure mid. They have to pressure it heavy with Crystal Maiden coming there, with the Sniper, because I think this Tide is completely free. Like, nobody can do anything to him. He's going to have a free lane bottom lane. He can run anywhere he wants, and he's going to be the king for a long time. And eventually, if this game goes ultra late, like, say, 40 minutes, I think that's when BetBoom is going to win the game, actually. So I like what Falcons has going for them more. I think their draft is easier to play. The only way it gets, I would say it's going to be troublesome is if mid lane goes horrible and if top lane goes well for Beast. It's the only way I think Falcons will lose, or if it goes ultra late game. But I'm going to go with Falcons with this one.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier maybe some extra focus on the supports, as we do see the odds popping up here on the screen. How do we feel about the support duos in this game, Brian? Is there any particular support duo you favor?
I would much rather be the Falcons. They got a lot more plays to make early on.
All right, well, let's see what's going to happen. It's time for the first game of the day, the first game of the series, so let's head straight into the action.
Claws out! Join with me. We fight as one.
BetBoom versus Falcons here, game number 1 in the arena. Raleigh, let me hear you. How are you feeling today? Zach, we got a treat here. It is an unbelievable elimination series to kick things off. I did not expect to see these two teams in the lower bracket, but here we are. How excited are you for this one?
I'm really excited because you could swap any of these upper bracket, lower bracket teams and they would make sense as a grand final. So every single series from now on is going to be insanely hyped. They could be the champions of the tournament. The strategies we see now could carry all the way to the end. So I am very excited to see what goes on in this game.
And the first time we've seen the Alchemist here at this main event, and to be honest, we did not have a lot of high hopes in this hero in some previous tournaments. The stats were not looking super great, but this is definitely a comfort pick for the side of Falcons. And I hope that they've done some experimenting, right? You know, with the API data being hidden, maybe they've cooked up something new. I'd like to see that and hope that that's the case. But an overall really good draft from BetBoom as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen a similar draft before, this Crystal Maiden Coddle combo. It's so much mana for your team, and then it's a Sniper, and that's kind of strange. You know, usually you see the Storms, the Tinies, the Embers, banned out or stolen by Falcons this time. I've got my eyes on the Arrow. I think he is going to absolutely pop off. Shout out, this is me thonking. That's the emote right there. What's going to happen here? Beastmaster has so much mana. He's going to have so many stacks. He's going to throw his axes everywhere. He's going to farm up the ags. And that's going to bring the tempo against the Alchemist. I don't know if he's going to have time to farm.
That's so cool your family's here. I got to just say, that's so sick. I'm happy they could make it.
Trying to embarrass me out there.
No, just trying to
embarrass myself right here.
Yeah, it's like trying to embarrass them. You know, that's probably more important. Crit bottom lane, taking a lot of damage, but we'll just TP back up towards the top side. So that's going to be a long walk back to the lane, though, now that I think about it. Like, he TP'd all the way home. I thought maybe he's TPing to a tower, but that will be a long time you're leaving the Tidehunter alone in the lane.
Yeah, fortunately, it is a Tidehunter who is one of the most stable offlaners, and he might actually benefit from this, because when you get to pick up a couple extra levels, right, you actually become even tankier, especially versus Wraith King, who, if you use the skeletons, it's a lot of little damage, which is exactly what Kraken Shell can protect you from, though you usually wait a couple levels to get it, like level 4. But we'll see if he wants to pick it early versus this Wraith King.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I'm always curious to see what people want to do on the Tidehunter. Now, this one, we're not seeing the Kraken Swell. All right, that was an option we've seen some people opt for, but this game will... Oh, wait, is it Kraken Swell?
Yeah, this one's Kraken.
Oh, it is Kraken
Because
Swell.
he wants to protect
you're
himself
right,
from the boys.
You're right. Oh, and a little bit of a pause. Okay, hold up. Let me hear from Raleigh really quick. How are you guys feeling today? All right, I want to play a little game with you all. All right, on the count of 3, I want you to shout your favorite hero, okay? 1, 2, 3. All right, that's not bad. Can we get security to remove all of the people that said Shadow Shaman, please? That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Shadow Shaman's a great hero.
Who would you pick? Who do you want removed, Zach?
I don't know.
All right, we'll come back to that one. Yeah, we'll come back. As we go back into the game here, mid lane is, of course, going to be Sniper versus Ember. A little bit of a rough lane for Ember Spirit. And one of the things I like to highlight, you know, both of these teams like to play around the mid lane, enable them. I think that's why we saw the early pick for the Ember Spirit of Quinn, which actually really nice pressure here with the chains, but we've seen him really pop off on these types of heroes before, especially when he has a good start and kind of just snowball the game away. Now, you don't really get that with a Sniper, so I am curious how BetBoom plan to kind of build their momentum as we get into the mid game.
Yeah, we usually see the very mobile heroes who only need level 6 and suddenly can make plays, especially when you have the Crystal Maiden and the Caudal. Sniper, not really that type of hero. So maybe the goal is that he will shut down the Ember, because you were saying, you know, both teams want to do it. And if Ember just doesn't have a great game because he's having a rough time, then, you know, they can't play around it. And it's a stand-in effect. You know, you're the full team, so you're feeling a bit more comfortable. You could also rotate him around with a recall, right? Maybe we don't think of Sniper as a highly active hero, but if you're just being teleported around the map, then...
It's his short legs, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a giant sniper rifle. It's really tough to walk around.
Yeah, we'll see. I actually didn't really consider the fact that Caudal, you know, that's something that this team has had. Let's be real. This is the best Caudal team in the world. We've seen Save absolutely orchestrate games just like a master composer, putting everything on his back, carrying his team around everywhere they need to be. And we'll keep our eyes on that as we get further into the game, but I think you kind of have to pick and choose the poison playing against BetBoom. Like, do you want him to have the Ringmaster, the Caudal, even the Muerta is something that we've seen him play a ton, but this game it will be that Keeper of the Light, and he is insanely talented on it.
Yeah, I think he'll just end up choosing to go with the Beastmaster this game, because there's nothing says it has to be the mid laner. You can play around whoever, and Beastmaster is such a fast-paced hero. Quinn doing all right for himself so far. He should hit level 6 at a decent time at this pace, and that's where he'll start to move around the map, because you do have to make space for this Alchemist. It's not found as much success lately. The idea is still there, but you know, we used to look at the net worth and see Alchemist 1,000, 2,000 ahead at 10 minutes, and now it's never really that different. I think he got nerfed too much and just never has as strong of a start. But
the map changes also hurt a lot.
Clearly, if you believe in yourself as a team, right, you're like, we're going to give him a good start. We're going to be fine. You can still go for the comfort picks like the Alchemist.
Okay, so Alk, I just was looking, I was like, he's not finding anything in this top lane. His net worth just more than doubled, so I'm guessing he cleared a stack behind the tower or something, because he was sitting at like 8 or 9 CS in the lane, so Snake King trying to salvage what is a pretty rough lane with the Caudal Beastmaster, the constant axe spam, the boars, stuff that you're just not great at dealing with. Like Ancient Apparition, not a super strong lane hero, but once we see that level 6 come out, that's when we're going to be seeing Falcon start to get a lot more active and finding these openings. You know, pointed out in the panel, you love to have these kind of stun heroes with the with the AA pairing, so that's why they go for something like an Alchemist here.
AA is also great at stacking. He did one right there off screen, so that's some of the farm that Alchemist is going to. If you aren't having the most fun in the lane, getting hit by Illuminate spams, which maybe Save's coming to steal some stacks. I mean, you can't steal them right now, but you'll set up. You know they're here.
He's just casually walking by like, oh, okay, I'm in vision, but what are they going to do? Bottom lane, Amar getting left alone quite a bit, which is kind of the Tidehunter experience, right? This is just kind of typical. And there's a lot of stacks being made in the triangles as well. So Falcon's really prioritizing the jungle farm at the moment. When you have an Alchemist, you kind of have to. This is not a hero that, you know, can really be on even footing with the enemy team's carries. It needs to be ahead, and you need to snowball off of that advantage.
6-minute rune about to spawn. It looks like BetBoom is here first. I don't think Quinn's got a chance at getting this.
No, no way. Not without that remnant. So level 6, just a regen picked up here off the sniper.
It's not really that important for him, especially when he has a Caudal and Crystal Maiden on his team, but it's very annoying for Quinn to not have that rune, which is really good for any of the Spirit heroes.
Yeah, he'll get his 6, remnant back to the base, refill that bottle. Overall, fairly like passive start to some of these lanes. Like, if you're the sniper team, you're kind of just hoping no one rotates into the mid lane on your sniper. But because Falcons is prioritizing the jungle so heavily, we're not seeing that kind of pressure being applied.
Yeah, I also don't think you could have done too much at the start. I mean, these are all tanky cores or long range, like in the case of Sniper, so he's just far back. But now that Quinn has level 6 and he doesn't have a rune, but I think he's ready to start moving around if he sees an opportunity. But then where do you go, right? Alchemist is happy to farm. The Tidehunter is happy to just do his own thing.
All right, I gotta ask if we can get the stack counters, because I'm seeing stacks being made like an absurd amount. Like yeah, oh my god.
15 stacks. We are 7 minutes in. That's actually pretty crazy.
When you have heroes who can double stack so reliably, right, in the Muerta and the Ancient Apparition, like I just saw them double stack again in the jungle that Skitter's cleaning up right now. They've placed some early vision to try and stop this, and Miro is here on the Beastmaster, just threatening him, right? He's got Roar available, but doesn't really want to commit it. It's mostly just about slowing down this Alchemist at this point.
Yeah, fortunately, you do have heroes that can steal stacks. The trouble is having to go invade into the enemy's half of the map, and that's when the Ember might rotate in and suddenly you're outnumbered deep in enemy territory. Oh my goodness, so many stacks actually.
Dude, this is ridiculous.
All right, this is how you get your Alga really strong. Okay, he's struggling a little. He usually doesn't do this many stacks so early.
Salve, Lotus, Wand, you know, Skitter playing right at the edge, but he'll be fine. It's worth it, you know, he's investing in his future.
Snake King will get a lot of levels in the meantime. I mean, Ancient Apparition, ever since they put AoE damage on the Ice Vortex, he's not bad at holding the lanes, and we've seen how impactful Ice Blast can be. Several stuns on his team to set it up, so they could use that to get some of these kills on these high regen heroes like the Beastmaster with the Ags, the Illuminate spam when he's in his ultimate form. And they'll have that online nice and early.
The Tidehunter, like Amar's being super efficient as well. This is not the first time we've seen him dragging this wave in the bottom side to a creep camp in the jungle to farm it up. And like you said, they're able to just kind of soak what XP they can get out of Snake King as well on this Ancient Apparition. Overall, I think things are going okay for Falcon, but we are going to have to see them ramp up the pressure with these first items out of the Alchemist. Like the Radiance Blink timing is going to be essential. Maybe he goes BKB instead early. And then depending on what Quinn builds, like this is a team that's going to have to start bringing it to BetBoom soon. Topside. This might be our first blood. Blood Grenade is out. Miro trying to close the gap. The slow is coming in from... Oh my god, still nothing that they can find. He just walks away.
There's actually a farming pact. No fighting until 10 minutes.
Yeah, little did I know. There was some all chat actually in the lobby. You know, they were saying, Miro, please go easy in lane. He said no mercy, but maybe finally we'll see a rotation from Quinn as well as GPK here to the top side. Now you do have Ravage. There's the roar. They want to get this off. Dead shot off the mark actually, and there it is. First blood into the Tidehunter as Katomi taking a ton of damage here from the Ember Spirit, but Pure, he's in deep on the backside, comes through that Twin Gate, looking to help set up for a follow-up. Snaking very low, one more auto attack should do it, and the boys will find the kill instead. So 2 dead on Falcons and a tier 1 tower now being threatened as well. Good rotation finally coming in from BetBoom.
Bringing everyone in to win the first fight of the game.
10 minutes,
Had to wait till 10 minutes for the first 2 kills.
Oh, the stacks on the Ancient camp. That actually hurts a lot.
Yeah, that's exactly why they wanted to bring so many heroes here. You get the tower, you get these Ancients. When you spend the time to stack, it's going to be good for your team.
You need to take
them.
them.
You need to take them. And if it gets stolen, you've invested all this time that now has benefited the enemy team. So that is a huge play from BetBoom. The Alchemist, like, this is kind of what I mean, right? Yeah, he's top net worth. 6,000, that's pretty good. There's a Beastmaster at 5,300. You know, I mean, it's not as big of a difference as we used to see in the past.
I'm always way more afraid of a farmed Beastmaster as we head into like mid, especially late game. Like this hero feels so dominant from then on if he has a really good start. And so we'll see if they can transition that, right? Like he's still got to get his Aghanim Scepter, still needs his Blink Dagger, BKB. Like he's still far away, but Miro, that Ags should be done at a pretty good time. He's about 1,100 gold away. Smoke up here though from Falcons in the mid lane. Gonna make a rotation maybe into that triangle. Finding Miro would be absolutely perfect, but
have Ice Blast.
They just need the chain set up. There's just too many creeps and it hits the boars instead. That is an unlucky roll there for the side of Falcons as Miro's just gonna walk back to the lane.
It's a great idea. They stole your stacks, maybe you can steal theirs, but yeah, like you said, when there's actually so many creeps, it's difficult to lane the chain.
Okay, there they get it. This time into the mid lane. Dead shot on the mark as well. Blood Grenade, just everything to try and chip him down. The Cold Feet will not proc, so GPK with a tip, the TP home. He's going to be fine.
Is that the TP bottom?
Yeah, never mind. He does TP in bottom. They want to put the pressure here. Amar can't get out of this one. Has a Ravage, but does not want to commit it. And the Tidehunter will die for the second time. Huge play call from BetBoom once again.
I mean, you're not expecting that. You see the sniper, you know you didn't kill him, but he fell really low. You're not expecting another play to break out immediately bottom with that rotation. And then watch, this is Save bringing the sniper top. He was mid, he's bottom, he's top, all within a minute. This is the power of recall. They're looking for the Alchemist.
Yeah, they're not going to stop playing aggressive. They know they have to slow this hero down, and so far they're doing it, right? The Ember not having a great game from mid, that was kind of expected into this matchup. They're going to bring, I think, Crystal Maiden. Yeah, so they actually recall Crystal Maiden as well. They really want Quinn here in the mid lane. They're going to force it. He gets the Remnant, but he's going to go way too close. The Roar comes out, and BetBoom once again find their target. Beautiful map movements from them.
A really nice play to bait out the Sleight of Fist with the Sniper ult. And then you knew where his Remnant was, so they just go wait by it, make sure they land the Root and the Roar. Very straightforward kill for them. Falcons, they're waiting for the Radiance, which I think is done, and then the Blink is next. Once you have the Radiance, your farm speed goes up a lot, so probably in about another minute or two, he'll have the Blink. I think with that, you have to try to take a fight. We haven't really seen them be able to orchestrate a play. They've tried a little bit, but it hasn't found much success. You've got Ravage. When you have Radiance Blink, you need to find a fight. Alchemist is supposed to be an early game hero.
You know, it's supposed to, but that's been the problem with it. That's why we haven't really seen it picked a lot in this event, right? This hero is very feast or famine. If he doesn't completely snowball, it can feel very weak into someone like a Beastmaster or a Sniper who just, yeah, they may have like 3,000, 4,000 less gold, but they just do way more with it.
Getting tickled. Ho ho, haha.
It never gets old. He's going to be building a typical Vlad's here on that Tidehunter bottom lane. Pure, they really want to force his ult. He's got the armlet, so that will get the reincarnation. He can level it here.
Can't really pressure the towers all too much on Falcons unless you win a huge fight, because otherwise the Caudal Illuminate spam, Shrapnel from far back, Axe spam, there's so many heroes that can slow down your tower push. So you're going to need to win a big fight around Ravage, which the timing might line up. Maybe you can bring a fight down here, take the tower, take the Tormentor all at once, a huge power play.
Yeah, I think
Blink
normally
is being delivered onto the Alchemist.
Okay. So we'll see if he gets active with the Blink and the Radiance, whether or not that'll happen, or if we're going to farm towards that BKB. We'll find out. But bottom lane, they are starting to bring some heroes. Typically, you would see in a Tidehunter lane, right? You can a lot of times feel pretty confident in sieging down the tower, and he got it fairly low, but those couple of fights, less so. Bottom lane, Ice Blast into the chains. They got themselves the kill onto Pure, forcing that ult earlier. It pays off big. So the Wraith King will be the first casualty here for BetBoom.
Which is a very convenient kill right in this bottom lane, like we were saying. So
15-minute Tormentor about to
set up
spawn.
for success now. And I think you just want to wait for the Beastmaster Blink. He's getting close, about 600 more.
This is a really nice timing, actually, from Falcons. Like, you can bring your Alchemist down here very quickly and take this. He actually TPs right now, so they are exactly doing that. They want to pressure this Tormentor. They want to take this gold off the map, build a further lead. And they have really good shards if you get lucky, right? You don't want this to go to the Muerta, so we'll see how, what Gaben will bless them with this game, but BetBoom unable to contest, and crit, hold up, buddy, falling very low, he dies! That hurts, but they get the right shard. It goes to Snake King, you're very happy.
Necessary sacrifice for good luck.
Absolutely necessary.
Now the thing is, the Blink is coming to the Beastmaster. We've seen the kill that just happened. You need the Ice Blast to prevent any healing coming in. Miero is now set up. Just Blink, Roar, the Ancient Apparition. There's going to be a Ravage. You don't have the BKB yet, but it's not going to matter. Like, once you've roared, all the damage is coming out, and AA is a pretty squishy hero. I think he's going to die in that time, especially if the Ravage is delayed because he's not in the same position. Once AA is down, I don't know if you have the damage to easily get any kills, at least on the cores. Maybe pick out a support, a Crystal Maiden, just walking around, you just accidentally hit her, she dies.
Okay, I finally get to talk about something that just reoccurred to me. The Alchemist is something that was in the meta for so long, but Wraith King wasn't. But the matchup is really fun because if you see the boys, you get like 500 gold out of them.
Yeah.
Mid lane, there's going to be the Blink reveal out from Miro. He's going to pop that Kraken Shell, try and buy himself a little bit of time against the Sniper. Deadshot connects, and Amar able to just walk it off, it seems. So he will be perfectly healthy, but GPK will finish off the tower here, thanks to Amplified Amateur and the rest of the team being present. And so, bottom lane though, they do see the Alchemist. They're gonna start TPing. No, they'll back away instead. Look for Roshan. You got a Beastmaster, right? You can gate the Roshan already.
That's true. I also think you can attempt top, since you do have that recall. I see him bringing someone in. They have the Blink Roar. I think you can kill him in that one Roar. Oh, they actually start with Karaomi.
Yeah, Ice Blast off the mark bottom lane, but top side. Let's see, yeah, they're not gonna find anything either. Okay, both teams just trying to find their objectives. Yeah, but here we go. Here's the Roche attempt out from Miro, Beastmaster. Once you have the Ags, can very easily solo this, but with a little bit of help, goes much quicker.
Ice Blast still on cooldown. That's the main thing you're scared of when you do this, because you do fall a little bit low. But without Ice Blast, you should be fine.
All right, there we go. First Roche of the game into the hands of Beastmaster. He'll be very happy to hold that for the next few minutes, right? Next Blink initiation, maybe, could backfire. You never know.
Yeah, I know it's a 2K lead for Falcons, but when you have an Alchemist and it's only 2K, I think you're actually a little bit behind there. So I'm still feeling a bit worried for them. I think you're going to have to find a series of good fights around Ice Blast, and Miro, it's been a slower paced game than I expected with the Keeper of the Light, but he has been consistently farming. He's now working on the BKB, and I think he is so scary once he finishes that trio of items. Blink, Ags, BKB. I think the fights become really difficult for Falcons after that.
I definitely agree with you. I think Quinn is the one who's been struggling the most. Like, a lot of the map is being absorbed by like this Tidehunter and this Alchemist, so he's kind of just been left to pick up the scraps in the mid lane for the most part. So I think once he gets to a couple like items that he can really play around, we'll probably see something like that. But bottom lane, another recall potential here, but there is a ward that's scouting this out. Instead, they will see Snake King. There's the roar. And this will be a very easy kill for the Beastmaster.
I mean, look how quickly AA died. So, like, imagine a Ravage comes out. Does it even matter? I think AA is still going to die, and you're going to lose so much damage at that point. So that might be a precursor of how some future fights are going to play out. That's certainly what Miro would like to find. If you can start with either the Ancient Apparition, Actually, I really feel like that's it. I'm looking at the other heroes. Ember's a good pick usually, but he's not having that great of a game. I don't think you have to prioritize him. I think it's really this Ice Blast. As soon as you take it out, you're going to lose so much damage.
Quinn digging a water rune in the river, gets caught from the roots from the Crystal Maiden, but the refresh from Coddle locks them down forever.
I mean, you can chain Frostbite. It's 3-second duration, it's a 6-second cooldown, and Keeper has Chakra Magic maxed out, so you just use it on Crystal Maiden, you have a second Frostbite.
That's a 6-second root, wow.
Yeah, Ember, he lives on mobilities, and you just can't move for 6 seconds. Of course you're going to die.
That is a really nice find there from BetBoom. Unfortunate for Quinn, just the wrong time to, go fishing in the river.
No, if he was fishing, he could keep moving at the same time.
That's true. All right, smoke up here from Falcons, though. They got to do something, right? Like, we just finished up the BKB here on the Alchemist. That being said, the Radiance is also done on your Wraith King.
Dire's top tower.
They do see Katomi. He's going to channel the Concoction, stun up the Crystal Maiden. Should be a very easy kill. Finished off by Crit with a dead shot as they're looking for one on the backside, but they just don't find it. BetBoom, they're gone.
That's good positioning. Crystal Maiden, you lose the support. Oh well, that's okay. Everyone else got out. That is exactly what his job was, to break those type of plays. So everyone just immediately retreats.
It's been such a patient game from BetBoom. Once they got that like a little bit of early momentum in the lanes, they're just fine to split the map, get whatever pickoffs they can, but then just continue farming. Because the longer this goes on, I have a lot more faith in this tricore of BetBoom than I do in the side of Falcons. And I mean, it's already paying off right now. Bottom lane, Pure, gonna get caught though. A roar countered in from Miro, but there's the Ravage from Amar. Alchemist is so low, he's just dead. The BKB does not protect him. Can they find another? It doesn't look like it, but that is a big commitment from Falcons, and they only get the reincarnation of the Wraith King.
It's a long cooldown, but losing an Alchemist is always very painful because of how early game this hero is. He's meant to be strong at that time, so every time you lose him, that's so much farming speed out the window, and you're missing your timing. And we had a nice replay here. He thought he could go in, he was going to farm all these skeletons, but Miero already down here, all the fast rotations we've been talking about that are possible thanks to this Keeper of the Light. Even if he is not directly recalling you into that given fight, you don't feel as bad all TPing to the same part of the map because you know he can get you around the rest to maintain map efficiency.
Yeah, they're just playing so quick, and this is just what we see with Save. He just pops one recall, is going to pop another. Actually gets canceled by the chains there, but they're going to look here for the Crystal Maiden. Dead in the water, out into the Ice Blast. They need a little bit more damage in from the Ember Spirit to finish this one off, but got to be careful. BetBoom starting to close in. All right, Crystal Maiden's dead. Wraithfire Blast on the mark. Quinn low, but will be able to get away this time. He will Remnant to safety.
A little close.
A lot closer than I think we expected.
I mean, we see the power of the Ice Blast. It is preventing the Illuminate heals, but that was, once again, just the Crystal Maiden who did deny the Amplify damage. Maybe an even trade there.
Are you saying Crystal Maiden's worth a power rune?
Dude, the Amplify damage is a good power rune. It's not a slight to Crystal Maiden, it's a compliment to the Amplify damage.
I see,
it's massive.
Very likely story.
Look, she's going to get recalled in anyways.
That's true. Yeah, she'll just be right back in the action.
Oh, he doesn't have it yet. Soon. The uptime is really good. I think that's going to get nerfed in the future. They're looking for a hero.
Ooh, that's a really good scan. Skitter immediately TPs out of danger. I don't know who did that, but they were very wise to what BetBoom was up to.
Yeah, they're going to look around. They saw the creeps moving in the camp, so they know someone was there. I think as soon as you realize no one is in this area, the TP has left. And that's, if you had the Coddle ult, you could continue. You can actually bring him bottom and just recall heroes in. It's still... oh, actually, it just got used.
He just popped it. Yeah, they're going to start doing it once again here. Coddle going for an early Aghanim Scepter as well. We've been seeing more of this. Like, right, it's been like the Holy Locket, and then you kind of like pick and choose into what you want to go from there. But Jurgen's an Ancient Apparition, so I like the idea of, you know, maybe focusing on some core items instead.
That's the Falcons headed mid. We still haven't really seen the huge team fight. You were expecting Ice Blast. I think that was like a scouting Ice Blast.
No, he walked right through a ward on the ledge there, and Snake King throws that Ice Blast. Just doesn't really connect, though. It's such a hard target to kill.
I'm not even sure you could kill him because you need the Alchemist there to actually have the damage.
Yeah, Miro's got BKB. He is not an easy kill by any means. That being said, we've seen this one before. Crystal Maiden, dead in the water. Gonna pop the Frostbite for now, as Quinn gonna try and close the gap into the freezing field. A dead shot from Crit, though, will put an end to it, and just like this, they'll grab themselves another kill against Katomi.
Is Katomi all the deaths? 3 of them. 3. Pure died once.
I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of deaths in this game from BetBoom. It is 4 kills for Falcons to the 7. Very low kill game.
Yeah, it's a much slower pace game than I was expecting. Like, usually you see the Keeper, and it's such a fast game, especially, look at the other heroes. You know, you have the Ember, the Alchemist. I mean, this is part of the issue. You know, you get 2 bulky heroes. Oh. No, should you feed that gold?
I don't know. I feel like Skitter is going to be happy for those critters to die here in a moment, but in comes Amar. The rest of the team from BetBoom going to try and back him up here as the heals coming through from safe. Quinn, he's got his eyes on the sniper. That's a much bigger target. Do they have the Ravage and Ice Blast? They do, but you've lost Quinn. It's all on Skitter now. He takes down GPK. A 1-for-1 trade. The mid laners go down. I think it's hard to tell who actually comes out ahead in these fights.
I think that's at least a confidence boost for Falcons because you've been hunting around the map for so long and all you have found is this Crystal Maiden, so you finally get a core kill on the sniper, who's been sitting really far back in as many of these fights as possible. You finally close that gap, get a kill. You are going to lose Tormentor, though.
Yeah, second Tormentor, this one going to the side of BetBoom as it goes to the Crystal Maiden. She's very happy about that. Already has 1 root, now can have a second one to play with.
That's true, actually. This is so much root. Could Crystal clone, Frostbite, and then repeat both.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
He is working on a Manta on the Ember, so he can get out of 1 of those. Then there'll be 3 more.
Yeah, I'm sure inevitably it will be a BKB for Quinn.
I like BetBoom's approach. You know, Alchemist is a hero that drops off.
It is.
And they've tried to make plays. Several have been successful, but when you lose the sniper there, they don't feel pressured to do too much more. They grab the Tormentor, they just go back to farming.
Yeah, this is kind of a byproduct of just Alchemist in the game, right? Like, both these teams, we've seen them play a little bit more aggressive, but this is just really, like, if you're in BetBoom's shoes, like, you don't really need to play the game on, like, the way Falcons wants it played. You can kind of just do your own thing. As they're smoked up right now, a regen in the river. Save on the front line. That would be an amazing find if they can get it. The ward sentries get dropped immediately. Pure's onto the backside here. Stuns up Crit. Amar in some trouble, but we'll back away. For now, they take down the big one, the Ancient Apparition. That is no Ice Blast available as Muerta goes down as well. Alchemist has to pop the BKB and run. Amar's got no Ravage. In comes the Sniper as well. The Reincarnation will bring the Wraith King right back, full health, looking for another kill. They've done it. 3 dead on the side of Falcons. There's the first root. Quinn cannot handle the cold that is Katomi.
That's textbook fight. You find the Ancient Apparition. There's a little bit of good luck there that your ward immediately spots him, but as soon as they identify it, they drop the Assassinate to keep track of him. The Blink Roar comes in, and then they just all run in. They're not worried about dying as soon as the Ice Blast is out of the picture. Okay, Reincarnation, but that's not really dying.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing with, like, the Tricore, right, of BetBoom. When they are together, I think they're just infinitely stronger than Falcons right now because you don't have a lot of damage coming out from the Ember or the Tidehunter yet. It's almost all this Alchemist. So if you see him pop a BKB early, you just kite that out. You just wait and look for the other targets. Pop your own BKBs if you want. Like, their ease of execution in these fights is huge. And okay, Illuminate doing a lot of work there after the Ice Blast expires and the second Aegis into the hands of the Sniper this time. I think that's a great choice.
Yeah, I mean, now you can just have the Sniper hit all the buildings. It's earlier than it actually usually is, thanks to the Beastmaster being able to do Roche so quickly, but the banner means you can drop it and just have Sniper keep whittling down those towers, and these are 3 melee cores. Who feels comfortable walking up to deal with the banner?
Probably Amar. I mean, I just feel like that's something he would do. Like, he's just going to walk straight in, T-pose on them and see what happens.
I don't know if Tidehunter can T-pose. I don't know if he's got that flexibility.
I mean, he can do the belly flop. That's like half a T-pose.
All right, you sold me. But I think he'll die for it. For the record, I don't think it's good for him to try. He's too slow. He's too slow at attacking.
Yeah. All right, there's the Manta style for Quinn. Might make his life a little bit easier, but at the moment, BetBoom are so far ahead. It is a 10,000 gold advantage here as we approach 29 minutes, and you're into this Alchemist. Like, you just really don't have any real advantage that this hero is supposed to have.
Yeah. This is also a really sneaky play that you can do with Keeper. Usually, without rotations available, you would all sit behind whoever has Aegis, whoever's hitting the building, and the opponent's going to assume that. If they're smoked behind it, you have to assume they're behind Sniper, but they could be going for another play somewhere else and just recall the Sniper in. Oh, Wraith King's not there, we can take a fight. Nah, I mean, he could just be recalled in as well. So Falcons, if they don't have a bunch of wards on the map, it's very difficult to know where they can actually play.
Yeah, really nice morale here from Miro. Will get the Axe refresh, and with the Illuminate, should be enough damage to finish the job. They do. So crit, sideline for 45, dead in the water to try and do something, but Pure is found Snake King once again, trying to get away from the boys. Amar, not even tanky, it seems, against this Sniper. Oh my goodness, it is a disaster from Falcons. Falling on 3 more heroes, 5 to 15.
I mean, Falcons, they know they don't want to take a direct fight, so they're trying to split out the maps. That's what Crit was doing, and that's why the smoke was so successful. They find the support kill. Falcon still tries to take something out of that, but I love the focus on BetBoom from as soon as you see Ancient Apparition, someone get to him. I thought it was going to be Beastmaster with the Roar, but if you've already used that, now you've got the Blink Stun on Pure, the Wraith King, and Assassinate Assist from miles away.
Yeah, I mean, the Tidehunter pops the Kraken Shell active to reduce the damage, but there's so much magic damage coming out from Miro, as well as GPK. He's got a Mjolnir, right? So it just completely ignores this hero. And there's really no Kraken spell stacks, right? They have 5 kills. He hasn't built up any extra block on this at all.
Yeah, this... I feel like we keep seeing this happen with Alchemist.
Dude, okay, I don't...
Never has as good of a start as it used to.
I didn't want to lay too hard into the Alchemist pick, but this hero went 0-10 in the last event, so I am not very confident. So I was hoping maybe we would see something different here, but it feels exactly the same.
I mean, of course, it's not just the Alch.
Self-stun from the Alch, they just jump him instead! Goodbye, Skitter. Quinn in trouble. Very nice, says Pure. Oh man, that is about as bad as it could get.
It's going to be 2 barracks. The bottom is protected by the tier 2.
Do you back? Do you care to back?
That's true. I mean, even if you think he has buyback, he used his ultimate, right? So it's not that scary.
Okay, you get the reincarnation. Maybe you do actually back now. This was like the one thing that allows you to kind of sit on the high ground. The Aegis, you still got about a minute and a half with. So Coddle will start recalling his boys to the bottom lane to start pushing. Just good map pressure and awareness from Save once again. One of the reasons we see him love this Coddle.
I guess that was the idea, right? That maybe the Alchemist would hit his timings because he's going to farm all these skeletons, something you brought up earlier that we used to see in the past. But I think the other nerfs to Alchemist have just... he was never that far ahead of Beastmaster, you know? And I know Beastmaster's like a crazy hero, especially with all these amplifications from Keeper and Crystal Maiden, but Beastmaster scales into the late game better than an Alchemist does.
I mean, the change of the map really did change a lot, and that Ancient stack behind that top tier 1 being stolen significantly hampered his early game. And right now we're going to see Skitter jump in here, pop that concoction, try to get close to GPK, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's forced to BKB and run. The Hurricane Pike completely shut down the initiation.
All right, he's not dead, but I feel like he was just poking and they almost killed him. Like, they didn't even commit that hard. Like, none of the big spells got used.
He's like, I guess I'll use Hurricane Pike, you know, if I have to. I mean, you're just so far behind. It's a 19,000 gold advantage, and I just don't see how you can initiate these fights on the side of Falcons. It has to be a massive Ravage into Ice Blast follow-up, and you need Skitters to have his ult and BKB available. Like, everything needs to align, and it's kind of on BetBoom to make that mistake, to give Falcons that opening. We haven't seen him do that.
It's also difficult because Ice Blast, the reason it's been so good is that it helps kill a certain target so quickly.
There it is, the Ravage into the Fear. The Ice Blast connects. GPK will pop the BKB, but Pure just gonna turn right around here. Try and force back the heroes. There's the Roar. It's found the Alchemist. He needs help and fast, but he will not get it. GPK snipes him down, looking for more as Crit forced back to the base. I mean, that was your best shot.
The Fountain calls.
Yeah, the Fountain does call all the Dota players. Snake King just burning to Pure here as Crit will be forced to pop the Pierce the Veil, and there it is, a GG. A little bit of a whimper here from Falcons, but an incredible clean game from BetBoom as they'll start the day off with a 1-0 advantage.
I know we highlighted our doubts on Alchemist, but it's also the rest of the team playing well, right? The sniper matchup into Ember, you were hoping Ember would be able to make plays, make space for your Alchemist to farm up, to hit those timings, but he had a rough time into that sniper counter pick. The beginning was good, but he hit his 6 at an okay time, couldn't really get any runes, couldn't find any rotations, besides like the Crystal Maiden, but that was pretty late into the game, honestly. Like, what, first blood was at 10 minutes or something?
Yeah.
That's not what you want when you have the active heroes and there's a sniper who's just supposed to sit in the mid lane and you can't find anything on the map?
Yeah, when I looked at the CS early on and saw that Beastmaster was sitting at like 17 or 18 and the Alchemist was at 6, I was not very optimistic. Now, they did have those stacks and everything that they were making on the supports from Falcons that they're like, all right, this is our recovery. We're going to play around these stacks and really push the aggression at that point. But it just never happened. All of the stacks were taken away, and it was just super unfortunate. But BetBoom, super clean game. And we're going to send it back to the panel to break down exactly what happened in this one.
Thank you very much, Zach and Ricky. This was not the most exciting game to start the day with, I want to say, Brian. This was a bit of a smackdown.
Yeah, we said BetBoom was playing for farm. I thought Falcons with that Alchemist were going to hit this like sick timing, but the lanes, BetBoom displaying just that individual skill, being able to get past that one part of the game that we were worried about. And Save, we were concerned about them making plays, but this Coddle, it might be worth banning because Save was everywhere, bringing everyone everywhere, and it felt like they just always had the numbers.
Yeah, something that was funny to see this game is using the Crystal Maiden and Coddle, which we were like, what is Coddle gonna combo exactly? But you know, he gave Crystal Maiden another Frostbite, which ended up being in a couple of kills we're gonna see later, and that was really game-changing. And just this whole game, I think Coddle might just be too OP without, you know, without a real combo even. I mean, it might just be too good.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Coddle hero is looking incredibly strong right now. Like, the only times I've seen it like look kind of weak is if you can abuse the lane itself, but it did really well with the Beastmaster in this lane. They got really farmed. At some point, you do have these 2 strength cores that can stand in front of Sniper. Once they got this Aegis around this minute mark, it feels kind of impossible to play this game. Like, who are you jumping at this point in time? And I feel like they need to get a lot more done in this early game. I feel like this Alchemist had to get online much faster this game and make things happen on the map if they wanted to have a chance in this one.
Yeah, because they didn't really get a chance to play it out. I mean, we saw them trying to make a play towards the very end where it already felt like it was too late at that point. Do you feel like they should have read that it was just going to get worse and they should have made a move earlier? Or was it just, well, might as well call it early?
I mean, it's easy to say they should have made a move earlier, but in practice it can be hard to do as well. So I think this game just got a little difficult to play at some point, and I think the Sniper sitting in the background, who's reliably going to jump him? Because, like, yeah, sure, you can get back there with Ember and everything, but he's not going to, like, solo kill the Sniper at any point. And I think this Wraith King, even though it wasn't great in the laning stage, it did what it needed to do for the game. It got in there first, initiated on. I think they found the jump on the Alchemist more than the Alchemist was able to find the jump on them. That's what made the game very hard.
Yeah, and I think it should come as no surprise that for our head-to-head, we went for the position 4s. Maybe not as much because of crit side of things, but definitely Save should be highlighted here, Brian.
Yeah, sometimes stats don't say it all. I feel like Save, if there was a presence on the map quota, you know, I feel like he'd be #1. The healing, obviously more to not a healing hero, but 7.5k Coddle. We're talking about the map movements, we're talking about the mana he provides for his team, but that heal cannot be understated. 1-0 and 11 was a part of so many of the kills for BetBoom, and he also enabled his Sniper, his Wraith King to be maintaining their farm while also participating in ganks. And it felt like he just did everything for them, and every time Quinn, I don't think he thought he was going to die to very many of these ganks, and that extra Frostbite that he commonly gave to Kataomi, we saw it right there. The Perma Frostbite, even with only level 3, we're going to see it again, as Fly was mentioning. We did not expect the Coddle CM as his pairing.
Yeah, I think this is stuff that you don't... It's hard to calculate as an Ember player, like, you know, I'm probably not going to die, but then they still get him. And you see this team fight here at around 27 minutes where BetBoom kind of gets the high ground, and it's a lot about this positioning right now in the game when you take team fights. Who gets the high ground? Who gets to jump the supports? Ancient Operation just dies before doing anything in the fight, and the fight's just over. And this was also, I think there was no Ravage here as well, so this was kind of like a pretty big blunder from Falcons, and this ultimately, I think, completely lost the game. Of course, the game was not looking good in the first place, but taking this kind of team fight where you give the enemy the position, you don't have Ravage, and you're still hanging around, I think that was a big blunder for them and ended up losing the game. But yeah, like we said, Ember Spirit having a pretty rough game, and yeah, that was tough for Quinn.
Yeah, Alchemist having a rough game, Fear. I believe that's also something you wanted to still highlight.
Yeah, there was one part in this game where it just kind of felt like the game was relatively even, and then all of a sudden it was not, and it was this moment right here where Alk is trying to jump and go on a Wraith King. They use Roar everything, and all of a sudden the Ravage comes out, and what do you get for this Ravage BKB? The game is relatively close. It's less than 1k net worth advantage at 21 minutes in the game, but when plays like this happen and they don't work out, and you're already on a timer in a game like this, it only like expedites the loss incoming, and that's essentially what happened after that point of the game. The game just felt impossible to do anything. You just can't make many mistakes for this lineup.
You cannot. And we started this series highlighting some of the supports already, and we had the opening 2 picks being the supports, the Ancient Desperation, who's had tremendous success here in Raleigh regardless. Keeper of the Light on the other side now seems to be, even if we said that Ancient Desperation was the counter to Keeper of the Light, I don't know, Fly, if we can still say that after a game like that.
Yeah, I think Save showed us that you can play it in different ways. He's somebody who's been playing this hero for a very long time. And I think the cool thing about this hero is that you actually need very big brain power, because I think a lot of the moves you're going to end up dictating, because you're going to be like, I'm going to teleport this guy here, I'm going to TP here. Like, you have so many plays on the map, you actually have to see everything. Your brain has to be massive.
Save's brain is massive.
Save's brain is massive, I can guarantee. I think it's actually a very hard hero to play, because you can completely grief your team as well, right? If you teleport them wrong or anything. So yeah, it's a scary hero, especially on Save.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people are also able to remember the time when Save on Keeper of the Light built an Abyssal Blade, because he was the only one that potentially could interrupt a black hole on his Keeper of the Light. That was, I remember that was very cool. And now Keeper of the Light is just stronger, so curious if we're going to see that in game number 2. I don't think so, maybe on the ban side of things. I do know one thing that we're going to see definitely right now, it is Sir Action Slags.
Hello, my friends. Yes, today we had a fantastic game 1. It was very fun to watch. Crowd, do you agree? Did you like that game? Yes, it is hard to see our hometown USA favorites get beat that bad, but hey, crowd's still here. I found, however, that game was expertly played, but it was also expertly casted by our friends over there, Mr. Ricky and Mr. Zach. And I found Zach's entire family who have come to support him at this event. Hello. Absolutely, and as it is my duty, I must go and find the most embarrassing stories that I can about our local caster here and embarrass the hell out of him out of his first event. Who are you? What is your relation?
I'm Zach's fiance.
Whoa! Congratulations, Zach! All right, well done. How did you guys meet?
We met at North Carolina State University in Raleigh.
Hey, no way, really? Oh, that wasn't even planned by me. What do you think about his obsession with video games? Does he make any time for you?
Oh, we've talked about this. He makes time for me.
Okay, that's good. Very healthy. Over here, I believe I have sister, correct?
Hi, what's up?
Hi, what do you think about your bro? Is he cool or is he a nerd?
He is super cool. We are very proud of him.
Oh no, it's going the opposite way. Okay, but we do have the parents here. Hello, parents. You have come with your t-shirts here to embarrass Zach. Fantastic, looking great. What are your names?
Leo. And I'm Joan.
All right, now, please, we need to get some embarrassing stories out there into the internet ether here. Please tell me about it. When was the first time that Zach was playing Dota? How much has he wasted his life playing Dota? Are you proud of what he's become?
Well, let me tell you, before Dota, he started playing chess, and he started beating me and made me feel bad. But just to tell you the kind of person he is, during a tournament in school, after he beat a guy, he went into the bathroom and cried for the guy that he beat.
What? Zach, it's just chess, brother. What a nice guy, that's great. What do you think about this whole video game thing? Have you been to one of these tournaments before?
Never. This is the first time we see him live. We always hear him. He's in the basement, and we're obsessed. And his youngest sister, this was during the COVID time, so she made the sign that says stop. That means we cannot go down. And then when he comes up, he flips the signs over and say go, that we can go down. Yeah. So we are so proud of him.
What are you doing down there, Zach? With your little stop sign. No going down. All right. Any words out there for the boy cast in here today? How do you think he's doing?
Zachary, I cannot believe you are here talking so much.
Zachary! Stop! Shut up, Zachary! All right. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. It is such an honor and pleasure. Give it up! Bam! But guys, so good to have you. All right, well, the crowd is still alive. We're still happy. We're still ready to see some more of these casters and this game. So let's get that game coming up soon. Back to you guys on the panel.
Oh my gosh, that is so wholesome. We're gonna maybe have a wholesome game number 2 as well, if maybe Falcons can force out that tie, but let's see what's gonna happen after a break.
legend still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a call to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a call to a joyride. Though I don't know why.
It was just a couple of days ago that Falcons in the group stage was able to 2-0 BetBoom. But it feels like BetBoom has not hit quietly and has done so much preparation that at this point, Falcons, they've left them way behind them in the dust. That's what I felt like in game number 1. Let's see if Falcons can prove that wrong and force out a third game to this best-of-3 elimination series. That's right, you're watching ESL One Raleigh, and we're live from the beautiful state of North Carolina, and we're ready to head into the draft straight away. We got ourselves BetBoom on the Radiant side for this time around, Falcons on the Dire side. Overall last pick coming out for BetBoom, which we said might be the case eventually. And we also theorycraft said what would happen to that Keeper of the Light. And yeah, banned.
It was actually banned by a BetBoom team. Yes. So because Falcons had first overall pick, they clearly respect the hero and also the hands of Crit. They think it's so good when they play it, it's also impossible to play against, apparently.
Okay, they get their Ringmaster for this. So I assume that Falcons actually chose first pick this game then, because they should have had choice, which means they changed their plans if they did, because they've all pretty much been playing second pick for like 80 or 90% of the games almost.
Yeah.
So I kind of like it where you go outside and you can have a reset, and I'm sure AY helped in this regard because he's outside of the game. He can be like, okay guys, I think we should change our plan. Maybe we came in here thinking one thing, and now we want to change it up. Maybe they planned on first picking Coddle, but BetBoom's like, nope, you're not going to get that Coddle. It's, I guess, too OP. So they actually banned 3 of the, I would say, OP supports in Jakiro, Coddle, and Ancient Apparition. So the support pool is already small, and Falcons is even targeting more of them. They're banning Silencer and Crystal Maiden in the second phase. So it's going to be a new hero for Kataomi, actually.
Very cool.
Bring out his Wyvern. It's a classic, but maybe not this meta. But I think what's interesting is I think Falcons probably felt like they didn't even get to play Dota last game. Like, very uncharacteristically, Amar was like 0-4. Same with Quinn, 0-4. And Amar had a free farm lane that game as well. It's just they need to find ways to, I feel like, bring their supports more into the early game. It was a very quiet early game, so a lot of supports are being banned for that reason, I think, as well, just because they recognize how important in this series these supports and the rotations are going to be. So I wonder what high-tempo supports we might see Falcons pull out, because they don't even have a single support right now.
I know all of us are used to seeing it, but for people who don't religiously follow competitive Dota, Amar is the literal best player when it comes to what direction you're facing. Like, he will literally get he will auto-attack a creep to get a last hit, turn around in between auto-attacks just so your harass damage on him is then reflected back. So I also wanted to say that this Ringmaster save is the box. It doesn't give you immunity to damage. You can only not be targeted, and it's 80% magic resistance. So Amar going for that Ags Quills build, that's all physical damage. I'm wondering if this save coming out from likely the save Ringmaster is not going to be as potent or reliable as it generally is. And I'm curious why they decided to pick it despite the fact that the Bristleback was the only hero they saw so far.
I think there's I was about to say Shadow Demon. I was about to say it is like too juicy when you see a Tinker that you can obviously take off the defense matrix, and it stops the heal bots as well. And then you have the Ringmaster escape box, which is the Purge is also amazing against. So we're actually kind of going old school here with Shadow Demon and Mirana, like a super old school combo where you can disruption into arrow. Great for first blood, great for a lot of plays on the map, and it's a snaking classic. So these are actually, I would say, exotic supports now on the side of Falcons, which is fun because I think we're going to see something new. I think Falcons, as we saw in the stats before, Crit is really like one of the highest stacking supports in this tournament, and usually, all right, my guy's chugging right now.
It's not going so well.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, let's go.
Got the job done.
Got the job done. But yeah, as I was saying, I think Shadow Demon is great with Bristleback because it's a hero you want to stack for anyways. It's a good combination. They've done this, I think, a million times before already. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that also means that I feel like it's not that often that both teams get their 2 supports in so early on. So a very cool change we've seen, involvement we've seen over the last few days. We got the PA to combine there together with the Tinker most likely for BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good PA pick. Like in general, like Shadow Demon is a nightmare for most carry players. And I think just having the mobility is always nice to have built in when playing for Shadow Demon, being able to assassinate him. You have the Shard as well, which will give you a break eventually for the Bristleback. And also, same reason for the Shadow Demon. Mirana can be chased down by PA. They're both very squishy supports that PA likes to kill.
Okay, so Fly, when you're BetBoom, I feel like their supports, they don't really have too much playmaking potential in the early game, especially with like the cores that they have right now, limited damage between the 3. And then I'm looking at like Shadow Demon, Mirana, like a classic roaming duo between the supports. So like, what is your mindset if you're the defensive support in like the early game? Are you looking like damage control? Where are you warding? What are your thoughts going through your head there?
I like the Shiver Tide one,
yeah, me too.
Especially after last game. As we I think when you're playing these kinds of supports that are kind of countered in a way, you have to play around it in a sense that you know your box is not going to save anybody. So obviously your team should know that as well, and he might not even skill it early on. He might just completely skip the ability till later, and then of course he has to just save it for an opportune moment where Purge has already been used. Hopefully Bristleback doesn't kill you. And Tinker, this also is an interesting thing because I think the one nice thing about Tinker vs Shadow Demon is that he doesn't really disrupt you from buying your items, like your normal items like Greaves and Holy Locket. You're still gonna heal, so it's okay, you know. Some guy's gonna die. Thankfully, they have the Kunkka, which I think is cool because he's going to help kind of mitigate some of that with his boat. So I think they have some pretty good core responses. And now we see Dragon Knight come out, which is another sort of flex between carry and mid. I think Bristleback is most likely going to be offlane anyways. So I think both drafts are pretty stable right now, I would say.
That's nice. I think after a game like we just had, a stable start to the game is all that Falcons really needs to ask for to have actually a shot at taking it as well.
Yeah, I just want to see a bit more aggression than I did in the last game, because like it was like 10 minutes, nothing happened, which you would think would benefit an Alchemist, but there's just too much farm coming on the side of BetBoom team, and just the way that Coddle played. There's no Coddle in this game, but there's a Tinker, which is still going to give them a bit of a map advantage in this one, so yeah, they've got this set up for the arrow, so that's going to be good. They're going to play that very aggressively. Most likely that'll be Quinn's hero versus the Kunkka mid, I'd imagine, like kind of like a wash of a lane there. Unless they want to get spicy, like there are heroes like OD, which are very good versus Kunkka historically, but I don't think you want to pick that into like a PA.
No, I also will say that it is BetBoom with the overall last pick, so potentially that could also change Falcons' opinion on what to go for last. As we are in that final ban phase, so we got an Enigma coming out in the bans on the side of Falcons. Do we indeed feel like that Kunkka, we've seen it mid, we've seen it offlane as well. Do we prefer it mid in this one?
I think it depends a lot on what Quinn is going to end up playing, because they do have the luxury of having that last pick. They get to choose, right? Like if one of them is not happy about their matchups, they can change it up. So I think it's very important for Quinn to not play a hero that's going to get dumpstered in lane. I think last game, like Quinn is a very dominant player himself, right? And if he gets a bad matchup and a bad game, it snowballs into the whole game. And that's what happened with the Ember Spirit. So now if they have this Dragon Knight, I want to make sure they ban the correct heroes. Monkey King is already out. I think OD is definitely an interesting one. I'm not sure how the lane goes. It might still be okay for DK. But it is a very good OD game outside of that. Actually, for both teams, it is a good OD game.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, and I think the Storm ban, I wouldn't be surprised if they even think about banning Ember here, just because you don't really have any lockdown that works versus these Storm, Ember type of heroes. Punka's not going to be it for you, and the two supports don't have a stun at all, really, so that could be troublesome.
I was thinking, like, if they had Malrine for Falcons, maybe they could pick something like the Razor that follows the Kunkka, whatever lane it goes, it's like a mid-carry flex as well. And I'm thinking that maybe this is the fact that the hero pool between Quinn and his other cores doesn't overlap as much, might be allowing BetBoom team to effectively pick this Kunkka blind, because it is a hero that can get absolutely dumpstered in the wrong matchups, I guess you could say. Are there any other heroes that Quinn plays that are potentially flexible to carry? I don't think so.
I do believe he plays Razor. It's probably not what he's known for, but I've definitely seen him play it before. So I think it would be interesting. It's not a good carry matchup against PA specifically, but it is definitely good against Kunkka, which sometimes, you know, you don't need to care too much about the carry matchup, because if you have good matchups in the game, it's going to be fine, right? One hero is probably not going to 1v5 you. Probably.
Yeah, they'll have like a tri-core too, right? So it won't be all up to Razor countering the PA if that's their game plan, but I have not seen a Quinn Razor in a long time. I'm not sure if that's what they're looking at, but they do have to decide right now. Is this going to be a Skeeter DK, or is it going to be something else?
Ooh. That's another flex hero. I feel like these heroes could be going anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think you want the Beastmaster against PA in lane. PA historically is
Do you want Beast versus Punka in mid lane as well?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
can't really go
confused
Boars either.
You see anything with this, Fly?
I think they're going to end up with Bristol offlane, and then this Beast is going to go... They're probably going to dodge the Kunkka, I'm guessing, on the Beast, and then they'll put it safe lane or mid lane, depending on where the Kunkka's going to be.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, who's going to lane versus that?
Who's going to lane versus... That's a great question.
I think you have to put Beast, right? And just kind of farm the jungle. You can do it better than a DK can.
I think so, yeah, because you can just ditch the lane. I guess he doesn't deal too well with Boars as well. Yeah. But this is a mid matchup. I personally don't really know how it's supposed to be. I'm going to assume Huskar is going to crush, but I'm not like an expert on this one.
Yeah, but at least I will say, like, Huskar is known for crushing lanes in general. But I think if you have a way of farming jungle, I think you're pretty happy with that as a mid laner.
Does Beastmaster have that?
Yeah, he does. Beast can just full-time jungle if he wants to. Sure, it's going to be freeform for Huskar, but I think if they did DK mid, DK can't do that, right? And that'll be even rougher for them. So they'll just have to find rotations, as we talked about before, to kill this Huskar early on.
I feel like we're in a similar formula as game one. I think BetBoom team just needed to get past like the first 15, 20 minutes. You have Tinker, you have PA. I think your late game's pretty secure. Once Kunkka gets like 1 or 2 aura items, it's going to be incredibly difficult to actually bring down targets with limited damage from like Bristleback and the DK heroes. So when I see this Huskar come out, I think his job was the lane, and the rest of the game will be taken care of for them. He also gives them an earlier Roshan. I'm leaning towards BetBoom this time. I doubted them a bit too much in game one.
Yeah, I do think this is very similar to game one, where GPK has a good matchup mid. He's probably going to force Quinn out, and it's going to be a lot down to the rotations from the supports and eventually from Skitter with Blink Dagger, because they have a very nice, like, well-rounded lineup with this physical damage between the Bristol and the Dragonite. Like, their heroes make sense together, but are they going to be able to get to that point without being crushed by BetBoom? And BetBoom is a team that crushes you. So unlike last game, I will go with BetBoom this time, because I think I made a mistake. I didn't realize how big of a difference this matchup would be, so I'm going to go BetBoom.
Fair enough. I do want to know, Shadow Demon Mirana, as we see the odds come out on screen. Shadow Demon Mirana, we said there's a lot of pressure on them to set a tempo for Falcons, or at least bring some aggression. Fear, can they do it? Can they make this happen?
They can't. They just have to play very fast.
They just have to play very fast. Well, I think that is good news, because previously we did have the first 10 minutes almost without a kill. So maybe this time we'll have a little bit more of an action-packed game, but let's find out what's going to happen. Let's head over to game number 2.
Thank you very much, Sheever. Yes, game 2 here of BetBoom versus Falcons. They're bringing Huskar to the Huskar Masters. We'll see if they can do it, but Falcons, I mean, another potential rough situation here in the draft. Zach, can they just ignore the Huskar for the first 10 minutes of this game? Maybe they play around some timings. What do you think we're going to see here?
I think we're going to see an attempt at first blooding that Huskar to get Quinn a better start. So they've already smoked up, they're in their base. If you can't have a good start, you do just have to ignore him to a certain degree. You have to bring enough heroes to actually kill him, and then it's doable because you play at so low health, you don't have a ton of items. But that is much easier said than done.
Yeah, they're actually looking for the Phantom Assassin, but there's a decent ward that will scout out the Beastmaster here, and now BetBoom will smoke themselves. And they will see the rest of Falcons kind of rotating back towards the mid lane, so I think they know exactly what is going on here.
Just to be clear,
I think the support duo, again, not to keep repeating that point, but we got the Shadow Demon and the Mirana, a classic combo, but the Shadow Demon has so much potential this game. You got the ultimate to remove the Tinker defense matrix, you have the save on Disruption. I think you really want Crit to have a good game here. It's going to start with just stacked. I don't think this is the strongest lane.
Disruption here in the bottom side, just to allow Amar to grab the rune and walk away. So a little bit of an even start this time around. Now, I will have to say, Amar's Bristleback set is hideous, but he does this intentionally, and it's so annoying.
Hideous hero. What can he do?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's on one of his all-time favorites, as he just alluded to in the all chat, having a little bit of fun here with BetBoom. But this is ultimate comfort here for Amar.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of stacks to work with. I mean, we saw how many Falcons had last game. For the Alchemist, sure. You can do the same thing for a Bristleback, a Beastmaster as well. He might need it versus the Huskar.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Shadow Demon, historically one of the better stacking heroes. Needs to get to level 2 to have the Shadow Poison to do so. And ooh, that's actually going to be the Courier dead here. This bottom lane is really strong from the side of BetBoom. So not surprised to see Crit starting to drag the creep waves a little bit here. Maybe dodge out as much as they can.
Tinker is a surprisingly fast hero, though, I gotta say. I mean, Crit has Windlace, and he's still slower than Tinker. He's carrying a giant machine on his back. How does that even make sense?
Never skips leg day, I would imagine.
I guess so.
Staking on his very comfortable Mirana. This has been a hero he has favored for quite some time.
Practically made it.
Yeah.
I feel like he is the Mirana guy.
I mean, there's not many other people that play Mirana 5. And if they did, they copied Snaking for it, right? Like, this guy is known for it. And then here is the scary mid lane. GPK here on the Huskar versus Quinn's Beastmaster. Now, Quinn, he has a lot of experience playing this hero, so obviously we'll see how he salvages this matchup as topside save getting very low, but does have a salve, will be fine. Get right back into fighting shape.
The Beastmaster doing okay so far. You do have the boars, so as long as you have the micro, you can start stacking for yourself relatively early. For now, I think he's okay. The axes allow him to keep his distance in the mid lane without being bullied too hard, but in a few more levels, that's where you often see Huskars just kick you out. Like, if you stay here, you will die. Yeah, so you have to get as much as you can right now.
Yeah, and the panel is right. Like, this is a hero that can fall back to farming the jungle. Like, absolutely, if he is feeling the pressure from the Huskar. And Huskar doesn't like to just be left in a dead lane. Like, he wants to be killing and putting pressure and slowing down his opponents. So it's a little bit of a... Oh, look at the micro from Quinn, actually dragging the wave here with his own boar just to dodge out GPK. Now, they will lose the range creep, but, I mean, exactly what you need to do.
Try to get it with the axes.
That's a good attempt. I mean, this is exactly the type of stuff that you can, do to try and salvage this matchup. But bottom lane, Amar falling very low. Blood Grenade is out. Even the laser committed as well. They are so close with a dagger. He has just accepted fate pure. We'll grab first blood here on the Phantom Assassin.
3 times faster than the last game, which means we're ramping up to a much more fight-heavy game, perhaps.
Let's hope so. At least there's no Alchemist this time. In the top side here, Miro on this Kunkka. I feel like a pretty sturdy laner. He's really kind of, like, as a hero, we've seen Kunkka become a lot more dominant in the series that we've seen. So nice to see him kind of return to the meta.
I'm excited to see Shadow Demon again. He did get a series of nerfs in 7.38. It's just like across the board, like 1 second off of his ultimate, his shard, damage on the early Shadow Poisons don't do as much. But it is, on paper, such a good Shadow Demon game.
Yeah, and that's something they highlighted, right? Like the ultimate against both of these supports is incredibly strong, and Katomi does have a huge wand charge there, so we'll be able to regen quite a bit. There's 4 poison stacks. There's number 5, baby. Crit will pop that Tinker.
Off to a good start. I've seen Crit have a very good game in the past. because they liked picking it so much. One, it was good. But two, they liked the Mirana support so much, and that combo is so strong, the disruption into arrow. This game, well, Falcons in general, they love their tanky cores. So Disseminate is actually really good because you're just splitting so much damage amongst the enemy team. It's like a blade mail for free when they only pick strength cores.
Oh, we've seen this one before. Amar dead to another dagger here. And Skitomi rejoins the lane. And I mean, this is seemingly the most action-packed lane at the moment. Not surprising, right?
Yeah, it is. I feel like a lot of damage needs to come from Amar. He often plays like a carry, and that's the style that Bristleback with Seeing Red goes for. But the counter matchup into the PA can be tricky because she does get a break pretty easily. It does percent HP damage. You can eventually not care because you get like a Sange and Yasha, you have status resistance, so you reduce the break. But if Pure has too good of a start because he keeps getting kills, then maybe you don't make it to that point, and maybe he just keeps deleting you. And that feels like what happened last game. It was a little bit slow to start, but eventually they just didn't have the damage on Falcons.
Oh, they're trying to find some kills around the map. Mid lane, GPK in some trouble. They bring the numbers on Falcons, but it's not going to be enough to get away. Nicely done, punishing this Huskar. And this is how you have to handle this, right? Just leave the Huskar alone on the Beastmaster, go do your own thing, and then just bring the rest of your heroes in. You know, that'll work.
Yeah, you have to try to punish it to save the lane. And I mean, look at his CS on Quinn. It was a smart decision to bring him here. This is not that bad. I know Huskar has a lot of denies, but usually we see the mid hero kind of where that Shadow Demon is. You know, you have like 10 last hits at like 6 minutes into the game, and it's brutal.
He's up in net worth. You can't ask for a better start here against the Huskar. And now it's kind of the pressure's on GPK to try and get something done with this hero, right? This is a last pick Huskar. You need to build momentum out of this hero. And, well, that's a lot of stacks, most likely going to the Kunkka, though.
I imagine so. There's not as many stacks from Falcons this time. Amar, though, might be falling here.
He is really struggling in this bottom lane. The Tinker and this Venom Assassin doing so much work. So that's a third death for him.
The Orb of Corrosion is such a strong item for Phantom Assassin. You can just poke with it on the dagger to get more value out of that, but when you do commit, it helps reduce so much extra damage.
Great combos in the top lane here from these two. I mean, that's the thing, right? PA, sometimes you skip the Orb of Corrosion if you're not in a great lane, if you can't really fight the enemy offlaner. You just rush your Battle Fury, but clearly against Amar's Bristleback, they're feeling way better about actually being able to kill him in this lane stage. So picking up those early items makes a huge difference, and now we're going to see a big wraparound topside Pure in through the Twin Gate. There's the Fear out from the Ringmaster, and Skitter on the run. The X, the pullback, though, you are not escaping. Another big kill here for BetBoom is they're going to try and TP in on Snake King. He arrows, he misses the catapult into a perfectly placed torrent from Miro, and they will get another kill. Now that is a reasonable tip from Miro on that one.
He was willing to die there if you can at least kill the catapult, because I think that does keep your tower alive.
Oh no, don't show it again.
Close your eyes, everybody. Don't look.
It hurts. I mean, he knew he had to try and make it as quick as possible, but yeah, that just slightly off the mark.
Catapult. I mean, it's sidestepped at the last second.
It put its movement shoes on for sure. Just drifted right around it.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, it's scary when you see a Phantom Assassin at the top of the net worth, 4,400. I feel like that was what Alchemist was last game, and that's an Alchemist. This is the PA who just has 3 kills, 2 assists, and helped take down a tower.
Bold of you to assume the Alchemist even had that much net worth last game.
That's true. I don't remember. I don't have a memory.
Oh, of course. Never mind. I thought these stacks would be for the Kunkka, but Tinker. This is going to be mostly Katomi and Tinker cleaning these up. A lot of the gold and XP to boost these heroes here in the net worth.
You know, Defense Matrix is going to be countered by the Shadow Demon's ultimate. So is Escape Act, actually. So 2 saves technically taken out. But if your Tinker is just really rich and just brings a bunch of heals, and you can get auras that aren't dispelled by the Purge, that's kind of a way to work around it. You know, you're healing everyone on your team, and Shadow Demon can only target one hero, at least until way later in the game.
Yeah, I've been seeing some supports. I think it's particularly been like 9 class that we've seen play a little bit more of aggressive Tinker, going for like an early Aghanim Shard and then eventually the Aghanim Scepter with a blink. And
he's playing it as just a legitimate core from the support position. So maybe because of the counter from the Shadow Demon, you kind of consider that as an option this game. But for now, Falcons definitely a little bit on the back foot, trying to get towards their first set of items. Everywhere you look on the map, there are so many stacks being made. Katomi now higher level than his own carry.
Good. PA players, man.
Yeah, it's true. I'm kind of sick of Phantom Assassin. This is one of those heroes that if you're a support, you kind of have dealt with it for quite a while now.
Crit coming to scout out stacks. Unfortunately, he's going to see most of them are down, and in fact, he is dead here.
He's the one scouted instead. Very nice rune here. Plays going for the disruption. The TP, they don't have the damage. Okay. He makes it out. And he will know about a ward now. He's very aware that there's something there.
No, they actually think he warded, but he was actually just there. He was like, no, I'm in the wrong place.
So for the side of Falcons, like, we know that like there's this Huskar mid. You're not actually super terrified of the moment. He's kind of just at a middle ground in terms of the net worth, but you have this Beastmaster in the mid lane. I feel like we're going to be seeing him try to get aggressive early.
Yeah, we got kind of distracted by the Phantom Assassin, but the Huskar has not popped off in the way we were expecting. I think the Beastmaster mid plus that heavy rotation really paid off for Falcons. I don't think you count him out quite yet. Huskars are not the same as in the past. You would get Armlet and just win. You go Rogue, go take all the towers. It's actually slower now. You usually finish at least one more item, if not two, and then you start to ramp up and play off of that kind of 3 to 4 item timing. So I don't want to say, you completely missed the window, but you're not usually at the bottom 6th on net worth at this point in the game. Maybe you can't Huskar the Huskar Masters.
I'm telling you, man, these guys know this hero in and out. But so far, I mean, if you're BetBoom, I don't think you're upset with how the game is going. Your Tinker is getting a lot out of the map. That being said, Shadow Demon, because of the amount of stacks he's been able to make as well, is not too far behind either. Miro, top side, maybe thinking about trying to find him here on the Kunkka, but he is really fast with those phase boots. We'll see, though. Crit trying to close the gap, gets the vision. Disruption just barely out of range.
See him raising his hand, starting to disrupt.
Yeah, Snake King might try and cut him off here. But yeah, there's just no one else coming anytime soon. He knows someone's on top of him. He's like, oh yeah, there was the Lotus.
You get the Lotus for your efforts. But that was the Mirana ult. And similar to last game, we saw Falcons try to make plays and just not be able to connect on them. That's one of your first attempts with the invis, and you don't even find the offlane Kunkka, who is practically at the tier 2.
It's a big cooldown, man. 2 minutes without it, so they're going to just smoke up instead and try and find another objective. This time, BetBoom actually grouped up towards the mid lane. Power Rune's going to spawn bottom. Quinn, no real way to contest this with the Huskar walking up, so he will have to give up that Arcane. The lines are being drawn. They kind of have an idea of where they are. They see the Ringmaster, I believe, yep, on the Watcher. Any kill is worth it. There's the blink reveal from Skitter into the arrow, and finally, a little bit more action here coming out from Falcons. They grab themselves a very worthwhile kill. And this is something that we love to see with Mirana, right? Anytime you have this hero, you need someone to set it up. And Skitter going for the early Blink Dagger, I think will help them build this momentum.
Yeah, Shadow Demon's a great combo, but you don't want only one combo. So like I said, Dragon Knight would be good. The Roar is also a nice setup. So if any of those heroes are missing, any combination, that could be a kill. But you can't, it's, oh, one hero's missing, we have to all sit in our base. That's really annoying. But if it is just one hero, like Shadow Demon, you can set it up. As soon as Shadow Demon's missing, then you can be careful.
All right. I feel like we're in a very similar position as last game. Both teams just kind of content farming it up. Only 5-3. We had first blood at 3 minutes, but after that, it's been a very patient game from both teams.
It's not as extreme as last game, but I would still favor BetBoom's lineup. The later it goes, I know Huskar is not usually someone who scales really far in, but I think PA has a lot of good matchups here, and this is a Tinker support who essentially becomes Tinker core the longer the game goes.
Yeah, very fast Battle Fury, and like that's the average, which some games you don't even see the Orb of Corrosion being built, so if you factor that in, this is a very fast Battle Fury with these other items, which bottom lane, GPK, he's actually gonna go ahead and just pop the ult here, get on top of Amar, but he's very tanky, has that Blade Mail available, reflecting tons of damage back the other way, but crit found on the side. Falcons will lose one as they now look to maybe pressure the tier 1 tower here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They were hoping to get a couple more kills so they could steal the Wisdom Rune. They're not going to be able to do that, but they will get themselves the tower. Maybe a little faster than expected. I don't know if they want to stick around here for the Tormentor and have to wait for a minute.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, Pure doesn't want to.
Pure's like, I got farm elsewhere on the map. I don't know about you guys. I mean, to be fair, you could probably take Tormentor with Huskar +2. So if they decide to stick around, they might be able to get it. But then Falcons can contest, and it gets a little bit scary. We'll see what they end up doing with it, but
it is a nice thing about the Tinker, right? You didn't all have to sit there as 4. They actually bring the PA out. Tinker goes mid. He's going to go back bottom. He's going to help with that Tormentor. So it's actually not as inefficient as I thought.
I mean, they are looking for a rotation here. They're looking for Pure. There's the Roar, but he's got a Defense Matrix absorbing some of the damage, but there's the Dispel from Crit. They just are too afraid to commit. The TPs are coming in, and now Quinn in trouble. Feelered into the Wheel of Wonder. Disruption from Crit again. Very nicely done, but can Quinn actually get out of here just surrounded by the side of BetBoom? Another big kill and another big casualty for the side of Falcons.
Fast moves from BetBoom. Last game we expected it with the Keeper of the Light. This time, just being quick on the map. As soon as you see them coming in, you're reacting in time. And it's very fortunate Tinker was... See Roshan toss some heroes. Very fortunate Tinker was right behind the PA, give him a jump target. Otherwise, maybe you at least get the PA kill and then maybe lose the Beastmaster.
I mean, we're starting to see this Phantom Assassin become a serious issue, but it's the Tinker as well, right? Like the Holy Locket doing so much healing already. Bottom lane, Amar will get found here by this ward. X into the Torrent. In comes GPK, the rest of the team as well. There's the Blade Mail. Will return a lot of the arrow actually catching the Huskar, but there's just not enough damage, just walking it off, and now, well, Snaking doesn't even get to finish the TP. 2 more kills for the side of BetBoom. And now Tormentor, easy pickings here for them.
I'm having some deja vu there. I think that's the 5th time that's happened. Once he got out with Disseminate Blade Mail, but the other 4 times have been a successful kill. Now they'll get the Tormentor. Finally, a meaningful gold lead for BetBoom at 4K. I gotta say, impressive on Falcons. They've kind of been down on kills, but mostly keeping up in farm. Now is the start of the struggles.
I mean, look at Tinker's net worth, man. He's neck and neck with all of the cores. They do get Roche, so this is a pretty common trade, right, when you have something like a Beastmaster. So very heads-up rotation from Falcons. Salvaging something in kind of a rough situation here. The Aegis will protect Quinn for, a few minutes here. And it could turn a fight. Like, that's the thing, right? One big fight is really all Falcons need to kind of, like, pull this gold lead back to even.
It allows you to play a lot more aggressively once you have that Aegis. And I think you really gotta find something going your way. They have not made very many successful moves in this series, not even just this game.
Yeah, Blink Dagger actually picked up here from Crit, so the support's also looking to play aggressive as well. Quinn sitting on the high ground here, will walk right into a ward, but they have not scouted anybody else. Miro, there they will. They'll see the Kunkka now and back away.
I don't think you need to engage if you can just avoid this Aegis timing. You're farming up. You're happy with your Phantom Assassin getting space.
All right, this is a big ult in from the Mirana. There's the Roar out from Quinn. He's going to try and find the kill here. The arrow connects. Do they have the damage to finish the job? GPK is down. Now looking for Katomi. There's the Blink, the Dragon Tail, a nice Wheel of Wonder and escape back to bail him out. But Amar ready to close the gap onto the backside, and there they do. Chasing 4 more, 2 dead, but that will do it for now. The arrow, not gonna connect, but a good find here from the side of Falcons.
Great Roar, finally finding something for themselves. Maybe you're gonna be able to convert it to more.
He's in pretty deep, but they've got the purge from Crit and Miro. Not tanky enough, another kill. Falcons turning it up with this Aegis, feeling the power of this Tricore.
Instantly 4,000 gold gain for Falcons there. I thought they were about to start slowly falling behind, but
it seems we have found our NA team here at
they are our NA team.
All right. Showing some signs of life, thankfully, because it was looking a little rough after game 1, but Falcons showing that they are definitely not out of this one quite yet. Score 6-9, very nice.
You can never count Falcons out. They play to the end. They are a very good team at trying to orchestrate fights that will go their way. It's not always easy, and we see BetBoom is doing a great job avoiding a lot of them, but like you said, Falcons not gonna go quietly.
And with this, like, you still have 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. I think that's the big thing. You've actually recovered 5,000 gold advantage during this timing already, and there is still a lot more that you can accomplish. The BKB going to be done for Quinn here in, relatively soon, actually, under 1,000 gold.
If you can finish it before the amplified damage is automatically used in the bottle, I mean, you'd be really strong around that.
I feel like he might have been able to, but they just gave all those stacks to Amar, so it's hard to tell. But this is where the Huskar starts to feel a little bit underwhelming, right? Where in this situation, he's still pretty far behind on net worth, but he doesn't, it's similar to the Alchemist of last game, right? So we'll see what he can do. Top lane Skitter, as well as the rest of Falcons, they're looking for something, might just settle for a very quick tower kill.
These towers fall so quickly. You've got the Corrosive Dragon giving some negative armor.
Whoop. Save with the whoopee cushion, trying to make some distance, but he's got Crit right behind him. There's the Demonic Purge. No escape back for you and Amar. A very easy kill for the Bristleback.
Getting some revenge finally in this bottom lane.
Right. There was some animosity after last game in that kill.
Credit to the stacks being made, though. Despite the 4 deaths on that Bristleback, his net worth, he's still third. He's had so much space, so much farm given over to him. And I think it's necessary. They often play this way around Amar. He is this carry off-lane player.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I like that he's going for an early shard as well. Like playing around the double goose stack is very strong. Mid lane, Quinn. He's got the Aegis, he's got his supports behind him. They've got the Warp Flare to try and root him in place. Arrow's gonna be dodged from Pure. So they will get the first life out of this Aegis. We'll see if they can actually bring him down a second time. There's the Wheel of Wonder. Crit has the save, surely. No, he gets taunted on the backside. There's no save, and now looking for more. The blink out will be able to get Crit for the moment, but Amar in some trouble. A second fear, and just like that, a Warp Flare pulls him back in. 2 deaths, and now potentially more as GPK claims another.
Yeah, that tip to save is very well deserved. That is such a good Wheel of Wonder placement. I think a lot of players would just drop it a little bit in front of where that Aegis spawn is, but he knows Shadow Demon wants to save, so he places it beyond the Aegis respawn and fears him into it, and that is what catches the backline as they try to help him right there. So like you mentioned, Crit wanted to go in for that save, and instead they both get caught and they both follow up the combo. He's got to save himself, but it doesn't really last for long. Even though he gets the blink out for a little bit, GPK eventually runs him down.
Yeah, that is why people are very afraid to give this guy the Ringmaster. There's so many like kind of specific little interactions that you can account for, but that is just absolute perfect placement. You could not have asked for a better situation there.
Save is so good at all these technical heroes where the placement of your abilities matters a lot. That's why he's played so much Muerta, Keeper of the Light, the Ringmaster here. You can always trust him to land the spells.
Snaking no TP for about 20 seconds. I mean, I'm not sure if they're aware, but he is just going to hide in the trees, kind of wait this one out. He'll be fine, I'm sure. No one else can really, no one really cares to come find him at this point.
He's appreciating, he's inside, but he wants to appreciate North Carolina.
I was like, he's role-playing in
beautiful
Raleigh.
weather,
Yeah.
beautiful trees, like I'll be in the trees here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They even look like pine trees to some degree.
It's true. Not enough acorns, Hoodwink not good enough.
Yeah, the pine cones.
Yeah, we do have pine cones, that's close. Smoke up here from BetBoom, gonna look for their next target. Now Quinn does have his BKB this time around, but Pure has one of his own. Dude, he is so farmed. Crit, this would be a great start. They're gonna be able to try and get the disruption save, but that is a lot of damage real fast. Pure quickly slicing down Crit. As Quinn, at least invis for the moment, trying to hide right now as he makes his way across the river. And it's gonna work.
As soon as you lose the Shadow Demon, you don't want to fight. I think Crit is essential to any successful team fight. You need so much from him. The Disseminate to get extra damage in, you need the Demonic Purge to remove the saves, the Disruption to break up BetBoom's combos. If he's out of the picture, you just have to back out. Unless you walk right up to the high ground.
That's a big arrow connects, but Pure's got the BKB. He's gonna turn around looking for Snake King. He gets the leap away for now. Amar slowed up by the wheel as well, but just pulled right back in. Now Katomi has to get away from this Dragon Knight. Escape back will buy him a little bit of time. But do they have the catch? He's gonna try and TP out. He's gonna make it. BetBoom escape completely.
We see, the Phantom Assassin usually would die in those kind of situations, but she does have the Sange and Yasha, so it's reducing any of the stuns thanks to that status resistance. Gives her enough time to BKB and jump on out of there.
Ooh, they might have found some more heroes. Miro, a nice find. They got to kill Save first. There's the Dragon Tail. The Goo's going to be able to spread to the other side. Demonic Purge on the money. Can they stop the TP out? Yes. Disruption is there. Katomi coming in to try and help. Can Miro survive the Blade Mail? Buy him a lot of time here, but the Disseminate damage, it's overwhelming. And now the Tinker, he's helped a little bit too much, trying to make his way back into the base. Another Dragon Tail is out. Quinn comes in with the axes, chops them down. 3 dead as Falcons find another opening here in this game.
For most of the series, BetBoom has been really good about dodging Falcons' play, but that time they scattered. I think they thought, this is just time to farm. Well, Falcons use some of their abilities, maybe they're going to farm too, but they were wrong. Falcons just run in, find 3 kills, find a bottom tower. If they're lucky, Roche spawns soon, and maybe they even get Roche off of this.
Yeah, that is a big objective for them once again. We saw what they accomplished with the first Roche on Aegis. Second would give them the banner as well. A little bit more map to play around, but you've got to deal with Pure soon. And this is where things are going to get difficult. He's level 18, on his way towards a Basher. And he did pick up the Shard. So we do have the break available here for the Bristleback. So Fan of Knives, a great option here.
Radiant are scanning.
I love the build of Mars going to this game.
Yeah.
In the past, especially if you wanted to be this more carry type of Bristle, we would see the Ags rush. But he knows how he wants to address the Phantom Assassin as the counter pick. So he's got the Sanj and Yasha for the status resistance. He's buying a lot of extra armor in the Blade Mail and the Lotus. And eventually, I'm sure he'll go back for the Ags to deal with Escape Act and to just do damage in general. But this way, he has a consistent game from early to mid to late game. Crit, gonna found here, fast blink out.
Very quick reactions.
It's scary in the night.
I mean, that was the smoke gank. That just doesn't connect onto anything. Now, Quinn is pretty far on the other side of the map, cutting the wave. The question is if they want to make that trek across the river to find him. For now, they'll get the D ward, and that should be the end of that smoke.
I think it's the Lotus finished up as well on Amar?
I think so. It's close at least. I mean, 100 gold away from Lotus, right? So he's sending the courier over to the secret shop. He should be able to pick that up. Pure? Doesn't see the courier.
Didn't quite see it. Where is it going? It's on an adventure. Does he manually get to the secret shop? That's crazy.
Radiant's top tower.
This game, I feel like, is... I mean, luckily it's a lot closer than last game. We haven't really seen much out of the Huskar, but you can still see like BetBoom's strength complements it well. So they're going to be the ones trying to pressure the Roshan. Now the smoke does come in from Falcons right away. They've got to contest this. Now, can you find Save at the beginning? That would be a great target. Miro getting it all scouted out here from the boar. Amar wants to run in, but this Roche, it's falling and fast. They got it into the hands of GPK. Skinner goes in, does find the Ringmaster, but the rest of BetBoom will force him away. Pulled back from the X. Quinn will pop the BKB, try to do what he can here onto the Phantom Assassin, but they just don't have the damage. Pure still surviving, perfect and healthy, and now on the backside of the fight, it's going to be GPK on the Huskar. He committed a little bit too far. Aegis is down, but BetBoom still looks like they want to fight. Great arrow, though, from Snake King. Might slow down this chase. You trade Aegis for the Shadow Demon. I mean, taking it away from Falcons, I think, is probably the big win, though.
That's true. You definitely wanted to hold on to the Aegis a little longer than that, but I mean, not every fight's going to go perfectly. These are messy fights. Both teams looking to deal with the saves, find the right targets. Like we see Phantom Assassin there. I think she got roared, but they don't have Bristleback nearby, so they didn't have enough damage to actually kill her.
Uh-oh, Skidder gonna get found here by the whole side of BetBoom as there they go. Pulls him right back in with the X, and that will be 65 seconds without your Dragon Knight. And Katomi, he's still hunting, looking for others. Ooh, no warp flare. Snake King will make it out.
There we go, the Pine Cones.
And that will be level 20 for Pure as he takes the Wisdom Shrine. That's a big talent.
I feel like if GPK had a better game, I think they were planning to play around him a little bit more. But based off the start he had, based on how Phantom Assassin had such a good start, they've pivoted over, let Pure farm up. He will carry us as he has many times in the past. They trust this guy, and he's going to trust them to save him as necessary with the escape act, all the items being built by this very farm Tinker. He's doing his best to catch up to Kunkka and Huskar quickly.
This Basher is going to do so much work. I mean, you have very tanky cores on the side of Falcons, but PA wins these like 1v1 fights if she doesn't get kited out. And now she can really just lock them down with that bonus attack speed from that 20 talent. As we're going to see an Aghanim Scepter for Kunkka. Not something we actually see that often. We've been seeing a lot of Blade Mail Radiance, stuff like that, but he's gotten the Blade Mail, the Pipe, just build a lot of auras to help keep his team alive. He's got the Tidebringer Shard, which he just grabbed from the Tormentor, and it will be Ags coming out relatively soon. So a lot more damage that he can bring into the fights, I think, in general, which is nice.
I think you're also more likely to actually just hit the ability when there's this disruption save that could come out. Perhaps it ends and the second boat connects, or maybe the first boat misses pure, the second boat does touch on him, and that could keep him alive. Because like you said, in these longer fights, the Phantom Assassin should be able to kill these heroes, at least in the direct one-on-ones. But if you can focus her down, she'll die. The issue is all these saves, and that's why some of these fights have been very messy, and it really depends on who finds who. If you can get the saves for either team out of the picture, either find crit on Falcons or find this Tinker, find this Ringmaster, then the fight becomes a lot more straightforward.
We're going to see Falcons try and group up here. I mean, I feel like they've got an opening. Crit finished his Aghanim Scepter actually in that last fight. That's why I think they went for that play onto the Phantom Assassin with the Roar. But they just didn't have the follow-up damage. So we're going to see them try and make maybe a second attempt here.
They're headed bottom, though. No one's here, maybe looking for the Tinker.
I mean, finding Tinker is always nice, but it's just so difficult, yeah. He just clears the waves, TP's out. They'll just kind of sit behind Amar here.
They have successfully taken some towers from earlier, so it is limiting Tinker's map a bit. The more towers you can keep up, the easier it is to play Tinker. He's down to his last 2.
All right, jumps are popped. They gotta find something. GPK would be an amazing target. There's the Dragon Tail, the Roar to follow, the arrow on the mark, down to a sliver of HP. They finish the job. Now Miro on the run, tries to TP out. There's the banishment. Crits found him. 2 huge kills here for Falcons, as now with Miro's sideline, well, we'll see what they can do with this. 50 seconds, neither of these cores available.
BetBoom did not expect Falcons to run up that far. Their positioning was not ready for that at all. The fact that you could do the whole combo onto Huskar and neither the boat nor the escape act could even come into play.
That was a big rotation. This is unfortunately scouted there for Falcons as they just popped that ult right next to a ward. So BetBoom going to be a little bit careful about their positioning on the map at the moment.
They've got to. I mean, we were complimenting them a lot in the first game about dodging out the fights from Falcons, but as time has gone on, Falcons is mixing things up. They're managing to find the right targets, and it's keeping this game very close. I think I still favor PA the further on we go, PA and Tinker, but there is very much a window where Falcons finds a fight like they have been, and they're in front of your base, and these cores will destroy your building so quickly. That you could then end up on the back foot where you've lost several barracks, you're stuck in your base.
Invisibility.
We're pretty much back to dead even here. Falcons still feeling, I feel like they are the ones that can play a little bit more aggressive right now. This Aghanim Scepter on crit is doing a lot of work, but it really just comes down to the initiation of which heroes you find.
Having 2 demonic purges helps a lot. You see why you need 2 demonic purges right there.
God, that hero is something else. But they're keeping a lot of pressure on the lanes here, and you kind of need to, right? Roche is going to be spawning relatively soon. It's a big objective for them.
Something that's happened in a couple of the fights, Kunkka's boat has not connected in time.
Yeah.
I think it's actually, it goes a long way to keeping his teammates alive, especially the purge, removing a lot of the saves from the supports. The boat buff is not purged, as far as I know. I'll double check.
I don't think so. I don't think it's dispelled.
Cannot be dispelled.
Yeah.
So I think it's really important to save a very high regen hero like Huskar, right? If he doesn't die, he heals so much. So you have to do a lot of effective damage into him through the resistances, through the damage reduction or damage delay. whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we'll see. Both teams are just kind of biding their time, really. Like, they're outside of those 2 kills top. Falcons just kind of sweeping back and forth between the mid and the off lane to try and keep these lanes pushed in. Amar looking through the trees here. Not going to find anything, though. As the 34-minute power rune, it's a regen. Not really the best one you'd hope for, but bottle that up here on Quinn's Beastmaster.
I mean, it could matter in one of these fights. You pop it as the disruption comes out, and you're just healing up. When you pop out, you kind of get a little bit more health. Maybe you can turn a fight.
I hope so.
Who even needs a shard at this point? Oh no, they're going through the other side.
I would like, okay, here we go. I would like one of these teams to start looking for a kill here. Break into the mid lane. Amar actually falling very low for now, but with the slows, OK still has that BKB at the ready. Will be forced to pop it. In comes Huskar as well. They're going to TP. They know they cannot afford to lose this. And here comes the Dragonite. Dragentail is out, but a lot of saves coming through. There's the break-in, though, from Crit. The boat doing a little bit of work, but who's going to be able to stand their ground? The longest getter on the run. GPK dives in very far. Another disruption to buy him some space, but Quinn, he's got to be careful. A big torrent catches, too.
This is right in front of the enemy base as well. They have a creep wave here. You can get a lot of tower damage in, and there's only one buyback, and it's on a Dragonite who's not even good without his ultimate. I think that's the gem recovered or stolen as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, this Shadow Demon has to TP first there because of the extended TP durations. If he goes in first and disrupts, I think it buys enough time for everyone to show up, and then you can take a more cohesive fight with all the teammates together. But that ended up being a bit of a one-on-one as Bristle dies.
This is a scenario where BetBoom are going to take the tower and go tier 4s, and that's exactly what they do. They're going to just try and force Falcon's hand, call the bluff. Do they have buybacks or not? There is a fortification available. But what
be close?
Yeah, I mean, what can you do as just the supports here? BetBoom want to close this game off of one fight. We waited so long, please.
I think you're going to have time for one more fight here.
Disruption to dog the edge. Nicely done, but Snake King still not super impactful at the moment. Walks in, tries to pull the attention, leaps away. They get on top of the Bristleback. They fear him away. The throne is dying. BetBoom just want to force this game and make it done, but there's going to be the break onto Pure. Tries to run away, but they just don't have the damage to follow this up. The rest of the heroes, in comes Quinn. He gets Sans. He gets pulled in as well. Nice disruption, though, from Crit to buy him a moment to get back into this fight. There's the roar. Can they bring down the Phantom Assassin? It's going to be close. Pure gets the Blink Strike out, and GPK will be the one to sacrifice himself to the Falcons. Miro trying to TP out. Do they have the well, I don't even know what cancel. Maybe cancel himself. They want to turn around here on BetBoom. Instead, they get on top of Crit and they get the kill. BetBoom want to end this game here and now.
They're still looking.
A 4v5.
This is so tense.
Dude, I think they're going to go for it. There's no roar. There's no BKBs. Phantom Assassin is absolutely the strongest hero here, and you have this Tinker who can keep resetting. They're just waiting for Kunkka to rejoin them in the mid lane. This would be an absolute insane call if they go for it, and they're going to trying to do what damage they can to chip down these heroes on Falcons, opening up this throne. There's still a fortification available now for Falcons, but do they have the damage? They're going to make an attempt here. There's going to be the buyback in from Crit. The roar actually finds GPK. They got the purge. He's dead. Die backing now on this hero, but can they end this? Miro trying to bring down the throne. Taunt here will catch Snake King. Pure into a really big torrent. The throne, it's low, but it's not dead quite yet. Can you knock Falcons out of this event? They're going to try, but Pure bumps the Snake King. It's doing so much work into the Abyssal. Down goes Quinn once again. There's the fortification. Miro, he's dead. It's a fight till the end, but who's going to come out ahead? Pure stands in front. He ends it. Falcons are out 2-0. BetBoom do it.
Holy shit, I can't believe they bought a Deso to end that.
I don't even understand what we just witnessed. Falcons, a patient game, but BetBoom will not give it to them at all. They know how strong he was on this Phantom Assassin. They buy back on 2 heroes, and they walk away the victors. I cannot believe that just happened.
That is such a tough call to make. We actually see how close that was. They were moments away from holding that, and then suddenly you have wasted your buyback on several heroes, and Falcons would be able to take over the map, all the objectives that they want to catch back up. But BetBoom, they're right at the edge. They're like, I think we can do it. And they were right at the edge. I actually think it was even closer because if Huskar hadn't been healed up, I actually think they would have won on the first push. But he got healed up too much by the Tinker bots.
It's very possible. I mean, this is just an exceptional game from Pure. He finished 12-0-9. Like, what more can you ask out of your carry performance? I don't know who made the call to just say, like, let's go tier 4s right now. Let's end this game. Hopefully, when we talk to them after this series, we'll find that out. But that was everything that they needed to do. Team Falcons, a rough lower bracket performance here from them here in this series. BetBoom just got the better of them, it seems like, in not only both of the games play-wise, but draft-wise as well. They just had a really good call.
I think so, but I do think Falcons showed, they managed to find a couple fights to make it very close in the second game, and honestly, it could have gone either way, but that last fight, or I guess second to last fight at the end where they all TP in and they can't save the Bristle in time, it did lead to a snowball. I don't know how many people see that fight and say, we can win the game right here, but BetBoom makes that call. Buys a Deso on save as well. I don't think you finish without that Deso.
Yeah, you gotta say, like, Ringmaster stats with Deso, probably 100% win rate now, thanks to save, so congratulations.
That's true.
I don't think we've ever seen that before. So, incredible performance, but as with all lower bracket games, it's time to say goodbye to one of our teams. So let's head to the stage with Slacks and Snaking.
Thank you so much. Yes, here we're Snaking. Snaking, obviously not what we were hoping to happen here today, but heck of a run. I know you guys weren't at maximum strength for this one, despite the stand-in. So yeah, any words for your run so far, and how did it feel to play in front of this crowd that was cheering for you?
Obviously, we're quite disappointed. Even though we came in not full strength with a stand-in, we still have high expectations coming into the tournament and wanted to, win in a home court. But it is what it is. But I appreciate everyone for coming out today, supporting us. Thank you so much, guys.
You're a man that I could actually ask this question to, because I know that you're always looking forward and you're always looking to improve. Is there anything that you guys would have done differently, in that series? Now looking back on it.
I think we were not being proactive enough. We were reacting to a lot of their moves, and I think every time we kind of just fumbled a little bit, and it snowballed the mistakes. And I think we need to just cut our losses when things weren't going well, and such is life.
Absolutely, but anything to glean from this series? Is there anything that we can learn and do better so that we can see you guys go to the grand finals where you belong, some would say, for the next tournament?
I mean, Mallory's coming back, so what can I say? We'll be back at full strength.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we get one more round of applause? The hometown NA team, the Team Falcons. Thank you so much, Snaking. Always a pleasure. Appreciate you. All right, but now we must put that behind us because the time has come for the back to full strength. No one can stop them. Easy games. Mr. BetBoom and Mr. Pure, congratulations yet again. Another victory. How are you feeling after that match? Now, I'm not trying to be toxic. They're still on stage, so we can wait a few seconds. 3, 2, 1. Was that one a little easier than you thought it would be? How did you feel that one was going to go? Did you expect the 2-0?
I mean, guys, Falcon Slayer has arrived, and he just did his job.
The Falcon Slayer is here. I like to hear it. I like to hear it. All right, now you guys looking forward, going to be going up against Paravision. All right, this is a big match. What are you going to do from the time from now until then? Are you going to watch the next series? You're just going to practice against Paravision? What's the plan?
We're probably gonna just prepare our drafts, play maybe some games if we got enough time. I don't know how much time we got.
What are you, me in college? You're trying to squeeze in a few games before your next match? You should be practicing, you should be studying. Don't be trying to play games, brother, come on.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
Okay. I need the prediction here, all right? You're a man of confidence. I know this very well. Is this gonna be another 2-0 later today? Is this gonna be a harder fight? Go into 3 games. Will you win? How do you see the series at the end of the day going, Pierre?
I mean, it's going to be spicy, for sure. CIS against CIS, it's always some fun, like, no matter which team is playing. I think we're gonna have fun, and it's gonna be BetBoom victory, guys.
Okay, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give it up one more time for Pure and the boys from BetBoom? There we go. I wish you the best of luck in your series later today. Thank you so much for a fantastic performance. Absolutely wonderful. As now we will throw it back to our panel and see where we're going.
You gotta love that confidence coming off of Pure with BetBoom taking this 2-0 victory. I will say that confidence also very much showed in this game too, especially towards the end where they were just sieging that throne. But let's go back a little bit more into that game, Fear, because this was a lot closer than game 1 was.
Yeah, it definitely was, and the Shadow Demon pick looked really, really good on what it was able to accomplish in this game. He eventually got to the Ags as well, being able to break the PA, and the Huskar was really nice to see. And Skeeter, he always goes for these very early game centric builds, going for the early Blink Dagger, but it did allow plays like this to happen on the map. But unfortunately, I just think the PA got way too farmed in this game from the laning stage, so it just became a problem.
Yeah, it felt like the BetBoom team was always like one fight away from snowballing this game, and Falcons kept finding themselves 2 or 3K behind, like you saw here and in the previous clip, where they managed to find these kills on the map, which is great and all, but it seemed like a ticking time bomb where Tinker's farming this whole time. Eventually, the Huskar, you're not going to focus him down, you're not going to find that Roar plus DK stun. Pure, you see here, gets the BKB off, and when they didn't burst somebody like this, it felt like the fights were inevitably going to go against them on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, I think that's something that Brian said. Like, there's too many problems that they had to deal with. Like, the PA is farming. If they're ganking the Huskar, there's a Tinker farming, and they're getting their items, they're getting their timings, and it felt like eventually you lose one fight, you lose the game. And you never want to be in that situation. And you know, Falcons did put up a good fight. I think they had some good moves, they had some good rotations. I think Skitter did a great job on his hero, setting up a lot of those kills, but ultimately it wasn't enough. It was going to slip away is how I felt the whole time.
Yeah, as we did see them get eliminated here with a 2-0. It's Paravision that move forward. We already heard it. They'll, Peppa move forward. They'll go up against Paravision later today at the very end. I will say that, well, I will ask actually. Let's hear the opinion, because I know Quinn is a good player. He's a great player. We've seen fantastic moments from him the entire week. They're not playing with their full strength. And I feel like, Brian, sometimes that synergy is just hard to readjust within a week.
I think Falcons might be the worst team to have a stand-in simply because of the fact that all of their cores have such overlapping hero pools. Like, I feel like every tournament where they have the drafting edge, which seems absolutely essential when you get to these final series of the tournament where it's like everyone's on similar footing, but it's kind of who gets that strategical edge. Falcons just doesn't look the same when you can blind pick a Kunkka into them and they're not willing to pick their flex heroes that'll follow it around and give it a rough lane. And it just feels like a very different vibe. Nothing to take away from Quinn. It's just there's a reason that he fits in better with the team that he's actually on.
Yeah, anything to add to that, Fear?
Oh, no, I think in general, a lot of people don't see the amount of hours that these players spend behind the scenes talking about Dota, preparing strategies, making their team work. It doesn't really translate very easily just by jumping in right away in a stand-in situation. I think they did really well considering they had a stand-in and all, but like, how far can you actually get into a tournament with a stand-in? Usually the answer is like about here is about the limit. It's really hard to get into like top 3 or grand finals.
I mean, they did fall at the similar level as Team Liquid, both top 5 or top 6 coming here in Raleigh. So both with the stand-in, that does seem fitting in that sense. But let's take a bit of a closer look into the game we just had to relive a couple of moments. Fly, that was one team fight in particular you wanted to highlight in this one.
Yeah, this team fight, it looked pretty good for Falcons at this point because they have Aegis, they're pushing, and even though Quinn gets jumped here maybe a little bit out of position, the interesting thing is he gets his BKB delivered, but he actually doesn't use it here, and I don't think it was like this was a good combo by Stave, but I'm pretty sure he had time to BKB. And once he doesn't use it, the fight is just completely over. And this is what it ties into what Snaking said, is that they were not fast enough on getting out. So they lose this one hero of Aegis, who just got his BKB, so huge power spike, and then Amar dies as well.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too painful on that one. The game just drags out for a little bit longer. At the end, it's that one team fight that you mentioned that just basically kills it all. The throne hold that Falcons attempted didn't work out. Fear at that point, it already was, it was already looking rough, but I think it really stood out there how Pure was able to hold his own and make sure to go for that throne. I believe you want to talk a little bit more about that carry player.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Pure in general, this event is looking really good. And then that play really did show like the balls it took to like make that type of play. But yeah, his he went 12-0-9, didn't die a single time, 956 GPM, and all of that combined, like how do you get to this point as a PA? Generally, it is off a good early game, right? And I think this is something that he did have in this particular game, and it's going to start with here. Like first blood happens, like Amar's just like, I come back to lane with no HP or just kill me. You know, like I have no resources, I want to come back. But that is giving PA complete free farm in the lane. And then Crit was off stacking, having to help mid. And as soon as you leave Amar alone, he's going to die. And I feel like when you are playing Skeeter on DK, his first items are going to be Blink, Mage Slayer. You need Amar, who's going to Sting Red Facet, to be a carry in this game. So if he's getting behind, your whole strategy kind of like falls to pieces, I feel, for Falcons.
Yeah, but we did also say that we wanted Crit to stack as much as he was, so that seems like a very hard balance for him to reach if you want to and set up Amar for success on the offlane, but you also want to stack for him later on, which we said was going to be so important this game, Brian.
Yeah, I think that's largely why they picked the PA in response to the Shadow Demon. I think this is the type of vision these top-tier teams have, where they know this is the game plan you want to have. You don't want to play these heroes together consistently. Tinker doesn't exactly represent a 5 that's going to punish the offlaner in lane, but PA is probably the one carry right now that can single-handedly apply aggression in a lane. We used to see PA Warlock a lot, which was it allows the sustain from the Warlock to give the PA the ability to go all these aggressive items, and I think it's similar with Tinker, you know?
Yeah, the interesting thing about Dota right now, it's very hard because for every decision you make, you're going to lose something. So when he goes to stack, Kataomi can probably think for himself, this is usually the timer, either I'm going to stack, either I'm going to check the rune, I'm going to gate. You have to make a decision. And you can usually try to predict what the enemy is doing as well. 7 minutes, a good chance the position 4 is going for a wisdom. What do I do during that time? Maybe I try to attack. It's like you have to consider so many things. So for them to attack the Bristol, they were probably considering the fact that the Shadow Demon is probably stacking. So there's a lot of thought that goes into it. I think this is the highest skill it's been in Dota ever. I think you have to be an insane player on every single position, and making those kinds of calls, it seems very casual, but there's a lot of thought that goes into it.
There is a lot of thought that goes onto it, and I would imagine that we're going to see more of these questions of how to deal with the time that you have in lane, be basically instrumental for winning the lanes and therefore the game, which is kind of what we saw here in this series. Now, there is obviously 2 more series coming your way today, with the upper bracket finals being one of them. That's going to be Thunder versus Spear. It's going to come up next, but before that, we are going to have some time to do a DHL drop, so let's head over to Slacks.
Get ready. Hold up your DHL drop sign now to be a part of the DHL drop. You can participate whether you're watching from home or in the arena for a chance to win fantastic prizes. Hold up your sign to get selected or type !DHL drop in the chat to participate. Visit the link on the screen for more information.
It's time for another DHL drop. Hello, audience. Hope we're ready. I hope we're awake. We see some Dendy signs coming in. A Navi shirt. Well done. Everybody get those signs ready. We will have another fantastic prize for you here today. Hello, everyone. Hello, Slack's big fan. Oh, thank you. Big fan. We got some couriers over here. Very nice, very nice. As we move to the center of the stage. Slack saved my relationship after Dota 2 killed it. My God, what happened? Oh no, we're gonna have to get your story. Come up here, I'm gonna talk to you. Get your butt up here. This is your sign, play more Dota 2, Dota 2. Don't play more Dota 2, my God, we have lives are ending here. I love Dota, DHL, buy more wards, the Ison boys. All right, what's the story here? What is this sign about?
So I started playing Dota in 2021, and my boyfriend did not want me to play Dota because I went to all the cool-looking characters and none of the actual, you're new, you need to play the easy one. And so one day he went into a pub and ran into you, and he begged you, please tell my girlfriend to play Lion while you were on stream. Called me at work. I saw the stream and I played Lion.
How's the Lion going?
It's going.
Okay, it's going, baby! Relationship shaved. Thank you so much, fellow Lion player. You gotta play those ugly heroes. They're the strong ones. Well, fantastic. I'm sorry. When you can forget your boyfriend, man. Just play the cool-looking heroes. I take it all back. Win rate means nothing. Thank you very much. Enjoy. It's good to see you. All right, let's see all these different signs here. Jenkins, be my bubby, looking to cheat on Newsham. Tell it to him, all right? Sell your case.
He's peak bubby material. He's perfect for my family. I'd love to have him.
Okay, I hope you're paying attention there, Jenkins. You got some. Just two heralds looking at it. Hey! I fell for that. That's not fair. That's not good. That means I'm a herald. I don't like that. All right, here we go. Open it up to see if it's not in there. I'm telling you, it's a lot. Oh, can you do the voice? Can you do an impression of the bristleback line, please?
Yeah, I got you. It's in the bag, mate.
that was something. You said you got me? Give it a shot.
Okay, what is it?
It's this.
It's in the bag, mate. What? Open it up and see if it's not in there. I'm telling you, it's a lock, mate.
That was pretty good. Okay, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. Hi, son. Dad is on TV. There you go. Okay, great. All right, armlet slark is free. Oh my God. Do you actually do armlet slark, sir?
Yes, and it's very effective for losing.
What MMR are we talking here?
Guardian 3.
Oh, okay, great. Well, Guardian 3's armlet slarks will report you. Sounds good. ATF plus Quinn equals Chernobyl. What does that mean?
Well, when I first heard the ATF was playing with Quinn, the first thing I thought was Chernobyl.
Okay, thank you very much. Cool sign. Can't be satanic. Wow.
NA's biggest satanic fan.
Okay, fantastic. Roshan, milk is better than cheese. That is disgusting. Thank you so much for that visual. BetBoom for the win. Fantastic. Meet me in low priority. That sounds like a threat. I'm actually afraid. How often are you in low pro?
No comment.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Is this what Sunsfan warned us about? And then we'll go over here. Whoa, art. This is actually good art. And in character as well. Okay, now we have memes. Oh.
You missed the switch.
Oh, I did miss the switch. Oh my God, Raleigh.
You roar. Can I hear you roar? Raleigh, can I hear you roar?
Very good. We got good art here. We got memes. When are you gonna finish farming? Oh my goodness, this is good art. Who drew this?
That's all me.
Did you draw this sign too?
Did that one?
And the one on the ground?
This one? Oh, and the punch.
And that one. You have put in a lot of tickets into this lottery, my friend. I do like that.
I have. I spent a lot of time there.
And whose shirt, EG shirt is this? Can we flip around? Oh! You thought it'd be Arteezy, baby, but it's whole man fear.
And we got the signature.
Oh, right on the nip, too. That's fantastic. Well done, sir. All right, I'm going to keep looking, but I might be back for you. Massive Titus. Very good. ESL 2022 Genting Honeymoon. What's the sign about, sir?
Sorry?
What's your sign about?
What's my what?
Okay, thanks a lot for the interview. Good times.
Yeah, I was in, I had my honeymoon in Genting, and now I've got a baby moon. Yeah.
You got baby?
Yeah, and we're celebrating at ESL. Let's go!
God damn, everybody in Twitch chat, this guy did what you guys could not. He did have sex. Thank you so much. Fantastic job. Ladies, what do we got? Join 82L. What is this?
It's the premier North American Amateur Dota 2 League.
Wow, you guys gonna make us some NA teams?
We got a whole lot of people out here all cheering up for all the teams. And just please check the link, register, come join us.
Fantastic advertising, sir. Well done. I am only doing this because NA really does need more pro teams. So please, the amateur leagues, come up to the pro leagues. Do we have any other good signs? Slacks punched me in the face and it was still, okay, thank you very much. Cool sign, cool sign. Justice for, so what is this about?
I think we need to end the needless assassination of couriers.
Bounty Hunter players out there, I hope you are listening. Okay, very good. To-do list, cheer for Falcons, kiss Slacks, unchecked.
Unchecked, yeah.
You had two signs. Do I kiss you or you kiss me?
Bring it in.
Fuck it. Ah! Only America, baby. All right. I thought it'd be French, but what can you do? By the gleam of my horn. Look at that little guy. I like that. What's this?
This.
Oh, you drew that as well.
Yeah, this morning.
Oh, there's a lot of really good artists out here. This is gonna be tough. Man, that guy's beard was really luxurious. I still feel it. Thank you for that beard. Beautiful. Nigma fan tears.
Right here, right here. All the Nigma fans, keep giving me your tears, please. I love it, please. I drink it all day.
Oh my God. What is wrong with Nigma fans' bodies? That looks like pee. That's not good.
It's so good, dude.
Okay, Jesus Christ. All right, Dazzle does it better. Very nice Dazzle there, very good. Slacks hates cheese. I do hate cheese. What? I want nothing to wear. What? What does this mean?
To wear.
What?
She always told me that she has nothing to wear, even though she has a lot of clothes.
Okay, thanks. All right, I want Team Liquid signature on my sheet. Please help me. Liquid! Sign this person's sheet! All right, I'm gonna go a little bit faster here. Seattle TI, tell me someone saw that. And Clockwork Voice Gaming, looking for a girlfriend. Good luck with that. Winner's beer on me. Where's Dende? And a Dota. Okay. I think I know. Oh, old techies, best techies, bring them back. Touch me. Touch my hand, young man. You and I are the same. All right, time to go through it. I've selected my top two. Where? Oh, the Nigma, this was pretty good. All right, I'm doing top two here. Do we have... Our two choices are going to be this artist man who drew like 15 signs today, or Justice for Couriers, all right? We're going to start first. Crowd, I need your help. Will it be Justice for Couriers? Or will it be the man that drew 15 signs? Justice for Couriers, I did my best. I'm so sorry. It was beautiful, but we're going to give it to Mr. Simon! Thank you so much. Let us bring out the box here. Someone please hold one of his 15 artist signs. Well done with the meme, sir. Crack it open. Now, what is your favorite team here?
My favorite team, regrettably, is Falcons.
Yikes. Well, can I interest you in someone else? Why don't we go ahead and open this up?
Let's see. It's a rough time for me because my favorite hero is also Omni Knight, so
No, we're trying to cheer the crowd up, all right? We're not trying to...
No, hey, I'm allowed to have feelings.
No, you're not. You're a Dota player, sir. Get this box open. You're talking to the number one. Talking about feelings. They kill techies. They kill Omni Knight. Oh, who do we have?
But for the next series, we will be representing Tundra!
We got that side, Tundra, sir. Congratulations. Very well done. I appreciate you and your beautiful artwork, and I appreciate you guys at home. Thank you so much for participating for another DHL drop. We hope you're having fun. We hope you stick around for us after this break.
simple times.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling, the grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again, burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again, thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay
drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. Really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone. harder. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under? Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has the key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. Yeah, I was in the corner looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, my name is Misery. She introduced herself as Misery. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has the key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. I wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette is hard to see. I'll wait for you. I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Got some ice down, six-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't
clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them, getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. 10, 9, 8, 7 minutes in heaven. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see him, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are pouring 2 for 1. Wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet.
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
It is a fantastic afternoon here in Raleigh. You're tuning in for the upper bracket finals. That's right, two of these teams, Tundra and Spirit, both already secured top 3, but one of these two will get a direct ticket to that grand finals tomorrow. One best of 3 to decide who it will be. You're watching ESL One Raleigh, and we're live from the Raleigh Convention Center in beautiful state of North Carolina. And we've changed it up a little bit on the desk here to talk about these two teams. I'm joined by Beer, I'm joined by BSJ, and Effie is joining us as well this afternoon. Hey Effie, how you doing?
I'm good, Shiva. I'm excited for some very good Dota. Like, we've had our fun in the lower bracket, but it's time to find a grand finalist. It's time to see who the real best teams are. Just looking forward to it.
Yeah, these two teams, they have had a tough job to get to this position. Obviously, lower bracket we had earlier, but upper bracket is where we should put our eyeballs here, Brian, because those two upper bracket semifinals, they're spicy.
Yeah, I feel like the two teams that we always find in the upper bracket are the ones setting the meta the most. And one thing I love the most about Team Spirit is they're a team that they'll have an idea of how to counter a meta hero like Clinks against Beastmaster. It won't work. They'll lose that individual game, but they'll run it back the next game. That was in game 2 against Falcons, and then take you down with it. So it's like sticking to their ideas, but also being able to adjust just enough to make it work.
Yeah, both of these teams have had great success here already, Fear. Before we get into anything, did you have a spicy prediction for this one?
A spicy prediction for this one? Yeah, I think I wrote it down too. I think it's going to be 2-1 for Spirit.
Ooh, it's not that spicy.
I mean, what would have been spicy?
Any kind of 2-0 situation, I guess.
2-0 for Spirit.
Okay, there you go. You got it out of him. I wonder if our commentary duo might have some spicy predictions for this one. We are going to see if Cinderin and Sunspan are in the house. Are they in the house?
Hello, Shiva?
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. I just woke up having my morning soda. Of course, that's the American breakfast. Yep. Having a great time so far, Shiva. Thank you so much for asking.
I had 2 sandwiches, Shiva. I'm filled up with energy, and that is going to decide the outcome of this match.
Shiva, he ate about 3 pounds of food last night, and we talk about it every event. I don't know how he doesn't gain weight, but just really, really impressive that he can actually wake up the next morning.
It's because I exercise so much.
That is not true. Sorry to derail this again, Shiva. How are you doing?
No, good. I'm doing great as well. Happy to see you guys with smiling faces. Yes, I know this is your smiling face, Shannon. It's all good. And I'm just curious. Okay, don't do that. That's almost scary. I'm not going to lie there. I do want to hear you guys' spicy prediction for this one, though.
There's no such thing as a spicy prediction.
What do you
spicy
mean?
prediction is like the server will just end and Dota will die somehow. Nothing spicy is going to happen other than really good Dota. I mean, this is going to be super hype, Shiva.
Here's my spicy prediction, Shiva. One of the games will be less than 30 minutes.
Okay, I guess that's spicy.
That's pretty spicy in this patch.
We're going to get some shit talk today, Shiva. There. How about that?
I like that. I like that. I'm looking forward to that one. I am curious to hear from you guys what you're going to do afterwards. After the series.
Pickleball, of course.
No. You guys, this is your time to play.
Yeah, we're doing. Sorry about that. First, before the pickleball, we will be doing our podcast live. Just shut your mouth. You're just embarrassing me in front of so many people, Cinder. My God.
You're doing a great job yourself.
Yeah, we're doing a live podcast somewhere in the arena. I have not been told where it is yet. Should be good, though. Apparently, Jenkins will, for some reason, be joining us.
Yeah.
Might kick him off, though. We'll see.
I've also heard that maybe for a couple of people who are very lucky that sit in the front of the AMA session, or rather not session, AMA area, that's where the podcast will be held, they might be able to get a couple potentially signing session going on.
Yes, sir.
Sure, yeah. I think our autographs are going for about 1 cent on the Steam market, so in real life, I don't know what that translates to. Worth a lot of money, though.
That's the only reason you would come, is for profit.
Well, they're making the money, not me. I'm gifting it to them.
Yeah, you're so generous.
Thank you. Back to you, Shiva. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's what looking forward to the cast, of course, as we're here to focus more on Tundra and on Team Spirit. And for that, I'm sure we have got some people in the audience as well that are very much looking forward to this best of 3, as I'm thinking maybe Lyrical is somewhere out there checking in with people.
That's right, Shiva. We are in the lobby right now. They are getting ready for the upper bracket finals, but we also have the little setup here for the We Say Things podcast, where we already have people lining up. How many hours have you guys been out here waiting? That's a lot of hours that people have been waiting for this. Jenkins is going to be joining them as well. So this is one of the things that you can get a part of. You can see here also people already streaming into the area to get ready for the games. A little bit high five. Hello, everybody. I got to talk with a couple of people as well, because for some of these people, it's either their first time coming to one of these Dota events or they've been to a lot of different ones. And I got a couple people right here that were already ready. Hello. How's it going, everybody? So real quick question, how long have you guys been playing Dota? What was the year you guys started?
2011 for me.
2017?
2012. So for freaking ever. Have you guys been to a Dota event, though, before?
2014 ESL One in New York City.
This is my first one.
TI5. Oh my God. So a long list of them. And then favorites for the tournament, favorites for this next match that's coming up. Who you guys got for between Team Spirit and Tundra?
Let's go Tundra.
Tundra, please.
Team Spirit all the
God.
way. A lot of excitement. We can see out here as well the crowd already getting ready and underway. But I think that there's a lot of excitement in the energy for not just the Dota that's going on, but all the other events that are surrounding it as well. Back to you guys on the panel.
Yeah, there's one thing. Oh, there's one thing that Lyrical did not show you that we've been able to see since the end of previous series to still going on here during this one. There's been a signing session of Enigma Galaxy going on. And I think if you want to join the queue now, you might be a little bit too late. They've been at it for like an hour and a half, I feel. That's the longest signing session queue, I think, Brian, I've seen.
That was totally unpredictable, Sheaves. Usually there's not any fans of Enigma Galaxy anywhere on the internet. No, I mean, these guys might be the most popular team in all of Dota history, and it's, I think it's such a privilege to be able to have them here despite, not having the best showing in the playoffs here.
Very, very true. And speaking of privileges, this is going to be a privilege to be covering this upcoming best of 3, because the upper bracket finals is the best 2 teams right now at this event. Now, I know that there might still be another team joining that and 3 teams that move forward to tomorrow, but we're going to focus our attention of one of these. Is Tundra focused first, as this is the team that has the most #1 finishes this year so far. Of course, they changed their roster a little bit, and that is something we would like to highlight here.
Yeah, and I think they're still looking for that championship with this new roster, and that new player on this roster is Crystallis. Right now, he has changed a little bit from Dracio's playstyle. We kind of look at his draft stage picks here. He's picked first phase, a little bit 63% win rate, but in the second phase, where most of his heroes are picked with a 78% win rate, but in that last phase there, typically not winning too much here. So I want to keep an eye on Crystallis when they're picking his hero, and typically we've seen BZM have the most rain on that last pick. And the hero pool is something else I wanted to really talk about for Crystallis. Oftentimes when you think of this player, you think of, yeah, he plays Razor, Bristleback, Monkey King. He's lost the only Monkey King game he has played. He has played Templar Assassin 3 times with a good rate. He's played an Anti-Mage. The last time he's played TA or Anti-Mage was over 2 years ago. Whoa. So he hasn't played these heroes very recently, but he's showing up the new patch and really adapting for his team.
Yeah, and he seems to really be fitting into Tundra's playstyle. Like, you asked for a spicy take earlier, and I'll give you one. I actually think they might knock down Spirit to the lower bracket today. Because there's something that happens with Tundra during tournaments where just Tundra Dota clicks, right? And Tundra Dota means they just play for map efficiency, for farm efficiency. And some point during the group stage, they just unlocked their final boss mode, which was literally, we're not gonna lane. We're just gonna jungle our side lanes, look for a big comeback fight, and they won so many games doing that. So it looks problematic for a lot of the teams who maybe didn't face them in that group.
Yeah, I feel like historically carries are like the demanding players play around me, I'm the win condition, but we heard Satanic talk about he had to adjust his playstyle for Pari Vision when he joined, and I think Crystallis is having to do the same thing with Tundra, and it's very impressive to see these young, talented carry players. I think he's kind of doing his ATF impression where he came into the scene with 3 or 4 signature heroes, and now he's really making himself a well-rounded player that offers more than just a limited hero pool of mastered tiers. You need to be able to cheese people, you need to be able to play the meta, and having that in your arsenal as Crystallis, like, he's proving himself on 2 separate teams this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing him really show that he belongs here.
Yeah, I think also an important thing to note is that, I mean, we know Tundra, they've been in 6 grand finals this season so far, 2 of which they won, but Crystallis is also no stranger to being in grand finals with, of course, winning earlier this year, or this season I should say, with Paravision in Bangkok, but before that also with Team Spirit in grand finals as well. So this is a player that under pressure, I'm sure that he'll do fine as well, and maybe the pressure of this stage, do you think it will elevate him fair as well?
I mean, he has proven that he's good on land pressure situations. I think that's going to nest in really well with the Tundra lineup. But yeah, as you mentioned, on the other side, there's Team Spirit. This is another team that is incredibly good on land. They only have like Rue, which is a little more inexperienced player there. So if they can just elevate Rue to play up to the level that they're playing, this should be a very intense match with very little mistakes because all these players are very confident.
Yeah, they are very confident players on the side of Team Spirit. I mean, how can you not be winning TIs multiple times for the 3 of them? And we also have heard from Rue already earlier this week. He seems to be taking on that calm that comes from Team Spirit and not feeling, or at least doesn't seem to be pressured at all, but of course this will be a test here in front of the crowd. I will say Team Spirit versus Tundra has happened already, Brian, with Tundra normally being on the winning side, apart from the best of 5 they played earlier this year.
It's important to remember that the more the game matters, the more Team Spirit will level up. So as long as the game is in the finals or near the finals of an event, I will never write them off, no matter what the history of these two teams says. And I feel like me and Mira, every event we're together, we're just like, man, Makoshka, like such a good captain. Like these guys are so fun to watch, so likable. And there's just something about no matter what, they add one player every year and they just come back the same identity, doing their thing, letting this player fit in. He looks comfortable, rude, just like Laurel did a few years back. And it's always a treat to watch.
It really is, and I think the leadership of Mapushka really is like the heart and soul of this team. Like we saw that when eToro was on break, when Collapse was on break, how he was able to integrate the newer players into the Spirit style of Dota, which is we're going to play honestly, we're going to play better, we're going to win our lanes. If we're down net worth, we're going to have the comeback fight and we're going to outplay them. And that's the same spirit that they brought into the group stages. But I will say they've actually been looking really sharp on the laning stage this tournament, which is typically not one of Spirit's strong suits.
No, it has not been. They are from the comebacks and the high ground defense and the brawling and the comeback with team fight execution. That is very impressive. We're also going to be learning a little bit more about Team Spirit from themselves right now.
I think team is changed. Before I quit, everything was so, I don't know, noisy, but now everything is fresh and we glad to talk to each other and talk about Dota. We're having fun. We're just happy to play Dota and happy to play together.
I have very good teammates, very good manager staff. They helped me a lot to improve like a player and like a human. I get stronger in this team for sure. In Team Spirit, we have more discipline. We playing like every day. A lot of pubs, a lot of scrims. You need to work harder, like 2 times more.
Lol is there with the Vortex drag back onto the Kotl. Timado trying to fight between 2 tier 4 towers. They buy back Kotl, but the Terrorblade doesn't have one. They've snapped the coil on the Storm Spirit at least, as Yopaj gets the damage out onto him. Lol dropping low, but look at Radan go! Another massive swipe of the sword.
Yeah, I think after group stage we adapt a lot. We look at other team games. It's a lot of like new heroes, new strategies.
Yeah, we have like, I guess, the biggest pool ever in Pro Dota. I guess we have all heroes in pool and we just need to do like the puzzle, the draft and take good heroes in good timing.
He's gonna have that second life. Global is there. Can you commit a big global and a huge vortex in from Law? Dodges the meteor hammer. Oh my gosh.
They catch our eye on the back.
They can't do anything. They're just falling apart and now they've got themselves the Marcy Noob, the last surviving hero.
We prepared a lot of time for especially this tournament. I think only first place can do us excited. So only one first place.
Only one first place. Championship mentality right there. And Fear, I need your opinion on this. He's like, we have the biggest hero pool this event.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at all their players, like Radon has always been known for playing every single hero. Laurel, when he entered the scene, maybe had a smaller hero pool, but he's playing everything nowadays. So I think in general, like this is a team that's willing to play any hero if they can find the right game for it.
And their position 5 hero pool is much bigger than a lot of the other teams who have stuck to a few conventional heroes. Like Mapushka is willing to play everything, whereas like Rue has a more limited support pool, but that makes it easier for Collapse to pick a hero based on Rue's signature heroes.
And when you're talking about hero pool in competitive Dota, it's like most of these players have 20, 25 heroes at least that they can play, but we're talking about understanding as a team what this hero offers, how to play around it. We heard from Fly many times that the supports can be the win condition, they can dictate the playstyle. It can come from any hero in your draft, so not only does that player have to understand it, but the fact that they have to play so much Dota, they have to talk to each other so much Theorycraft to an extent that I'm sure none of us can really fathom to be able to play that many heroes at this level.
Yeah, which also makes me think, when they say we have the biggest hero pool in this tournament, that there's still things we haven't seen, right? It was only yesterday that they showed us the Clinks as a response to the Beastmaster. I expect that there's more coming through, and I love that Muerta on camera because Rue, he's one of the Muerta players of this tournament. But I really do think that there might be more to pull out of their pocket today, things we haven't seen from Spirit, especially versus Tundra, who are known as a cheesy team.
Yeah, there's one thing in particular that I have kept hearing about Team Spirit in the last month or two, since Yotaro is back on the roster, basically, is that people have been feeling like this Spirit, even though it's not the entirely same roster, but it feels like it might be the same Spirit that won the first TI. They have the same magic, they play with the same crispness. How would you explain that fear? Like someone that might not have that TI in their memory as fresh, like how do you feel when someone says like, oh, Team Spirit, they're playing like their old self?
I mean, I think for Team Spirit, when you watch these games from these guys, it's always about like how they do the team fights, how they come back in any game, how they play the late game. You never feel like this team is out, right? That's kind of like the Team Spirit magic. Like, sure, they might be losing the early game. They're down 20k gold, but they find that one team fight that is like 1 in a million almost every time, right? And that's like when Team Spirit is in the form, I'd say.
But even in their series versus Falcons, like after that first game was a loss, they stomped the next 2 games. So when I mentioned earlier that they've been looking really crisp in their laning stage, it does look at a higher level than it did at the last tournament we saw them. And I think Laurel in particular has really stepped up his game this tournament. Like often he's put in maybe unfavorable matchups, still doing well. He's been setting the pace for his team, and he is one of the key players that I'm looking at for this matchup.
Let's focus our attention a little bit more on the players on the side of Tundra. I know we highlighted Crystallis there already, but I feel like you can probably highlight every single player on that roster, Brian, and make a good case of why they're the star player to watch for this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're in the upper bracket finals as well. I mean, Whitemon in the last year or two, I think is well regarded as perhaps the best 5-position player in terms of his gameplay within the game itself. And 33, the mastermind, theory crafter of all of Dota. I feel like 9 class is the trendsetter for the 4 position. I feel like it's 33 who's always the mastermind behind the heroes that we're going to see in this. Later on in the tournament, we saw his Wraith King Drums offlane build that came into effect during the Pari Vision series that got them here, and BZM. Like maybe he's not playing the heroes like Invoker all that much this tournament, but he's had a lot of flash and he's been popping off, and it's cool to see him come back, kind of do the no one after 2 years since he was on OG, and he's just back in action.
Yeah, we're just missing out on Saxa here, who of course had a little bit of a break, took a little bit of a personal break fear. He comes back swinging though.
That happens to a lot of players. I think sometimes you get burned out, and if you're really that good, it really just, to keep your skill up, you have to play pubs. And he was doing that the entire time. He even played like semi-competitively, kind of team balled. He probably played on that and was like, wow, I want to play with the real team for once. And now he just comes back hungry. Then all of a sudden, he's playing so many different heroes. He's an amazing player, and I think his versatility is also what makes Tundra so good.
And every tournament we see Saxa, I feel like he's picked up a different style of 4 and is doing it in that tournament. Like he doesn't have one style he sticks to. And in the group stage that Tundra played, it was often that like 33 would just hit the jungle. Saxa would just pick a hero that was fast enough to stay on lane, soak XP, and play for like one big item timing. And that's not something we've seen Saxa do in the past with 33. They used to opt to play the lane, now they're opting to leave the lane basically.
Yeah, you can see the timer ticking down in the bottom right of your screens already. Tundra versus Spirit, it's a classic at this point, being also the grand finals of previous Dream League that went the full distance, all 6 games in that case actually. And to get this blockbuster started, I'm sure we're gonna need the teams on stage, but for that, we're heading over to Slacks.
Hello, Raleigh. We still awake? Look here! Damn, still a packed house after a fantastic first series of the day, and we get into number 2. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I know that you know that neither of these teams are strangers to being in this position. Neither are strangers going to the grand final, but only one of them will make it after this series. I'm very excited to bring these teams for you here today. But our first team is very, very important. They have a lot on their backs. In fact, it is the last non-Eastern European team left in this tournament, if you can believe it. Now, our first series of the day at Chat, I did have to talk to you guys about something, okay? We had to do some convincing. Let me remind you that this team has the last North American player in the building as Moon Meander. This is my 4th attempt to have a home team here for you today, crowd. And let's see if the NA team can make it to the grand finals. Bring them out. It's Tundra!
Tundra has cycled through 3 carry players this year, but now it's Crystallis' turn in the spotlight. After getting his revenge on Power Division, the team that kicked him immediately after winning ESL Bangkok, he's here with something to prove. With big shoes to fill, Crystallis is here to do his best 33 impressions, win multiple championships with 2 different teams.
Yeah, okay, I know Moon Meander's not a player, but if I don't hear USAs while these guys are kicking ass here, I'm gonna be pissed off, chat, all right? I need you guys to do this. Crowd, don't let me down. Their opponents, of course, are known as the final bosses many times, and they are going to be going ahead once again. Now, Tundra does have a slight advantage over them, but these guys gain power as the tournaments get longer. You ever face Radon, you know that second health bar is coming, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring him out. It's Team Spirit!
Nothing but winning excites this team anymore. And also, they have yet to win their first championship with Rue, so this is going to be the proving ground for Team Spirit, showing that they can bring up new talent time and time again and show them championships.
Not the first time, not the last time these two have gone head to head. But let's get these team captains out here back on this stage to give some words between each other. Please, captains, to the front. Holy moly, the swagger on both these gentlemen is unreal. That was like a JoJo episode watching you guys walk towards each other. God damn. Who wants to go first? Miposhka, my friend. Any words to this man who you have faced several times here and now? Look at his eyes. They're so focused. He hasn't blinked since he walked up here. Miposhka, anything to say?
I wish you worst trips in your lovely wooden camps, and also I hope our match will be without any technical issues.
Okay, all right. May there not be any issues during this match. Any words over here to your long-hated rival? You've tweeted many times that you hate him so much. Anything that you'd like to say?
Just hope we'll have a good game, and yeah, no pauses.
Okay. Gentlemen, you've been up here so many times against each other. Instead of a handshake, may we finally get a... No handshake! May we have a hug. Hug each other. Yeah! Hell yeah! Get to those boats! No more loving embraces! It is time for blood! Let the games begin!
A lot of respect to Miposhka and 33, two-time TI champions there on stage, shaking hands, hugging even before this match. And I think we can all side with Miposhka here. We're all hoping for no technical issues, as I'm sure that both these teams have many memories from the last time they faced each other in a best-of-5. And yes, Team Spirit came out on top of that one, so that online victory they got. But as we already mentioned, winning on LAN, it just is different. And if winning is what Spirit wants to continue doing, they gotta give Rue the experience to play as many games on stage, Brian, as they can get.
Yeah, I mean, Rue talked about it in the pregame interview. He's not only growing as a Dota player, but also as a person. I feel like the composure of Team Spirit is what makes it so they make it so far every tournament, pretty much all year long, and they always rise to the occasion on top of that. So this team's always a force to be reckoned with, and they always deliver the most impressive or like entertaining games. And Mira, you were mentioning, like, usually they don't have the most impressive laning stages, but if they're getting free wins from the lane on top of what they already do, I wouldn't want to be facing them right now.
Yeah, they are pretty scary when they get their heroes, when they're playing their honest Dota, but I do wonder what they're talking about when it comes to Tundra Fear. Because if you remember, like, we watched Tundra kind of break their lane so early, so many times, and just run away with it. They would just throw their carry into the jungle minute 4, they would throw their offlaner into the jungle minute 2, and they would somehow still win the game.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra is definitely one of those efficiency teams, right? They've always been incredibly good at it. I think there's a couple of things you do have to look out for this team. One of them is going to be 33. As always, the Sand King. He found the new Wraith King to add to the list of heroes that he can just jungle with. The Keeper of the Light, we've seen time and time again, be able to take the lane while someone's jungling, while stacking. So it must be very frustrating in general to play versus Tundra, because you know they're playing for the GPM advantage, right? They're going to want to hit as many creeps as possible. And Spirit, can they find a way to exploit that, or are they just going to let them do that and just win in typical Spirit fashion and stack the team fight and maybe win in the mid late game?
I like that idea because the time that I did see Tundra kind of lose in their net worth game that they were playing was when they drafted less team fight than the enemy team, and then they just got out team fight early. This was versus Tidebound, actually.
Yeah.
And they were losing to these early Magnus Blink RPs and these early big support ults. So that is the big edge that Spirit have here in this matchup. The question is, are Tundra going to also draft team fight, or are they going to still dodge lanes just to farm?
I love watching 33 on Tundra because he was playing with Soxa back before Soxa took his break, and there's a reason why, even though he won TI with Liquid, that 33 wanted to play with this man again. Boxy is like a very kill-heavy, aggressive 4 player, while Soxa is, I feel like they're both nerding out together, crunching the numbers, who takes lane win, who rotates where to be more efficient, and it looks like these guys just all buy into the same vision, and as a carry player myself, I love the efficiency game. It may not be the most fun to watch at times, but I think Team Spirit's going to bring it to them, and Tundra's going to have to be ready to fight back, as you mentioned.
I thought carries were supposed to be the efficient ones.
Nah,
it's the offlaners
it's the offlaners nowadays, yep. That's why so many carry players tried offlane for a bit.
That's true. I mean, I do enjoy a good offlane game for that reason. But I think this Keeper of the Light, I'm glad it's out. It is looked insanely good. If you have a good Coddle player, which both these teams, I'm sure, can play a great Coddle, especially on Soxa, the efficiency game is very strong in this hero.
Yeah, and that Will-O-Wisp, just the Brown Boots rush into Aghanim's on Coddle has just looked so dirty in a lot of these games.
I like the focus on supports now in the opening. We still get the Medusa removed, but in this one, the Templar Assassin actually makes it through, with Tundra being the one that could pick it up. I think we said earlier, though, Fear, that Crystallis, he's not played it that frequently.
The Templar?
Yeah.
I mean, in previous tournaments he hasn't, but
Yeah,
this tournament,
one
he's stepping it up. Like, he is now, I believe, 2-1 with the hero, proving that he can win with it, but it's definitely not within his like top 20 most played heroes. So.
But he has looked good. Although a lot of teams, like if TA is left in the pool, they'll still opt to get maybe a more versatile support, something that secures their team fight before going for it. Because if you look at the bans, like Terrorblade is also still in the pool. And if they TA'd, then Team Spirit would have loved to press Terrorblade there.
Yeah.
A lot of the teams will prioritize these picks, like the Monkey King, that if it goes through, they like to take it first because it denies so much. Like AA, we were talking about, they were able to open up with Ember Spirit immediately after in the previous series. They did lose that game, but it means that you're not likely going to get Huskard in the mid lane. You know, and the Tiny, as another way of opening the draft, is to have a flex pick, a hero that offers multiple different roles. You're basically trying to cover your bases. You only have so many bans in your draft, and you can only calculate so much going into that like 18th pick. For the first pick side, that's usually the one that's most potent draft winning, and the overall last pick for second pick, and that's why these early heroes are so powerful and so reliable for these teams. And it's either the heroes like Coddle that just conceptually are so difficult to play against, or these block picks.
This is also Team Spirit's first Tiny ever this tournament. They've either been banning it out or it hasn't been let through. So I don't have like a good assessment of how good their Tiny players are right now, but I would imagine this is just a typical mid to forward to carry flex that they can adjust as the drafting is progressing.
Yeah, we heard Yutoro earlier talking about, we've got the biggest hero pool. All we need to do is solve the puzzle, solve the draft. And I would imagine bringing new pieces on the board, Fear, is a very strong strategy when it comes to the overall puzzle of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But I think one piece of the puzzle that has not been solved for Tundra is Vizium Kunkka. And this is something he responds to Tiny with quite frequently. And not only does he win the lane, he just is a carry essentially every single time I see him play it, and he does play with the AA. So this is something I'm very worried about for Team Spirit, because half the reason why Tundra's look so good is when BZM on this Kunkka.
Yeah, and his build has been very interesting. It's been Blade Mail into Radiance into AC, where they stack auras. And for Tundra, they've banned out the Terrorblade, which means they're still eyeing the TA. And I wonder if Team Spirit's approach is to just ban it out here, or if they're going to let it through and they have another idea. But I would be very surprised if TA isn't picked up in the second phase.
Yeah, when did they pick it last time, actually? Because they did pick a TA recently on Spirit. They did win with it, but it was a late pick, right? And Yatoro did play it. They don't feel like the team right now that wants to pick it super early, although they probably could. And versus AA, it makes a lot of sense too. TA is one of the better carries versus AA. You don't care as much about the Ice Blast because you have that refraction.
I would be a bit surprised if Team Spirit picks their carrier mid right now because of the fact that Tiny 4 doesn't exactly go well with Collapse's offlane pool. Like, he usually picks like the melee stunners. He's not like the Enigma player, like for Parivision DM, that those heroes enable these melee 4s. I'm not saying for sure it's not a Tiny 4, but I would also, if they're gonna open up the draft with a hero that I believe is powerful because of a flex pick, I would like to see it at least reserved until one pick later. So if there are broken carries in the pool like TA, I think they'd likely go the way of Tundra if they wanted it.
I mean, it does look like they want it with that TV ban.
It will be Spirit picking out of this phase, and this time they're taking might also be spent deciding if they want to ban out that Kunkka that Fear mentioned earlier, or if there are other heroes they prioritize higher. It's going to be the ban of 33's Beastmaster and the deny pick of 33's Darkseer.
Never mind, that hero goes with Tiny, so take back everything I said. He hasn't played it yet this event, but that is a melee initiator that enables Tiny 4 position, so the flex is even bigger now.
But also, like, them picking the Darkseer here outside of opening the path for the Tiny 4 flex is a potential TA solution.
True.
Like, a lot of... We've even seen Nigma play mid Darkseer versus things like TA.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to play TA at this point. You're looking at more of like your gyrocopters in a situation like this. Could be really good for him. Or dude,
Your Ursa's even, right?
Yeah, Ursa's good too.
PA, Ursa, Gyro, I'd say, are maybe Sven. Some teams prioritize Sven. You basically want a hero that has some semblance of burst damage and creates a pretty mediocre illusion.
They're just going to go with the 33 Sand King just out the gate here. It does get the stun into the game and works really well with AA. You don't really care about your lane whatsoever. Maybe you win your lane. That would be cool. But if you don't, it's fine. We can still farm those two camps in the back behind the off lane there. So wouldn't be surprised for them to pick up another support here as their position 4. Maybe 5. We've seen AA 4 a couple times.
I was thinking, I mean, there's still Whitemon's Ringmaster in the pool as well, which might be something they would like, but they go for a Wind Ranger instead.
I mean, I just want to say something about Sand King AA. This looked incredibly hard to play against. Not just because of the Ice Blast. It just felt like strictly laying down the Ice Vortex and the Sandstorm. It's kind of hard to just like fight into that.
Like, you mean specifically on the lane?
Just the whole game entirely. Like, the team fight Sandstorm is a big AoE. If you're walking through a Sandstorm and an Ice Vortex, you're taking so much damage.
Yeah. Very true. There's a strong lane coming out from Tundra as well, with most likely the Wind Ranger Sand King. That does mean that Team Spirit can pick up their safe lane if they want to.
Pick that Gyro, I think.
Pick that Gyro?
I have a theory. They should just pick Axe because they've got AA who kills you based on percentage health left over, Wind Ranger who's got the kill shot. They just need another hero that...
Oh, on Tundra, yeah.
Yeah, for Tundra. They're going for the killing blow strategy.
They need to complete
the trilogy.
The trifecta. But I do think that Sand King and Wind Ranger, like, this is a very easy to punish lane. Like, heroes like Gyro or Ursa, like, you could easily throw them versus them, and there isn't that much of a counterplay outside of going to the jungle early, which is what Tundra love to do anyway. My question is, if Team Spirit do end up punishing Sand King on lane, is Wind Ranger a good enough for to, like, self-sustain and soak XP? Because it feels like maybe her gameplay will be limited if Sand King gets pushed out of the lane.
Yeah, it's no coddle, that's for sure. I think that is one of the weaknesses, but it will depend on what the carry is for Team Spirit, if Wind Ranger can stay alone there. But it could be definitely exploitable, I see that for sure.
I know that he
Ooh,
said
that
he wasn't
definitely exploits Wind Ranger for sure.
That's true. That hero about the best trading 5. They ended up nerfing like Universal Hero's damage gain over time, but they gave Bane like 7 damage level 1, so he's even more potent at lane
If you ever press Wind Run and you just start walking towards the Bane instead of away, that's a bit of a disaster.
I need to know, for me and myself and also the people at home and here in the arena, is this a good BZM Invoker game? I've learned if you have set up on the side lanes, it's a good Invoker game. Bane is going to suffer. You can't Fiend Script against the Cataclysm of Death. Can it be a game for BZM Invoker? Please give me hope.
I was thinking Morphling, so in the realm of flashiness, I think this matchup is like when you're at Quas Wex, you beat Ember because they used to max out their Flame Guard and you dispel it, but I think Exort would struggle a bit against Ember in the mid lane, and giving this hero a free lane spells disaster just based on the hero's win rate.
Oh,
so I'd
sure.
be a bit surprised, but if there's any hero or any player that could make it work, it's definitely BZM. He does have a lot of setup for those.
I got my fingers crossed.
I think it's a bit too greedy right now. They still should be eyeing the Kunkka for like what it can give them by way of like surviving that mid game. But there have been a lot of times that we've asked for the BZM Invoker in this tournament and it just hasn't come through. Like versus Darkseer, the Dispel is very valuable. Versus Ember, Dispel is valuable.
Will be a
There it
Kunkka.
is.
No surprise.
No surprise. I mean, you mentioned it from the very get-go. They let it in. They probably knew it was coming, surely.
I mean, how many times have they played this Sand King Kunkka? Like, I remember watching at least 3 games of it, but there could be more. It's just an insanely strong combination when these two heroes just are really beefy in the front line. And this Kunkka, he's allowed to build a Radiance early on. He gets the BKB too, so it starts building and scaling. The laning has yet to be punished on this hero, so yeah, I mean, I think right now it's going to be something that teamfight-wise, you are kind of matching it, but it's just Tundra with these two heroes specifically. They haven't lost yet, so it's hard to root against them.
True.
In theory, though, because Team Spirit almost certainly knew this was coming, I'm seeing Darkseer who buys an early pipe, which will deal with all the magic damage, and then Embers almost always rush the Mage Slayer. So if you're looking at like Radiance, Kunkka, Sand King with Sandstorm and Epicenter, it's all spell damage that's going to be significantly reduced in the mid game. So I think we're in a situation where Team Spirit specifically knew what Tundra was going to go for. They gave it to him, and they think they can beat it with this, which I love that that's the approach Team Spirit has taken, because that's what they showed against Parivision just 2 days ago. And I feel like they've kind of taken a playbook out of classic LGD where they concoct a specific idea to beat what you're good at.
Yeah, I can see that even with this, like, Bane trying to completely nullify that bot lane into having enough lockdown to kill Kunkka, which is a hero that people struggle to kill when they play against Tundra. I do think there might be an issue still here for Tundra, which is often when we see Sand King stack lane, if he does get counterpicked here by Spirit, if it's not a carry tiny, it's something like a Coddle that can very safely wave clear and benefit from that lane. I don't think Wind Ranger gets the same benefits.
Yeah. And I think for Tundra here, I need to ban Morph and maybe take a Gyro.
I think Gyro's, yeah, probably the only...
I mean, if you don't ban Morph, you take Gyro. I mean, this is going to be... I mean, I suppose you do have AA, so maybe you don't need to.
Oh, they ban out a Tusk just in case it's going to be a tiny...
Yeah, I mean, AA, that's a little hard to play Morph against, actually, but I'm curious on what else he's thinking. Like, you could do Ursa potentially, but yeah, there's the Gyro. They just assume that, you know, this AA is not going to be enough for Morphling to play against. So.
You just beat them at their own game and pick what Pure did last series against AA and just go Wraith King, a hero that you don't want to initiate onto. It may not be the best in theory against Sand King because of the Sandstorm for the Skellies, but you should probably win the lane because of the Bane. I'm just thinking you don't want to be a burstable hero if you're Radon, unless they're going to pick a Rue hero last.
What's still in the pool for Rue that could shift the tides here?
Tusk?
No, just banned. Tundra was on the same line, I think.
I mean, he could just pick his Clinks here. Good versus Gyro. Doesn't care too much about Sand King in lane.
Or it just is the tiny 4.
Hold on, sir.
Coming down to the wire. Oh,
Luna. So we've seen a couple of Lunas this event, like, yeah, 3. And as we can see from the stats, it's 1 and 2. It's not it's not been the greatest time for Luna. What makes Luna good here?
Well, I think in general you do have the Moon Guard, which a lot of players are going for, so you're very hard to burst. The lane is going to be incredibly strong with Bane. It does give you Roche potential, tower push, more AoE team fight with the Darkseer as well, so it makes a lot of sense. It's just, this hero, as you see, hasn't been played a lot, and the reason for that is a lot of carries do what Luna does, just better right now, so I'm curious on to see what this game was the angle Radon was looking for when it came to this Luna.
I think the idea behind this Luna is they wanted a carry to like fully punish the Sand King, and she is a classic counter to these melee offlaners. But I also think an idea here is you want the Luna to invade these Tundra stacks. Like the way we've seen Tundra play is like if they lose the lanes, straight to the jungle. Luna is a carry who, if she gets the lead from her lane, goes straight into the triangle, and they want to just play for shutting down all of Tundra's map efficiency. And in that sense, it looks like a great pick.
Yep. We've seen the Tundra puzzle. This is like they've presented this problem to many teams. They haven't been able to beat it yet. Tundra's Kunkka Sand King combo is 3-0. I like what Team Spirit's cooking here, but we're about to find out if Tundra's just kind of solved the meta and being able to be unbeatable with this strategy.
Generally, upper brackets is also where teams will try to counter a known strat of a team, right? To have more information going forward, with the potential, of course, that these two teams might face again in the future. so maybe they can beat the Kuka and the Sand King combinations. A lot of team fight coming out for Tundra, as I'm sure Team Spirit will try to do their best. How do we feel about the laning stage, Fear, of this upcoming Game 1?
So I think the safe lane should be really good for Team Spirit. Mid lane versus Kunkka might be a little hard, as we do see the odds on the screen. And as far as the top lane, it's pretty good for Crystallis and Tundra there. So I think, generally speaking, the laning stage fairly even this game. So we'll have to see.
We're going to see our first game of this upper bracket finals. It's Tundra versus Spirit, Game 1.
Claws out! Join with me. We fight as one.
Welcome to the upper bracket finals. Team Spirit versus Tundra. The game is paused. Let's hear it for the pause. Hell yeah! And now we can officially get started. So game 1 of this best of 3. Winner goes to the grand finals, loser to the lower bracket. So everybody's got 1 life to live. Cinderin, YOLO. Well 2 in this case. 2. All right,
Yeah, okay.
I corrected myself before you corrected me.
So Yolt.
Cinderin, that's right, very, very catchy. So Spirit versus Tundra, we've seen these teams face off against each other many a time. There's always something weird that happens, it feels like.
Yeah.
Will we be seeing anything weird today?
Well, I wonder if it's a bad omen that we have the... Oh, hang on. We actually might have... I think he'll get away. All right. You know, we had the pregame interview with the 2 captains standing up there, and the first thing 33 said was, let's have no pauses, and then the game starts with a pause. So
that's right.
Maybe that's a good omen, maybe it's a bad omen for what's to come, but I want to mainly focus on the Luna pick here, because this is a hero that, as the panel talked about, it's been picked 3 times, it's 1 and 2. Considering the narrative of Spirit and what they've talked about in their own interviews, that they feel like they have an infinitely deep hero pool in this patch and they can play almost everything, I'm curious to see how this hero really fits into the strategy overall, because this was not an obvious pick, I think, for Tundra either. I wouldn't even think it was one of the 5 heroes they were considering in this spot, so I want to see Radon convince us that this was the right choice.
As the Bounty Rune battles begin, Miposhka in a lot of trouble. Blood Grenade will slow him. He will go down eventually. Nightmare slows it a bit, but first blood for 33. And this is a hero we've seen at times. If it gets off to a good start, he just dominates the map, becomes impossible to kill.
Yeah, what a dream, because most of the games we've cast of 33, he loses his lane on Sand King. Because it's not a particularly strong laner, and I think this lane matchup into Luna Bane should in theory be very difficult, but having that benefit of the first blood will be very helpful. Now that said, most of the Sand King games we've cast of his, he's running it with a Caudal 4, and that will not be the case this time. So it remains to be seen if Soxa can find the same amount of stacking efficiency for the Sandstorm farming and then take the lane, or if it will be a little bit more difficult for the Windranger than the Keeper. As for the time being, he's trying to cut the wave here, which is an interesting situation down bottom, because Bane notorious for being really good at dealing with this with Nightmare, but Soxa found a way of threading the needle there with the Boots of Speed starting item. You could tell this was his mindset from the very get-go.
He does get Nightmared, so we'll disrupt it a bit.
He did the job, though.
Yeah, job is
lane
done.
is already disrupted here.
Collapse getting harassed to a very low amount of HP right now in this lane. Still level 1 on that Darkseer. I want to talk about Luna. Yatoro playing Luna, not the hero that we see a ton these days. What's the reason for it?
Your guess is as good as mine.
All right, great. Nice having you here.
So here's the thing, right, is when you're looking at Darkseer lineups, a lot of the time you play melee carry for obvious reasons, right? You vacuum people together, you get some sort of cleave hero or some sort of in-your-face type hero. Some of those were available, but maybe you're just hesitant to pick them into AA because they like running Satanic as a key item on those heroes. Perhaps the logic here for Spirit is, well, we're playing against the AA, having a hero that has an inherent way of taking massively reduced damage through the Moon Shield, which is 30% on level 4.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can just flat out outlive the Ice Blast, and that's the rationale here. Because, let's be honest, no single carry in Dota is good against AA in this patch, right? It just feels like everybody hates that matchup.
Very true.
But maybe that's it. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if the Luna pays off. But I'm with you. That's the biggest question mark of the draft, because every other hero here has been played quite a bit at this tournament, except Bane. But that one's a little more obvious for Miposhka to choose to run.
And I think the support duo for Tundra, kind of interesting with the AA. We talked about percentage-based damage and the threshold being killed, but the threshold with kill shot on the Windrunner. Wonder how that works exactly, how potent it can be. I mean, that obviously dissuades you from picking these tankier heroes.
Yeah, I wonder how the math works with the...
Yeah, we don't want to get into that discussion.
Damage reduction of...
You're going to go off on some tangent?
No, okay. It's fine.
But early on
Back
in
to you,
that... thank you. Really appreciate that. In the mid lane, of course, Laurel, 15-2 on the Ember Spirit, while BZM's Kunkka, 18 and forced a slight advantage for the Tundra side.
Quite good start for Ember. This is not that easy of a lane matchup against Kunkka. It should get exponentially harder as Kunkka hits level 5. So if you can at least more or less break even up until that point for Laurel, that's pretty good.
Yep. And BZM, I mean, we've seen the mid Kunkka time and time. It feels like it does fit more as a 3 in a lot of lineups, but when 33 goes ham on a Sand King type hero, then it does fit the bill with what Tundra usually want to go with.
Yeah, it seems the way they organize this type of strategy that they've played a couple of times here with these two heroes together. The logic is Sand King can both go a tanky route and an offensive route. We've seen him run Pipe Crimson in one game, and we've seen him rush Dagger in another. As BZM will ensure himself the water in here with a nice X-Mark play. Miposhka really trying to box him out, though.
Yep, he's got that sleep talent. Brings him back into the arms of Laurel. Power shot. We'll be clipping a couple of heroes to slow them down, as BZM will eventually go down the same route he was originally going down. They'll take a sleight of fist here in return.
Did not look like they intended to pull him to the low ground with the Nightmare. I think that's why he tipped him as well. Let the Nightmare run a little bit too long. Oh. I haven't talked too much about Collapse. He is kind of struggling. I think among all the cores in this game, the Darkseer easily having the worst start. Gyro AA, a very formidable lane against something like Darkseer Tiny unless a rotation comes through, so it is to be expected that they lose. But it is, of course, a great start overall for Tundra just in raw laning. All 3 cores are doing very, very well for themselves, and it doesn't really come at the expense of any of the supports either, so just very stable.
Yep, from the carry side, Yatoro leading the way at the moment, but 33 in that offlane. We talked about it. He's going to get the Burrow Strike with the Sandstorm here, applying some good damage to Yatoro. But really, 33 just farming away whose heart's content is. Miposhka will come from the north. And we can talk about the Bane a bit, I guess. I mean, this is also a hero that feels like hasn't been seeing a ton of play.
Yeah, interesting detail here on Yatoro's part on the Luna. When he was level 4, his skill build was 2-0-0, so he was holding 2 skill points. And now on level 5, he's put 1 point into Moonclaves and holding another
He's dead to the hand of Whitemar, who gets a double kill, in fact. I mean, it felt like only a matter of time. Gyro pretty fearsome in lane, but Whitemar getting the double kill, a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I guess AA not necessarily the best hero to rack up early kills on. There are other supports that really benefit a ton from the gold, but it's still... Perhaps this could be the type of game where you could go Blink Dagger on AA if you have a good start, so you can just flat out land those ults every time on a Blink Burrow Strike, for example. But more than likely, you'll just do default stuff and rely on the X-Mark.
See the first ghost ship of the game. Toss does slow him down a bit onto BZM, but this will lead to a kill on Daru eventually. So 4-0 start for Tundra. Already a 2K net worth lead, only at 6 minutes. Not the greatest start for Spirit. Yatoro the one that is definitely farming to match the opposing carry, but nobody else from Spirit's side really reciprocating.
I think the biggest concern overall for Spirit is that in most of the games they've had, Collapse is having a very good laning stage and kind of snowballing the game. It's pretty rare that we see him play this far from behind. Now, Darkseer can make big plays by playing off of teammates, specifically with level 4 Ion Shell and maybe hitting a half-decent Vac wall combo. But there's not great wall illusions either, and I feel like the wall is just going to get killed. It's going to die in some sort of sandstorm to a flak cannon. So this, to me, is not exactly the best Darkseer game offensively. It's good for the teammates to carry the shell, and that effectively means that at this point, as far as I'm concerned, Collapse is very much dependent on his Ember to bring him into the game.
Right.
So you got to find those moments of opportunity while your carry is a Luna. That's still the wild card for me. Like, when does Luna really pop off? When do we join fights? It used to be more obvious a couple of, let's say, half a year ago when Luna was more popular. the way you were itemizing, the way the talents and facets worked. Now it's a little bit uncertain here.
It's a moment where if you're collapsing, man, I wish the Luna was on the other team. That ult is crazy late game.
That would have been a good wall illusion.
Maybe in another tournament where you can pick enemy heroes. How about that?
Yeah, reverse captain's mode.
That's right.
Actually had that.
Not on a true pro level, though, I don't feel
That's
like.
true. It made for
You
some
were
very,
probably participating in it, right?
largely for some very boring games because the teams would just pick each other lineups that had zero synergy and couldn't make any moves.
These days, it's a lot harder to
that's
actually
a
work.
fair point. I actually think reverse team will be way more interesting now than
Maposhka stealing some
2 years
nice
ago.
XP. What a leech. Level 5 now. And with Laurel, might be on top of 33. He's going to use his epicenter on top of Maposhka. Has some reinforcements on the way. Not enough to kill off the Bane, but BZM is coming to try to save the day. They're going to dust 33. Laurel extremely low, uses the remnants. They've already lost Maposhka, though, and 33 will live through the day. Did require a lot of heroes to come from the Tundra side.
well worth it though. They protect their stacks. They have the luxury right now of leaving the Gyro alone in the top lane. He's even just going to transition a little bit into some jungle stacks here. So far, pretty much a flawless game from Tundra. All the lanes have worked out. They're building up nicely. And this is where it becomes really telling how you itemize on a hero like Sand King. I think this is a great way of reading Tundra's overall impression of the game state. The fact that 33 is rushing Bloodstone in this game over something like the Blink or the Pipe or Crimson. I suppose you're against Luna, Ember, and the Wall. I think technically this could be an amazing Crimson game. So if he's running Bloodstone, he feels like he can carry this game.
Yep, absolutely. Can't really blame him. He is very high net worth right now. Amazing Whitemon will force out Laurel. Yeah, I mean, we've seen him. He feels like he has a different build every game, but when he's having a free game, essentially, which I would consider this to be close to that, Bloodstone is typically the item of choice. Yeah, it does feel like you'll need a pipe this game, along with the Crimson. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting because we cast the game where he went Pipe Crimson against Tidebound, and Tidebound just didn't have damage.
Shackle, not going to hit. There's Rodon, though. X into boat. AA Blast is coming as well. Yatoro dead. BZM gets credit for that one. So nice pick off for Tundra as it feels like nothing really going Spirit's way. Yatoro does have good farm, but they don't have much else to write home about at the moment. Laurel, well, that's something to write home about, I suppose. Arcane Rune on the Ember, very fearsome. Stop the Searing Chains. Onto Whitemon, still looking for their first kill of the game. Avalanche is there, but the Shackle from Stocks into the power shot, into the Torrent. Do they have the damage to take out the Ember? Actually comes back in, and now he's going to get X'd again. As Collapse waiting by his Remnant to help him out. Looks like the Surge is not enough as BZM gets a huge cleave. 7-0 start for Tundra, make it 8. Just getting destroyed in this early game. Our Spirit and Collapse. Well, you got an X marks the spot in 5 seconds for BZM. This needs to stay close. No, he gets vacuumed onto this little baby cliff, but the X has the range. AA Blast coming. Down goes another member of Spirit. 9-0 for Tundra.
Uh-oh. You saw the tip from BZM onto Laurel. Very well understood that Laurel just flat out messed up in that situation and jumped to the wrong Remnant. I guess Laurel, in his mind, just only had the one Remnant behind himself and forgot he placed an offensive one or something, jumped into it, and he was totally out of position, and that was just an easy and quick punish for Tundra. And it gets even worse, because then they try to save and help Laurel and end up bleeding out 3 kills instead of just the singular one. So yeah, this is definitely the makings of a very one-sided game for the time being. 0 kills, as you mentioned, for Spirit, and a lineup that, you know, when you're playing these Darkseer lineups with melee heroes, you're usually the ones running at people right now trying to fight, and they're kind of unable to really open up anything for the time being. So the question is, when do you get there? It gets incrementally harder now that Kunkka has a Blade Mail. The Sand King is starting to get tanky because the Bloodstone's coming in 2 minutes. The amount of good targets it's dwindling by the minute.
And Poshka still not level 6, so Bean's good. Not at the ready. Gets a Nightmare off, though.
Just got 6 now.
See Radon on his way over. There's the grip into the Eclipse, and that is a big kill for Spirit. It is their first kill of the game.
tell there was a decent chunk of the audience that had been waiting to cheer for something for Spirit. Yes. They got extremely excited for one kill because finally something good happened.
I mean, there's
for all
one
the Spirit
team,
fans out there.
There's one team that you go against if you have a massive lead, you still don't let up, and that is Spirit.
Yeah, that is
they are a crazy comeback. Crazy comeback.
That's right. Spirit has had a lot of magical turnarounds in the history of this game.
Get the searing chains into the Avatar, so a second kill going their way. And now the tier 1 tower. I don't know if Tundra want to even bother defending this. They do fortify it.
I definitely think they could if they want to. I think if Sand King TP's in and has Sandstorm ready and you have
He's
something
50 gold from Bloodstone, so maybe don't risk it.
This would be a...
Oh, there we go.
I definitely think if you're in Tundra's shoes here, you give up 0 additional towers now. You lost your mid tower. No reason to give them your safe lane tower here, and yeah, BZM will be the first point of contact with his Blade Mail, and he's got good backup sitting behind him. Spirit make the read and don't even consider this. They actually get the hell out of there. Going to gate out here with Miposhka. Rue will show himself on the wave, though. It's going to be pinged out by Whitemon, but not really in range to get an X just yet.
Now we have a smoke from Tundra, so this is the timing. 14-minute Wisdom Rune, or Wisdom Shrine about to pop, and then the
they're gonna get
after Rue. Yep, spotted X into everything that Tundra has to offer, essentially. Easy pick off. BZN gets credit for that one, and let's see if they go straight down this path to the Wisdom Shrine. Yataro's gonna put his body on the line here.
Theoretically, this is the type of position that Spirit's lineup could be good at fighting with Vacuum Wall, with Eclipse, and the fact that there's no Ghost Ship, but the heroes just aren't in range. They can't really connect over there. Miposhka trying for a cute play here. It's not going to be successful. The question is if he's going to live. He is also not going to live.
Yep. That is a good attempt from Miposhka. Nice. Yeah, the Nightmare is a crazy one if you're alone, and he was not alone. So both Wisdoms go to Tundra, which is just adding insult to injury, and now we have to worry about that Tormentor timing as well. And for Spirit, I mean, what kind of power spikes are we looking for on their side?
I imagine Luna BKB has to be big, right?
Yeah,
like
so
you need a wave.
Manta's on the way for him now.
Yeah. I still think with this item, he kind of can't fight, right?
Yeah, I don't.
It's really difficult. Okay, that's an oversimplified way of looking at it. If you want to fight, you can't be the first point of contact. You need Ember to get in, you need him to get hit by some spells or whatever, so you get a chance to follow up, essentially. That's where Rue's Blink Dagger could play a very big role for Team Spirit. I think they would be wise to potentially give him a little bit of space in mid or whatever he needs. But his TP's on cooldown, so it will be Miposhka grabbing that for the time being. But yeah, get Tiny his dagger, close in on Luna's BKB, and perhaps you have a little moment of opportunity. Also, Collapse is close to Pipe. Could be a big help, but for now, Tundra well ahead, and they will grab the Tormentor with no contention here. Let's see who gets the shard. It will be Soxa.
Gale Force.
One of my favorite shards in the game. I think this one's incredibly good. It's also a pretty good game for it, right? It kind of counteracts a lot of what Ember and Darkseer, Tiny, these kind of heroes that want to run in.
Yep.
Kind of just wall them off. Just make sure you don't combo break your AA ult.
True. There is some counter synergy. We actually saw some yesterday, in fact. But in a game that it was already decided at that point, so not the biggest impact. You're going to see a smoke now from Tundra, 5k lead. And they would love to get a pick off into Roche, I would assume. Don't have the craziest Roche team. Laurel. Oh, he gets off the steering chains. Oh, Burrow Strike just misses. Torrent as well.
Damn.
Laurel playing with fire there, and
the right hero to do it on.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of the power runes despite not having as much map control as Tundra.
Yeah.
But credit to him for that. Has the damage rune now. Miposhka in the tree line. Try to be leeching some more stacks here, I suppose.
Yeah, usually Bane hates game states like this. This is a hero that tries to set up in side lanes for ganks, and either you do clutch Nightmare saves on teammates or you do pickoffs on the sides, but again, given the game state, it's hard for Miposhka to find an obvious angle, so he's just getting, you know...
The Courier may have spotted him there.
He is very dead
now. And the tree line, Gale Force into Burrow, into every stunt. He stays a little bit healthy thanks to the Essence Ring, or whatever the hell it's called.
Actually
staying alive with the Lotus. Okay, Burrow Strike, so it takes a little longer, but same result.
Probably worth saving that Lotus instead. Could come in handy later, but He was hoping to sneak his way out of that. Not going to happen, though. 33 is stupid.
Laurel setting up a nice Avatos for Rue, as Whitemon will be taken out. That is definitely one hero that you can burst down at this stage of the game.
Yeah. First death of the game for Whitemon, who's 3-0-7. So a nice pick. Does give some bonus gold with the streak over to Radon.
Tundra going through the gate. Ooh, a little bit late there for Laurel. But the BKB now online.
This
for
is a bigger one, though.
He's gonna get ripped into the Eclipse. His Collapse is there for support as well. Big kill for Spirit. And that is the second death for Chris. I haven't really seen too much of him outside the laning stage, but yeah, getting picked off twice to the Fiend's Grip so far.
And I have to say, a little bit of an uncharacteristic death. Usually at this time, during nighttime, the middle of the map where he was farming is just off limits.
Yeah.
This is not where your carry goes. The carry plays the side parts of the map. It maybe plays the triangle. But yeah, going straight to middle, that's going to be an immediate punish from Spirit. And it's big, because this game, as we talked about, they were starting to fall behind quite significantly, but they've stabilized the mid game quite well. And now with these 2 deaths on Gyro, Luna is going to be a full item ahead. She's up 3,000 gold against Gyro as Luna, which is kind of crazy. So Radon will now be picking up that BKB. We talked about this will be an important item. Is it possible that this whole Spirit lineup just comes together in 10 minutes and just overwhelms them?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the lead has grown for Tundra at all, right? And Yatoro, like you said, leading the way in terms of farm. And for Crystallis, he has the Crystallis along with the BKB, but the Aghanim Scepter is really where his farm starts to take off. So delaying it for his third item is Laurel spotted here. Atos. I think I'm going to fully commit to this, but Posh gets taken out on the other side of the map, and yeah, too much HP for Laurel here.
But yeah, it's a good point about the Gyro. The fact that he goes BKB here instead of Ags first means...
Oh, double Burrow Strike from 33, but the Avatos on Rue gets on onto Whiteman, separating the fight completely. Big Sleight of Fist onto 3 heroes. Call down as well, but a vacuum onto the cliff. Can they get out of here? Luckily, they have Power Shot from Soxa. As the Burrow Strike coming from 33 onto the high ground again. A lot of damage being applied to Laurel right now. He is dead. First casualty that actually matters in terms of the core heroes. Rue will follow suit to the grave. Crystallis already with the BKB. So 2 for 1. Advantage Tundra.
Yeah, Radon just not involved. If he's there on the Luna, this is a different fight if he pops off everything. But Tundra find a little moment of opportunity to get a couple kills. The Laurel one with the bigger one.
Is under attack.
But yeah, it's curious to see Crystallis go for the BKB before Ags, because you felt like with the game state Tundra had, you might just try to greed it up and go for both farming items first. We've seen other Gyros in this tournament do that, but he opted for the BKB, which generally signals, all right, we want to fight, we want to get Roche. But they haven't quite found that dream BKB fight just yet. He did use it for the first time there, and it was an okay outcome, but didn't feel like he got that big win. Specifically because Radon was not casualty.
So Laurel, you tell me, is this a normal item on Ember, the SNY? I mean, he's going for the status resist for the AA specifically, I assume.
It's pretty standard. It's a good item this game as well. It's not just the AA.
It doesn't matter how often they nerf SNY, it just picked on the
if you think about it, you nerf this item, but it's kind of like the only valid source of status resistance, right?
Yeah.
So
you don't really have
that is just a strong mechanic. If you don't feel... I guess the real question is, why are you opting for this over BKB, right? Because you've seen Radon go for it on the Luna. I think you kind of have to. Ember has the choice, but I wonder what it would have taken to push Laurel into a BKB instead. If this lineup isn't enough to do it, what's it gonna take before you buy BKB over it? Perhaps also slightly relying on Mipushka clutching out with some Nightmare. That's also a little bit like a pseudo save, if you will.
Yep, true. Well, into the gate, Spirit goes. Both sides smoked. We find any connection. Laurel, or Collapse, I should say, in the mid lane shows himself. The tier 1 tower is still very healthy for Spirit, despite being down a significant amount.
It's probably not going to be healthy for much longer here. If this smoke move fails, they might just push the tower. We'll see, though.
We're going to go to the enemy triangle is Collapse.
Did they catch a glimmer of him there?
Possibly.
Dyer's top tower.
They will soon.
Now they did.
There it is. There's the Burrow, AA Blast being used as well. That is a dead collapse, but they have the Eclipse onto Whitemon. Takes up a decent amount of the Lucent Beams as Radon. He's going to be caught off guard potentially. They get the connection. They get the Burrow. He pops the BKB though, as Chrysalis will pop his own. Trying to go on top of Radon, attempting to run away at this point. Maposhka in the tree line, kind of ignoring him for the most part. Will Nightmare himself to try to delay as much as possible. It's 33. The epicenter, Radon on the outskirts of it. Can he get out of the dodge? He's going to use the Manta style, but eventually gets brought down. 3 kills for Tundra, and that might not be done yet. Burrow strike into the shackle. Not going to be the full connection, but they have the torrent as the focus fire. Lara with the remnants onto the high ground should be fine.
So that was effectively a 3 for 0 because Whitemon died to the Ancients.
Oh, did he?
In the middle of that, so they didn't even get a single kill.
Well then.
So really, really big win for the side of Tundra. Of course, the grand prize, getting the Luna down for the 2nd time in the game.
And that close to doubled the lead just with that fight from Tundra.
And it was a little bit scrappy from the side of Spirit as well, right? Yatoro tried to flank and use Eclipse to kill AA, but he got caught by, I believe, a Shackle Shot or an Atos or whatever, and he was stuck. Didn't want to immediately pop the BKB to ensure that kill, because he knows he needs it for the follow-up fight. But then, what does he use the BKB for, really? He used it for retreat. He ran away for the full 9 seconds and still, despite that, got chased down anyway. So didn't quite manage to put the pieces together there in that fight. Spirit, you can tell they have the potential, but Tundra are doing a really good job at finding angles and especially recognizing that when Darkseer is down, the fight kind of plays itself.
The 33 goes for the Aghanim Scepter, by the way, so still not going for a Piper or Crimson or anything of the sort.
I don't think he will at this point.
He'll be going for damage on that epicenter.
Yeah. He could even buy Refresher if he wanted now, to be honest.
Yeah, Brute spotted. Will be TPing out, will be fine.
That's the thing about this.
He might not be. Uses the Gale Force, but he's going to get burned and right-clicked by Laurel, who also got the damage rune again. Again, feels like every rune is going his way.
Sand King is in theory a really strong Refresher hero, but some of the item builds don't allow for it. But when you have this item build, you have so much mana that it's not even a concern running out of mana if you buy Refresher at this point. So he can do that. He's not queuing up anything yet. He'll find Miposhka though. Gets the Burrow Strike off.
He will. BZM and company in the cover of smoke will show, will kill. So in that line of thought, since 33 is having enormous impact on this game, top net worth for his team, what would you like to see after this? Like, is this going to be one of those Wind Waker type games?
I think either BKB or Refresher is probably...
after that, yeah.
Yeah, then Wind Waker eventually. That should be the full inventory. That item is just bonkers when you get late enough into the game and you have this type of utility hero. So you could also consider Shiva, of course, but I don't know if it's too much of the same thing.
Yeah.
With what you already have. Yeah, it's always interesting. You know, you don't get to see this many games where Sand King is this strong, so it's kind of... yeah, it's cool to get some perspective of how 33 is considering in the game, like what he thinks is most impactful. Have a toss, and that's a dead AA.
Most of these pickoffs, of course, are against the supports. BZM actually going to use the boat onto the opposing support, but the Nightmare dodges a lot of damage. Burrow Strike from 33 at the epicenter as well, showing that Aghanim Scepter. 2 supports dead already for Spirit. And Laurel and company, I mean, I was going to say they're going to back away, but maybe they still want to fight. They're posturing as if that is the case. Laurel still has that amplified damage route.
Don has a good high ground position here.
Yep, 33, looking for the connection. Double Burrow Strike again. He is all over the place as the homing missile will continue on to Yatoro. Power shot not going to clip.
He's going to Manta dodge this 10 out of 10 times, surely.
You think so? Nope, he does not. Back wall is there, though, onto Chrysalis. Pops the BKB. They're applying everything on top of Yatoro. He's dead. And now they're going to find another pickoff potentially in Collapse. Going to get Gale forced into the arms of the rest of Tundra. Feels like they're just getting everything they want. That's surprised they went in 3v5 and they were punished.
It's a funny situation because the Luna wants to Manta dodge the homing missile, but then she gets X'd.
Yeah, it's weird.
And when you get pulled back, it's really hard for your muscle memory to nail the timing of it, so he mistimes the Manta dodge, and he was stunned the whole way through. Miposhka also going to get taken out here easily. 33 just owning it up, but I think what happened was they pulled back the X mark and the homing missile hit, and that's such an easy shackle shot. Follow up, he was chain stunned until he died. You're going to see the replay here. So here, he's ready to Manta, gets pulled back, mistimes it slightly, and then stun into stun.
He could not do anything.
He was his hero was unplayable.
So this opens it up for Tundra to finally go for the first Roche of the game. 27 minutes. I mean, like we talked about, neither team has a crazy Roche lineup, but when you're up this much and have just won a fight, he is right for the pickings.
Yep. Assuming they'll put this Aegis onto Crystallis. Well, Rue trying to be cute, but Whitemon is cuter.
Yeah, he gets off the Avalanche. It's actually not that... It was pretty close to killing Roche, I suppose.
And the last-ditch effort. Once you're caught by that Atos, you know you have no way out. Might as well try, right?
So Aegis for Crystallis, who is starting to do quite a bit of damage.
Nice shackle angle there from Soxa Atos.
Yep, he's got all the tricks in his book. Maposhka, man, feels like he's been chain feeding the last few minutes. And like you talked about, Bane in these situations when you're behind just feels atrocious. Zero intent right now for him.
I would say Sand King is one of the tougher matchups in general for the hero outside of the laning stage because he just has insane reach.
But he did have good impact in the early game. He found 2 pickoffs. I mean, imagine if they didn't find those 2 pickoffs on Crystallis with the Fiend's Grip. This game would be even more in favor of Tundra. So 4 minutes on this Aegis. Tier 2 tower looks to be the... okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Crystallis might want to change your hotkeys for power treads and BKBs so they're not next to each other on the keyboard. It's worth a consideration.
You did a content piece about that. Was Crystallis involved in that at all? All right.
He was keeping it a secret. He doesn't want people to know why he's misclicking his BKB.
Well, I mean, they clearly saw it. He was in front of the tower, and they're going to try to take full advantage.
That's just such a signature Spirit move. This one piece of information, they're just all in on this. Like, this is the best advantage they're probably going to get in the next 10 minutes is the fact that it's on cooldown. But unfortunately for them, another big item has just arrived for Crystallis that they do not know about, which is that Satanic.
Maposhka, again, nice dodge, but he's dead. And they're going to find potential. Another connection. AA Blast is coming with 33 all alone, getting bursted down despite having the Bloodstone. Huge kill for Spirit. Rue will die, though, so 2 supports down again for Spirit at the beginning of the fight. Radon barely gets out. Laurel will follow suit as well.
Yeah, they do kill 33, which is a big one, but they popped so much for that. Eclipse, BKB on the Luna, so can't really fight anymore, and essentially you do end up trading a 2-for-1. Oh, he actually went Sanjin Yasha and BKB.
Okay.
Okay, now I understand it even less. Now, because like, I don't know, it surely has to feel bad buying both of these items back-to-back on Ember, right? You want a high-impact teamfight item like a Shiva's Guard or something to that degree.
I mean, all of their damage really is Yatoro.
Yeah.
And we talked about the illusions from the wall, not going to be that impactful this game.
Maybe he wanted to get Shiva's, but they already have the one on Collapse, so he had to do something else. I don't know.
Whitemon? They might be able to find 1 kill here, but the Ghost Ship is coming from BZM. Laurel has to pop the BKB, try to avoid that completely, so they do take out Whitemon to start things out. But Laurel onto the low ground. I mean, can they even fight now? Is the question. The posture next to their tier 2 tower. Rue gonna get brought back.
Toss.
And get the toss back onto Soxa. Relatively tanky, gets the win run off as well. Shackle will connect onto the Darkseer. BZM trying to show himself. The wall goes off onto 2. Crystallis is going to take out the illusion pretty quickly here, but there's the big burrow strike from 33 showing up after the death timer as Rue and company trying to fight their way out inside of this. Radon just right-clicking away. 33 will fall first, but Radon getting super low. It doesn't look like Tundra want to continue this fight. Crystallis, again, still has that Aegis. Gets to the other side of the river. See if they can fully disengage. No, another toss back from Rue, but there's the Lotus run onto Crystallis, attempting to run out here and collapse. He has vacuumed pretty shortly. They will find the first life onto Crystallis. Can Tundra still fight despite not having 33? Big AA Blast is coming. It's going to connect onto 3 heroes. Crystallis gets that is a dead Maposhka to start the fight. Yatoro has to run away now. And they will find the connection onto Collapse. Dies inside the tree line. Nice Manta dodge, but there's a beautiful shackle from Soxa. A blood grenade at 31 minutes in the game. Yatoro has to try to fight his way out of this, but it is not to be.
Wow, what an insane Ice Blast. If that doesn't hit Bane, they lose that fight horribly, but because he has the shard, gets the stun, stopping the grip, and they're able to clean house. Whitemon had to come up big there, and that is the best AA ult I've seen all tournament. Hit 3 heroes, including Bane off on the side. Man, that was honestly a potential window for a full-on comeback for Spirit, because they would have killed Gyro there 100% of the time, and maybe even got additional kills from heroes trying to help out. But Whitemon, with a massive play, you're going to see the replay here. Look at this beautiful placement Makoshka on the edge, just full on. It does not get better than that. It even grazed the Darkseer on the way in, so that was a 4-hero connection, of which 3 got stunned. And then this beautiful shackle too, man. This is just some, yeah, the blood grenade, filthy. Very unnecessary, but style point.
Everything adds up, Cinderin.
All about.
And collapse on this Darkseer.
Oh, they're both asleep. That's cool.
Yeah, Makoshka. Let's get the reflection. He's likely going to get burned out here. As Rue's going to take the full epicenter. Rage from 33. So again, double support's dead from Spirit. Feels like we've been saying that a lot this game. Between them, they have 23 deaths, by the way, at 32 minutes. That is kind of absurd. Because now the tier 2 tower going to be taken out by Tundra. I don't see them stopping. At least we'll poke at the high ground.
They still need to be a little bit careful since they're making this push play without Aegis, and you are playing against the displacement hero in the Tiny as well as Vacuum. Technically, you have triple displacement with Nightmare, but the thing is, if Tiny is dead, I think Crystallis feels relatively safe. He can always just BKB if he gets Vacuum and get out of there.
Yep, they force the fortification.
Is good enough.
That is good.
They'll call it here and just back off and prepare for either the Tormentor, which is top left, or a potential 2 minutes until Roche respawn. Obviously a while away, but they can start controlling the area, get good vision out. It's been interesting. Do you feel like we've got an answer to the Luna pick?
Ooh, Lotus, AA Blast with Crystallis on the other side.
See ya later.
Man, oh man, that just looks too easy for Tundra. Sorry, you were saying?
I was saying, do you feel like the Luna has shown why it was the pick yet? Like, does it?
Well, he's not a critical mass yet, but no. Right. I mean, it could have been a lot of different carries, I guess.
Exactly. It's one of those where, yeah, you can be like, okay, the Luna game didn't work, but was it really the Luna's fault? Because they kind of got crushed around the map in the earlier portions of the game. But I still thought it was an interesting pick to just try to conceptualize. And my best bet is still the Ice Blast against percentage-based block, being a theory that Spirit have that could be a way of dealing from the carry position with playing against AA. But yeah, they've just been overwhelmed so hard that I still don't really feel like we've seen the Luna, the moment of brilliance.
Do you really think that that is the main issue, though, for Spirit? I feel like they just don't have damage elsewhere is the problem. It feels like the Darkseer pick, looking at the whole draft now, like kind of meh, and then Laurel not going for any damage.
That's the thing, though. Ember can actually deal a lot of damage if he itemizes for it, right?
Oh, exactly.
But it feels like it was by necessity. He had to go way too defensive because the early stage failed. Yeah, but when you're drafting like this, your plan isn't, okay, we know Laurel is going to suffer on Ember, so we're going to pick a hard carry that will do the damage Ember doesn't. Look, he's actually still ahead of the Luna, right? With this defensive item build. So yeah, it's just interesting. It's one of those games where Spirit definitely have the depth, but that doesn't always mean that you're gonna pull out the best. Sometimes maybe it can almost be a curse to be able to play absolutely everything, because then you can maybe overthink it a little bit or get too creative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here comes the MKB for Gyro. So Crystallis about to be maxed out here. He can upgrade, he can finish his Ag synth, and then get an additional slot, which will probably be a Butterfly if I had to guess. Luna will not buy MKB. It's going to be good against the wall, if he has any concerns about that. Alternatively, Rapiers, of course, on the cards. If you get Aegis, you just try to finish the game. That could be a possible avenue.
Do you think Rapier on Yatoro at some point would make sense? I mean, they are down 20k, and they do need more damage.
Problem is he doesn't have a critical strike, so...
Yeah, it does feel like they're a couple items away from being able to fit that in.
His current quick buy is Satanic Daedalus on the Luna. And I guess after that, Rapier becomes...
Oh, only after that, I see.
You just need to last until minute 50, 55.
Team Spirit, we talked about it, they are very good at extending the game.
Yeah.
Despite being an enormous hold.
The biggest concern here is if Yatoro feels like he has to go back for a Satanic, this kind of, at least with my rationale of the Lunar Orbit, kind of defeats the purpose of why you picked it against A. If you feel like you need to buy lifesteal anyway, then, well, the Ice Blast is still going to be the kicker in this late game matchup that you kind of can't solve in any reasonable way as Luna. Actually gonna knock on the front door here. What team in the world does this? No Aegis, 20k down.
That's right. And they're gonna get backstab. BZM and company are.
Maybe cost them.
Yatoro right into their arms. He gets shackled. He gets AA blasted, burrowed. Ghost ship dead. 90 seconds. Yeah, Tora was not expecting that. Laurel will have to use the BKB to run away.
X mark.
He's gonna X. How low is this BKB? Nah, it's good. Still, that is a huge kill for Tundra. That will open up a potential Roche if it actually spawns in time. Rollers are oyster again.
Rue in a very precarious position here. Probably going to try to cut the next wave, if I had to guess. Hoping that BZM has left, but this is dire straits for Team Spirit.
Oh, Courier.
He's going to kill it.
Very important Courier kill for Rue. Needs to get some stat line going here.
He tried to kill a second one there with the 3 toss against the...
That was actually a pretty important Courier. Had quite a bit on it. Takes out the wave. It's going to cost him his life.
Dead for this.
So this, he's going to Yules, but eventually will be brought down.
I can't say I love that strategically, but I love the style points. So
yeah,
we'll give him a pass for that
cool.
one. Yes, and that is more important than a lot of things in Dota.
Sure.
Aegis going into the pocket of Gyrocopter.
The good news, Cinderin, is Spirit now has 1 kill from both their supports combined.
Nice.
So they are on the board.
What do you mean?
Spirit supports finally got a kill.
No, Miposhka has 0.
I know, combined. They have a kill.
Okay.
They're one enemy.
We're really scraping the bottom.
We said how many deaths they had. They have 24 deaths combined. So
I wasn't sure if you were misreading it or if you were making the joke that collapses a support in this game with his kills. I mean, he's been having a rough one. He is very far down the net worth compared to where we're used to seeing him. He's still, his inventory doesn't look all that bad. It's just everybody else is even richer. So by comparison, 39 minutes in here. Is this going to be the final blow from Tundra? 26k up, Aegis trying to get a high ground position here. Spirit obviously setting it up. And I think at this point, you're kind of just hoping Rue finds some miracle toss to build this fight around. But the ward is gone, and now this play's over. You got to go back to base.
Yeah, there's the Burrow initiation for 33, forces out the Remnant. Chrysalis is huge, absolutely enormous. As the Daedalus, MKB, Satanic, Ags, BKB, Aegis, of course.
Level 25, lest we forget that as well.
Yes.
Has the talent advantage over Radon. He's a level and a half away from 25.
Very true. He's going to get X. There's the Roche banner as well. Should provide a lot of cover. Although they do have some mechanisms to get the creeps out of the AoE.
And they have Enfeeble. Can slow things down a little bit. Dropping the wall. Desperation measure. Trying to kill the...
Yeah, the Glaives will eventually get it. That's a pretty good counter. Having it, that's why they picked Luna, of course, for this late game situation. Chrysalis at half HP. That's just life number 1. Of course, he's going to get tossed back. Torrent onto Rue in the meantime. Chris has lots of BKB and the Satanic. Who wants to try to fight his way out of this? He's going to die first time. A lot of the items on cooldown, though. 33 with a big epicenter on basically the entirety of Team Spirit. They get Miposhka, he buys back. Rue tosses up in the air, dies shortly after. Chrysalis getting gone on. This is going to be his second life. A big torrent onto Laurel. Jumps right in. Lotus applied to Chrysalis. Has to be careful, though. It's outside. Oh, a big vacuum from Collapse as Laurel gets spotted and destroyed. No buyback for him. Radon does take out the gyro, though. That is a huge kill as the Nightmare. He actually walks up the cliff. Saksa in a horrific spot now. That's a buyback on the Laurel. They really need to defend this. Onto the north they go. Try to apply some pressure to Whitemon. Get him easily. BZM with the BKB TP. Otherwise known as the Nightfall. Very affectionately so, of course, as Saksa on the run. This is Laurel with that Aghanim Scepter, so he can get pretty much everywhere. Saksa with his Gale Force. Onto the high ground. Looks like he will be able to get out of dodge this time. So a defense was mounted from Spirit. Cost them a couple buybacks.
Yeah, 3 of them, but not the big one.
They didn't lose the
Luna.
reps.
And the Luna has to continue to grow. And the big thing here, you get level 25 on Radon now. So he's going to have that talent equalized against the gyro, but Sand King also cracked 25. Kunkka now also cracking 25. So really, really big talents being picked up here on the side of Tundra.
Were you surprised that Chrysalis popped everything on the first life when he was about to die already? The Satanic didn't feel like it had that much impact. I'm sure the Crimson Guard had something to do with that, but it was just like a 1v5, isolated.
Yeah.
You wait for second life to do that, potentially.
It's a bit tricky, because if you wait for second life and you get Fiend Script on the second life, then the reason they could kill him in the first place was that they committed grip onto the Aegis.
Right.
So.
Well,
it's kind of tricky.
Attempted high ground from Spirit. Of course, they want to just force some buybacks from Tundra's side. They have the 3 that were dead here. Doesn't look like they'll be forced to do so, though. Tundra still with a massive net worth lead.
Radiant are scanning.
I can't. You know, as much as you and
Why do you keep looking at that graph?
We've talked about how we don't believe in the win expectancy graph. And what do you think it says?
All right, I'm going to say because it's Spirit, 15%.
47-53.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
What does Gaben know that we don't?
I don't know.
That's
I'm even
crazy.
factoring in my you know, AA has like 80% win rate this tournament.
Yeah.
I know the graph isn't based on this tournament specifically. It's just interesting to see how, I don't know, it's just a fun talking point. I don't really believe in these numbers anymore. I used to. I think it used to be quite accurate. As of late, I'm starting to have my doubts.
It's working off of patch 7.01 or something like that. It's dataless
That's
now.
right. That would be very Valve. They just abandoned the feature and just keep it in there. You know?
Very true. Very sad, but true
Here comes the smoke. 5-man from Spirit. 3 from Tundra. Inbound. Potentially game-deciding moment here.
Laurel
on with a TP out.
Yeah, okay.
Going back to defend the bottom wave. Obviously, he is a huge chunk of his hero is global.
Laurel has a shield rune, so he's going to be... He's already pretty tough to kill with the stats. There's this BKB. And of course the Aghanim Scepter, giving all that extra mobility. I'm sure they would want to fight while this is up. 33 was spotted going to the high ground, but this is really good positioning from Tundra. Crystal's actually leading the way. He's going to get Searing Chain. Drop the homing missile onto Laurel. This little poke and prodding, 33 is really the initiator here for Tundra. Oh, he actually gets Avatos back into the fray. AA Blast is coming, not going to help 33. That's already a death for him at the beginning of the fight. Does have buybacks. It costs Spirit Rue, though, as Laurel just remnanting away with that BKB as well, as Collapse will be forced to use his own. And Chrysalis on the high ground, still posturing. Yatoro wants to go. He actually uses BKB, and they need to fight here. That's a buyback, though, from the Snake.
Oh, that's a big shackle.
Onto 2, but that's a huge shackle onto Yatoro. Do they have the damage? Yes! Foxa gets the kill. Yatoro down and out. Buyback available, and 33 able to TP onto that shrine. And this is the beginning of the end of game 1 in all likelihood for Spirit. No buybacks on these 3 heroes. It's up to Laurel and Mapochka. Will Mapochka have another death to the support name? AA Blast into the power shot. Execution style. 33, what are you doing?
Oh, it
all right, it worked.
The Pirate Cloak.
GG is called, and that is game number 1 for Tundra. It takes them a while. Just shows how crazy Spirit are at defending, but Tundra will take game number 1.
Tundra's undefeated strategy of Sand King Kunkka now racks up its 4th win this time around, not combining it with Caudle, but rather with the Soxa Wind Ranger. Countless good shackles here. A couple of stat lines to highlight. We didn't talk about him too much in this game, but BZM ending the game 12-0 and 20 on the mid Kunkka. Pretty solid KDA.
Pretty good, yeah, pretty good.
But yeah, Crystal is pop-off performance, 50,000 damage, more than the next 2 teammates combined, being the Kunkka and the Sand King with 33. All the pieces just came together beautifully. As you said, credit to Spirit for dragging it out this long. I think most teams in this tournament would have kind of just rolled over and gotten destroyed at 30 minutes, but they stall out another 15 and give themselves a chance. But ultimately, that last push up the high ground from Radon on the Luna did not work out. Got isolated and killed off.
You mentioned BZM 12-0. I feel like 33, it's just one of those performances again where he kind of takes over the game. And he did have a couple of bad deaths that that gave Team Spirit kind of a chance in these fights, but that last buyback kind of just sealed the deal into that Shrine TP. Yeah. But still, amazing performance from 33. Feels like he was just everywhere as we go to the panel.
Thank you very much, Hansvan and Cinder. Now, I will say, it's not a surprise that Tundra won this game, especially not after the first 10 minutes of this game. They were brutal. But I will say that Spirit did hold for quite a long time, but we're going to break it all down. Fair, were we expecting that to be so one-sided at the start?
No, I mean, definitely not. Bane Luna was supposed to be a lane that's incredibly dominant, but they were unable to shut down the Sand King lane whatsoever. Dying on first blood on a Bane is not ideal whatsoever. We all kind of knew mid lane would go the way it would go as well, but also a little surprised at how poorly the top lane went for the Darkseer. I think he tried to lane a bit too much instead of just hit the jungle.
Yeah, I think this game has a lot of implications moving forward to possibly tomorrow as well, because the story for these drafts for me was that Team Spirit let Tundra get everything that they've been successful with and tried to concoct a specific strategy to take it down, and that didn't work. So now you might be stuck either saying, okay, let's try it again game 2, or they're going to have to just acknowledge, the Sand King or Kunkka just has to be taken out.
Yeah, this whole game to me was just about that Tundra net worth efficiency that I was talking about. Like, even with how well their lanes went, let's say that Team Spirit came out of lanes even, I still think Tundra would have just won the game off of the heroes that they played and the way that they were just able to outstack and outfarm into just like having earlier item timings and earlier objectives. And for Team Spirit, a couple of the moves that they really needed to work for them, like the Bane gank on Kunkka mid, it just didn't work out. The Bane and Ember invasion into the triangle happened a little bit too late. 33 got his stacks anyway, so all the timings were just a little bit off here.
Yeah, so we feel that even if the lanes were even, the game probably still wouldn't have been, Brian.
The thing is all those timings that they were slightly too late, maybe the Bane 6 would have come out during that Sand King stack and they hadn't completed it yet, then you get the Fiend's Grip and this is a completely different game. So I agree that I liked their lineup regardless of how the early game went for the side of Tundra, but I think we could have seen a very different story if Rue and Laurel were able to run around aggressively in the mid game because top lane went a bit better and Rue's Blink came out earlier. We saw him with some sick tiny cost combos later on in the game. But at that point, it just felt like the money advantage for Tundra was too much.
There was one player on the side of Team Spirit that had a lot of money, that did well on the net worth, was of course in the end not enough, but we should talk about it. It's the carry player, of course, Jotaro, and we have matched him up with carry player on the other side, Crystallis. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here, Mira, with the two carry players.
Yeah, I felt like these two were the ones that we had to examine because Spirit, yet again, brought out an unusual hero in a vision that they had that unfortunately did not seem to work. Crystallis, on that gyro, we've seen him play it time and time again, but he played it to efficiency. He did what he needed to do within the game. Whereas for Yatoro, while he finally did end up hitting up all of his item timings later, it felt a little bit too late. And as you can see in this replay here, Tundra did a great job of shutting down Yatoro by just running at him, ice blasting him, having the means to do so. And while that was happening, there were no trades going on for Spirit on the other side of the map. As you can see here, the one kill that Spirit did get in the early game, or the two, were on Crystallis' gyro. But the thing about this is, the entire jungle was stacked up and waiting for him. Like, he had the means to come back from this.
Yeah, and those kills have different weight because Crystallis, all 3 cores on Tundra were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th net worth, so he was not nearly as much of a solo core. So I feel like the value of the Luna kills, we saw him get stunned for like 12 seconds in a row here. It just felt like Luna's not a hero I want to be 1v5ing with in the late game, and even though Laurel and Collapse had decent farm, they're much more of like enabling heroes. He's going to root you on Laurel, he's going to Mage Slayer you. That most of the damage had to come out from the Luna, and you just didn't have enough gas in the tank after a lot of these buybacks. They did a really good job on Tundra, like 33 willingly played up on the fight, and even though Rue got a nice tiny toss combo on him, he just bought back immediately, and it's hard enough to kill them once.
Yeah, and I think Fear at the end, I mean, we saw the beautiful, the cliffing. It was just too little too late, right?
Pretty much. I think this game we saw some beautiful tosses and vacuums towards the end, but majority of the game, we'll talk about this here, right? Like, these team fights kind of want to demonstrate a little bit like how well you can start your fights off, but net worth does matter in the game of Dota. So sure, this is a beautiful vacuum to the high ground into the wall there, but like, where's your damage at this point in the game, right? Luna can't really get to this area as well. You want to try and fight into a ghost ship and a sandstorm. They've ran this combination so many times now. You have to run into sandstorm, into a ghost ship. It's just way too much true damage to deal with, and it's very difficult. And yet again, you get a good vacuum, but where's your follow-up damage? And this is why I don't really believe in 4 Protect 1 strats anymore, because if you have one hero like a Luna that has all your net worth, well, you're playing in something like an AA who's just going to not allow you to solo carry the game. That's just kind of what happened here. All the cores, and especially the supports, like 0 and 15 for the Bane, and 2 and 13 for the Tiny. Like, they were dying a lot. There is too much for Yatoro to do in this game.
Yeah, way too much to do. There's one extra fight that actually does highlight the Ancient Deprivation as well. Brian, I believe you wanted to look at this one. This was actually one of the fights that it looked like Spirit was going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit's probably one of the few teams that could make this game interesting, given the state of it. And this was where all hope was crushed. They were having, actually, I think this was the only portion where they had the momentum on their side on Team Spirit. It looked like, oh, if Crystals dies a second time here, then it might be going the other way. Maybe even like with a hero like Luna taking a lane of Rax. But instead, that Whitemon AA blast with the Shard canceling that Bane ulti turns that fight on its head, and all hope was lost from there.
Yeah, and that AA was the overall first pick when a lot of heroes were still left in the pool, like the TA, like the Terrorblade, and that clip showed us why so many of these teams are placing such high value on Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where Spirit goes with this one strategically in game number 2. We're going to have to wait a little bit before that game number 2 draft will be on our screens. As we have a little bit of a break time, it's a good time to check in with Slacks and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Shiver. That's right, we've got a wonderful competition going on the stage, but another one out for the crowd. We need you to guess this hero. One of you guys out there is gonna get a fabulous prize. It's one of the best prizes you can possibly get. We've never gotten anything like this. Slacks, go find somebody, see if you can get the hero.
Can you guess a hero? So I'm gonna show you these items. What hero do you believe this is? This is from this event. This event.
This event, huh? Okay.
Quickly.
Say
one. You can do it.
Any
Single hero, any hero.
I forgot, блядь.
Yeah, one hero. Literally name any hero, I don't care.
Okay, starts with what?
No, just name one singular hero.
Бля, Кунка.
Oh my god, he actually did get it! What, are you kidding me?
First one!
No, you actually did get it! Congratulations! That's so bizarre! All right, come on. You're gonna go get your prize. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up! First guess! You actually guessed it right. I'm actually shocked. Please stand over here. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting your prize, let's bring him out! Bring him out to the stage! Oh my God!
Oh my God! This man is my prize?
No, you don't get to keep him. It's something even better. What was your name one more time?
Nikita.
Nikita.
I'm really proud of you.
Ladies and gentlemen! He knew the items! Dreams!
Thank you very much!
The dreams came true here today! Let's put it back to the panel!
Thank you very much, Slacks. An instant winner there. Good reward received. Nobody's ever gotten that in Dota 2. Maybe one of the two teams playing, though, will be making Purge proud. Let's find out. Game number 2 after a break.
What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, babe? What you want, babe? What you want, babe? Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, babe. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. No matter how hard I try, I'm down in the gutter, looking
coming our way in the upper bracket finals. I will say I was a little disappointed for game number 1. I want to see this be back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I think everybody here at ESL One Raleigh will agree with that one, as we are live from the Raleigh Convention Center, and we're live in the beautiful state of North Carolina. I'm joined by Fair, BSJ, and Effie, as we do have, I believe, the draft on our screen. So we have been talking about these two teams being the best at adaptation. We talked about team spirit, letting everything that's good for Tundra going through to see if they could beat it, Effie. The answer is no, they cannot.
Yeah, that strategy that they had, while I do understand the idea behind it, feels a little bit too hard to execute, and I think hard to execute is not something you want to do versus Tundra. I mean, Tundra, this time around, they get their pick of whatever hero on first, ban out the Sand King, ban out the TV, and go for the Coddle.
I mean, I think I like the adjustment a little bit. Of course, Coddle, I am uncertain if this hero is allowed to be in the game. I'm not sure if this hero is fair at all. However, I do like the fact that I don't see an AA Sand King Kunkka lineup for the 15th time for Tundra, so I have hope with that. And this is kind of what we want to see last game as well. The TA coming out, definitely a classic against the Coddle. So far, Coddle's only been in that 4 position right now, and you're pretty much sack your lane if you're going against a TA. There's nothing you do. The only damage you potentially can do in this lane is through Illuminate, and Fraction just hard counters that.
And one thing about TA, she is much more of a map control hero than a lot of carries generally are in regards to these traps. Like, the Coddle's effectively a gank setup. I feel like with the new patch, he's just recalling anyone, whoever on his team is actually responsible for killing somebody, he's the one walking around looking to hunt them down and recall them. So trap scouting that out, maybe randomly catching the Coddle off guard, might be a big difference in why why they let the Coddle through and traded it for the Templar Assassin. I'm just curious if it's a 1-for-1 they're willing to take in a situation like this with how much we've seen Coddle just terrorize these games.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, like from what I learned from Paravision's reaction to a first hit Coddle, and they started chuckling and smirking like maniacs, it was because a lot of teams will let Coddle through and want to bait out a Storm pick where they have like some crazy gotcha counter that they bust out at the very end. For Paravision, it was the Meepo, and they had the idea that they wanted to pick Meepo the second they saw Coddle. Team Spirit did say that they have a huge hero pool. They still haven't shown it to us. Are they going to pull out another kooky idea, or are they going to go for something more cookie cutter?
I mean, we'll have to see, but I think having a big hero pool doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna win the tournament, right? We saw that last game in particular. Yeah, we haven't seen Luna, we haven't seen Bane. We saw that Kunkka a lot, we saw the Sand King a lot. Well, the ones that Tundra's been spamming ended up winning overall, so having a good hero pool is good, but you don't need to try and do an all-hero challenge or anything here.
Yeah, we're in the second ban phase. We already have the Muerta and the Bristle removed. Now Darkseer will join that as well. What are the best ways we've seen people dealing with either a Keeper of the Light or a Templar Assassin even? And should we still be worried about Medusa being in the pool? Is that just dead?
I feel like TA is largely dealt with by these damage over time. Offlaners, Sand King being taken out by Tundra themselves, even a hero like Jakiro, and now they obviously removed the Darkseer. I'm curious what they end up going for, because if TA is able to get off to a good start, she will just take over not only the entire map with traps, but all of your objectives. She kills towers really fast. She represents Roshan threats. She also knows when the second Roshan spawns because of her innate spell. So if they get off the ground running with this TA, what is in the wheelhouse for 33? What's he cooking up?
I think what Shiver mentioned actually is something we have to think about. Like, one of Coddle's favorite pairings is the Medusa, and she was banned out in that last game. Could Tundra trying to be building around a Medusa for potentially the flex to offlane? If not, they might go for something more standard, which is their Wraith King, which they flex between 2 lanes and is a lot easier to draft early.
I definitely think this Medusa would be a big problem for Team Spirit. Because
He woke up.
Wake him up.
For that one.
Welcome to the game, sir.
Good morning.
A lot of people sleep during draft phase.
Yeah, no, to add to the Tundra, I think this Medusa is something I think about. If they pick an ET here, they're definitely aware of it, and that's their compromise. But I think if Medusa offlane versus TA, it gives you pretty much everything you want against this hero. You've got a root later on in the game. You have the mana shield. You don't really care at all about the minus armor that's coming through. And what is the worst thing that TA does in the laning stage? Typically the traps, right? Like, you step up, you just die. With a new Undulation facet, you don't care about the slow at all on Medusa, so I would not be surprised if 33 is looking at that hero right now. If not, the Wraith King is something he's been going to as well.
5 seconds.
I would imagine both of those heroes are on the radar of Team Spirit as well, so they must have something planned against it. As it's Beastmaster that Tundra will go for, which we know they can flex as well.
Well, generally, Silencer, I think, counters all of the Coddle pairings on a low cooldown, like the Embers, the Storms, just because it always gives you a way to kill them if they just can't cast their spells. I think that's why I like this Silencer pick as a bit of a deny of a lot of the combos that you traditionally go for.
Yeah.
But Beastmaster is a hero that usually jumps you first, and if he's gotten his roar off, he's already done his job. He's just going to right-click you with that Acceptor build, should be able to get off to a really good farming start regardless if it's off lane or mid, because of the fact that Coddle's just going to be stacking for you. He's going to be refreshing your axes, so you're going to clear those stacks even faster. Maybe you'll even get to skip the mana items. Beastmaster's been another terrorizing hero this event, and he's going to be snowballing pretty hard if he's allowed to take those stacks. So I was looking for a mid laner that Team Spirit can invade with. They go for the Ember.
Yeah, their Ember did not work out for them, but I think this time around with the Silencer in its corner, it'll be different, right? Because like you mentioned, if Beastmaster is the one starting the fights, your global isn't going to help you. You're already roared. But if you have a Spirit hero that will go in first, followed with a global silence, you are the ones always taking initiative, then it makes the Silencer pick look a lot better.
Yeah, they're taking their time here.
Yeah, I'm thinking as well, like, both teams have like a clear game plan of what they want to do here, so it really comes down to, there has to be like some clutch pick here that can potentially help deal with this Beastmaster. I mean, Tusk may have been good against Beast for that reason, where you can kind of make saves happen, but that's the other save that potentially, because I think that's what they're looking for, right? Trying to save against this Roar all in, and this is a hero that can definitely help you in that category.
Yeah, and outside of being a save versus Roar, like you didn't want a more traditional save like the Shadow Demon because it doesn't give you enough on lane. Whereas with Ringmaster, it gives you that laning power, the ability to get those early kills.
I don't think they've dealt with Medusa at all. Like, I think you can just pick Medusa here for Tundra. You've got like the bonus amp from the Beastmaster. You have the laning partner with the Tusk potentially. You have the Coddle to give you more mana. I'm curious, like, do you guys think they've just disrespected this pick, or?
Yeah, they also still, for Tundra, even have instant ban phase, so if they still want to remove the anti-mage, they still can.
And you have a TA Ember duo core, so it's not like you can pick anti-mage unless you want to just run it off lane.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible, but the question is, like, I mean, the Medusa being flexed to the off lane makes a lot of sense, because no matter what, you're going to be useful in the game. I think in this game as well, I suppose that might be true as well. But does Crystallis just want to play a casual carry Medusa?
Now go for the Kunkka again.
I mean, this is just a hero that Bezium... okay, he's lost one game. I had to look it up real quick. He lost one game, but he's like 85% win rate or something. He has a crazy win rate on this hero. And it just looks so good on Tundra. But I would not be sad to see them ban Medusa, because it is one of those hard counters to the TA there.
When Tundra had their chance,
but is
if
it
they
worth
wanted
it?
to, then they could have picked it, and they didn't.
Yeah, just the question is it worth it to pick a hard carry like that for Crystallis when he's very well known for being a bit more aggressive?
Fair enough.
Watching their bans here will indicate what it is that they want to play. And it's probably just going to be a gyro. Like, there's no reason to not run it back. This way you don't get a surprise pick at the very end by Spirit.
I will say, though, I mean, this is also something that Spirit, I mean, they just experienced it. Surely that's like on top of their list of heroes to ban at this point, or are there others?
Especially the Mars ban. Like, Mars is one of the better heroes against the Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
So
5 seconds remaining.
I think they've geared up for a ranged carry of some kind. Maybe we'll see one we haven't seen on Crystallis yet. This event, Mars is one of the best anti-damage ranged carries heroes in the game because of the arena. No matter how long range you are, you just can't attack in or out of it. And they've got the two guys that run in, the Beastmaster and the Kunkka, to set up for you. They've got the melee laning partner. Everything points to Crystallis playing a ranged hero. If history gives us any indication, it would be Razor, but maybe there's something else he'll whip out today.
5 seconds.
Yeah, on the side of Team Spirit, we are, of course, still looking for a hero for Collapse. And I feel like... And Medusa still gets banned out. I feel like I gotta mention, the Magnus is still in the pool. Yeah. Is it a good hero here? Are we feeling like there's others in the pool that he might want to play instead?
Always
well,
the
he gets
combo
last pick, right?
Yeah, last pick for him.
Yeah, so I mean, he gets to see his lane.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a big difference. I think more importantly is like, what is Crystallis going to play? He sees the carry-to-carry matchup. He doesn't see his lane, so he needs to find something that he's comfortable playing into a blind matchup, so it's going to likely be one of those ranged heroes that he has lots of experience on, and that Razor definitely comes to mind.
And what else, other than Razor, has he played this tournament on this phase of the game in particular? Like, it's just Gyro or Razor, so it's got to be one of the two. I wouldn't mind if he pulled out something a lot more classic.
Morphling. That's a hero he's played that's very good against TA and the Ember. So maybe that's a range carry. That's like the only other one I can think of.
And they need to ban Enigma. If
They ban out the Centaur.
I mean, that's the thing about Morph, right? Like, you don't want to have a bad game or a bad lane on that hero, right? So your bans have to be pretty good for it. If they picked Enigma, would it be disaster? Maybe not. We'll see, but it is a good Morph game. Really good head-to-head matchup versus TA. Also great versus the Ember. You can become Ember in the mid-game fights.
I think
Silencer a little annoying, but you can play that.
Yeah, I will be the Razor.
Surprise.
I mean, you gotta go for comfort, you know.
Yeah, and I think regardless of what Tundra pick here last, their first 4 picks look so scary together that I wonder if Spirit has enough to play into it, because they ban out Mars and Centaur, which would have been, the Centaur would have been the great laner to enable a Ringmaster to maybe play off of that. And Mars would have been like a classic hero where they could get the team fighting combination and come back off of that. Like, what's left for him? It's just like the Tidehunter, which doesn't give enough of a punch, especially versus Razor.
A lot of the good heroes left in the draft would suffer in lane versus Razor, so I think this is also just a really good block pick for all these like combo breakers like the Tidehunters, these melee guys that like to stand in front. Razor eats these heroes for dinner. We're gonna have to see a new hero from Collapse.
I think so too. I agree. I think they're gonna pick something new for him.
Underlord. How does that? I don't feel like that does particularly well against a Razor in the lane, though.
I don't think so either. Maybe the idea here is that they want to kind of use his global presence. When he hits 6, he goes to a Q lane, gets a kill off of that, like builds the auras versus Beastmaster. But it doesn't give them the team fight that they need. Currently, Team Spirit are only working with a Wheel of Wonder and a global. And that just doesn't seem like enough to overwhelm Tundra's tempo. Their tempo is going to be really high here.
Yeah, I hope I'm mistaken, but I always favor Team Spirit when they have plays to make, and I just don't know who's responsible for making the plays in this game. Collapse, yeah, you have the global presence, but who exactly are you connecting to? They need Laurel to get off to a good start, and we didn't see him have that much impact in the mid-game in Game 1. I have to say I'm heavily favoring Tundra with the way this series has played out, but I'm curious about this Underlord last pick.
Yeah. I will say it will be a collaborative effort from Team Spirit. Like, TA is one of those carries that comes online faster than any other carry just because how traps work and how quick you can build by going Blink, Dragonlance early on. Playing with an Ember who's online quickly, maybe an early Atos from the Underlord. They have plays for sure to make on the map, but they have to bring cores to this. This can't be another Radon farming the map while everyone's playing 4v5. That won't work.
Is this a game where, in the previous game, it was pretty strong in the laning stage for Tundra already, as we see the odds on screen. Is this another game where the start of the game is going to be one-sided, or we feel like this is a lot more even?
I would say the laning stage that definitely does feel more even, which is, it bodes well for Spirit, but I still think the Tundra tempo is tough.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to happen. It's game number 2, Tundra versus Spirit.
Welcome to game number 2 here in the upper bracket finals of ESL One Raleigh here in North Carolina. Team Spirit down 1 game to Tundra as we get into the first pause of the game again as we wait for the lights to be dimmed slightly for 33. Very, very important for him to be able to see properly because he dominated game number 1. This time, though, his Sand King was taken out of the pool. Beastmaster, though. Well, he's pretty good on that hero too, Sin.
Yeah, and this time around they get the Coddle, which we've seen win plenty of games so far already. Sox has been doing a great job on that, and if you think Coddle Sand King's a good lane, wait until you try this one. Coddle Beastmaster, in my opinion, even worse to face. So this will be a true challenge for the side of Spirit. The good news is TA, in theory, one of the better carries against this lane, but if nothing else, Tundra should just be able to push out waves, go and stack camps with the Coddle, and then instead of farming with Sandstorm, well, guess what? You can also farm it with the Axis. So 33 likely to get off to a good start, and today Beastmaster, in a way, has kind of been the hero of the day. He's just looked very, very strong. He was also strong last night when we were casting a couple of Beastmaster mids.
Yep.
So definitely one to watch out for. The Underlord is the big question mark for me. It chose to pick it into Razor, a traditionally bad lane matchup, but perhaps there's some bigger picture here with the meta shaping up to be a lot around tanky mid-game cores. You see Tundra take advantage of Kunkka a lot, and of itemizing for tankiness. Maybe Underlord can fit a similar role.
Oh, Aishar's actually blocked Yotaro out. The plasma field's gonna clip him. Blood grenade as well. First blood to Crystallis. Perfect ice shards coming out from Whitemon. And that is first blood already for Tundra, so continuing the momentum from the previous game. We'll see if Spirit can fight back.
Yeah, if you think the Underlord lane is already bad, wait until you play against the Razor with first blood too. That should be great. That'd be a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if game number 1 is anything to go by, Tundra were doing very well in the early mid-game portion and kind of built themselves a meaningful advantage, and Spirit were struggling to find plays. That's my biggest concern here. I really share that sentiment with the panel that Spirit's playmaking potential is really centered around one singular hero in the Ember. So if his start isn't good, or if 1 or 2 of his first moves fail and he loses momentum, things can very quickly slow down a lot. As topical for slowing down, we'll have another pause here. Okay, that's a very short pause.
That's what we call a micro pause.
If you do want to slow it down, you got to commit to it, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Now you're just pretending that you paused the game. How long do these sprays last? How long do we have to look at these 2 parentheses in the mid lane?
Is my screen bugged? What kind of spray paint is that? How is that actually accepted in the game? It's so weird. Very toxic too, of course.
Yeah, that's why it was accepted in the game.
That's true. Unless it was from me, of course. Yeah, then denied immediately.
Of course.
So yeah, Laurel versus BZM again, but Ember versus Kunkka, how would you expect this to go on a typical basis?
Well, last game it was a slight advantage for Kunkka until level 5, and then he started ramping up a little bit more. So this is probably going to be similar. I think both heroes somewhat evenly. Rue here going to go down.
Oh yeah.
Collapse got a good start here, though. He got 7 CS out of the first 8, which is quite solid in this lane, to be fair.
It will get harder once Crystallis gets level 3, and of course, panel kind of talked about it. One of his signature heroes feels like, regardless of the meta, he will be picking a Razor at some point, and usually doing quite well with it.
Yeah.
But how do you think it matches up outside of the laning stage in this game?
It's a traditional carry counter pick to TA as well. So he's double dipping there. I wouldn't say the hero is particularly good against Ember, but it's hard to find a hero that's good against Ember and TA. Not necessarily the same characteristics those 2 heroes get countered by. But you have other solutions for Ember in your draft through X-Mark and Roar. So carry doesn't necessarily need to have any meaningful lockdown. So it's a solid pick. I can't really question a Crystallis Razor. If I like the draft, then I will, if it counters something, if it's kind of straightforward, he will always deliver. Yeah. Rue again.
Static link applied to Rue.
He's cooked.
Looks to be inevitable kill coming out from Crystallis, you would assume. Indeed it is. And he will be working with Whitemon, who took the tag team facet. Of course, it feels like we've been seeing that most of the time.
Nice block with the illusion.
Firestorm doing quite a bit of damage. Gets the Pit of Malice off as well as Collapse. Yes, he's able to get Crystallis the last tick of damage from the Firestorm. Kind of unexpected kill turnaround there for Collapse. You talked about how bad this lane would be. He's having a great time.
This is not how you generally imagine the what's it called, the funhouse mirror to play out.
Yeah, that's
Being able to find a kill in that fashion is extremely niche, but wow, what a play from Rue and Collapse there together to once again.
Oh, blood grenade. Last word is enough. Maposhka kills off 33. Collapse though, will they get revenge? Whitemon with the nice blocks. Collapse kind of resigned to his death, but a big whip comes in from Rue. Crystallis gets the kill onto Collapse. Snowball will eventually clip Rue. Indeed it does, and they should be able to clean them up easily. Whitemon surviving as a result of that long-ass snowball. But 2 dead there in the lane for Spirit. So a little bit of revenge for Tundra. I mean, looking at the CS, the Crystallis, bottom of all the CS of the cores right now, 9 and 1 only on the Razor.
Yeah, he spent a ton of his time chasing heroes instead of hitting creeps, but he's still staying neck and neck with the Templar Assassin's net worth just from all the kill gold he's got from being 4-1-1. But yeah, it does look kind of funny when you look at it. 4 kills, 10 CS on a carry. It was a pretty unusual sight, to say the least. At the end of the day, it's a numbers game. If you get the same gold out of the kills as the CS, it doesn't really matter all that much.
Yep, mid lane, a wash, as we kind of talked about, kind of expecting overall. And what kind of gank potential you think we can find from the side of, well, both sides even. I guess the Ringmaster is the main one for Team Spirit with the knives.
Yeah, if we're talking about ganking mid, I think only really the Ringmaster will consider going mid, but I think at the point that Kunkka is 6, I don't even know if the kill exists anyway, so you might not bother and just focus on other stuff. If you mean more in like a macro sense, mainly the Ember and the Fiend's Gate would be the place for Spirit on the other side of the coin. There's way more catch, right? You've got Tusk, Beast, Kunkka, and of course, Caudle has become a ganker, it feels like, with the recalls. In this patch. Sets up a ton of plays. We've seen 9class and Soxa both in particular do a really good job at it. Soxa gonna perhaps be scouted out that he warded here. If Miposhko was keeping track of the inventory, he would have seen that Soxa spent his Observer. He kind of only placed it in one position down here. It doesn't look like Miposhko feels confident to go and de-ward it for now. He'll zone him out. But standard Tundra stuff. 33, well, the lane wasn't the greatest. Let's go farm some jungle. He is working on Helm of the Dominator.
The thing I really like about the Spirits lineup is the global presence. I mean, Ember very mobile, global silence from the Silencer. We don't really see Ags on TA, but technically that's a way to get in. And of course the Underlord being able to gank from global range essentially with the Fiend's Gate. As BZM gonna get gone on, Blood Grenade applied to him as Laurel. With that Flame Guard, BZM just gonna simply TP out though.
He didn't X before TPing, so he's going to have to do the long run back to mid. So even though this didn't give a kill to Spirit, it is still going to slow down Kunkka a decent amount. Of course, Kunkka is one of the few mid heroes that does not buy bottle, so you also need to spend longer time in Fountain when you get sent home. You will regenerate slower. You have a pretty big HP. So. Ruin Collapse will farm some stacks.
A lot of XP leeching going on this series, huh?
It doesn't seem deliberate, at least not to begin with. I think Whitemon just realized he was getting experience, so he's obviously making the call here for Crystallis to come over and take part in the fun.
Oh yeah,
Rue.
Plasma Field hits Rue, but I don't know if they want to go on this. Whitemon invisible still. They have the Sentry as Collapse. Will be static links, not for very long though, as that Pit of Malice is extremely annoying, but BZM coming in from the right side. Torrent will connect onto Collapse. Neutral's not going to get the kill. Crystallis with another one to his name. That is number 5 already at 7 minutes. Pretty disgusting start overall for him.
When's the last time you've seen a carry with 5 kills trail the enemy carry with 0 kills, minute 7?
Yep, those creep kills worth a lot more, it seems.
Insane. He's up by about 25 CS on Ordon. Of course, I mean, for the most part, this lane, he's been spending a decent amount of time playing effectively 1v0. Obviously, you're going to get everything.
And Yatoro also has the level advantage, strangely enough. That is actually kind of weird. I was expecting to see a little bit of an advantage for Crystallis, but not the case, it seems. Yatoro, I mean, he's been left alone here for a good amount of time as well, so good amount of solo XP for him. Laurel will be scouting out the Ancients for the enemy. That's a triple stack, I believe. 33, like you talked about, with Soxa's help. Just an absolute dream of a combo to farm these stacks.
Are scanning.
Yeah, he's level 6 now, and Beastmaster Collapse just cracked level 5. Despite having a, honestly, for all intents and purposes, pretty good laning stage on the Underlord, he is still a full level behind the Beast. And 33 is going to keep ramping up. He will just flat out farm faster than Underlord, because he's going to have the Caudle helping him with stacking and with giving him Chakra. So not really a fair fight.
All right, well, Laurel and Miposhka teaming up to, I don't know if they want to try to take this deck. They definitely need some help, but we're going to see the last word applied to BZM, who makes his way to the high ground. Illuminate comes out from Soxa, as Whitemon TPing in as well. So this is 4 members of Tundra shutting this down. Miposhka's dead. Laurel will have to remnant away. So it did force them to, I guess, rotate there a bit. Stacks will still go the way of Tundra pretty cleanly.
33 is going to start going to work here with the Wild Axes. It'll take a bit of time, but as we already established with the Chakra, this should be a decent amount faster than usual. Sox are going to steal a couple of creeps.
Yep, of course, that's the support tax.
He's, of course, saying, I'm helping you, but we all know deep down.
I mean, Soxa was #1 ranked carry in pub games on 4 accounts.
Yep.
So just showing that
strictly
he should
playing
be
Caudle.
I don't know about that. That's Crystallis.
Oh, this is a big kill.
Laurel with that haste. This is going to be a really easy one, and that is a big bounty going the way of Laurel.
It's true, he did already lose his streak. I thought this was still going to be a streak kill, but he's cut it in half with the 5 kills. So Still nice though for Spirit to get something going their way and have Collapse be involved to get some nice experience here now up to 6.5. 33s, however, is 8.5. Yeah. How it goes.
Dire's top tower is
Collapse.
Yeah, we have to pit him out, but Collapse is blocked off by the ice shards. Snowball will end up hitting as well as the plasma field. It's going to be an easy one for Tundra.
Finishing it off with the Ghost Ship and going to connect onto Laurel. The rum will start fading now.
Poshka, he gets clipped. He's in a lot of trouble. Static Link applied. Actually does break it. Try to deny himself to the Prowlers. It's their specialty to deny heroes, but not in this game, it seems. Whitemon gets credit for that. Why did they get rid of Prowlers to begin with? And then they just brought them back. What was the point?
I think there was a time when people were stacking Ancients and the Prowlers were making them too difficult to farm because of the 50% armor reduction and which they still have, mind you. The game has just changed quite a bit since then. The bigger question is, why do we never get the Jungle Stalkers? The Evasion Ancients.
Yes, my favorite from Dota 1.
Never had them.
3 people in the audience probably understand the references. Laurel, he's going to get torrented. Cleave, not going to be there.
Thanks, Mark. He has global if he wants to.
Has X. Yamaposhka gets to the other side of the river. Ice Shard's not going to have too big of an effect on this fight. A lot of members from both teams amalgamating here. As Illuminate from Soxa will be healing a bit, and here we see a smoke from Team Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is going to be Radon's first time moving from the bottom lane after 11 minutes.
Well, Laurel tried for the Searing Chains, but no connection is to be made.
Radon is straight into farming triangle now instead, so uprooting from bot to rotate over. This is probably part of a longer time strategy of accessing the top tower.
They have the boat onto Root, taking a considerable amount of damage, but the numbers are here for Spirit. Laurel, actually Collapse even joined. This is all 5 members of Spirit to take out a lowly Tusk. They'll get him though. Want to show their prowess to kill off that support. Still 9-4 advantage for Tundra, 1K lead. Pretty even game though. And for the Underlord, since this is a hero we don't get to see all too often, looks like a Vanguard is in his card. What kind of, I mean, is this just an Aura bot? Is there any other build for this? Like, can you go Gleipnir with the extra AoE?
You definitely can. I think in this game the concern is if you do go that direction, then you kind of just get overwhelmed in the mid game. I think you're going to have to itemize some sustain so you can stand your ground, because you know what type of fight is coming. It's not like Tundra haven't shown this strategy 5 times already. They're going to hit this massive mid-game timing with Illuminate spam, with tanky heroes frontlining.
They're grouping up here. They want Laurel, but he has a shield rune. Super hard to get him. Ice Shards are actually avoided. Maposhka, though, does get X'd. And we brought back into the air with the Walrus Punch, and they will eventually take him out. So 25 seconds of no global silence at the ready.
And you'd imagine Tundra wants to start looking toward mid here. Kunkka got his Blade Mail. Beastmaster is about to finish Helm of the Overlord minute 13. It's kind of ridiculous to say out loud, but here we are. So then they can collapse on that mid lane and get that tower taken down, which would open up the map a lot more. Beastmaster loves occupying the enemy side of the map, and taking that mid tower just makes it easier to get deeper wards out and get access to the enemy triangle eventually as well, which is obviously a big thing to take away from, in particular, Templar Assassin. Very much relies on farming a lot of jungle to continue her ramp up. And similar to game number 1, Radon is having a good time. He's very farmed, just like he was on the Luna, but the other cores of the team a little bit more in Struggle Town. Whereas Tundra have all 3 cores unlocked. Kind of, honestly, it's almost a carbon copy of game number 1 in a way.
Except I think the lead for Yatoro is a lot greater at this stage of the game than it was last.
It's a bit bigger, and I guess his matchup is also a bit better. I still didn't fully vibe with the Luna pick last game. I think the TA is just a more established good hero in this patch, but you're playing against the hard lockdown of Beastmaster and Tusk and against Razor.
Wow, Laurel did not get a power rune. I don't know if I've seen that the entire series. He's been all over the place. The Tier 1 tower will fall in favor of Spirit. BZM get the deny though. Yes. Nicely done from him. So from the Tundra perspective, I mean, again, 33 been pretty much just left unattended, right? He's going to have the Helm of the Overlord. Is that the go time, or are they trying to align it with something else?
I mean, just keep controlling this area and get the Tormentor. Has to be step number one. You can tell they're already preparing for it. They're starting to bring down the numbers. And if this play were to be successful, they just get it uncontested. But of course, at this level of play, Spirit know this is about to happen, so they make their own counter moves. A very telegraphed situation for both teams. Now it's all about who gets the angle. Collapse with the luxury of connecting from the other side of the map.
They have to run right into this newly picked up Black Dragon from 33. Ice Shard's actually blocking them entirely. Is there going to be any follow-up? Not yet. Wheel of Wonder, a little bit of an awkward placement. They use the snowball to get to the other side. They're going to be able to take out Rube very easily. One more Axis does the job, and now the number advantage for Tundra as they continue on trying to find another pickoff. BZM with X in 4 seconds. Torrent actually does hit Yatoro. Do they have any more follow-up? They have the Roar at the ready. There we go. Gets it off with the Axes. This is a lot of damage to withstand, and Yatoro will fall and collapse, puts himself in a horrific spot. Is Laurel actually going to come to help out? Doesn't look like that's the case. They need to concede this. 3 dead for Spirit, and that means the Tormentor will go the way of Tundra.
That was really awkward. This fight lasted 40 seconds, and Collapse joined when it was over and died. Bit of a miscommunication, misread of what exactly they could do, I suppose. Maybe the gate was meant to save Yatoro, but you're going to see the replay here. As you mentioned, the Torrent, really nice hit is about to come up here. There from BZM, just clipping him on the edge. They chakra him, so he's got another Torrent with the X mark as well. And now comes the Fiend's Gate, and I feel this fight is already over. You don't have global.
Yeah.
The travel time, and now he actually completes the teleport, so he just kills himself too. Then they lose the Tormentor. So this was honestly the worst case scenario for Spirit. They could have just lost the Tormentor instead. But now they lose a big fight to boot. Fortunately here for Tundra, Soxa the one to get the shard. That's the dream. An Illuminate upgrade.
Oh yeah.
The 2 recall charges in Spirit form, and especially considering the alternative was getting it on the Tusk, which it's all right, but
it's solid.
Different.
Yeah, it's not the same
category. Yeah. Well,
BZM
with some good eyes here, might find a big kill. The Wheel.
Wheel of Wonder
He's
into
dead.
the whip as well. And that is a nice kill for Team Spirit. They need a few more of those to get back in this game because the 6K deficit at 17 minutes is pretty dire indeed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And this tier 1 tower should be able to pressure it at the very least, if not just take it outright. So Blink Dagger now for Yatoro as well.
Is under attack.
And it feels like all the hopes and dreams for the upper bracket run for Team Spirit are, in this game 2 at least, on Yatoro's shoulders for the most part. Tower will be claimed.
Managed to open that up, so similar fashion to game number 1, Spirit will take the mid tower first and then the enemy safe lane. Try to maximize the farm that they can get. If they keep pushing out top with Ember and keep maybe a support just casually pushing mid, that should give Radon a pretty good idea of where he can farm most of the time. Of course, smokes will always give that surprise factor.
I don't know what their options were, but Tundra potentially getting a little unlucky on the neutral items. They only have 1 Gossamer Cape. I feel like that is something you just automatically get against the TA.
Yeah, they would definitely like at least 1 more of those.
It's Crimson Guard now there for Mr. Collapse.
Yeah, and he's going to go for the pipe next. So pretty standard, just full-on Aura bot as you called it. Tundra now with the return fire in mid, getting that tower for themselves. And heading straight down to the next objective, because why not? When you're this strong, just keep up that momentum. Now Beastmaster Ags, I believe, is arriving as well. This is an insane power spike for 33. He is stupid farmed. I feel like I've said it 10 times this game, but it keeps surprising me that the
You
rate
said that
which he's acquiring.
every game we've casted it. I feel like he's just left completely uncontested in these games. Easier said than done to shut him down. There's the Ags, like you said, Maposhka and Collapse showing themselves for this defense. It's not like Tundra are in any real hurry. They do have more power spikes to come. And we haven't really talked about Chrysalis too much since the beginning stages of the game, but he has a full Mjolnir, and BKB just 600 away, and that is probably the alignment in which they will start grouping up and taking bigger objectives.
And it feels like the challenge for Spirit is actually very similar to game number 1, where once BKBs are popped, Radon is kind of the only hero that kills anything. Ember's physical damage is negligible. Last game they had a Darkseer with no good wall target. This time they have an Underlord with auras. He's not going to hit for anything. So Razor, if he pops BKB and links the TA, that's already an amazing entry into the fight. Now you're going to couple it up with a Radiance for the blind.
Chains onto 2. Wheel of Wonder there as well. They look into the gaze of the Wheel of Wonder. It's not to their advantage though. Whitemon gets off the snowball just before he dies as they get the roar off in the meantime onto the Ember Spirit, but Laurel has plenty of HP to work with. Collapse channeling through his Fiend's Gate, but the Torrent is actually going to stop the cancellation and it's going to lead to his ultimate demise. But Tundra's already lost 2, including BCM on the Kunkka. Roach wants to fight. Will he get anybody to throw into the air? Nothing would make him more happy than to eat some hero for lunch. It's 33 with the axes. The Luminates continue to heal from the sideline from Sox. At 33 takes a burst of damage from Yatoro, who's now melded. Actually TPing out instead. That ends up being a 2 for 2. Basically the same positions dying on each side.
More or less. It was the Tundra mid.
Yeah, that's right.
But you could make the case that Beastmaster is the mid and Kunkka is the offlane in a way.
It never feels like 33 is really the 3, even though there's a lot of 3s in his name. And they're just going to go into the Roche pit.
Standard stuff, tag team plus Drums of Slom. It's very nice and easy, and they know that Spirit have expended a lot of their key abilities. Global as well as Fiend's Gate on cooldown means this is just a flat out gimme. And they're going to get the Aegis over to 33. Now he can just flat out run in and give vision. And if he can find a roar on either the Ember or the TA, that's probably a great start to the fight. The dream is to roar TA as you connect Static Link. And I think every single situation has to be a forced disengage for Spirit, because I think they'll run out of damage way too quickly. With that in mind,
it's Ko the Bull.
I am actually surprised to see 33 not buy a dagger for that reason. He's gonna opt for Force Staff, it looks like. I guess just the value against TA traps, against Pit of Malice, against Chains, just repositioning.
Wheel of Wonder gonna be avoided from BZM, but that puts him in a precarious spot in the corner. Gets off the boat for the extra damage mitigation. Actually does connect onto Yatoro. Stalks it there with a Will-O-Wisp apparently.
Oh, he missed the heal.
Ignis Fatus is there, but the heal does come out the second time around. But he is just burning down. BZM drops dead. Maposhka. More brain drain for him and more brain rot for Tundra.
He might have lived if the first Illuminate hit as well, and now 33 as well. Keep in mind, this is the Aegis. If he just wasted this for nothing.
Yeah, he actually uses the roar. He's going to get some teammates. Thanks for the recall, but that's a huge firestorm on top of everybody. Chrysalis pops the BKB. They've already lost BZM. Chrysalis trying to do as much damage as he can. The box is actually going to save Radon a little bit longer as Chrysalis does get taken out in turn, and Team Spirit come out big time in this fight. And they're going to get more on top. 4 dead for Tundra. And Team Spirit, I'm surprised that they went in there.
Yes, I believe
the Tundra side.
I believe the play they made was Beastmaster got the roar off and was in dire straits, so Soxa recalled himself and a teammate in, and they all just piled together in the pit. You're going to see it here. So here comes the roar, and now Coddle's going to arrive and bring in the Razor, and they all land in a Pit of Malice. And if Chrysalis could have insta-popped BKB and had, let's say he had another 30% health right now, he could have maybe just run down Radon and won the fight, but maybe it was just perfect timing on some sort of stun on the rival. It would kind of only be the whip, right? Nothing else could have prevented him from casting BKB upon arrival there on the Razor. Big moment for Spirit. Things were starting to look quite grim. That is a major recovery, cutting the lead in half.
Whoa! Very close. Maposh gets away. Yeah, only a 4K lead now for Tundra. And if Team Spirit can somehow take the next Roche, that would, I feel like, equalize the game.
Yeah.
And they do have a lineup that can definitely fight in the pit. You got the Deso for the damage onto Roche itself. And for Collapse, so he has the Crimson.
Prepare for a
Does he have something coming on the Courier? Oh yeah, I think he's finishing the pipe here.
TPing out. No Tendrils of the Deep being cast. That would have been funny.
Of the Deep.
It's Tendril, Shannon.
Wait,
Congregations is later.
Damn it. Wasn't that the same name as the Impale that Tidehunter had? Yeah, it was Tendrils of the Deep.
Was it called that?
I think so. I remember calling it that once. I could have just made it up though. You'd never know.
What do you think the bubble of the Marsh Mage is called?
Bubble.
Water bubble parenthesis medium.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. It's a bigger one later. They couldn't come up with more names. They were like, all right, we've dug enough.
Too difficult.
Yes.
They've been through the thesaurus enough.
They should talk to Quinn. He could help them out.
Yeah, especially now he's free in this tournament.
Okay. Uncalled for. What? True.
Just stating facts. I love Quinn, of course. Yatoro and Team Spirit. Can they push this to a game number 3? He's got the Dessa with 8 charges. I believe the Daedalus. Actually, he's going for Lincoln's first, it looks like. So doesn't want to get roared. I mean, how much do they have to take off for Lincoln's? They have the static
Dire
link.
are scanning.
Link, Roar, X. That's it, right?
There's not too many single target spells. That's pretty good. Pretty good Lincoln's game. We talked about how that's not really an item these days. Laurel gonna run 2 members of Tundra. Wheel of Wonders coming for them. Does hit, and that's the death of 1 already. Miposhka and Laurel taking out Whitemon in turn. Chrysalis is already really low HP. I'm not sure if Tundra can fight. Will-O-Wisp is used. And it looks like 33 kind of caught in a weird spot here. And Laurel gonna continue on. Has the amplified damage. Chrysalis. He's here. They avoid him pretty well. The whip onto 33. He's just trying to run away, but he is walking very slowly. Remnants available for Laurel to get back into the fray. Chrysalis now back to full HP.
It's so crazy in this situation. Chrysalis TP's back to Fountain, gets recalled back, heals to 2/3. 33 has been healed by 50% of his health by just Illuminate spam, playing from the Fog Soxa on the Coddle.
Now we're gonna see the double meld strike now onto the Tormentor. So this is gonna be a Tormy for Spirit. And the Shard will be Ruse. So we will see the Spotlight. No real illusion heroes.
The mischance is always something.
I mean, it's a solid Shard. No matter
And
what.
Vision, of course.
Oh, from the high ground, Tundra's coming. They want to find a pickoff. They find Miposhka. Ice Shard's actually working to their disadvantage. Nice knife onto Chrysalis. He gets steering chains as well. And that's actually going to break up the fight. It's a little bit of a mistake there from Whitemon.
Yeah, I wonder why he did Snowball. If he is saving that for a key section of his anticipated follow-up fight, because when there's a Force Staff in play, those shards are never going to get you the kill against Miposhka. The Snowball, however, if that connects first, you force Silencer's hand. Either you Force Staff away, or you get caught by the stun and die on the spot. So then you have to force, but then Tusk still will connect with the follow-up shards. Either way, it will be good news for Miposhka to survive there. Global Silence coming off cooldown again now. If Spirit wants to make a move, everything is available in their kit, and there's that Lincoln Sphere, so cool to see. Radon will often be one of the more creative carries in terms of itemization. Not like this is innovative to buy this against Beastmaster Razor, but I feel like we've seen similar games where other carriers just wouldn't buy this.
Yep. They'd usually opt for the status resist over everything else.
Yeah. And this now, once BZM realizes this, I think there's a very clear path for Tundra to access fights. You want to X-mark the TA to break the Lincolns, and then you immediately go and roar her. And you can see 33 changed his mind away from the Force Staff I was talking about earlier. He is going for the dagger. So he bought the BKB for more fighting sustain, but he recognizes that the #1 way of winning this game is to roar the TA. So you just got to do whatever you can to get that done. I genuinely wouldn't even necessarily mind seeing him buying a Shadow Blade after the blink, just to full-on triple down on that one job. It's either that or Refresher, perhaps the double roll.
Who's actually breaking the Lincolns?
Oh, it's got to be X-Mark, right? So, yeah, but
what about like an
buy
Atos or something on one of the supports?
I don't know if they're likely to be in position. That's the problem.
Drink up.
An ESL classic, the Drinking Kobold.
Manta style now online for Chrysalis as Soxa is spotted. Gonna take a full Wheel of Wonder and die. Nice pick off for Team Spirit. As Roche, we won't know for a few seconds, and then even then it's requires Cinderin to decipher when that's actually going to spawn. As BZM's going to get steering chains. They have the damage. Blade Mail's already been activated. BZM finds his way to the other side of the tier 2.
Keep in mind for Roche, Spirit have no concerns because they have TA, so they will know.
That's true.
When it spawns. Very special innate.
It's under attack.
but we can't see it on the TA.
That's
have to
true.
decipher the clock. Very
Looking
difficult.
at the clock right now, we're talking, it's a little bit more than a minute.
Okay.
So,
Dire's structures are fortified.
needs to connect with the glowing dot, the one that's pulsing there. Obviously, Valve could choose to put numbers on here, but it's more interesting to keep people guessing. Why make it obvious to the audience when they could be confused? That's Dota in a nutshell.
Having a digital clock in there would break everyone's immersion, but whoopee cushion is okay for Ringmaster, of course. Very normal stuff. Laurel, they have to go. Ooh, not in time. Threw up his arms, but there's a cast time there for the Roar.
It is interesting to see the TA prioritize the Lincolns, but not Ember. Because that's oftentimes an item that Ember doesn't mind buying. But he is going for the Shiva's Guard.
Yep, changing his build a bit here. Now that his off lane did not go for Shivas. Maybe you're right, maybe he did want to go Shivas that game. A bit of a stalemate as we wait for Roche to spawn, which will be soon-ish. And Laurel would absolutely love to have that Shivas done this time, but it's probably going to be a little bit too soon for that to come online. Another smoke from both sides. Actually run right into 33, gets Searing Chains. Will-O-Wisp already used as well, but the BKB for 33. The Wheel of Wonder completely misses. The Roar onto Rue, but he's on the other side of the shard, so another awkward spot. Wyman does get off the wall as much as Chrysalis. He's going to focus everything onto Rue. Box is going to keep him alive a little bit longer, and now that the BKB is down, Chrysalis onto the high ground. He goes in a full retreat mode. Laurel doesn't want anything to do with this. He gets in with the Searing Chains onto 2. Snowball feels like this is an inevitable second kill for Team Spirit, and indeed that is the case, and Roche should be theirs.
Just expertly kited from them there. You could see Radon was, 33 was kind of pump faking his Roar, but he can't roar the TA like he wants because he can't break the Lincolns. Kunkka was not in position to break it with the X, and then you already have Chrysalis in the middle of that, popping everything he has, and he can't even kill the Ringmaster. He goes into the box, and then he had a whoopee cushion to jump over the wall. And once those BKBs run out, Tundra will run out of steam. This is something to keep in mind about their lineup that might be different to other times they've played this, say, Kunkka Sand King or Kunkka Beastmasters. Razor is a different kind of carry in nature than something like Gyro, right? You're really dependent on sticking on your target.
Easy M. Pops the BKB, Nightfall. Will be good to go. And it feels like Tundra have lost a lot of momentum.
For sure. They, in an uncharacteristic fashion, would you agree? I feel like they have damage issues, actually. Like, Razor doesn't have any big damage item yet. He has the Mjolnir Manta BKB. It's extremely defensive in nature to buy these 2 survivability items.
Yeah.
If he were playing a hero like Gyro or a hero like TA, he would be pumping out massive damage in these fights while they're going on, but instead he kind of just gets kited. It's a bad sign when you have a full static link on the enemy position 4, and you can't even kill him.
Yeah.
You don't even want to link it to begin with, but you couldn't link the TA because of the link.
Yeah, it does feel like they're Spirit are doing a great job of kind of mini resetting during the fight, waiting for these BKBs to have basically no effect for Tundra, so they just don't have that damage. And once they're down, they can just run them down themselves. Tier 2 for Team Spirit, 3.5 on this Aegis.
What color do you think Radon's shots are?
I mean, red with a green trail.
Okay. Thought maybe you had a little bit more nuance with the color wheel, but it's fine. Very basic answer, as expected.
RGB.
There's not much blue in it.
That has blue in it, though. I don't know what's in his cup.
Looks pretty empty. Yeah, come on now. You can do it. Thirsty. Thirsty boy. Oh.
As Rue and company, they find Soxa in the trees. He's already used the Will-O-Wisp. Gonna be an easy pick-off. Some extra vision there, but on the other side, Laurel doesn't have any backup for this one. Not quite yet, at least. Gonna dance around 33, looking for the Roar. They can't find it. Laurel's just all over the place. Gets the Searing Chains, an easy kill into Whitemine, and 33 will have to Nightfall away as well. So that is never a good sign, because Nightfall's not on your team, and he's the only one that can truly get away with that maneuver.
Spirit's mid control is pretty impeccable here. Just not leaving any vulnerabilities. They're not giving Tundra any openings where they get one pick with the roar so they can snowball. The only options that are kind of being presented to Tundra is the Ember, who's hard to kill even if you do connect the roar, because again, damage issues, and the Underlord, who is every defensive item in the game. Yeah, well, not quite, but he's got all the cost-efficient ones.
And Roche's banner going to essentially counteract this fortification, and Radahn will be knocking on the front door of Tundra's base. Will-O-Wisp activated and swiftly taken out. Very short delay. And the AC, the latest item for BZM, and they're going to have to try to fight this.
Goes for a cleave.
Really
all the creeps are immune, so that's not great.
That's the least amount of damage I've seen a cleave do for a Kunkka in quite a while. Range Rack's taken out. Radahn standing his ground, Aegis for another minute and a half.
The Lincolns?
They did, but he gets to the other side. Another Will-O-Wisp used, pretty damn low cooldown for that. Not having a big effect though. Roche's banner eventually will be taken out. No, one sliver of HP. Illusions couldn't quite do the job. Now the melee rack's next on the list for Team Spirit.
They denied the banner.
And they're gonna reset. Still a minute on this Aegis. Didn't really force anything big out of the Tundra side.
Got a range racks and a tower. Not bad. Progression.
Dire are scanning.
Of course, this is the upper bracket, so loser will go to the lower bracket to face off against the winners of actually what match? Paravision versus BetBoom.
Collapse is about to finish a massive item here. The Aghanim Scepter on Underlord is coming up in 100 gold.
Love that item.
I'll allow him to, he'll have bigger Pits of Malice and will create one at the cast of the gate. So the global presence, you were talking about it with the global sounds with Ember and with the Underlord, it gets way better when you have this Axe, because you can kind of force a BKB cast.
Oh yeah.
By just pressing your gate.
I mean, it's literally a global route.
Yeah.
In a way. Yeah, love this item.
There it is, flying out just now.
And now, let's see if he goes for Gleipnir.
Yeah, he's eyeing up Hex for now.
Those Pits of Malices are insane when you get the AoE increase. As the Aegis has finally been consumed. Very even net worth-wise, but it just feels like Spirit are in the driver's seat right now.
It's mainly about the momentum shift, right? It felt like Tundra just had so much control, and it's one thing that we can see the net worth and the fact that it's kind of close overall. It's more so what's Tundra's mindset based on what they've experienced the last 15 minutes, because they're obviously making judgment calls on the fly here. And if you have 2 or 3 unsuccessful plays, you might feel like, all right, guys, we can't do it this way. We need to wait for X, Y, Z. But I don't know if it necessarily favors them to just keep delaying this game. By Crystallis with another defensive item in the Satanic, so still doesn't quite pack a punch here. He will have more staying power. Of course, in the last fight, he was kind of forced out when the BKB expired. Has a better chance of surviving and standing his ground. Doesn't really start to kick off until he gets the refresher.
Yeah.
BZM has to run away here with his BKB. Looking like a nullifier is going to be purchased, disassembling the Radiance, I'm guessing.
Collapse, he's gonna get roared. Actually, it was reflected, a nice Lotus, and that's really awkward for 33 as more reinforcements arrive for Team Spirit. 33 will just BKB TP though. A lot of Nightfalls in this game, it seems. Still very defensive. I mean, that was a good attempt, but the Lotus pretty much just stopped that in its tracks.
Radahn is about to hit 25, and he could take the meld hit bash. I do believe that pierces BKB, right? Just like every other bash.
I believe so. As
they're going for an aggressive play with the gate.
Yeah, not able to find the connection though. The Will-O-Wisp will be sacrificed for Tundra.
He's probably going to take refraction instances, isn't he?
I don't think I've seen the Meld Bash this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like everybody has been taking the other one. But it would be kind of interesting considering the amount of BKB TP outs we've seen.
Yeah.
If it is indeed a piercing bash, if it is. Funhouse Mirror.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Gonna scout anything out with this? Just trying to get some sort of info. I'm not sure if he was actually patrolling with it to try to feel out a smoke, but none being popped right now for the side of Tundra.
A big power spike for Laurel. Aghanim Scepter about to be delivered.
Yep.
As the damage rune
He
as
did
well.
take the melt back. All right. Cool.
Very cool. That'll be a little surprise factor. Watch it not work through BKB and then...
I mean, it's still useful, right?
Of course.
There's going to be situations where that makes a big difference. It makes it harder for, let's say, heroes like Caudle, right? If you blink and you hit them with a Meld Strike and they don't react in time on the first shot on the Ghost Scepter, you get the secondary hit off, and that could be the kill.
Right.
So...
That was a lot of damage to that tier 3.
Yeah, they hit really hard.
No way to heal their buildings. Still waiting for some of those heroes to be. We've seen Winter Wyvern, but not with the correct facet. We haven't seen Tramp Protector a whole lot, if at all.
And it is interesting to see this Underlord, right? We saw it.
Radiant's top tower.
We were questioning the laning stage of it. We were questioning how it was really going to fit together. But one thing we might have overlooked a little bit too much is just how this counterplays Caudle. Because it's like, you're always taking care of the trash lane and you're always able to connect. So the advantage that Caudle has had in a lot of games by bringing additional heroes to the play, you're kind of doing the same thing from a 4 role, but then you're also buying auras that
Poshka, is he going to pop Global Silence here? They use the decent amount on him. Plasma Field applied, but the Wheel of Wonder, there's a Global Silence just before he dies. Will they actually continue on here? Radon actually backs away, just focusing on the 33 for the time being. The Pit of Malice being such a nuisance.
Roar.
There's a Roar. A bit isolated is Radon. He gets torrented up into the air. Lotus as well, but he's able to get his lifesteal back. No, he's very low, gets boxed up for the time being, but eventually brought down by Tundra. They lose 33 in this engagement as Laura putting the Agnes Scepter to good use, but his mana is starting to get a little bit low. He gets brought back into the arms of the Snowball, but the Lotus will reflect it. He gets his own Snowball to work with, and they're going to turn the around onto Whitemon rather, and onto Crystallis as well. Radon with a double kill comes back in the game via that buyback and turns into a triple kill. And some way, somehow, Spirit with that double buyback end up team wiping Tundra.
That one Lotus Orb might have just won them the entire game.
The Lotus has been really
4
close.
kills.
Yeah.
Now sieging high ground. This
Double
is going to
buyback.
cost Tundra more than just the 2 if they don't want to lose 2 lanes of barracks minimum.
Yeah, they have 3 additional buybacks, like you said. Let's see how much they want to use. They're going to lose double lane at the very least because there's no towers to protect. Maybe they even go for the throne here. So there's another buyback, this time onto Whitemon. And it's going to be a lane of racks in the mid. And Radon working on the bottom lane now. Will-O-Wisp from Soxa, again, just trying to delay so they don't have to use every buyback in the book, but they might have to, especially Crystallis. They could maybe get away with 33. Wheel of Wonder plays, there's the double buyback. So everybody's bought back for Tundra now as Laurel and company try to retreat. Trying to go on top of Radon, but he's able to get off the Blink Dagger. Let's see if he wants to come back in. Focus right now onto Collapse, who has the double Pit of Malice to work with. Whitemon is dead. Tidal Wave coming out, but the BKB from 33 is already at low HP. Gets healed up from the Illuminate. As Crystallis left all alone. Might be able to take out Rue, but the box is actually going to be there. Collapse.
Is it bait?
Onto the high ground. It looks like it is. Radon gets the bash off. Hurricane Pike. Global range now, and down goes the carry for Tundra. 2 dead, 2 diebacks. And now Spirit can just work on the base.
This is a flat out 5v3. Collapse does have his buyback. He could buy back and sell his treads for travels, I guess.
Yeah, he's going to do potentially that. Buys back into the game for the Underlord. Maposhka getting gone on at the moment. The boat does connect into the Torrent. They really want to kill this Silence, but the box save again from Rue comes out. And that leaves 33 in a horrible spot. Surrounded for the time being, trying to put everything onto Rue, including the Nullifier, but it is not to be. Another dieback for Tundra as BZM trying to finish off Maposhka. He does so, but it's not going to matter because GGs get called. We're going to a game number 3.
That was a very, very cool game. True battle of concepts here. Spirit. It looked like it was going to be another challenge just like game 1, but this time around they had the right tools to make. I'm not going to say this was a massive comeback, but things were definitely looking quite grim, and then they found one good moment of opportunity to cut the lead in half. They stabilized, and loved their itemization. And I loved the way they used the Underlord. We talked about the Axe, we talked about the auras, the way he connects and counterplays the Caudle moves. And Radon, I think this, I don't know, if this Razor versus TA matchup with the itemization that was forced out, I didn't feel like the Razor countered him at all.
No.
I don't think I saw a single static link on the TA, and the DPS is just way favoring TA because she can buy all these offensive items, whereas the Razor had to go Manta, BKB, and Satanic.
Yeah, Luna did not have the same impact at all last game, despite being very farmed for Yatoro. But yeah, you're right. The TA, there's a reason that this hero is getting picked so consistently in this tournament. Very powerful stuff. And I mean, again, it felt like the same carbon copy of last game to start things out, 33 dominating from the start. But at some point, Yatoro's farm was too much. At some point, Collapse actually came back into the game, had every aura, every defensive item you talked about other than Shiva's, which was on Laurel this time, and he had a much better performance as a result. I mean, he ends at 7-1 and 15 on the Ember Spirit. Didn't really get to talk about him too much, but either way, we're going to a game 3, Shiva!
I'm very happy we're going to a third game of this series. Looking forward to it already, but first, let's break down this game because it looked for a while that like Tundra was still going to be in the lead. We saw Yatoro holding his own on the net worth charts, but other than that, it was Tundra dictating the pace of the game after the laning stage was done, Effie.
They really did. I mean, they did the Tundra, as we call it, just coming out with such a large net worth advantage, and it looked a little bit dire for Spirit at times, but this is what Team Spirit does best. When they are losing, they will find opportunities on the map. They will outplay you. If they don't have superior team fight, they will pick you off, and they will claw their way back into the game.
Yeah, I doubted their ability with lack of stuns to ever make plays happen, but they just kited them for so long. There was so much cat and mouse, forcing out spells, trying to bait Tundra to pop their BKBs. Tundra was super patient because they had the Coddle sustain. They'd even be able to like TP back to base and be recalled into the fight, but yeah, this was quite the performance from the side of Team Spirit, just as a vision of execution of a vision of the entire game, how to play the map, how to play fights, and I saw the Underlord impact. Nobody could die at the end of the game.
Nobody could die. We were a little bit worried about how it would play out on lane, right, Fear?
Yep.
It felt like it did quite good, better than expected anyway.
No, the lane was pretty good for him. I expected it to be a little worse, but I think that's what Ringmaster gives to you this patch. He is an S-tier laning support right now. But overall, this Underlord pick, it did a ton for them. And I think one thing they mentioned in the cast as well is this Coddle. He's good at playing the map, but who else is good at playing map? The Underlord, right? So the Underlord being able to match the Coddle ganks, I think, was something we didn't account for too much, but it was really, really good. However, Tundra, they kind of had this game in the bag. There was a couple of misplays that happened along the road, but this is how they draft though. If Crystallis wants his last pick Razor, and it's not gonna carry the game, you can't really make mistakes or you're gonna fall behind in that late game.
Yeah, that is definitely what happened, as we're going to take a look at a ward of the game, Fear, that you picked out. It was actually fairly early on in the game already, minute 15.
Yeah, I mean, this is when Tundra was owning, but you can see that ward that is placed right there, right at that 15-minute timing as the Tormentor comes up. Beautiful play by Whitemon. He's the one who got there slightly early and placed it. And that allowed them to get that beautiful sequence of events with the 3-man Ice Shard into the boat. They had to go on full retreat mode, but it wasn't enough at that point. You're gonna get caught out, the Roar's gonna go out, you're gonna get Walrus punched, and you're gonna lose that, and you're also gonna lose your Tormentor. So Whitemon with the great warding in this particular game. So like I mentioned before, their early game was great. They were snowballing Tormentor kill, all these kills on the maps, but a couple mistakes later, and it can really snowball out the wrong direction.
Yeah, was the fight that you wanted to highlight, Mira, one of those mistakes that Fear is talking about around minute 22?
Yeah, I just wanted to show how good Team Spirit are at creating situations, because at this point in the game, oh, this is not the fight. Brian, is this yours?
Oh, yeah, this is in the mid-river. Yeah, no, they are amazing at this. Look at how long this Ringmaster lives because of the Crimson Guard as well as the auras from the Underlord. Manages to use that whoopee cushion to get up the high ground, and this felt like the recipe for success for all the team fights for Team Spirit is that they would survive the initiation of Tundra, kite out the BKBs, and then chase you down with their slows, the mobility on their lineup, and those roots from Underlord were so good at controlling territories, and that just felt like as long as they were able to make you fight into them and then chase you out, that was they all executed that so well.
Yeah, I feel like the Underlord regardless was a great pick. Obviously, hindsight is easy to say that. Definitely something we should keep on our radar, as we do still have the fight you wanted to highlight, Mira.
Yeah, I just wanted to show how Team Spirit can always create these situations playing from behind. And what you didn't see before this, actually, which is the key moment, is they had smoke top, found Kunkka in the jungle, and then after they found the quick pick on Kunkka, they all TP'd their heroes mid. They knew Kunkka was down, and they just absolutely took this fight. And this is where Underlord's Pit of Malice first came into play in the game. And without the Kunkka, they lacked the damage mitigation that was making Team Spirit's ability to fight into them so hard in the early game. And this is where they were able to go from a massive net worth deficit on Spirit to playing versus an Aegis and to being back into the game in full swing.
Yeah, and you saw Radon tip Coddle there. One thing you didn't mention as well is the fact that he TP'd in, because you can TP to your teammates as Coddle. He TP'd into a pit, right, as Caudle in that fight, and he ended up dying because of it. So that's why Radon ended up tipping him towards the end there.
Yeah, it definitely, the game, and I think also the draft before that, makes us extra excited for what is coming in game number 3. It will come your way. We'll have a bit of a break first, but first, we're going to see what Lyrical's up to.
Thank you so much, Shiver. That's right. We're trying to figure out who's going to be able to come away with the victory here. Everybody that's over there in the crowd is clearly biased, but we do have some people that are going to be unbiased. This is the Team Liquid signing session. It goes all the way back, making a lot of noise, excited to see their favorite team come on over there. But we're going to ask them, who do you think is going to come away with the victory? I got 10 people. It's a sample. All right, let's keep track. Who's winning?
Spirit. Tundra. Tundra. Spirit. Spirit. Tundra. Tundra. Tundra.
Tundra.
2 numbers, 3, 3. Tundra!
I don't know how many that was because I can't count, but we're going to have to figure it out later. Somebody's winning this game. Back to you guys on the panel.
Somebody will win the game, somebody will win this series, and we're all waiting to see who that is. And we're waiting a little bit longer as we head to a break. We'll be right back.
it's miles and miles and miles and miles away. Yes, it's miles and miles and miles and miles away. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone. Yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah, yeah. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say.
It is time for our deciding game in our upper bracket finals here for ESL One Raleigh, where we're live in the Raleigh Convention Center in the state of North Carolina. And it is Tundra taking on Team Spirit. Now, I know these two teams are no stranger to each other. We saw in the first two games that they can definitely go head to head. And we've been talking a lot about the puzzle that needs to be solved with these two teams. And I feel like game number 2, Fear, felt a little bit like Spirit was indeed solving Tundra's puzzle.
I really think this Underlord might be a counter to the Caudle. There's like a high chance of that because we saw 2 interactions where the Caudle is bringing someone to their side of the map for gank, you're there, and then if Caudle wants to join the team fights too, he's positioning himself in the pit most likely, right? Because heroes are in there. So I really like that pick, even though when Razor should have been a hard counter to it, didn't really matter at the end of the day. So that was very interesting for sure.
Definitely something we could see again. We had it was the Caudle first, followed by Templar Assassin, and I think Templar Assassin in this one, Effie, might also be one that maybe should be banned by Tundra.
Yeah, I think they got to put some respect on it, or at least have some late game solution. I think the issue is if they had a more scaling carry coming out of Crystallis, then they could have easily taken that game to Spirit after a couple of mishaps. But Razor just, until he gets to a moment where he has like Refresher Orb, BKB, Satanic, things like that, then he can't fight into a Templar Assassin, especially as his BKB duration goes down. And we saw how effective that Underlord was later in the game when everyone's BKB duration was at 6 seconds.
Yeah, if I'm moving forward into game 3 and I'm Tundra and we like this position you were in game 2, so convincing. It feels like the only team I can imagine winning that in the situation that it was Team Spirit with their execution and patience in these fights. And I'm just wondering if that's a bit of a blow to your confidence that you've got pretty much everything you wanted on the side of Tundra, your signatures, the Kunkka, the Razor, the Keeper of the Light that's been having pretty much a huge success all throughout the playoffs, and yet Team Spirit took you down with some unconventional heroes like the Underlord.
Yeah, we do have a big change up though, because the first 2 games, we had Spirit on the Radiant side, Tundra Dire, and we had Spirit second pick. Both games were exactly the same, meaning that both teams preferred that. This third game, one of these teams wanted to shake it up. I don't know exactly who had priority, but I'm sure we'll figure out in a second, as it is Team Spirit with overall first pick. So it's going to be very exciting to see what's being left in the pool. I will mention Keeper of the Light. I will mention Medusa still as well, even though it made it very late into the draft in the previous game. What else should we be worried about? What else should Tundra be worried about? We've had a lot of supports banned, and at the moment, there's just no support bans. I think that's the strange thing. The Tinker comes to mind, the Jakiro comes to mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tinker's still in the pool. They banned the AA, something that's been pretty decent, that as well. So I think there's a lot of options. Ringmaster's in there too, that ended up winning that last game. So there's a lot of good support options to pick here. Tiny's still in the pool. That one's been highly contested. Sure, it did lose the first game, but that was like a Medusa first pick. Cool.
Yeah. Been a little while.
Yeah.
All right, so for people that have not watched the first half of this tournament and only tuned in starting yesterday, they would not have seen an opening from Medusa with the anti-mage ban because, frankly, everybody was banning Medusa at that point. Brian, why is this scary for Tundra?
There is the small chance that it gets flexed to carry or 4 position, but its main position, oddly enough, for this tournament has been off lane with a double null talisman meteor hammer, oftentimes into a Gleipnir type control utility build. And other than anti-mage, because you have this undiluted facet, I believe it's called, that you are unslowable, that it feels like the heroes that would buy Diffusal that was also used to lock you down and catch you, they don't really counter you anymore. So it's just a hero that creates a lot of issues in the draft. A lot of these debuffs from minus armor don't work against Medusa that a lot of these popular heroes have. So yeah, a hero that oftentimes is ignored because you just didn't want to fight into it, that Meteor Hammer somehow creates a situation where the tower pressure is there and you don't feel comfortable just ignoring it.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. This new Meteor Hammer build on Medusa accounted for a lot of her weaknesses. And now that you don't have to go boots because of the undulation facet, it makes you hit that Meteor Hammer timing even quicker. And because you're so tanky on lane, very few heroes can force you out. And you end up casting those Meteor Hammers for free. And as the game progresses, you get a Gleipnir, and the range on your Gorgon's Grasp becomes so big.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about denying the ground. Medusa has been denying the ground, and that's why so many people are afraid of her right now.
Yeah, it increases the Meteor Hammer too, right? So like, it's a big area of effect that you just cannot move. We've seen the flexibility after that, because normally that's the first 2 items. I've seen Blade Mill after that. People go Mjolnir, Hex, whatever you need for the game seems to be pretty good. So yeah, the big thing is like you can't slow the hero, and you also can't do minus armor to the hero. So you might have to start thinking about some hard lockdown heroes that just flat out uses stuns, because if you don't have the stuns, she's just gonna walk away.
Well, both teams are representing. You have Tinker, who protects his teammates and heals them, so it's going to be difficult for Team Spirit to burst anybody. And then you have Medusa, a hero that's incredibly difficult to burst and also difficult to ignore because she has an AoE BKB piercing stun with her ultimate. So I'm thinking one of the ways that teams have addressed the Medusa is high mobility on their cores so that they can pick and choose their fights accordingly and eventually jump the backline supports. So it's going to become a game of, can Medusa be enough of a threat, enough of control to make sure this doesn't happen, and can Tundra find those openings?
Do you think Team Spirit will leave Keeper of the Light in the pool? Would Tundra go for Tinker and Keeper of the Light support combo? Is that even
Seems redundant to me.
Yeah?
Because they both do similar things, in my opinion. I feel like both those supports like to get very farmed. And if you have them both on the same team, where your core is going to farm at, you know? So, I don't know.
Sure.
But if you're Tundra, if you don't want the Coddle for yourself, surely you ban it out, because why would you give away Coddle plus Medusa to a team that also loves to run Storm Spirit on first pick, on 18 pick? Like, that would just also enable Laurel's hero to close out the second phase. It's got to be a hero that they need to address.
Yeah, I feel like we glossed over a little bit on the Tinker. Obviously, opening pick for Tundra is also very strong. I just feel like it's been a little while since we've seen Whitemon get his hands on his Tinker, because generally teams are smart enough to ban it out against him.
Yeah, I think Tinker as a support can scale really hard with that Ags build, but it's also important to keep in mind that Medusa counters the Ags, because what makes it powerful is it reduces your maximum HP, but Medusa just has mana, so Tinker's not going to be able to freely laser people in the late game. He's pretty much pigeonholed into the utility, Greaves, Solar Crest type build most likely, so I'm really curious why they were willing to take this trade.
I think the idea behind Tinker as well is, like, you don't necessarily have to play the position 4 scaling Tinker build. You can just play the heal support Tinker. And Medusa as a hero from the offlane, she really doesn't do that much damage. Like, her damage is quite slow and it happens over a long fight and a long duration, and that's exactly what the heal bots counter, right? If it was burst damage, I would say Tinker isn't that great of a solution, but Medusa is not burst damage from the offlane especially.
What's a good reason for you to not pick Keeper of the Light?
A good reason?
For Team Spirit.
You feel like you need more stuns, I guess, but you can still make that up in other areas, so there's no real good reason not to pick it. I think it's pretty good this game. You have, you can play the map like last game against the Tinker. They want to play similar type of games, so there's a high chance they do pick it unless they want more specialized heroes to kind of deal with Beastmaster, but Coddle's just so good right now, why not pick it?
And there's specialized heroes like Laurel Storm, they're all enabled by Coddle. Like, I would be very surprised if they just didn't take it in this phase.
I also don't think we can write off the fact if you don't counter carry Medusa, like carry Medusa is not like it's not viable, so we could see a potential collapse hero like a Mars signature that gives them the lockdown that they're lacking, allows them to commit to fights. I just think you have a lot of different routes you can go from Team Spirit, and Jakiro, a hero that's been highly successful for them. so far in this event. I mean, it's been just a stable for a lot of these teams, but their win rate, I believe, is 4-0.
Yeah, they've been doing excellent on the
Or 3-1. 3-1 with it.
Jakiro's been consistently getting banned out against Team Spirit, so has Muerta for Rue, and maybe this is where the question comes in. Like, do they want to pick up the Coddle to enable their Medusa, or do they want to pick up Rue's best hero by far in the Muerta?
Or neither. I mean, I will keep bringing it up because I think it is definitely keeps being valuable to hear. They have the largest hero pool they set themselves, and they just keep adding more pieces to this big puzzle we have.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Tundra pick up, like, so far the best counter to Medusa I've seen is the Elder Titan. This is like the most reliable stun against this hero. Later on, you just be able to do lots of magic damage from afar, and when you do stomp the Medusa, she just doesn't wake up from the stomp. So it's like effectively like a 5-second stun. And I think that is incredibly good to have. So outside of that, like, what other heroes can they pick to kind of deal with what they see? Because no matter what, Medusa is going to be a core. You have a Bounty Hunter, and you have a THD in the game.
Yeah. I feel like we're in episode like keep them guessing. You know, Bounty Hunter, we didn't expect for it to come out. Do you think Tundra was?
Not necessarily, but I also think it pretty much locks Medusa in offlane because Collapse doesn't really play the ranged guys that pair well. He does play Darkseer that enables melee force, but that hero's already been banned out. So I think that this pretty much locks in Collapse as the Medusa, and Track does provide damage amp on whatever target it has, so maybe it's one of their creative ways of Jakiro and Bounty Hunter pretty high damage supports considering the damage that Jakiro itself dishes and Bounty Hunter enabling his cores to do more.
I think it could just also be an anti-Tundra hero in the sense that Bounty Hunter will disrupt any kind of jungler or any kind of jungling hero. And in the previous Fisher tournament, the way that Team Spirit ran the Bounty Hunter was he just followed whoever was jungling, like the Venomancer, for example, straight into it and did not allow them to get anything. And then if you have this track vision to place on key targets like the Tinker, that then enables the jump heroes from mid like Storm Spirit who, oh, you see Tinker, instant follow-up.
Yeah, I'm very curious. The Wind Ranger Shard, is that like movement manipulation or a move slow? Can Medusa just walk away from it?
We're definitely going to find out in this game, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think it would affect your movement speed because it's moving you to the side.
I don't think it affects your movement speed. I think it's movement manipulation.
Well, I'm saying it would make you move slower because it's pulling you the other way.
No, because you move the same speed. It's just
You move faster one direction, slower the other.
Yes.
We'll see, but if Medusa can just walk out of it, that's...
These are the type of questions that you ask in Dota because there's about, 100,000 different interactions.
I'm sure someone right now will jump into a lobby to figure that out.
Okay, so see the bristleback, that's likely for Crystallis?
Yeah, Crystallis, but BZM doesn't play it though, so I imagine if you see a Storm, you ideally don't want to play Bristle into that. He is going to like spam you out of the lane. Probably not going to be advantageous for you.
Yeah.
But maybe if there's a better pick, they are overall last pick, they are flexing this Bristleback. Depending on what Team Spirit does ban here, I imagine a Puck is going to be gone for sure. That's one of the heroes that Storm hates the most. But if it's not, then maybe the Bristle would go carry, vice versa.
Without the Coddle in the picture, I feel like the Storm might be prone to running out of gas in the tank. When we're talking about the damage department, we have to consider damage issues. As you mentioned, Mira, when you set up the draft with the Medusa, you already don't have much. You're looking at Tinker, Bristleback, even Wind Ranger is like a utility hero that's difficult to lock down. So I guess I want to see a hero that dishes out a lot of sustained damage on Yatoro last pick.
Like an Ursa?
Something like an Ursa could work.
5 seconds remaining.
See what I was going to say, what else has he picked this event, but he's probably just going to pick like the 12th hero.
I think Rue has a lot on his shoulders this game because opting to choose this Bounty Hunter over the Coddle when you know you're going to pick Storm Spirit to close out your phase means that you trust whatever disruptive abilities this Bounty can give you in the early game by like stealing farm and scouting out heroes is more valuable than the scaling of Coddle plus Medusa plus Storm. So maybe there's like also scrim data on the side of Spirit where they've run Bounty Hunter versus Tundra and just felt like that was one of the more comfortable heroes against them.
10 seconds
What about the Yatoro Troll Fear? One player I think we've seen win with this hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Something that just piles on because they don't really have that many disables on the side of Tundra. A lot of things to dispel.
Team Spirit's turn to
It's possible.
Looks like they think it's
Can't
carry
say
Medusa,
I like
actually.
it, but definitely possible.
Looks like they think it's carry Medusa based on the
Yeah, they do.
I have an answer. Wind Ranger Shard does slow Medusa. She cannot run through it.
Oh.
Where'd you get that information?
I have a secret.
You have a source?
He has
Okay.
her
a secret
ways,
source.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wish I had that.
I just ran the simulation in my head.
Oh,
you know?
wow. I don't have Dota downloaded in my brain.
Wind Ranger Shard is not a slow. It doesn't count as a slow. It's forced movement.
Yeah, okay.
Like it's pushing you backwards as opposed to slowing you. So undulation wouldn't be.
Well, that's probably why they picked it, right? Because it is a method of controlling Medusa, so she just walk away. Yeah, it is going to be either a Yatoro or Collapse here on this last pick. I mean, them banning the Mars and the Underlord makes me think they want Crystallis to play this Bristleback. As Underlord, obviously good versus all strength heroes in laning stage. I mean, Mars does turn Bristle around as well, which is kind of useful.
Is there a curveball possible with the Bounty Hunter, I wonder? Or you think it's just...
Bounty Core?
I don't know.
No.
That's why I got you.
So. I mean, I would say no, but nothing's impossible.
That's fair. No, we got Slardar Core, though.
That's kind of a curveball.
Do you want Slardar the carry or Medusa the carry?
Yeah, probably Slaughter on the off lane, I would imagine. Because he does... You might even just swap it up to match the Bristleback. He usually lanes pretty well against Bristleback. Has high armor for a strength hero. I think he has the highest base strength or base armor on any strength hero in the game. And then he also should help with the damage issues that they have. My only concern is that this entire lineup on Team Spirit is countered by Dispels. Slardar with his amp damage, Bounty Hunter with his track that's also amp damage, Jakiro spells are all countered by this, so I think itemization favors Tundra later on in the game if they get a single like Lotus Orb on the Tinker, hero that's very happy to build that, maybe even on Bristle if he's not in the carry role.
Got 3 seconds to pick a hero, and Gyro will be... All right, mid Bristleback it is. They were afraid of the Slardar, as you mentioned. They wanted to pick one of the counters. So this hero in the laning stage is definitely Gyrocopter. That just kind of shows you the state of the game where Nog is at, where you can't pick it versus like a lot of these heroes right now. That you just have to go for a Gyro. So strong lane, I think they're kind of like saying, hey, yo, Bezium, you can play Bristleback. We got a better pick for Crystallis here. Suck it up and make it work. Probably not his go-to hero against Storm in the mid lane.
That's definitely the words he used.
Maybe, you never know.
What do you think, Mira?
I think Tundra wanted to hit a similar tempo to last game, and by throwing Bristleback mid, who hits his timing really early, playing with a Beastmaster, playing with a carry Gyro, they're gonna like run at Spirit very early on, especially if they get the net worth advantage. But I do think with Spirit's Slardar and their Medusa, their scaling is incredibly good. And there is playmaking potential with Storm and Bounty Hunter alone on the map. And Tinker is a target that can get easily jumped by Team Spirit's heroes. Like, they do have good backline catch. So it's just going to be a matter of will Tundra throw their early game tempo like they did last game, or will Team Spirit like just deliver a clean late game execution?
Yeah, I think this is a good carry Medusa game because all the damage from Tundra, usually carry Medusa struggles against a lot of long-range poke. Her effective tankiness isn't useful to you because there's no clear time for her to use her Stone Gaze, but all the damage coming out from Tundra is like point-blank range. Even Gyro being a ranged hero likes to be right next to you. Beastmaster beating his drums, maybe he'll go for the Helm of the Overlord build again, but same with Bristleback. So I think if Collapse and Laurel are able to be patient in these fights, Rue's getting those tracks out, and they managed to play the patience game that they played in Game 2, I'm really liking what their team fight execution is going to look like.
Yeah, I want to see them sack Collapse here and Rue play around mid lane. You can really exploit this Bristleback very easily. It's a free Storm game if you give a good start.
A free Storm game, as you see the odds on screen. That sounds like good news for the Team Spirit fans. Which team will get their place in the grand finals tomorrow? There's only one game left to play in this upper bracket finals between Tundra and Spirit. And the winner of it will get that direct route. The other will have to try the lower bracket. So let's head straight into the action of Game 3.
Claws out! Join with me. We fight as one.
Roar! Game number 3 is upon us. Tundra versus Team Spirit. And guess what? 33 paws, 3 games in a row. Can we hear it for 33? Yeah, we love pauses in the house today. Upper bracket finals, of course. Winner of this in the grand finals. That's how it works. Loser to the lower bracket. Cinderin.
Yes.
I'm out of breath. I screamed a bit, and now the American side of me needs to rest.
Yeah,
so
cardio
take
not
over,
your
please.
strong suit. I know this. I've played pickleball against you. Just a couple of sideline shots, and the rally generally ends.
That's not true at all. Thank you.
Actually very true. Yeah, this is a total switch up. It's a lot of new heroes being brought into this series, especially the Bounty Hunter really stands out here, right? We've cast a lot of games of this tournament by now, and I think this is maybe is this our first Slardar? Maybe it's the second one? It's definitely our first Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
So Spirit trying to be creative here to solve some more established picks coming out from Tundra. There's literally 0 surprising heroes picked by them here. The Bristleback mid has already been played as well, and against Storm it actually does quite well. We got to cast that exact matchup the other day. Both heroes farmed, but I believe the Bristle was able to inch out a bit of an advantage. So we'll see if BZM can replicate that outcome in the matchup. Carry Dusa though.
Yeah.
This hero in every position this tournament.
Yeah, pretty much.
Except mid, I guess.
This hero is having an identity crisis, no doubt about it. As Crystallis and BZM will not be able to get this bounty.
2 for 2.
But still 2 for 2. So for Radon, Mr. Yatoro on that said Medusa. How hard can this hero carry these days? I feel like I've mostly been seeing it as non-carry.
Well, he's obviously, by nature of playing carry, he's playing Venomous Volley. So he will be able to itemize move speed, and for better or worse, of course. There's going to be some situations that's good and some that's bad, but it does allow you to more reliably be able to chase down targets. You're going to have the luxury of playing with Track and Corrosive Haze, so you have 2 avenues of getting vision that pierces Fog of War, so that as long as you have the attack range and you're in position and get to hit, you can generally stick on your targets, and you will be quite hard for the Radiant lineup to kill. They don't have strong single target damage. I want to say the best they have is probably the mid Bristle, who did go for Seeing Red. Wind Ranger position 4 generally doesn't really get the job done against a Medusa carry, and I would say it's one of Gyrocopter's worst carry-to-carry matchups because he's a spread damage carry, and Medusa just stands there and laughs at you. So that'll be interesting to see. Tinker, of course, a bit of a wild card in every series we've seen. Sometimes it just carries the game. I actually think that's Tundra's best pick against Medusa, is the laser with Ags. Even though you don't really reduce much health, just the constant blind from long range, Medusa is very static. Can become annoying for her if Whitemon goes that direction. We'll see. He's eyeing up a Holy Locket first.
And let's talk a bit about Bounty Hunter. Talked about a little bit of the vision aspect to Track. Of course, that's going to be a little down the road for that level 6 for Perub. The panel's talking about how the Bounty might want to gank mid a little bit earlier to help get an advantage.
It's a tough kill to pull off, though. Bounty does very insignificant amounts of damage on the very low levels compared to a lot of other ganking heroes. So if you want to kill the Bristle, the Storm already needs to butter him up quite a lot. You want to get that one. Not out of the question, of course. It could happen. But I think more likely than not, it is going to be a gate play instead, if you want to find kills. Bounty Hunter kills very well together with Jakiro, because it allows you to stick on your target, get more swings in.
Yeah. A little bit surprising, Jakiro gets through the pool. It feels like this hero, the previous tournament that we cast, was picked or banned in every single game.
Icebreaker got nerfed since then, though, right?
Yeah, and we've been seeing the other facet a lot of the time, but it does feel like just personal preference, which one they want.
It varies a bit. We saw it yesterday being picked, the Icebreaker against Meepo.
What is that abomination?
A lot of sense.
Oh, it's an ice frog, okay.
Oh, okay, that's extremely insulting to a true legend of the game.
I wonder if he approved that himself. Oh. Rue inside of the Lotus Pool, and Tundra will be forced to have to put down a sentry.
This is why they pick Bounty.
Yeah, just for that.
That one moment.
Huge advantage now for Team Spirit. And we can talk a bit about Collapse's Slardar, another hero we're not seeing a whole lot of.
But done an excellent job in the first few waves here together with Rue. It's very good farm on Slardar here.
Yeah, 18 and 5 already.
Against Tinker Gyro, this is pretty much as good as it's going to get. The 20 CS minute 3 is extraordinary.
BZM gonna get ganked from the side. Maposhka coming in with the dual breath. Laurel, a couple extra right clicks. Not quite enough though. Now Maposhka put in a weird spot. BZM has to just stand there and wait it out. He gets both kills. Does die before Laurel. Laurel ends up getting the XP.
No, he's just pulling the wave.
That was quite the turn of events. The one hero that you can look into a corner, just stand there and still be quite fearsome. Whitemon going to get gone on by Collapse for a bit, as Miposhka actually TP's down here, so that's a triple threat coming out from Team Spirit. Dual Breath onto Crystallis all alone. Bash is there from Collapse. 2 kills for Spirit in this lane.
Yeah, and this
Pretty
is
damn good start.
This is one of the luxuries you have when Medusa has an easy lane matchup as a carry. It's so easy to just leave her. Like, what's Beastmaster gonna do here? She can just kill the boars if he tries to play aggressively. She has Gorgon's Grasp and the Snake. And even if it were to be, say, Windranger plus Beast, the kill takes so damn long that you can just TP in any hero to help whenever. This is a really feels good situation for Spirit supports, because they get to do whatever they want, basically. They pick their lane, pick their move. Miposhka has returned to top, but no opponent in the lane.
Yeah, Soxa rotating to the bot lane to try to find a kill onto Collapse, but seemed to have a little bit of extra information. Backed away safely. It's a bit of a wasted rotation for now.
I suppose it is a little bit obvious for Spirit to figure this out, right? When Beastmaster isn't even laning, where else would Windranger be than making a move bot? Now Soxa is finally going to return to top, which makes sense because now the wave is pushing into tower. So Miposhka fighting 33 in his own jungle. This is how you counter Beastmaster. You just hunt him down. Might have been a part of the Bounty Hunter logic as well when they picked it.
Yeah, that's true.
That you just have a hero that can trace Beastmaster and stop stacks from happening and just leech.
So you're saying game 3 is when they finally realized we should do something about 33?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good time to figure it out. I mean, they beat him last game. He was stupid fat, though.
Yeah, he was. Don't insult him, especially in America.
Okay.
It's a sore spot for us. That's Crystallis and Whitemon.
I had a couple people love that one, Shannon. Good. Know your audience.
They're my people.
Time for Power Rune.
Yep, 6-minute rune is upon us. Amplified damage taken by Miposhka.
BZM
doing quite a bit of damage. They have the vision. They have the kill. Laurel, he has his ultimate, so we'll be fine. BZM, very, very tanky. That full HP bar. Soxa and Whitemon made their way over as well, it seems. Yeah, but BZM, in terms of net worth, top of the game. So having a very good start. Laurel did get the levels, but definitely down in the farm at the moment. Dual Breath upon BZM, just harassing him. Only 400 HP, does have to be a bit careful.
Overall, the biggest surprise in all of this for me is how little Crystallis has. I think that's the biggest surprise. He's level 4.5 against Collapse's level 6.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
The true dive pressure here, Crystallis actually can't just go and farm next to the Slardar because he's just going to pop all his stuff and run him down and force TP rotations. So he's very much at the mercy of Collapse letting him get CS under tower.
What? Oh my god, that bounce! Are you kidding? All right, well, Soxa taken off guard a bit there by that damage.
Not a kill I thought I would see.
Whitemon.
Yep, here we go.
Corrosive Haze upon him. No.
You got one TP out of them.
The break, pretty annoying. Yeah, BZM makes his way over. 33 in the meantime. Does get the Wisdom trying, but it's going to cost him his life.
Oh, it was real close on the homing missile. Collapse playing on the limits. He forced the TP down from Bristleback. He TP's out himself away from the missile. And it was a 1-for-1 trade, right, on the Wisdoms. Yes. So Rue got the other one with 33 getting the Radiant. Now, Bounty Hunter often falls into this trap where if you're moving too much, the track comes out very late. And Rue's level 3.5. So I'm curious to see what Spirit are going to do to try to get him his experience. Obviously, one way would be exactly this. Have Bounty Hunter stack and then get percentages off of that and just leech as Storm is taking it. Or as Storm is taking it, you go and take the mid lane, whatever it is. But it's very important, I think, that Rue doesn't just accept this game state and get level 6 at something like minute 14. It's so valuable for him to get track in 3 or 4 minutes because he has really great heroes to exploit it with the Slardar as well as the Storm.
Yeah, BZM.
And they will indeed give him mid. So I really like this. I think this makes a ton of sense to do in this exact moment.
Yeah, it needs that level 6 pretty bad. BZM working on Ags, already halfway there. And Soxa with an Invis rune. He'll be scouting things out here. Really just leeching XP if nothing else. We'll get the range. Creep, that is.
And as much as we were talking about the Bounty Hunter against Beastmaster for scouting things out, it's similar logic against Tinker, right? This has to be what Spirit saw in this pick, this game, is just the ability to not only block camps, but also just recognize when the big stacks are being farmed so that you have the chance of contesting it. Seeing it right here, being put into
spotted. Laurel
use.
gets off the slow, gets off the stun. Rue is here for the assistance. No track yet, but Soxa surrounded by enemies. Spirit just taking over this area.
It's a flat-out masterclass on invading the triangle right there. That was more or less perfect. They got the right heroes in from the right angle. They brought the correct numbers. In the meantime, Tundra are stuck dealing with this pesky Slardar down bottom. It feels like they need to babysit Crystallis to even play the game. And with this stack now, oh, Collapse is actually going to try to steal some of this with a crush.
He might.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, he gets the haze down. This is a 2 versus 1. Make it a 3v1 as Soxa coming in from the other side. Focus fire applied. Gyrocopter ult as well. This will lead to a very valuable kill and Collapse.
All right, that's a flat-out mission fail right there. I think he got 0 off the CS. He got rooted by the creep and then he died.
It happens. Great. Happens to the best of us. It require 3 members of Tundra to take him out, of course.
Still well worth it. They have to get Gyro into the game, so this is kind of a gift in a way. You always want to tread that line very carefully of not over-aggressing when you're playing Slardar. Because this hero, when it has a good start, can really be extremely oppressive in the lane, but you can also very quickly overdive a bit too much. Speaking of dive, there's
we're going to
a
see the
roar.
first roar from 33.
And he's going to run away.
Yeah, that's not good. No backup. Does live, though.
Yep.
Working on his Aghanim stuff.
Sentry must have clipped Rue on the very edge.
Yeah.
On the left. Like, it could. I think he must have had his modeling by like 2 pixels. But that's enough.
Yep, another tower.
The tower still. Things going well here for Spirit in the early game. For the first time in the series.
Yeah, that is strange to say, isn't it?
In the lanes.
So what happens in this game then when they get off to the good lead? Yep. Do you think either team has been playing better than the other consistently this series, or has it been pretty much 50-50?
I think it's been pretty close, honestly. There's been moments of brilliance from both teams, and I think every individual player has had a good series for the most part. So that's what you want to see. This is a matchup we could see again tomorrow. Not out of the question, anyway.
Yep, for sure.
So could just be a little bit of a warm-up for a bigger EO5 at the very end of it all.
Smoke rotation from Spirit. They want to kill Crystallis.
They will.
And they will very, very easily. Down goes the Gyrocopter. Whitemon not in position to help. Now Collapse and company can try to turn this around onto a full tier 1 for themselves. Although BZM does make a rotation here, so...
This is one problem that Tundra have in this game in terms of playing against heroes like Storm and Slardar is their catch is extremely limited. When the mid hero you're playing is Bristleback and your offlaner is Beastmaster, who generally wants to farm for the first like 15-20 minutes, when these skirmishes break out, you're going to be playing defense almost exclusively. So it means Spirit gets to choose the avenues of attack. It means they get to choose which heroes are involved, where the... Yeah, just flat out what objectives you want to fight for is kind of their choosing. So they opted to invade the triangle the one time, now they opted to invade bottom and kill the gyro and look to put some pressure on the tower. Tundra's lineup is just, by nature, very greedy.
Yeah.
So they need to stay alive, they need to keep the game afloat and reach some sort of meaningful timing in the mid-game when everything comes together.
Collapse has Blink Dagger. See if they turn this into a smoke reveal. As Laurel going to be accompanied by Maposhka. They team up with Collapse. Although TP coming mid as Soxa showing himself with the focus fire on that mid tier 1. Laurel will bring him back. Well, Rue is level 6, so track online. Shuriken with the right clicks from Laurel is enough.
And again, it's just easy hit and run with Storm Bounty this game. There's no stuns except the roar. So Shackle Shot is not available in that region. You just kill him, and you got to be a little bit careful on Tundra. This isn't just you're bleeding out your usual, whatever, our support died. Track kills really sting that little bit extra. Now soon 14 minutes approaching. Let's see if Spirit have any plans for Wisdom. Radon is heading in the overall direction, but he is alone, so I think
Crystallis. the Aghanim Scepter for BZM.
Yep.
And yeah, just based on positioning, it looks like it'll be a trade of the
Don
Wisdom.
just going to walk over completely alone here. Okay. This is some next level stuff. He walks over pretending he's taking the shrine, forces TP reaction. He sees the Watcher is radiant, and he just leaves. He actually baited a TP and some extra rotation and a smoke out of Tundra. And he just immediately leaves. Goes bottom.
Yeah, and bottom side of the map is basically Spirits right now, so they're in pretty damn good position to take out that Tormentor in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, though, they can take out some Ancient stacks for you, Toro. Has the Manta style. We'll be going for the Butterfly second item, it seems.
Bit of a classic Medusa build. We've seen some players go Mjolnir into Aghanims to take advantage of the what used to be 25 talent with split shot effects. It's now tied to the Scepter. Not going to be the approach this time around.
Rue was on top of a Sentry, so that means a homing missile is coming for him. BZM does not have Dust, though. Does have Aghanim Scepter, which does quite a bit of damage. But this might be a bait. Team Spirit, they get the track, they get the Corrosive Haze, and now it's a fight for the Tormentor. Tundra definitely want to fight this out. 33 shows up with his Aghanim Scepter as well.
This becomes a rather delicate position. Oh, hang on.
Doxa is going to get initiated upon 33. Puts his arms up in the air, but
like he just
not willing to
care.
commit. I should have said that. Sorry about that.
One of us is funny. It's fine. More than enough.
They're actually going to go for the Tormentor. They're going to take a lot of damage in their pursuit. Radon is going to show up. They do get it. Whitemon gets his shard. They're going to try to fight this out now in the cover of all this healing regen. BZM will get the slows on top of Radon. Pretty low on mana. Gets the wand off, though. As BZM is going to get brought back into the fray. The Macropyre is blocking their path now. 33 will have to run away, at least for now. Still has the Primal Roar, so they haven't really expended these big ults quite yet. And Team Spirit looks like they'll have to back away, so Tundra just, they take the Tormentor right under their noses.
You know, your favorite word of this tournament has been disgusting.
I mean, that's my career.
You know what's disgusting? Bristleback with Defense Matrix. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that
is actually just filthy.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Rants.
They tried their best. They couldn't even hit him.
Ice Path onto Whitemon. TP from Soxa. Oh, okay, gets the Shackle somehow onto Laurel. Able to zip away, though. They should have the right click damage, but Crystal is actually TP's in. Now the full Rocket Barrage being applied to Maposhka will lead to his ultimate demise. So Tinker somehow lives.
Warp Flare, baby.
I shouldn't say somehow. Yeah, it's just Tinker things.
Yeah, if he hadn't got the shard, he would have been dead there. But the Warp Flare creating the distance to Storm, and he stays alive. And Tundra on quite the heater here. They were 4K down just a minute ago. Now going to grab themselves a 5K pretty much out of nowhere almost. Mid towers there for the taking, and that is that critical mass timing for mid-game Bristleback with Aghanims.
Oh yeah.
Keep trying to build upon it. As we've already established, their catch is pitiful, but if they can just run as a ball and force objectives, Spirit are unable to fight into them, then they can claim both the Tormentor and the Roshan, which is exactly what's happening. This Aegis will be going over to BZM.
So Aegis online for Tundra. You know, something we haven't asked the crowd as of yet. Which team are you guys rooting for? Let's start with who's here for Tundra? All right. And what about Team Spirit? Oh, wow.
Who loves barbecue?
Hell yeah.
All right. Well,
who doesn't love barbecue? Can't trust the person that doesn't like that. That's for sure. As Tundra grouping up in the top lane.
The fans are hoping for a grand finals tomorrow of barbecue against Tundra. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah, that's a safe bet.
Yep. True BO5.
Tier 1, I mean, Yatoro can go real ham if he wants for Team Spirit.
Not like barbecue, then maybe they would like legendary coach KBBQ, Jack Chen.
Yeah, the legendary man himself.
Yes.
Was so good, I did content with him, and they cut out every line that he had, so. Very sad state of affair. Aegis on BZM. How much does Tundra want to get out of this Aegis? What is their expectation?
Top tower minimum, I would say. Top and bot tier 1. So top tier 2, bottom tier 1. I don't know how much more they can realistically guarantee to get. But I do think Spirit are unlikely to want to defend top tier 2 and bot tier 1. Mid tier 2, they would definitely be able to mount a much better defense set with the angles and the Storm Spirit. in the top arena will be hard. But we'll see. Perhaps Spirit will try to really buckle down and defend everything they have. Obviously, Medusa is a great frontline hero to just stand at the towers with the incoming butterfly here. But that evasion does not work against Bristleback Ags. And it does not work against Tinker. March of the Machines, of course. So if you are standing still in the line of fire, you will still take quite a lot of damage despite having the evasion. It's arriving now. Let's see.
Pretty good timing.
They will be pushing the mid-tier one, trying to make Tundra move
Soxa is going to show. No,
he will
get the crush, and they get the track kill. A little hit and run. They get the tier 1 as well, as now a Blink Dagger comes for 33. So he can start fights himself if he chooses to do so. Yeah, Whitemon, I feel like, and we've seen this before with the Tinker, when he gets a little bit online, he starts to go a bit crazy. Is this one of those games for him? He's going for the Greaves, it looks like, so switching it up slightly from the last time we cast him.
Yeah, I was debating whether this was going to be an offensive or defensive Tinker game. I think the defensive route is probably better when you're playing against Storm's Hardar. Effie was talking about this on the panel, how you're quite vulnerable to just getting jumped and burst down. And if you are playing the laser-focused build, a lot of the time you might not be able to utilize it. If you have a lot of defensive items like Greaves to remove the corrosive haze from yourself and to give people armor as you're dropping low, and all the healing, might be the better approach here. It also feeds well into the mid-game overall.
My God, he really packs a punch.
Yeah, see
but the TP out in time from Aposhka. 33, he's tracked. Laurel teaming up with Rue. They have the damage. Goodness gracious. Laurel takes out the siege creep as well. BZM shows up with a defense matrix. This means he's untouchable, but Soxa is not untouchable.
You gotta be really careful. I feel like a couple of these deaths for Tundra are avoidable. When the Beastmaster has already died up here, I don't think Windranger should just walk up and instantly de-ward. You know the Storm is still there, you know the Slaughter is still there. At the very least for Soxa, it wasn't a track kill, that one I believe, but you know, the overall jumping burst prowess of Spirit is nothing to scoff at. And honestly, the biggest part about all of this is that Tundra are accomplishing nothing with their Aegis. They haven't even touched a tower for 4 minutes. So Spirit are playing aggressively out on the map, effectively denying Tundra any pressure. Trying to corner them as much as possible. The grand reward here, of course, Radon, you're looking at the net worth here. He is a full item of Gyro.
They find him.
Again,
Zip on top. Oh boy, that is a big kill. Very, very big kill. 40 seconds of no Beastmaster. Tundra, they still want to fight? They're playing very aggressive right now. They force Spirit out.
All right, so what does your gut say? We're 22 minutes in. How much CS do you think Medusa has?
CS?
Yeah. In 22 minutes, based on how the game has gone, how many creeps do you think?
208.
All right, 314.
Okay.
It was a good guess. 208 would not have been bad numbers necessarily if you're under pressure a little bit at least, but yeah, he's got 15 CS per minute, so.
That's Yatoro.
That's quite good.
5K advantage just on him.
Yes, that is the game. He is the lead.
Yeah.
The rest of the game is even. But he has, that's the beauty of playing this Bounty Hunter plus Storm is you constrict the enemy team so much that you can execute a true hyper carry because you take all of the attention away from Radon. I think he has not been attacked by a hero.
That is actually quite possibly correct. Which is crazy.
I don't remember him being hit.
Yeah.
So.
He does have evasion after all.
Yeah, why did he buy a butterfly? It's not going to hit anyone.
That's true. What a waste of money. What a noob.
Just rush Rapier and end it.
And Maposhka gonna break this smoke potentially. Radon, they spot him. They get off the roar. Do they actually want to go for him? Okay, 33 dies instead. That is not how you start a fight if you are Tundra. And BZM looks to be next on the list. This is too easy for Spirit. Soxa onto the high ground he goes. Whitemon gets a nice little root there. And Collapse comes in with the crush on top of Soxa. That is 4 dead already. Spirit do have some low members on their team, but they're able to exit freely. They start out on Yatoro, and then 33 just instantly dies.
I think this is the absolute worst possible way a fight can start for Tundra, is to roar Medusa and not have vision. Like, I don't even think they have the damage to begin with to kill Radon like a 1-on-4.
They do not.
if you're opening the fight like that, you're effectively just giving Spirit a fight they couldn't have found themselves. And it's just way too easy for them to pile on to the other heroes. We saw there the burst, the Beastmaster. We've seen 33 and multiple other Beastmasters this tournament pop off. He's 0, 5, and 0. When is the last time you've seen a Beastmaster be that?
Yeah.
Just nothing being carried out at all by the Tundra heroes.
They
just
actually,
can't pierce them.
they actually dealt with 33 for once.
Yep.
And the game is totally different. And imagine how much this net worth discrepancy would be if Tinker wasn't on the other side. Like that hero as a support just gets ungodly farm versus the other supports. So it's always going to be that advantage.
So you could, if you take that out, this is almost a 15k lead.
Rue. It's going to get dusted. They have the call down as well. It is just a lowly bounty hunter, but Tundra will take it.
It's something.
We won't know about Roche for another 30 seconds.
Radon, by the way, finished Silver Edge. So now they have a crystal clear path to killing BZM's Bristleback. As he is not going for BKB, he's going for Lotus. So they managed to just stun him up and break him. They have insane burst for Bristle. Yeah. Minus armor from Corrosive Haze, a hard-hitting Medusa, Storm Spirit, Ball Lightning. Even all of Jakiro's spells start hitting really hard onto Bristle when he's broken. So.
And they finally got the BKB for Laurel. He delayed it a bit, but these two items combined, pretty big power spike for Spirit. And for Collapse, he actually went for Yules. I didn't notice that.
So you can see from Tundra's perspective now, Whitemon's going to finish his Greaves, and then he's starting working on Blink. Aether Lens is what he has in his quick buy, so I guess he wants to go for the Ags after, but that's a very late game oriented approach now. I guess you have no other choice though, right? The mid game power spike that Tundra have won a lot of their games during is already lost. So I guess starting to plan for minute 50 might be the right line of thinking. Got to get there without bleeding out too much though. BZM. If they find him here. Let's put him to a test.
Let's see how long he can survive. They don't have too much vision in the area. They spot it. Yeah, the zip. Soxa, you're going to cancel that TP? Well, it's going to be canceled for you with the crush. BZM, he's dead. Okay. That didn't last too long.
Yeah.
So 2 kills swiftly for Team Spirit as they are suffocating the map now. And that looked like a curse word coming out of BZM's mouth. Very dirty, probably, knowing him.
I'm good at lip reading. I think he said bush.
That is a bad word, Cinderent Rue. We'll apply some pressure to Whitemon, and that's going to open things up for Laurel to just get on top of him. They have the track. And it gets off the Warp Flare, though, Laurel.
Relatively tanky.
Yeah, pretty annoying to deal with as Chrysalis comes in with his call down, but Whitemon
there's the limit.
Falls regardless. 12k lead for Spirit.
Another track kill.
Yeah, this is when things get really snowbally with the extra money you're going to be making with this bounty hunter.
And the gold is one thing. The other thing is map control. Playing from behind against stealth supports is extremely difficult. This is also a big part of why these heroes a lot of the time have very high win rates in public games, is that once you are taking the lead, at lower skill, it's hard for people to detect them necessarily. And on a higher skill, the deep warding and the overall map control you obtain from just a constant lack of certainty. That's something Tundra are going to have to contend with the rest of the game, is just trying to guess where wards are.
Ooh, all right.
Well, Storm has more than one blink.
Yes, he does. Collapse will be there as well. Goodbye, 33. 50 seconds on the deck.
Godlike on Laurel. 10, 1, and 7. He had a rough game 1, but his Ember in game 2 and his Storm in game 3 delivering when it matters the most.
Yeah, Yotaro can just go into the pit. They can take this probably for free. I don't know how you contest this without your Beastmaster. So Aegis will go the way of Team Spirit if all things, nobody's even remotely close. A little extra movement speed now for Rue.
Looks like Collapse.
Getting those boots of bearing.
Oh, Collapse has a nullifier too. Like, what do you do? This is quite ridiculous. He can blink in, crush, and nullify someone so they can't get saved by Tinker, and then he even has a Yules for defense or offense, whatever is more important in the moment. Effectively also giving him 2 offensive dispels if you want to look at it that way. Very, very difficult to see a path here for Tundra.
As Collapse. Yeah, we'll set things up as Soxa. Another track kill goes to Spirit. And Yotaro has a diffusal blade, by the way, so we'll be going for the disperser.
Yeah.
It's a little extra movement speed. and dispel for himself.
Of course, the nullifier as well just makes Windrunner's life miserable.
That's true.
Double dip. Just kills her off solo with no issues.
I assume it works against, I mean, it's just same thing against Defense Matrix, I guess. So they have more ways with the nullifier on top.
Yep. I think he primarily buys it for the Matrix, and then it's just the icing on the cake that it also ruins Windranger.
And Radon with that Aegis.
Arcane Rune,
Laurel,
Whitemon.
they find Whitemon in the trees. Another track kill.
I think this game is really inspiring for certain people to watch. It's like, when I play my games, Bristleback and Tinker seem invincible. And then in this game, they're dying in 2 seconds. This is a kill combo you guys can implement at home. The Slardar plus Storm.
Rue.
It hurts.
Stun.
And he's broken.
Break.
And he's dead.
Mid lane, though, Soxa. He's going to be caught off guard a bit. Gets actually the pretty high HP as Crystallis finds 1 kill, but Laurel gets Soxa in return, so 1 for 1 in this mid. Crystallis has to be careful. Radon's making his way over. Doesn't mind dying once. And they will certainly poke, I would assume, at this high ground here pretty shortly. Aegis, plenty of time left. No rush, really.
Radon, 500 CS on the horizon at 30 minutes.
25k net worth, that is insane. This is like Alchemist numbers. Jeez.
I mean, it's kind of fun to see a hero that has been played a lot in the offlane this tournament just return to its roots.
Lyman, goodbye, good sir.
Another track kill.
Gorgon's Grasp sets it up. 18k, it just keeps growing. 2.5 minutes on Aegis. They've already gained 5k just from time that they've had that. So, my only question, Cinderin, when things get to this state, when does Gyrocopter... I was going to say when he buys Rapier, but he's just going to die first. When does Gyrocopter?
He's got a minute to think
33,
about it
he's going to
himself.
use the Roar. On top of the Slardar, Maposhka's coming in from the sideline, though. Okay, they do get the kill thanks to Soxa and the power shot. Laurel, though, will get some revenge. And the Gorgon's Grasp keeps Soxa in place. And he's going to get bursted down by Laurel. Track just in time. And now on the doorstep is Team Spirit. They will take these buildings.
And to answer your question about when do you buy Rapier, I think next game.
Yep. In game number 1,
likely.
You will pick that up in the lower bracket and stays PZM. Very careful, young man. That's that blade mail. Broken again. But these buildings are just dead. Radon, this is life number 1, mind you, so this death doesn't matter too much. This will be a full set of racks in favor of Team Spirit, and they're actually going to jump the gun. Soxa tracked up. Gorgon's Grasp as well. Mystic Snake. He's going to get some help from Whitemon. Might be able to get back to base as a result, so nice defensive measures coming out from Tundra, but again, they've lost a full set at this point. Look at the damage just from one hero, Toro.
But that's a good shackle.
Yeah, he gets a nice shackle onto 2. Using that Gale Force to a high degree. Maposhka does get cleaned up. So that's 1 kill going the way of Tundra, but Radon, he packs a punch to say the least. Warp Flare again, gonna root the Bounty Hunter onto the high ground route. Looks like he'll be able to escape though. Laurel resetting, they wanna go back in potentially. Toro ready to jump the gun again.
His mana is pretty bad though, so probably wise to just back off here. He's also very close to level 25, which will help. Arguably one of the less interesting level 25 talents in the game, the plus 40 int, but of course, mana is a lot of HP on this hero.
Very late game BKB for Collapse. It just does not feel like Tundra have the damage as of yet to deal with anything Spirit's throwing their way. Can maybe get 1 kill, it feels like.
I want to let you know, I apologize if my analysis is a little bit lackluster. I'm really distracted by the smell of hot dogs right now.
Yeah, we're really hungry here.
It smells very delicious.
How do the hot dogs taste? Oh, not too great, apparently.
A couple of people had them. Maybe they bought them and they're just leaving them to sit so they just smell everywhere.
Yeah.
That's it.
We have a fan blowing in our face.
Extremely rude behavior.
Team Spirit with the smoke on the doorsteps of Tundra's base. Soxa, is he going to show himself? I mean, the initiation possibilities from the side of Spirit are pretty incredible.
Yeah.
You get the vision aspect, you have obviously the blink from Slardar, but when Storm is off to this good of a start, he can just zip in and out. Really doesn't have to worry about mana in that short burst.
Did you have to say in and out?
Oh, that's true, man. Whew.
Already smelling.
I don't think they have in and out here, though.
Oh.
Unfortunately for you.
Okay.
We can check, though. We can check.
So 25 unlocked for Radon on the Radiant side, the biggest talent to write home about. Their highest level hero is level 20, which is the Gyro as well as Bristle.
Yikes.
So there's the gap is insane in experience between the respective cores. Now, the 20 talent on Gyro is massive, though, so it's good for them that they have that one. That's the +3 flat cannon attacks. He is at the very least unlocked. But as we've already established, Gyro does not hold a candle to Medusa in this game, so he has to be able to kill other heroes. And the way you would be able to set that up, a lot of it has to come from some sort of clean engage with Beastmaster plus Bristle, probably bursting someone. And then you slowly develop the fight.
Well, they're scanning Spirit here. They know they're up here. Tundra gonna hairball off. They will be able to take their own Wisdom Shrine.
Okay, something. Laurel will take the other one, working on his 25. 24 and a half in a moment.
Yeah, it's likely just a wait for Team Spirit on the next Roche.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess the question is, can Tundra even contest, you think? Do they have the type of team that can deal with Spirit having this massive advantage in that confined area?
I mean, I would say not really, but the other question is, do you have a choice?
Yeah, might not. As Soxa deleted off the map. BZM already at half HP as Laurel apparently picks off Whitemon on the other side. It just feels like anytime they leave their base, they're just getting picked off one by one.
This map is locked down by Spirit. Nowhere is safe. And as I was talking about earlier, Tundra, the problem here isn't just getting out on the map, it's that you have literally no certainty about where wards are. It could be anywhere. There could be wards inside your base. There could be wards right outside the doorstep of the base. Even if you pushed waves out, you have no guarantee whether you're being spotted or not.
Is under attack.
A nice luxury Aghanim Scepter for Miposhka. Be good for this push, as Laurel's actually the one that is hitting the high ground.
He's got his 25 now and Parasma, so he has the Overload attack bounce plus massive DPS increase from the
There's the
Parasma.
fortification.
32 galvanized stacks, by the way. Not too shabby.
Okay, well, BZM was there, but no longer. 33 gets off the roar, but he gets used up into the air. They've already lost 2 members. 33 will be the third. Crystallis and Whitemon to defend. There is a buyback for 33, but he's already expended roar. These buildings will melt very fast, as there's the buyback from 33, but they've already lost Whitemon. Crystallis dies from a long-range attack. He does have buyback, but again, what will that do? They will have to use it, though. 3 versus 5, Team Spirit. Well, they're going to get Gale Forced and Shackled together. Radon doesn't really care. It's like, all right, clicky from anywhere, my friend. Mystic Snake comes out. And Radon and company will be able to get Megas very shortly. Big zip from Laurel. They end up breaking Mr. Soxa in the base. They're just hiding in their fountain. 30 seconds from BZM to come back. But that is going to be Megas as Team Spirit. Honestly, if they want to continue, they can, as Soxa gets deleted off the face of the map by Collapse. And now the buildings start to melt. Tier 4's only thing remaining. As GG's eventually come out, Team Spirit will be going to the grand finals here at ESL One Raleigh.
What an absolute beatdown. And that felt like, honestly, more so than anything else, I feel like this felt like a really sound strategic victory. They gave away some of Tundra's absolute best heroes, the Beastmaster, the Tinker, the Bristleback, the Windranger, a lot of the stuff that Tundra have been winning a ton of their games with, and they completely dismantled them with new heroes. Yeah. Running the Slardar, running the Bounty Hunter, just came in with a fresh idea, and it crushed them completely. This game, I don't know about you, I felt like it was over minute 15. It was like Tundra were trying to hold on to dear life, and every time they tried to do anything, they just got stopped in their tracks.
Yep, it felt like Team Spirit just had their way with the lanes, and well, considering that they lost a lot of lanes in the first 2 games, and they still won 1 of the games, this was definitely not Tundra's best performance either, though. 33 getting shut down completely. I mean, how often do we see him 0 and 9 in a game? But for the Team Spirit side, Yatoro 9-0-7. Laurel, though, has to be probably the MVP of this game. 14-1 on Storm Spirit, and that's a hero. If you can snowball, it's super, super tough to deal with, especially with the lack of disables on the Tundra side. They don't have the craziest amount to lock down a Storm Spirit to begin with.
You can see a lot of respect between these two teams. They've played each other before. They are, as we talked about, this could become a repeat tomorrow, but there will be a couple of challenges to get through first, of course. We need to find out who their opponent will be to start.
Yeah, so they end up going to the lower bracket, does Tundra, of course, and they will meet the winner of Paravision BetBoom, which is going to be a very cool series tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 out of
today.
4 teams in the top 4 of this tournament, Eastern European.
Yeah,
so the region,
it's a strong region,
showing
no
up
doubt.
super strong right now, and well, at least one of them is, well, that was a given since they're 3 out of 4, but one is locked in for the finals. It could be an all Eastern European final tomorrow if either of Paravision or BetBoom, whoever wins later tonight, can take down Tundra. I don't remember, has that happened recently?
I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you we have an interview with Crystalis.
Thank you so much. That's right, Suns fan. Crystalis, unfortunately, do not manage to get the victory here. You do have another series at the very least. How is the team and you thinking about preparing for your next match?
I think it's the same as usual. I think these games were pretty close. We could have won second game, and in the third game they kind of got us, and first game we got them. I feel like the next series will just be like a similar idea as what happened this series, but next time we'll try to win instead of losing.
There you go, absolutely. And of course, not an exit interview by any stretch of imagination. You guys are dropping down the lower bracket, which means at the very least, you're gonna get one more chance, maybe more, to play in front of this crowd. Talk to me a little bit about how it feels to come back again and play in front of a wonderful crowd out there that's been cheering for you all day long.
I love the NA crowd here, it's amazing. Thank y'all for coming.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Crystalis. And give it up, everybody, for Team Tundra again. They're dropping down the lower bracket. They are not out of it yet. We do have another set of interviews to talk about, and it is with this man right here, Radon. Everybody else is playing Medusa in support, in offlane. You played it carry. What was it? Talk to me about the pick.
We picked well. I'm happy.
We picked well. I am happy. I think this crowd is happy to see you as well. There's so many opportunities. When you guys play in NA, you guys are coming out the victor. You have a lot of love from the crowd. Talk to me a little bit about how it feels to play out here on this stage.
Very good stage in North America, like always. When we was in Arlington also was awesome. Very good crowd. I'm very happy. Thank you for support, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you for support. Don, one last question. Out of the 3 teams that are down there, you've got BetBoom, you've got Paravision, you got Tundra. Who do you think you're going to be playing against in the best of 5 series that comes up tomorrow?
Tundra.
Tundra! The rematch. He wants to run it back. We'll see how that ends up going. Thank you so much for the interview. Go on back, join with your team, and we're going to head on back to the panel. Give it up, Team Spirit!
Oh, there was no hesitation from Yatoro to predict that Team Tundra will be back again against Spirit in the grand finals tomorrow. This game was very, very much into Spirit's hands though, Brian.
Yeah, these meta heroes like the Tinker as well, but the Medusa being the highlight of this game, they just pose so many problems that need to be answered, and despite the fact that the game was kind of close coming out of the laning phase, it just felt like Team Spirit was able to do whatever they wanted on the map with their kill squad, the Storm and the Bounty Hunter and the Slardar, and Medusa was just farming it up. A little bit of an anticlimactic game 3, but that's just because it was so clean from Team Spirit.
And that was the first pick Medusa, right? This first pick Medusa went unaddressed in the draft. Like, they did not have the security to play against her, they didn't have that mana drain hero. They went for tempo, but they couldn't hit their tempo. In versus no stuns, he just pops off, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, he looked so comfortable there, and
so happy here as well.
that's about what they were able to do in team fights.
Yeah.
He was just able to right-click on Medusa, and it was all good from there. I mean, I think Tundra kind of 5-headed themselves out of this game with that draft. They were trying to, they basically ignored the Medusa, thinking it's going to be offlane, we're going to let it go. But then in their bans, they banned offlane heroes in the last round, so then they didn't address the Medusa carry, but then they also saw it coming. I think it's just why Medusa's so good first pick, because as a carry, you can easily just counter it, but not so much when it has that flex pick.
Yeah, Fear, as we see the brackets here, we know who is dropped down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra's going to be waiting for the winner of Paravision and BetBoom, which will be an amazing series. But I think tomorrow, as Yatoro did say, Tundra is the team to beat going into tomorrow. So I don't know. I think the Paravision BetBoom is also going to be a banger too. But Paravision in my books looks a little bit more crisp.
A little bit more crisp on Paravision. I mean, history dictates that the top three, I mean, in previous Dream League, for example, his top three was Tundra and Spirit and Paravision. We'll see if BetBoom can make their way to the top three as well. Of course, BetBoom versus Paravision will be happening after this one, as will be our final series of the day. But before that, if you guys all looked at your schedules for today, there's something else happening, and that is the Cosplay Showcase. So make sure you get back in your seats, find yourself a nice spot, and get ready for the Cosplay Showcase.
Six-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Oh yeah. It's a full-blown knockdown tailgate kind of a night. Oh yeah. Got the cool chicks dancing on the hood, and they're looking so fine. So fine. This fire's burning at 110. Don't need a ticket, honey, come on in. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't that hard. Just look for us, 'cause the party's always right where we are. Don't need much for a good time, couple friends and the radio blasting. 'Cause we're singing at the top of our lungs, yeah, we're right where it's happening. Oh, yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Oh no. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under? Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. There I was in the corner, looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, my name is Misery. She introduced herself as Misery. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. Oh, she's been seeing me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello out there. Who is ready? First up, Cosplay, baby. Oh, yes, that is right. We have got some North American cosplay. Actually, we have people coming from all over for our cosplay display here today. It is one of my favorite parts of these shows. Of course, there are so many ways that you guys can be very active in the Dota community. Some of you can feed pubs and get super low behavior scores. Other of you actually do things that are useful, like put your time into cosplay or be a fan right here at home. So everybody, please take a seat, get ready to see some incredible cosplays coming out here today by our incredible Dota community members. So, are y'all ready? You all want to see some hype-ass cosplays? Because there's some pretty good ones. We good? All right, Raleigh, I believe we are set. And of course, we do have two fantastic commentators for the cosplay contest. One of them always cosplaying as someone professional, interesting, and nice. And the other one always cosplaying as a terrifying freak. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Jenkins and Tsunami walking us through. How you doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing good. I'm glad that this comes off as a cosplay. And I don't know, this is just Jenkins, this is just another day in the office for him.
It's great to be here. I just felt like as a Canadian, this is what I had to wear to kind of get by here. I wasn't sure that things would be all right, but it really is convenient for today. I'm excited to see all the cosplaying today, Tsunami.
It's okay, we're setting the bar low right now, Slacks, because I'm sure all the cosplayers on the stage are going to exceed the expectations that this man is establishing right now.
Jesus, I hope so. If there's anyone that is less than that, I do apologize to our community. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get this party started. We have got some sick cosplays, and if y'all are ready, I am ready. At home, are we ready? Okay. Fantastic. Well, let's bring out our first cosplay. This is no stranger to cosplay competitions. We have seen her many times before, but this is one heck of a cosplay to start things off. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anais on the Queen of Pain!
Not just any Queen of Pain, the Queen of Pain Arcana. And this is one that was put together quite quickly, just under 3 weeks, sporadically between hospital visits. She is both chronically ill and chronically online. And as to why she chose this hero, I quote, she said, "I'm literally just a simp." And who couldn't be? For this Queen of Pain Arcana with the fangs and the whip, she's got the energy.
Absolutely fantastic work on that. Very, very noticeable details there. It looks very hard to make this kind of cosplay, and those heels must be so hard to walk in, but she does it with such grace. Absolutely incredible. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together. Our next one, it's Mickey Mouse's Toy Butcher Punch!
Welcome to the stage, my favorite hero. One thing that fans should know about this cosplay is that 80% of it is hand. Oh! Think about how long that took. Gotta have that raggedy toy effect. And the one hand is a repurposed boxing glove. She's a fighter, just like Pudge's in my pubs.
And I was also told a fun fact about her. She sent a Herald review to you, Jenkins, and you never reviewed it.
We're gonna skip that fact and go through. She has a cat named Lena who loves her Ursa cat bed. Cat named Lena.
There we go. Absolutely fantastic. Well done. I will escort our wonderful Toy Butcher Punch over here. All right, here we're just fine. Thank you so much. Absolutely incredible. As we go to our next one, it's Velvet Thunder as Templar Assassin.
This is her first cosplay ever. She's been playing for a little while, but she was inspired to actually put her arts and crafts to the test after seeing so many cosplay competitions in the past. So for those of you at home who think that maybe it's a bit too challenging, see what you're able to come up with and be inspired by everyone else, because this is a fantastic debut cosplay.
Love the creativity with the floating daggers. They're super, super sick. All right, coming up next, it's Chiolico as your Wind Ranger Arcana.
She has been cosplaying in general for 11 years. This is a seasoned veteran cosplayer. She was at TI-12, the Skyrath Mage that we all saw, and at TI-13, the Dawnbreaker. An important fact here, Tsunami, she wailed for the Arcana. She spent a lot of money. She's a friend of Gabe Newell.
I don't blame her. It was one of the most sought after Arcanas, and her bringing it to life here clearly shows her love for it.
Absolutely. The only Wind Ranger I don't hate. Well done. Huge deets on those bottom feet. You can see the wisps of smoke there. Wind. Very cool. Okay, coming up next, it's Etrol as your Dragon Knight, Pact of the Worm Blood.
And while this armor may look uncomfortable, Etrol says that making it has been just as much fun as wearing it. He's no novice to the cosplay scene. He has done many cosplays in the past. Started doing it 5 years ago with a cosplay at the Berlin Major. Whoa! And he's right now breathe-firing all over the crowd.
That's why this man's a first pick, first ban hero right here, Tsunami.
Ain't that the truth?
Absolutely. Okay, let's bring out a super hype one here. It is Mudkip as the Morta.
Another seasoned veteran, if that wasn't obvious from this incredible cosplay. She has been cosplaying for 8 to 9 years. In fact, some of the flowers from this crown, they're rare. These are Arcanas. She took a trip to the M&M Schmalberg, which I definitely know what that is. This is a designer place in Manhattan's Garment District. So these are never-before-seen flowers.
Absolutely, and they light up. The guns light up. It's a little hard to see on the stage, but absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. As we get ready for our next one, it's Miramaru as your Marana.
Coming out with the Snowstorm Huntress set. This one was also put together surprisingly quickly. Only took her around 3 weeks, but she has been playing Dota for a lot longer than that. She is a 7K MMR player, and I'll give you an indication of her legacy in esports. Her favorite all-time roster, MVP Phoenix at TI6. We got a Korean Dota fan in the house.
Literally better at everything than me. Better dressed, better MMR, better everything. I can't even walk like that. Incredible. Coming up next, it's Keely as Crystal Maiden Arcana.
If it wasn't obvious from the cosplay, she is a Crystal Maiden main. In fact, she's a competitive figure skater, and that's why she plays Crystal Maiden. It's ice themed. This cosplay has thousands of hand-applied Swarovski crystals. It's so fancy, I can't even pronounce what it is, Tsunami.
Swarovski, something like that?
That's right,
I mean,
you're a
whatever
fancy
it is,
man.
you can see them gleaming on this stage, the lights shimmering off of every one of those hand-placed crystals.
Absolutely fantastic. And rounding out our cosplay showcase, let's bring out Frenchie, the Beastmaster.
And I'll be an authority on this one. That beard is not a prosthetic. Frenchie spent 1 whole year growing this beard, so you know he's really meaning it, and I can tell I'm a veteran at this.
Goddamn, straight through my spell immunity there, Tsunami. I can feel it through the screen.
Absolutely fantastic. That chiseled body, that fantastic groin guard.
The walk.
So good. The walk is perfect. That is what I like to see here. All right, guys, let's get a few words. But before we do, can we please get a round of applause for all of our dedicated cosplayers? All right. I'm gonna run over here. I'm super excited. Okay, Mr. Beastmaster, that is hype, man. What gave you the idea to do Beastmaster?
I had the beard, and I was like, this is the one. Let's do it.
Hell yeah, using what the Lord gave you, that big luxurious beard. Let's go.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
You got the voice for it too as well. Wow, so how long did it take you to make this?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Any words out there to the audience who are thinking about cosplaying? It seems so easy, only 3 weeks.
It's pretty hard. I've been sewing since I was pretty little.
Yeah, no duh, it's hard. That was a joke. All right, very well, very well. Can you say anything through that?
Yes.
Any words out there for everybody in the crowd that's thinking about cosplay? Should they do it?
Absolutely, yes. It's hard, but it's so much fun.
Ah, well, we really do appreciate seeing that, don't we, folks? Right? Okay, fantastic. How are you? What did you think about the cosplay here today? How hard was this? Would you recommend?
I would definitely recommend, even though it's hard, but it's worth it. And all the cosplayers today were amazing.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We've seen you so many times on these cosplay competitions. You are absolutely incredible every single time. Which one was your favorite?
Bounty Hunter.
Bounty Hunter, that was a good one. But this is no slouch either. Absolutely incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you. And I'm gonna run to the other side because we need everybody on this one. Let's talk about cute little doggy. Where did you get cute little doggy?
Did I what, sir?
How did you get this cute little doggy? Where did he come from?
Cute little doggy. I found him in an ice rack.
Oh, wow. Staying in character. That's what I'm talking about. Fantastic. Absolutely.
Thank you.
What was the hardest part about this?
There's like 10,000 rhinestones on it. I had to apply every single one of them, so it took a long time.
Well, it was certainly worth the effort, I would have to say. Thank you so much. It's absolutely incredible. Absolutely. Okay, the Muerta cosplay is so interesting. You have so many tiny details, and the face paint is incredible. Can you talk to me about how you did that? Who did that? Was it you?
Mostly me, yeah. I spent like 2 hours on it. My partner helped me a little bit because I made a few mistakes, but mostly it was me for 2 hours.
It is so incredible. Thank you so much for doing it, blessing us here with that. Wind Ranger. No, just kidding. As I said, you were the best Wind Ranger I know. Talk to me about the bow. Was that the hardest part about this cosplay?
No, actually, it was not bad at all. Everything detaches and all of these come off, so I can actually transport it. But I think like one of the hardest part is having the actual whooshing effect of the legs. Because when I do Wind Ranger, I'm like, she needs to have the whooshing legs for the fluttering.
Absolutely, the whooshing fluttering, as we all know, the most important thing. Can you run pretty fast in this?
I actually can. This is my most comfortable Dota cosplay that I've made, so this is very runnable.
Okay, go! No, kidding, don't do that. Don't do that, we were on a stage, all right. And last, but certainly not least, the Toy Butcher Punch. What gave you the inspiration for the punch? Yeah! The crowd loves the punch! And you are a punch player, correct? Yes! All right, only yes or no questions. Out of all of the favorite things in Dota 2, who is your favorite pro player? I will start naming them and you say yes when I say correct, okay? No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. But let me go ahead and say thank you very much. Can we give it up one more time for our Toy Butcher Punch? Yeah, I love the hook. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your incredible displays. We absolutely love the cosplayers here and their incredible passion for the craft. So we hope to see you all again. If you're thinking about cosplaying, come on up. We have fantastic ones that are plenty of resources out there. A lot of our guys tweet and show all of their different ways that they make it. So please pay attention to them and let these cosplayers into the crowd. There you go, my friends. Enjoy some meet and greets with them. Let them come up and show us again. But thank you for being part of our cosplay competition and display. You guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you very much.
Well, as much as I enjoyed the cosplay showcase, there are more aspects of Dota that I'm also excited to see. Our final elimination series of the day, though I have one little remnant of the cosplay. One of those special Manhattan flowers was gifted to me by the Muerta.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, this flower came from the crown, so wow. So I'll treasure this moment forever. And of course, Jenkins is also still in cosplay.
I told you, it was not a costume.
Not a costume.
What he normally dresses like.
And we also have Purge on the panel. Purge, you were esteemed as the prize for someone being able to successfully guess a item build and associate it to a hero. Were you actually proud of him, or was that just?
Yeah, I don't give enough positive affirmations in my life, so I thought this was a really good place to start. Yeah,
I see.
Still very proud.
Live at a Dota event in front of 1,000 people.
Yeah, whatever.
Thousands.
Yeah.
I would change therapists. That's bad advice.
He believes in immersion therapy. You really got to jump into the deep end.
Put myself in the most awkward situation to do it. That way it feels
And then if you
feels
make
more
it
normal
through-
in all the easy ways.
Everything's good. And he made it through.
Yeah.
In fact, he succeeded so much that we've brought your expertise to the panel, Purge. How you been doing?
I've been doing good. The tournament's been great so far. I think the execution has been really next level for a lot of teams so far. So it's fun to see the meta develop without all of those pesky stat tracking websites.
Yeah, I know.
Ruining these surprise strats
Of
that
course,
I love watching.
which you as an analyst and all of our analysts did not rely on a daily basis.
Yes, absolutely not. I just brought that off the dome. All of those opinions.
plus pubs, right? Now we can't play unranked all the time. We have to play ranked.
Solo queue only.
But I think unranked is where you see all the good strategy. This is where Ana innovated the IO that won the TI.
Okay.
That's true.
I think Oceania unranked 5-stack.
Yeah, I think 9 class needs to queue on Australia server.
What's your unranked strat?
It's Pudge Sniper.
Sniper Pudge offline.
Pudge Sniper.
That's the classic right there.
That's what I thought.
Which is a strategy that I may be a little bit surprised if anyone at this stage of the tournament whips out, because it is Pari Vision taking on BetBoom for our final series of the night. We're back to eliminations. We have wrapped up Spirit versus Tundra, which it was a competitive 3-game series. We've had a lot of 2-0s over the course of the event, but it seems like upper bracket finals proved to be competitive. Do you have similar expectations for this series, Pari Vision versus BetBoom, Purge?
I definitely do. I think I was very impressed watching BetBoom earlier this morning. I think their execution was super, super excellent. It felt very different watching them play AA versus some of the other teams that have played it in some of the last couple series. It just feels like every single time that they execute their ganks, they are hitting the way they need them to. I think GPK has improved massively consistency-wise in the last year compared to where he used to be. Always a very respected player, but he wasn't quite hitting. But lately, he's just been hitting everything that he wants to. So yeah, I think this is going to really shape up to be an excellent series.
And then in regards to the cores, it's also the supports that have been impressing quite a bit on both of these teams, because both Save and 9 Class are quickly making names for themselves as some of the most fearsome 4 positions in the entire game. And something that makes them so formidable is their hero pools. Now, Jenkins, you're not allowed to take off your mask, but you have to tell me what's going to be popping up on these graphics.
Yeah, definitely going to remember this one there, Tsunami. I believe we have 9 Class and, of course, Save. There's the Ringmaster, which is shared between these two. A very popular hero. There's a couple that are not shared.
That's correct.
Of
Ringmaster's
course,
shared.
There's
one other.
We got a shared one?
Yeah.
A shared one that I think is interesting is the Batrider.
That's a good one.
A lot of teams are not playing Batrider. These are the 2 teams that actually are both playing the Batrider. So maybe this is a hero that we could see stocks rising in as the series progresses.
There's one more shared one that is quite popular at this event that the stocks are already quite high.
Well, I fucking forget, Neil. So
he's an old man with a long beard.
The Coddle. Okay, I made this graphic, so I should. The Coddle, I think, is very important because 9 Class pulled it out for the first time in the recent series, the most recent series. He hadn't played it before, and the question was like, well, can he? Everybody says, oh yeah, obviously you can, but you just never know what these guys are scrimming. You never know if it's going to look as strong as some of the other stuff that he's playing, like the Slark, right? Like he's got his classics, which are just specialty heroes for him. So the question is, if those get banned and he gets these other OP supports, can he still put on a clinic with them? And the answer is, yes, he can.
Gunnar, were you at all surprised by Pari Vision's journey? So they started out being upper bracket, they lost 2-1 to Tundra, then they got knocked down to lower bracket, and yesterday we got to see them beat Liquid. But it was a 3-game series. All 3 games kind of felt like they were Pari Vision's.
Yeah, it was pretty much 90% of the time Pari was winning. And that 10%, I guess, Liquid did take the game, but overall they're looking really dominant. I would say most of the tournaments in the past few months, it's never surprising to see them top 3. Or just win it straight up. And it's looking like they're going to potentially make that run. I would not be surprised they make it all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, the biggest question, I suppose, has been circling around Satanic. Purge, did you spot that alt chat that Satanic dropped?
Oh yeah, I definitely made the series a little bit more spicy because he said it from a very confident position. Liquid ended up coming back in that game and winning, and that once there's one juicy all chat, it's just the rest of the series is going to be more juicy all chat. So it was definitely fun to watch.
There was not much game 2 or 3 though.
No,
it fell off.
There was at the GG moment though. At the end, there was a little bit.
I think game 3 was the most devastating match we've seen of the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It was rough. That was a rough one.
But he got to celebrate. I'm seeing some pundits, the peanut gallery outside. They say that Satanic's a very young player. He's susceptible to influence. Do you think the Pari Vision players are overall a positive influence on him or a negative influence on him, Jenkins, as he is growing in the competitive scene?
Positive, 100%. I mean, these guys, of course, you got 9 Class. He's the pub shit talker, Ducalis. There's the Ducalis smoke at level 1. You know, he's infamous in the pubs, or he was before Pari Vision. With Satanic, I was with these guys at Fisher Playground. I was with them in their very first tournament, and they're friends. Ducalis told me, we're trying to teach Satanic. He's a young guy. We're trying to teach him to be humble. We're trying to teach him to how to grow up and be an adult.
Sure.
And apparently typing in all chat is part of that. You can't take that out of somebody's system, but they're trying to focus on teaching him the lessons that he needs to learn in order to be a very good competitive Dota player.
Which a lot of the lessons are how do you succeed in Eastern Europe Dota, CIS Dota, and something that Pure has been saying every single time he completes a series. He said it after beating Nigma, he said it after beating Falcons. It's always the CIS versus CIS Dota that excites him the most, and now he's finally getting that opportunity. He was able to beat Falcons earlier today, 2-0, pretty definitively, and now he's getting a shot again later today. Where, in regards to previous results, Purge, that Falcons BetBoom series, how'd you feel about it?
It was really fun to watch. The clip we just saw, the Coddle plus CM, was a nice little spin on making a hero that's standard in the meta and pairing it with a support that all of a sudden gave him all this kill potential, because they were doing Frostbite, Chakra Magic into Frostbite, which completely shut down the enemy Ember Spirit for a large portion of the game. So they basically have pocket strats ready to go that are taking prevailing meta and making it even stronger in the right situations, and that's what you need to win a best of 3.
I agree. I feel like every single time Coddle is meta, you see these Coddle combos come out where you're like, oh shit, that's really good. Like, it feels really overpowered, you know? Whenever the hero is meta, it feels like one of the most busted heroes in the game.
Yeah, I am looking at drafts where I'm like, okay, well, you've taken out the Medusa, that's one. Oh, you also got to worry about the Storm Spirit, that's another one. You got to worry about the Bristleback now, it's another one.
There's too many.
The Ember. It's like the list keeps growing more and more. So you said that was one of the shared heroes between the 2 4 positions. Do you think that's the most contested hero you've got your eye on, Jenkins, for this series as we eventually get into the draft?
It's that or Ringmaster. I feel like the stock in Ringmaster has been going up outside of the Paravision matches. Like it does feel like these are the 2 heroes. But then the Slark is getting through for 9 Class. How do you let that through and counter it?
I feel like they're going to let a lot of the supports through, because I think both of them have such a diverse hero pool that it's more important you focus on the cores. Maybe the Coddle ban, because that enables the cores so much more, but like, are you really going to ban every single one of these supports? They're going to get something. So maybe you just give up the support bans, you just ban like the really strong cores, focus on that, give them whatever they want to play, and you just also are going to get what you want.
Because even if you do want to ban non-specialty supports, like we saw Whitemon do work on Ancient Apparition, so these supports that are just good in everyone's hands are a bigger problem than the specialty ones.
I think maybe the AA is one hero that does require a little bit of a specific draft around it. If you pick AA with not enough stuns, then you're going to have a problem, because you need like 2 to 3 stuns to guarantee a kill. And if you don't have an abundance of stuns, then it takes very specific heroes for your ganks to work, which makes it easier to predict. So if you pick an AA lineup with a lot of stuns, maybe that's a little bit easier of a hero to let through, and then you deal with their bans, or vice versa.
At the minimum, though, BetBoom have had to show off some of their strategies because they already were on stage earlier today. Now we have to see if they have the stamina to make it all the way, because Liquid, they faltered whenever they were first and third. Let's see if BetBoom team are able to persevere a little bit longer, because we've had the cosplays, we've had 2 series. Now it's time to get our final elimination series underway, and I believe Lyrical is ready to bring them out.
That's right. Thank you so much, Tsunami. This crowd is getting pumped. They have been here all day waiting to keep this energy going. And we got a great matchup for all you guys. I can't wait. Eastern European Dota about to be live. And we do have the first team. They have been battling constantly. Had an amazing group stage. Are single-handedly redefining the meta. Y'all love them out there. Get excited. Get on your feet. Bring out Team Paravision.
Paravision started their life as a team with style. These guys won Bangkok. These are technically the reigning champions of the ESL Majors. And now they have Satanic, the kid legend, the donk of Dota, they say. They got no one. This guy doesn't lose mid. How do you go up against them? The CIS Eastern European legends. They want to be on top.
That is right, but they do also have an opponent in this series. Now, this team has been battling through the lower bracket the entire time. They started there. They had a tumultuous up and down group stage. They are absolutely insane, and let's bring them out to the stage. Bring it up for Team BetBoom!
What's that pair vision? This is Pure speaking, but you think you're the Eastern European legend? Have you seen our gameplay? Did you see us win the last major? We don't care about ESL. We're talking recency bias here. You got Pure. When this guy's on fire, they do not lose. GPK, he's the new Eastern European mid that doesn't lose mid. You got Miro. This guy takes ice baths in the morning before he plays. He's still in a bath.
That is right, and let's bring the two captains on in to the middle of the stage here. We've got Noah, come on over. Save, come on over to the middle, my man. We need to hear from both of you here as we get ready for this game. Now, there's some smiles. You guys know each other well. Let's start over here. How you feeling going into this match? Any words for this man, Noah, on the other side?
I mean, I think it's gonna be a good game. Like, we're both a good team, so like anyone can win.
Anybody can win, that's definitely true. Is it gonna be you guys though? How are you feeling coming into this match?
Calm and confident, so let's see.
Calm and confident. No words. They're gonna let the play show what's going on. Handshakes in the middle here, all you two teams, and let's get it started as we get ready to go into this, the lower bracket continuing on right now.
Thank you very much. It's time for the last elimination series of the day. We have been whittling down teams all throughout the week. And all throughout the week also, I feel like BetBoom team, they got the losses out of their system. Their group stage was rough at the beginning, Jenkins. They seemed completely lost after winning, like you said, the most recent international event. And for only 1 week to pass in between, we were surprised that they were basically bottom of the groups. But since then, they have recovered, and now it seems like they have a very clear strategy on what brings them to success in Raleigh.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting stronger for sure. I'm sure if you ask them, they'd say there's a lot of gameplay elements that they were working on. I'm sure they had some team talks and so forth. But at the start of the tournament, for example, they were not picking Ringmaster. They lost to Tundra Ringmaster, and then they started picking, and all of a sudden they have pretty much not lost since. So you can even see it reflected in their drafting that all they needed was a small adjustment. There's a lot of excuses we can make for these guys about this. Like a patch did come out, the C patch. It was during the Fisher tournament, but it still is not really enough time. Gunnar, you said that it takes a while for teams to actually process these new changes, right? And especially the replay changes as well.
Yeah, with the new kind of change in matchmaking, it's really hard to adapt the patches for teams. Like every team's gonna have their own ideas, so the very first 2 weeks is probably gonna be, oh, let's just do the old stuff. Because you actually have the data on it, you know what's happening, but eventually you play enough pubs, you see, okay, this year's broken, that year's broken. We got Tinker now every game. We got some new stuff.
You also learn what's not good, because also at the beginning of the group stage, Pure was spamming a lot of Ursa. It was not working out for him, but we have high expectations for what Pure's capable of. He has consistently been in the conversation of best carries in the world for basically the past year.
Yeah, and his flexibility is there as well. So even if the Ursa didn't work very well at the start, he's going to shift to what the current meta is, what's currently working, and as his supports play the better heroes in the patch as well, he's going to get maybe more flexibility back. Maybe he'll pull out the Ursa when his opponents don't expect it because it lost so many times, but it's now the perfect Ursa game. So I have a lot of faith in these players, and based on how they're playing earlier today, I think this is best case scenario for BetBoom in terms of their previous games.
Jenkins, how much stock do I put into the fact that BetBoom have been basically rampaging through the lower bracket? They 2-0'd Enigma Galaxy, they 2-0'd Falcons. These were both teams that are not necessarily at full power, or is it just a BetBoom team that's just gonna mutilate everyone in their path?
I think that you can put stock in it for sure for BetBoom, but on the flip side, the Paravision within the Liquid series also got stronger game to game. So you got one team who's looking stronger series to series, one team that's looking stronger from game to game. Maybe BetBoom wins game one, and then all of a sudden we see an extremely competitive game two, and Paravision winning the whole series. It's hard to say which type of momentum is better.
Yeah, we definitely saw a shift in momentum in our upper bracket series between Tundra and Spirit. In game one, I was like, wow, Spirit are barely even in this series. And then by the end of it, it was the other way around.
Yeah, that's another team.
It was a rough game three.
Within the series, Spirit is very good at getting better. And to me, it's looking like Paravision is like that, which I don't know, Gunnar, I mean, you worked with Estini. Do you think he's that type of coach that within a series, he can make his team so much stronger?
He's definitely, he cares a lot about the draft and like the gameplay stuff. He writes down a lot of notes, and he always makes sure that the big notes he doesn't really bring up between games, because you can't fix like major team issues. So he actually points out the stuff that you can fix in the series. Like, okay, we have to pick this hero now. We have to make this smoke a little faster, make it more clean. And it's like the small changes that you can actually do and improve and win the next games 2, game 3.
I'm curious, what is a big note to you?
It would be more map play, like strategic ideas of when you want to force a Roche, when you want to go high ground, as opposed to, okay, guys, you guys smoked bot, you should have smoked top.
Gotcha.
Or like you chose to smoke into the enemy jungle at a bad time because none of your waves were pushed. Like his favorite line as a coach was waves.
Okay.
Because anytime that every wave wasn't pushed into the enemy team, he'd be like, you guys are not pushing waves. So the games would end, and the first thing he would say was just waves.
I could see why him and Blitz had just a fun showdown then, because I vividly recall Blitz being an advocate for shove waves constantly. And that school of Dota seems to prevail as we get into the draft for game number 1. BetBoom team, they ban out the Nature's Prophet, the Medusa, the Tinker, and the Coddle, because they gotta respect these supports. And Paravision, they take out a Darkseer, Templar Assassin, and Miro's Enigma. They first pick that Ancient Apparition, which manages to slip through.
There's a few top tier heroes in the pool. We got Tiny. We got Ringmaster. Is there anything else I'm forgetting in terms of first pick?
Earlier, Terrorblade was up there, but I don't know anymore.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
They go with the Ring. I mean, I feel like Ringmaster is pretty good against AA, right? 80% magic resist in the box.
Yeah, it's decent save.
And you're like a long range poke support. You know, AA has nothing in terms of like jumping the back lines, but it goes both ways. Also, Ringmaster can't really find and kill an AA. Like both of these sides now are looking for backline jumping heroes, like PA Storm archetype.
I find it very interesting that a lot of the teams choose to value the Remaster on 9, because I think in past and previous patches, most teams here, even if there's a strong support, they say we should pick a core, because now a lot of cores are going to get banned by Pari. Now you still have to end up usually picking a core.
By on 9, you mean like they pick and then the Ringmaster comes out after the first
Correct.
Okay.
So like the second pick overall, instead of, I think in the past it was almost always a core you'd want to pick here. But we've even seen some teams just pick double supports. They pick like a support, they do the bans, they pick the second support.
Yeah.
Which is really surprising.
It's risky, right?
Yeah, it's a big development, because in the past you want to save your support picks to counter the enemy supports, because they matter way more than the cores for the early game. And you even picking the carries first was really common, but I feel like it's changed a lot recently.
Could this be the AA effect, that they're trying to make sure that the tools that they grab to kill heroes is not as obvious? Like if you don't know what carries or mids your opponents are going to pick, you might not have the right kind of lockdown to set up the Ice Blast, for example.
Yeah, I think also a lot of the cores are pretty similar in strength, whereas the supports, I feel like there's a big drop-off. There's these top like 3, 4, 5 maybe supports that all provide a lot of damage. They're backline, they have save, and all the cores are, you're going to go in and make space for the supports. Like the supports are the carries right now in a lot of these games, and I think taking them early is a big kind of boon for your draft.
And BetBoom team were also a fan of dual picking supports in their Falcons series. They also went Ringmaster first phase and then immediately Tinker in the beginning of their second phase. So they're not afraid of securing their support duo.
A lot of the S tier supports are taken out right now, though. Okay, Kunkka, the stock in this hero is going up. I mean, they can run it in the offlane. Miro will play it, and it's an excellent pipe buyer. Very hard to burst with AA.
Yeah, he's got that delayed damage thing. So if you get the boat buff on some of your heroes when they get ice blasted, then there's a better chance to actually keep them alive in that burst moment. And there's very few other ways to stop that death from coming. So just a safe core.
It's also probably flex. They can play it mid too.
Yeah.
I'm sure Pure can play it safe lane.
Yeah.
They can do a lot, and that's probably a 9-class Slark.
Yeah, there's the Slark. As a support, if it is an offlane Kunkka, I feel like if you can get a carry, like, I don't know, some DK, like a hero that can stun the Kunkka and has some sort of kill threat, like a Slark rotation there, or Tiny, that makes sense as well. Like, these three can just munch on a Kunkka. Mid rotation, maybe not so much though. Like if it is a Kunkka mid, I don't think a Slark can just go there and like own the Kunkka, you know?
No, he's just gonna sit and push the wave, and he's gonna get level 6 too early.
Yeah.
You can't really do this gank.
Yeah.
I do like the Slark pick though. Having Savers Kunkka is really nice, just like the Shard.
The Dark Shroud.
Yep. Dark Shroud.
Depth Shroud.
Depth Shroud. That was close.
You're so close.
It's
Only
also
one
just the
team
D-word.
so far has been able to beat 9 classes Slark, and that's Liquid. So he's 3-4 in the hero right now.
It was really interesting. That was the very close game, though.
It was.
They were winning a lot of the game, and honestly, the biggest reason that Party lost was because 9 class got caught without buyback.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to save. So it kind of showed how much impact he had. That the one fight he wasn't there, they literally lost the game off of. So if that's the only reason you lost with the hero, I'm going to still pretend. Guys, we had 100% win rate on Slark. Ignore that game. We also won that game. Just add it to the count.
Agreed.
Keep picking the hero.
Newsham? Oh my god, he's here.
Well, he wouldn't ask you to be his Bubby. He's already.
You are his Bubby, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Also, how'd you see that, Jenkins, with your face covered by a mask?
Don't ruin the immersion, Neil.
I have a question about your mask. Were your eyes closed the whole time since you couldn't see very well through it?
No, because I'd fall asleep then.
Oh, okay.
Especially with your ASMR voice, Purge. And Gunner, you all have ASMR voices. I'm the annoying one on the panel.
We have to balance this out.
Jenkins is like a parakeet. If we put a blanket over his head, he just goes to sleep.
He's a little caffeine to keep the stream awake.
I think for BetBoom, they're going to take their safe lane duo. It was like pick 5, pick 4. Or 5 and carry, rather. I think Dragon Knight was okay.
DK's decent, yeah.
But they love their silencer.
Lots of backline supports that really need to be jumped. I mean, Tiny's pretty good for this if it's a carry position, Tiny.
I have a weird one. I don't know why, but maybe Sven. I think the physical damage is really good versus Tiny these days. His pretty low armor comparatively in the past. I think it's like -7 to what it used to be after the nerfs.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It also gives him jump for the AA. And the burst is probably high enough that along with the global, you can kind of kill people through a Slark. And it doesn't get countered. I guess PA is pretty similar in the sense like it's this big bursty hero that just jumps with a global.
And the global gives them good protection against the Slark as well, which is kind of nice. I mean, Dark Pact should cover you really well against the Reverberating Silence, but as long as you get the global silence off, that just stops all of the save potential that Paravision's working with.
I will say, I don't mind the matchup of Tiny versus the PA, though, because you're a Silver Edge buyer. Like eventually, and you also do mixed damage, so you can kill the PA pretty early with the Alpha Toss. But I understand the PA as well. Like, they need a hero to jump the Ancient Apparition. It's amazing with Silencer and lane. I also really like any sort of long-range poke with Kunkka, because you're just trying things with like an X-Torn or an X-Boat. You can throw a dagger from far. You can Silencer Q from far. Like, all of these heroes don't really need to commit to fights. And honestly, that's what we've been seeing winning a lot of these series today, is just poking and not really engaging. Gunnar, you were saying you hate when people chase.
Yeah.
I feel like this is one of the best chasing or best poking lineups for BetBoom.
Yeah,
where they don't have to chase.
Anytime you can like play this like chase where you're far enough away, it's really good. But the second you like full commit melee chase into the enemy team, it usually ends up pretty bad because there's like a lot of buybacks these days. People are being able to use on tier 1 towers and just like there's so much mobility and defensive tools from supports with the Glimmer Cape. People buying Ghost Scepter even on cores.
Yeah.
I think that this being able to not have to commit with your heroes it just makes it really easy because it still gives you this chase, quote unquote, but you don't have to commit chase.
Yeah.
That's the same with Wraith King, right? You have 2 lives to leverage, so he can frontline effectively with the Slark Depth Shroud on top of that potentially. If he gets global silenced, by the time he pops back out, he's not silenced anymore.
Yeah, he's fine.
So he's definitely going to be a nice frontliner. I don't really like his matchup against PA as much because you don't really buy Silver Edge super commonly here. But
I think it's probably an offlane Wraith King.
So when we saw that last time from, I believe it was Tundra, they played it with a Coddle, and the Coddle is banned. It's still a good skill. Like, his stun is fantastic. It's like a 2-second stun.
Yeah.
And it can level up. You can get the +1 second duration at 15 as well.
Brian was saying that the way you play this hero is kind of like a Sand King, where he thinks you should go back to the jungle camps, spawn your skeletons, and then farm both of the camps as they're respawning, so you get 2 cycles of it, and then you leave your support in the lane. And I can see that with the Slark. Like,
Oh yeah.
These like double melee lanes that Tundra is picking with the Sand King, very similar to the double melee that we see right here between the Wraith King and the Slark. You just want the Slark to get some levels, right?
And it's good against Silencer too, because if you spawn skeletons and throw the stun, that guy can't do anything
He's
for like
done.
30
Yeah,
seconds.
he's done.
Yeah,
He
it's
doesn't
like
have a stun.
Silencer you always counter with Zoo, and I feel like this is the modern Zoo.
Right.
Like, Beastmaster's not even really
It's not
Zoo
really Zoo,
anymore.
he's a spellcaster.
No one picks Brood.
Yeah.
Lycan is okay.
Even Brood doesn't have spiders until 6.
Yeah, so it's like the most... We're going to pick Zoo in the lane here over Silencer.
This is the most lane Zoo, yeah.
And they needed a stun initiation for AA. They didn't have one yet, really. I mean, Tiny Carry can do it sometimes.
It's nice to have
but
2. It's really, really nice to have 2. So Tiny can like show up late.
Yeah, it was a cool pick.
If you want another hero that makes a mess of units, Gunner, we saw Parivision whip out their Satanic Meepo against Liquid's Phantom Assassin yesterday. So far, it doesn't seem like Parivision are banning to protect a second-to-last pick Meepo, though, because they take out a Bristleback.
I don't think it's as good a Meepo game. The matchup versus PA is really good to see is the True Strike talent at 20, but versus like Kunkka Silencer, it's not amazing. There's a Coddle Storm in that game, which makes Meepo super high value. I would say here, either you put Tiny mid because he doesn't really care about Silencer that much, and you just pick a random safe laner, just like something very generic. Or I think Pango, I know the matchup versus Silencer kind of sucks, but being able to have this consistent team fight, scaling damage, it's also, I think, really good hero versus Ringmaster, because all the damage is physical, so it goes through the save. So you can actually like kill heroes with the Ags.
Pango's actually the highest win rate hero in the game against PA.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess she just can never really do anything to him when he's in Rolling Thunder.
The concern would be the Silencer. It's really good versus the other 3 heroes, and it's blind, but I think sometimes every mid player hates Silencer. Like you're like, hey, what do you want to play in a Silencer? He's like, nothing. I'm going to click my spell, and I'm going to take damage and be silenced. I can't fight the runes. I can't do anything. But you have to pick something, and there's the generic carry.
A mixed damage, a Luna who gets the job done. Nothing flashy, but your options were limited. Terrorblade ban, Gyro ban, TA ban, PA already picked.
They needed lane push. That's what their coach was saying.
True.
And that's a really good one for it. Her defensive facet is not that bad. You can reduce the damage by, I think, 25% just by leveling up your second ability. It actually does do a lot of single target damage, so when you do fight the PA later on, you have some options as the hero.
They have only 5 seconds to make this pick here.
It'll just be a mid. The Kunkka is actually a good lane matchup versus the Luna, so just pick something versus Tiny.
Oh,
okay. That's the starter. Mid.
Let's get some minus armor on the field.
I mean, if they have a lot of tanky heroes lowering their armor with a PA, they're going to shred the Tiny and the Wraithling. Wraithling's 2 lives are not going to feel like much this way.
It's also big versus the Tiny, now that his armor did get nerfed. I think he actually goes to negative with a Slaughter ult.
With level 3, yeah, that makes sense. He can kill A really easily too. He doesn't have to worry about defensive measures there.
It opens up Roshan too, really early for BetBoom. Like Pure gets even just a Battle Fury, and they can just walk into the Roche.
Yeah, I mean, PA Slardar in general, this is a classic combo. Name a more devastating hero with minus armor than a PA.
Yeah.
And this is pretty incredible. And then as a mid, it functions as an additional frontliner too, along with the Kunkka. So I think this rounds out their draft quite nicely. I do question, since the Dream League that we saw Slardar starting to get picked as a mid, when the water patch came out, we questioned it a lot as a hero. If it falls off, if you're not snowballing and getting kills, you can't farm like you used to be able to, because the bash doesn't do more damage to creeps. So it is risky, but it's GPK. Like this guy's supposed to win mid.
So then, Gunnar, do you think there's a Miro build that may be more compatible now that you have a Slardar as your mid laner? Do you want to maybe go like AC Radiance on the Kunkka? What do you want to do on an offlane Kunkka?
I think he just goes the standard build, like the Blade Mail pipe. If you can survive the Tiny initiation, the Luna ult, they have like these 2 big buttons they click, and sure, Tiny's gonna get a second spell, set of spells off, but it doesn't really matter. If you live through it, Pure should be able to carry the fight if it goes long enough. And so he doesn't need to scale. I think GPK is gonna do enough, and it's almost like a 4 protect 1, but everything's buffing the 1. It's not just like these 4 guys are useless, the 1 guy has to carry it. These 4 guys are making Pure carry the game, and they're all gonna work together, and it's gonna be, I really like the draft.
Purge, you feeling one team or the other for this one?
I think the AA combos are decent here, but they looked a little bit harder to execute than I would have liked. Whereas on the other side, the PA Slardar combo just, and everything else in their lineup, it just feels like they're very smooth and well-rounded, like a very traditional setup. So I feel like they're going to have slightly better times taking fights.
We always talk about the ease of execution and which teams are able to use that to their advantage and which ones are able to maybe go off the beaten path a bit more and take advantage of it. And it seems like BetBoom team want to do a little bit more experimentation with this last pick. So let's get into our last elimination series of the night.
Claws out. Join with me. We fight as one.
Welcome, Raleigh, to the final series of the night. BetBoom versus Parivision, an Eastern European clash on the East Coast. one of these two teams is going to end up in top 3 here at ESL One Raleigh, and it's fitting that this intra-regional matchup is going to feature both a little bit of experimentation and some iconic hero player combinations. Isn't that right, Avery?
You're talking about the 9-class Slark?
I am talking about the 9-class Slark. This has been a menace the entire tournament.
He is probably the only player in the world right now with the confidence to run this, and I think there's a lot of teams out there that would just straight call this trash. You know, they're not going to say it on camera, but in the hallway of the hotel or whatever, hey, what do you think about the 9-class Slark? You think you guys are going to play that? Hell no. So that's the style, right? It's him bringing his own unique twist to the game and making it work, and it does give you something unique out of the whole entire hero pool of heroes, which is the D-warding.
Yeah.
Like, this hero's a monster in the vision game. If you take the fights at nighttime, if you deward the map, set your team up, he can do a lot without having to do anything at all. Just set the fight up through the vision mechanisms, and that is something that PariVision take advantage of because they are a huge wave push team. There's a reason they've been playing this off-lane Wraith King. It's for the lane show. That is my big concern in this game if you are a BetBoom fan. How do you deal with that mid-game when all these waves start getting pushed in? It hits nighttime, you have Luna, you have Slark, Tiny's going to jump you. How do you get the vision? How do you get the lanes in? How do you set up a team fight in that 15 to 30 minute mark? I think the lanes can be okay for them. I think the late game looks fine. But that mid game is going to be where PariVision try and strike hard.
And that's why it's so important for BetBoom with their heroes and their play style to dominate this offlane matchup, right? They need to be able to walk away with the win. They've already managed to stop some of the little things that PariVision likes to do, 9-class, starting the very first wave, trying to body block the enemy creep wave so it ends up in a tower. They managed to prevent that, but now 9-class is able to get the second creep wave pulled back next to the tower. They just got to kind of constantly be dealing with these little tricks and nuisances that 9-class brings to the table and just try and take a straight-up fight that they should be able to win with the sounds.
9-class building some stacks early. I'm kind of surprised Pure didn't take this wave behind the tier 1 and just reset it back there, look for a small camp, D-ward, or pull. Just maximize the XP here, because generally Silencer does suffer against these lane pull shenanigans, but PA is a hero that can connect pretty easily. So even if that wave gets caught in the middle of nowhere and you end up with a double lane wave meet situation, the PA can connect to where the fight is very quickly, and you are against a double melee lane. So I would not be surprised if BetBoom come out pretty advantageous here, and they should be. I think they're going into this game thinking, we're going to win the safe lane. The mid lane's going to be a wash, but you have Sklardar. He's going to do fine.
Right.
And this Kunkka just pushes it in versus the Luna.
So all around, you're expecting some even trades, though BetBoom getting a little aggressive there onto Decisive. Doesn't see an opening for a kill. Save takes a little bit of damage in return. His double range lane. Luna was a bit of a surprise to me. I didn't think we were going to see that much more of this hero for the rest of the tournament, to be honest.
No, this hero's making a resurgence. I think some of it is some of these drafts, these teams go to the last pick. They need a carry and what's left in the pool. You're looking at 7 or 8 carries banned. The other team took 1. There's not that many strong carries in the meta.
Yeah.
I think part of why we saw Team Spirit bust out the carry Medusa is because, well, what else are you going to play? You may as well just play a carry. It's still okay. And Luna going to make a comeback here. Still have to respect the aura buffing up the damage, and you have to respect the ball with this hero. I think that's where the hero still shines. If you can 5-man with Luna, put some auras behind her, give her some frontliners, she will deal the DPS. And it gives you an Ancient farmer. If you look at this PariVision lineup, who else was clearing Ancient stacks in this game? Nobody.
BetBoom not feeling like they can contest the Lotus, so DM will have that extra bit of regen going his way on their off lane. At the same time, BetBoom did manage to get it from their off lane. A little bit of clash here on the DM. I mean, the damage certainly builds up with the Silencer, but he is now running low on resources, out of mana entirely, so no more of those glaives going to be thrown around to harass DM.
This is the problem with the early glaives. You can get the harass, but if you don't get the kill, you just run out of mana.
Yeah.
And that Lotus steal for DM is huge on this lane, because they're getting stick charges off all these dagger throws as well. Double stick on this lane early for PariVision. They're trying to regen it back up. They are surviving this lane. It's not pretty, but they are surviving it. The bigger question mark for me is what is happening mid. GPK is just putting on a masterclass again in the CS battle. He is doubling up No One early here, 25-3 to the 12-1 on this Tiny. No One feeling the pain of this melee on melee matchup.
GPK, ever since, he was always known for his excellent laning skills as a mid laner, but since rejoining the BetBoom squad, I feel like he has hit another peak as a mid laner. He really has been taking it to the best mid laners in the world and very often coming out on top.
he has been winning the matchups he's supposed to win by a larger margin.
Yes.
And making these even ones into his favor. And anytime that happens, it gives your team a huge advantage in the early game.
Big punish game for sure as he continues to harry no one
just can't
bash
lane
after
here.
bash, man. He can't stand it, especially with the the no armor that Tiny is rocking.
I think this is a very favorable lane for the Slardar mid. The early Blight Orb going into this Tiny without the armor in the river. Very tough for no one to trade against, but it is rare you see Tiny get out CS this hard on some of those early waves. Just the base damage on this hero is absurd.
Yeah, he's almost doubling up on the CS and may see an opportunity for a kill soon if he keeps on bringing no one to about that half HP marker.
So we will hit the nighttime here.
Whip goes down. Decisive, that's going to be your first blood for the taking. Save, managed to pick that one up. And looks like a little bit of courier sniping for 9 class happening on the other side of the map at the same time.
If I'm Pari Vision right now, I do not think I'm happy with this static lane setup. If anything, I maybe want to move the Slark top, look for the gank with the Luna. Very strong trialing hero, or try and bail out mid with a toss back, but this Slardar is dominating the lane so hard.
I mean, are you willing to leave the Wraith King alone in lane, though? He's just going to get demolished by a PA silencer.
This is the puzzle right now for Pari Vision. Do you try and break down this laning phase, or do you try and just weather the storm? Look for the Wisdom Shrine and then pick up the pace after that. As no one, he is getting hounded mid-save, looking for the rotation. The Corrosive Haze already online, where this Tiny, he's still waiting for his ult. Would love that bonus armor right now.
Yeah, and he should be able to get it as long as he plays a little passive here. Maybe he gets it off the kill on his Sage, who picks up the Invis Rune, still inside of the Sentry range, though, and will be brought down. Now he's got the level 6. Now, he is in Slardar's realm, though, in the water, but GPK opts not to chase him too much further.
That's a big rotation out of Ducalis. Like, that's huge for no one. He does not get pressured with all that minus armor. He gets to his ult, helps bounce it out a little bit, and just equalizes that XP difference. Feels like a small thing, but was pretty big for what was happening in this mid lane.
Yeah. And you were right about 9 class making some moves. He does come to the mid lane as well, but
he's not doing anything.
Yeah, he's just blatantly showing himself. And that does kind of leave DM bed out in the cold and rain here as he is getting absolutely nothing in lane, but that's kind of Pari Vision's go-to move.
Yeah, it's a sacrificial offlane. This is an offlane that's going to pay it off later. The Slark will pay it back eventually with the team fighting, the vision, the map presence, the shard save, and the Wraith King will eventually recover his farm by just pushing in the waves. Again, you're not too worried about where you are in this offlane. You just do not want to start to give up kills to the Phantom Assassin. Let her snowball out of control.
Yeah, speed along that Battle Fury timing. Particularly dangerous with the Orb of Corrosion and level 5.
Oh, boat already available top. Just throwing it into Satanic.
Early pickup. Dagger's going to miss though, but they do manage to land the Torrent and tame the Beast, chaining the Disables a bit. Overlapping, but ultimately the damage wasn't going to be there anyway. Just a bit of harassment, I guess. 9 class trying to cut some waves, but we already see that Pure and Kataomi, they're not going to let Pure do anything for free. He barely gets out in time.
That's very close. I was about to say, though, I'm a little surprised BetBoom didn't rotate Kataomi top to look for that bow kill on the Luna. Anytime you get that 6 burst on Kunkka, that's a dream. You're just going to bring both supports, launch the boat into the enemy carry. He's dead for sure.
Do you feel like maybe BetBoom are just fixated on trying to punish that bottom lane as much as possible? They don't want to
I almost
lose.
think so.
Yeah.
It's very tempting because you're versus double melee offlane. You feel like you're beating them the whole time. You feel like you're getting a really strong advantage for your PA. You're already level 5 on Silencer. It's kind of a 5-player's dream in some way.
Yep.
And you're like, why would I leave that, right? But I think the fact you had that boat opportunity top it to go to waste, it would not require much, right? It requires Kataomi being there, throwing in some nukes. You maybe convert on that kill, and you can go straight back bottom. The mana is a bit of an issue on this Silencer when you roam around like that.
9 class looking to get some real deep vision. Slips behind the tier 1 tower and gets a high ground ward to spot out when the Slardar goes back to farm some of these neutrals, or the PA does later on. But as it stands right now, BetBoom are not taking any steps backwards on the map. They are up 2,000 net worth off this laning phase.
We'll see if they start pushing these waves in and pressuring these towers, because there's a couple of heroes jungling right now for Pari Vision. Both the Luna and the Wraith King retreating to the jungle. This leaves a lot of open lane space for BetBoom to take advantage of, or just some empty supports to gank, right? You see this Slark or this AA trying to take XP on the lanes. You push them off. Like this right here, I think a lot of teams would feel this is illegal, but 9 class, he's just going to gobble it up. No pressure going into him.
Yeah, this is crazy that he gets this gigantic wave
This is so nice for him. The play is going in top. They do not want to let support sit on both side lanes here while Core's jungle.
Yeah, sadly though, Pari Vision, they already kind of saw that this move could be coming their way. They planted a ward very early on. Decisive even letting BetBoom know, yeah, I'm aware you guys are back there. You're not going to catch me slipping.
This was the haste rune for the Slardar as well. 5 heroes top for this tower. And Pari Vision already abandoning it. So we'll dodge that 5-man move. They get to get bottom in as a result.
I was going to say that BetBoom, not like their cores are not the best at punishing Pari Vision backing off and hitting jungle because they're not very good at hitting objectives. But I guess if you bring 4 heroes to one lane, you could probably bring down a tower.
Their lineup is a little slow at capitalizing on these things in the early game. But the fact they're having this strong in the early game is going to bode well for them going into that mid game, which is where I think the real challenge will lie.
Yeah, and they'll get a lot more in the punish game as soon as they get that blink dagger on the Slardar, right? Because then they'll have the initiation to get behind some of these towers, find some of these heroes hitting the neutrals, and you've got the fall up there because you got to Kunkka offlane.
And this is a game where Pure can join the fights early. Sure. You're going to have a Battle Fury PA at a very strong timing, but because you have the Corrosive Haze, this is one of those really good enablers for the Phantom Assassin to join early fights. You have extra vision, you can see where the jump is, especially if no one goes in early with the Tiny. That's the majority of the threat on Pure in this game. The second Tiny jumps anybody, the PA should have a decently free fight, as long as you just don't run into Eclipse without BKB.
And it's not like Pari Vision are without any rebuttal here. They do have their level 6 on Decisive, so now that they have one of their support ultimates, the more important one I would say, they're finally going to try and make a move of their own. So they're done trying to dance away from BetBoom, and they're actually going to confront their aggressors. The smoke up to the top lane.
Did scan and hit on the triangle, just ignoring it, looking for anybody up here. Oh, fine save.
Oh, nice little hop there. Save is going to get some distance. They will not be able to finish him off. That was a great use of those little tricks he's got in his bag.
Yeah, nice little whoopee cushion there. And he will escape a pretty heavy committal in the smoke, wasting a lot of this Tiny's time.
Yeah, frankly, that's just... I mean, there's also a little bit of luck there of just the fact that he had whoopee cushion as opposed to the other two. I mean, even the strongman's tonic wouldn't have saved you from that much damage.
Tower is under attack.
See if BetBoom, yeah, they're going to make the move now. They have global available, they have boat. Pretty easy to just go on whoever's mid, and that Slardar Blink just arrived.
Yeah, and he immediately jumps onto Noah. This is perfect timing if they can get the combo with the Kunkka, which they do. With that much damage and the pullback, they easily have that kill and can put a little damage on the mid tower right away.
That's such a nice sequence for them. Instant blink, no ability to react to it if you're no one there. You get the big kill in the mid lane. You get another strongman tonic here. Another really early strong Carney classic for save. That's really nice in the next fight. On top of that shield rune for the Slardar, you have a lot of HP to work with here. That should enable you to dive towers. Again, you're looking to ramp up this pace with the advantage GPK opened up mid. You have the blink enabler while Pari Vision do not right now.
Yeah.
Take over as much of the map as you can.
I think the one thing though is that Pari Vision, they do really punish when you commit heavily like that through the split push. And BetBoom just got to be able to make sure they don't give up too much on the side lanes. You know Satanic is farming very efficiently through the jungle. It's a Luna after all. And the Wraith King is always pushing in that bottom lane. So Miro does a good job protecting that safe lane tower, not giving it up to DM for free with the skeleton pushes. That'll slow down his Radiance timing.
It's one of those games you wish you had Tinker if you're BetBoom.
Oh, yeah.
You could just put someone against this Wraith King the whole game and still be able to play. An interesting little poke here.
Does manage to... I think he took that ancient big creep, but he has to use his ult to walk away.
Just trying to get to the Luna Manta. So you can get the Luna Manta up plus the Wraith King Skellies. That's enough to stall out a lot of what's happening. Which might just prompt an early Roche here from BetBoom. You do have this Slardar PA. Pretty easy to just go in the pit, run it down if you don't think Pari Vision are contesting you on the map.
What would you say to... so Miro's going to go for Pipe's second item, Blade Mount Pipe. Not terribly surprising. But what would you say to a Crimson Guard for him as a third item? You're looking at Luna and Wraith King. A lot of little, bits of damage there that are easily blocked out by a Crimson Guard. You hate that idea?
Yeah, I do, Austin. That's a terrible idea.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Avery.
No problem. I was almost considering if he should go greedier here because I think he's going to get a lot of farm in this game.
Go a Radiance of his own?
Yeah.
Like a mid-Kunkka build?
I mean, maybe not Radiance, but it's pretty tempting because he's going to be big. He's going to get a lot of the lane farm priority because no one else wants to deal with these skeletons. So you got to turn that into something that can turn this game a lot in your favor. I think the Pipe's completely fine here, but After that, I think selling, Shivas could be interesting.
Yeah.
It's not a bad
Shiva's
Halberd
Axe
game either. Halberd versus the Luna is really strong, even if you go into that late game. Crimson is okay, but I just don't see the impact of a lot of the ores in this meta right now if you can't push with them and force objectives. And I think in theory, BetBoom, we're going to be confident to do that with the BKB timing on the PA anyway.
This two-man move missed last time. A rematch, and he found him perfectly in the jungle. Great read by no one. Seeing where the smoke broke and just having a good read of where exactly Save would be hiding to break the smoke at that distance.
It feels like BetBoom are just getting sucked into Party Vision's game right now. They had some early momentum, but it's just all it's turned into is Miro dealing with Skeleton's bottom. And they got that one blink play mid with the Slaughter, but that's kind of it.
Okay, but it is a Phantom Assassin with the Battle Fury. You're really that sad about the game stalling out. It's a Phantom Assassin Battle Fury super early, but also he's going to have some great synergy later on. For sure. You've got a Slaughter.
That's why I said I'm not worried about the early game or the late game for BetBoom.
Nightglass is such a menace, man. This was just so unnecessary, but he's always able to get away for free, it seems like. He no longer has the bounce. Okay, he's not getting away for free this time around. All three cores of BetBoom show up to this bottom lane because they wanted the Tormentor anyway. So the Slark added on top of that, that's just a cherry on top, honestly.
That is a shard Party Vision would have really liked to get here between their two supports. Both very good shards.
And a good read being able to know that he put some sort of vision down there as well. So finding the ward as well.
That's also big, yeah. Any of the D-wards here are going to be nice for BetBoom, trying to fight against this Slark vision over the course of the game. And DD bottom river
Radiant's top tower
will be gobbled up by GPK. Nice to rune find as well. Now you have some serious early Roshan potential the next few minutes here, even if you win a fight. I will say the fact 9 class finished an entire Yules already on this Slark is pretty impressive. He found a decent amount of net worth here in a game where there's not much fighting.
Miro runs up into his triangle and is immediately found out by Satanic and Decisive. He returns a lot of damage back on a Party Vision. BetBoom, is there going to be any punish here? GPK is going to try. He's playing a little bit slow, right? Not immediately trying to run down no one, or maybe Decal's in the back lines. They're going after Satanic on the left-hand side. He waits until the kill on Satanic is done, then he chases into the river after Decalis and picks up that kill. Yeah, they got Miro, but it cost Party Vision big time.
You have to just insta-TP out of that play or completely bail in the same direction, sacrifice somebody else. That Luna was left in no man's land. And you are definitely not happy with that exchange if you are Party Vision, because you're going to lose your mid-tower for it. This is really looking like BetBoom's Roshan to take right now. Despite the lane pressure coming in from the Wraith King, if you can't just take the head-on fight, and if that BKB arrives for the PA as fast as it's arriving right now, it's going to be easy pickings.
Yeah, they're looking at a double BKB plus Aura's timing here in about 7-8 minutes. Slardar is also going to go a BKB. The pipe is pretty much done. That being said, Party Vision are getting to some of their big split pushing items. They have the Manta on the Luna, obviously, but the Radiance is now done for DM. It's a later one, 17.5 minutes, but it will do the job.
It's going to be a strong Radiance Blade Mail game for him. Not items the PA likes to deal with, especially when the BKB is down. He's going to be a strong frontline presence in that fight. And see if this prompts Party Vision to group up a bit more or look for the fight instead of putting DM on lane duty. And they would love this mid-tier 1 for free. It's very low.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The old swing? Yeah, why not? That's the easiest tower he's ever taken in his life.
Seriously, it was a lot easier than taking that safe lane tower. That one took forever. Shows up mid, instantly gets a tower. BetBoom still up by a little bit of net worth despite the loss of new objectives.
They're playing defensive right now because they want to finish this Phantom Assassin BKB.
Yeah.
So they're willing to give up a little space to hit that timing without giving up a bad fight and losing that Roshan potential.
I mean, they could probably fight without the BKB as long as they have the global silence, right?
Yeah, it's a big factor here.
And that'll be coming up in just a second or two.
Global's going to be nice versus the Depth Shroud this game. It is something that makes the support Slark really annoying to play against. Especially when you have these jump cores that have to commit onto a big frontline target. That guy gets Depth Shroud, the whole fight gets stalled for 3 or 4 seconds. There's nothing you can really do about that Depth Shroud, but hey, you have global silence.
Yeah.
You got a pre-Dark Pact.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, it'll be interesting to see how often he's able to pre-Dark Pact off the initial global silence. He's also got the Yules, so He does have multiple ways to be able to dispel the global silence, but even just giving a 1 or 2 second window for the PA, the damage comes quick and fast, man. Even just 2 second delay might be enough to lose the fight.
They're eyeing up the Wraith King mid. That would be a difficult target to jump right
Yeah, I cannot imagine going into the shortest lane, 9 class. He's going to throw up the Yules to try and set up a go on GPK, but with the wheel going out, there's no way his cores can follow that up.
Just dispels across the board here for Party Vision. They're gearing up to negate a lot of the Slardar's impact. And like you said, if you negate the Corrosive Haze by dispelling on everybody, early Yules for no one, Yules a Dark Pack on the Slark, will be Manta for the Luna.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you negate a lot of the Phantom Assassin's impact in that fight too. This is a combination that needs to land.
Potentially offensively, right, dispelling that sprint.
Yeah, also really nice versus the Slardar in that regard. Though the Shard is already up for GPK. So you have a little reapply action.
That's true. That's
just letting to play around. So far, Party Vision doing their usual dodge. Little mode dodge.
They really, really like this mode. But I think BetBoom answered it pretty well. A focus on the lanes while simultaneously having a meta hero that I think is pretty good at being able to deal with this Ghost Shove in the Kunkka.
Yeah, they have some answers. I think they probably feel a little more comfortable if this starter was a Magnus right now.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, what are your late game team fight odds with a Magnus versus Slardar? I think we've definitely seen some games where the Slardar just doesn't have that 5-on-5 impact.
Yeah.
And he's taking up your mid laner slot too, right? Like, are you more confident going 5 or 6 slots on the Tiny versus 5 or 6 slots on the Slardar?
Yeah, probably the Tiny.
Yeah.
So Slardar's a very hit or miss, you know, feast or famine kind of core going late game. He can do a lot. You can get some of those later talents. We've even seen some of those like Octarine, Crush builds when you get the level 25 talent. It just goes off like crazy.
Yeah, his 25 talents are quite good. I'll say that. He does have very good 25 talents. Which might sound silly that we're talking about those now, but I have the feeling this game is probably going to go late.
Yeah, it's a little bit of snoozer. 5-3, 21 minutes in. A very even net worth. Seems like both teams are kind of comfortable with the way the game is going right now, but
that is up.
I think things are about to pick up, surely, right? We've got BKBs on both the enemy carries, right? BKB and Luna, BKB PA. The BKB is done for the Slardar as well. Like, surely, one team or the other is going to say, let's take just a full-on team fight.
I mean, the smoke's already coming in. This is just the Tiny AA combination again, looking for a pick-off that would lead into something more. By the way, no one went 4-staff here. So this will not be a scaling Tiny. This is a utility jump Tiny.
This kill is just not it. He's got Pipe,
Blade
Blade Mail, Essence Ring. He does not go down easy. And now he's going to try and punish you.
Wait, what?
No follow-up to that X. Just got a reaction out of Party Vision, I guess.
I mean, that was DM coming to fight, and no one says, no, go back to farming, man. You heard what the coach said. Get to the lanes.
And they find the opening on GPK. BKB, he gets it off before DM can land that Ray Fire Blast, and he waves goodbye. GPK is back to the fountain. Party Vision will own this side of the map, though, and they'll start taking some objectives. They start hitting the tier 2 of bottom lane.
Once more, BetBoom eyeing up this Wraith King mid. They will land the X. Can definitely burn a life through the Blade Mail.
Yeah, the team is on their way. So BetBoom, they're going to take the kill and get out. At least for now, does not look like they want to try and kill him a second time here. Pure, though.
Oh, dagger on no one. He can't blink right now.
Ooh, little follow-up dagger there. They've got the dagger duo, the Phantom Assassin and the Ringmaster, to keep lots of little bits of damage.
If I'm BetBoom, I just smoke and I go to... I think I just forced the Roche. You saw the Luna top. So you just run everybody out of this area, and if no one is left standing, you do the Roche.
Yeah, anybody that you find some sort of kill in the triangle or something, fantastic. It's a 4 versus 5, 3 versus 5 effectively for the Roshan. But as they continue to struggle to find that opening, as the blink away from no one,
okay,
now they missed their timing.
You do Roche, though. I think you have to.
Well, Luna's already back in town. She pushed out the top lane. Now she's here in the triangle. So you don't have a numbers advantage.
Maybe you're worried about this AO, which is being thrown right now.
And it's going to be used to try and pop the PA, but half HP should be fine. Still, though, got a little something out of BetBoom. The global silence put to use. Did not have to use the BKB on Pure, though.
This is an awkward situation. Do you have enough HP? They're bottling up Pure now, expecting the fight.
Spotted 9 class, but already got off the Dark Pact. He's good for now. No one's going to jump in. After the Kunkka, tosses him into the Eclipse. Now the Blade Mail's going to return some of the damage, but Miro, he can't stand against it all. What a beautiful wheel, though, with the boat on top of it. It's just a beautiful combination. They do have 9 class with the save on Satanic. That's a beautiful setup, and Pura's not too happy about the situation. Satanic lives. No, GPK goes back in and finishes them off. Luna inside the river is now gone. No one with a desperate TP away will barely make it out. The 723 damage of the crit was not enough to finish off the tanky Tiny. Kataomi will chase after Ducalis for a little bit. The team might be able to collect on this kill, or maybe they'll just say, this is space to take Roshan.
The fact the PA, the Slaughter survive, and you find an amp damage top, yeah, that is easy pickings on this Rosh. That's not the fight you want to lose if you're Parvision. And man, what a wheel of wonder from State. He just hit everybody perfectly in that close river area. He will come through, but it's too late here.
Yes,
and you still have amp damage.
Couldn't get inside the pit. Good Force Staff to get back to the high ground.
Yeah, that's not a fight you want to take. Parvision getting a little anxious for that fight. They take the Kunkka bait. I mean, Miro did not have the Blade Mail or the pipe available when he got tossed in there. The Blade Mail came up as he was on less than a third HP. So that was actually incredibly good timing there on the toss back to look for that. And still,
it still feels like fundamentally that's not the person you want to toss back, though.
Probably not. I mean, you can toss him back, poke him, and kind of disengage at the same time. Try and bait maybe the global or some you know, counterplay spells from BetBoom.
Yeah.
And then look for a second round. I think that kind of play on the Kunkka is okay, but yeah, just tossing him back, committing on him. They used Eclipse, they used the BKB on the Luna. If the PA and Slaughter are still surviving, then your Luna's going to be in some deep water.
BetBoom doing a good job taking the objectives off cooldown here. They took the Tormentor really early. Remember, they got that kill on 9 class. Now they're going to take the second Tormentor right away. They got the first Roshan nice and early, which you've always said the first Roshan is kind of whatever, right? But it sets up the future Roshans. That's the important part.
Yeah, you play these Slaughter lineups, these lineups that want to take multiple Roshans in a game, Ursa Warrior in that same category. Get it done early so you can start getting to the second and third where you can really ramp up the pressure.
Very deep ward, lane ward in mid from Parvision. They were hoping for a pickoff. BetBoom not giving it to them. Kataomi farming the wave behind the tier 2 tower.
I mean, this is where we will see just how strong Parvision's lane shove is, how strong their split push is. What I was trying to say with the itemization here on the Tiny is they've committed to just double carry between the Wraith King and the Luna. Like, DM is building straight carry items on this Wraith King. He's going to take a lot of farm. He's going to try and pay it back with some damage, but this Tiny is not going to scale.
Okay.
He's going to scale, you know, spells-wise. I mean, he's he's the most broken hero in the history of the game. He will always do some crazy stuff, but he's not going to right-click hard. So in theory, you could be able to kite out some of these later fights easier than you would if all 3 cores were just completely hard scaling. Parvision say there's not enough farm on the map for everybody. I mean, you got a Slark in there as well.
Yeah, that is true. That is actually their 3rd core. It's not no one. No one's the 4 position in this place. We've already seen his comments about what he feels about the mid lane, what the role is like right now.
Yeah, this is an item build that I feel like I saw on Jerax when he won his TI on support Tiny. So
yeah, true.
I don't know if no one's too happy about being forced in this situation, but you know, his Slark's building Shadowblade, Austin. And I'm sure he'll pay it back. That's the catch.
Catching BetBoom, 3 of them here in the top part of the map. They went through the gate, set this up, but GPK has already gone off his BKB and he's making a run for it. No one, he does have the speed perhaps to catch one of these heroes on the way out. Looks like it's probably going to be safe. He puts himself in the box, tries to get out, but he's being caught. He's going to die. And that's acceptable, I think, for BetBoom. With that kind of big move from Parvision, only netting a support kill, there's still plenty of time to reset and take a better fight around the Aegis on Pure.
Still got 2 minutes left here. And you still have a lot of room to work with. Just a move that caught them off guard, I think. Again, you're not trying to get too many objectives with this first Aegis anyway. I think a head-on 5-on-5 is pretty difficult to get with how Parvision play the map.
I mean, tick-tock, Avery. It's 28 minutes. You said the mid-game is the scary part for BetBoom. I feel like Parvision is running out of time. Am I crazy? I understand that the Wraith King is scaling, but come on, it's a Wraith King against a Phantom Assassin with a Slardar backing him up.
They do have 3 carries and a bit Tiny.
I refuse to believe that their game plan is 9 class becoming a 3rd carry in this game.
It might be. He is just starting to farm. I think you can always win late game with Ancient Apparition, though. That's kind of the scary part.
That's true.
Like, it's really, this Giga Chad PA carry is strong, but part of it is you can get a Satanic later. And AA, he eliminates some of your ability to just man up with Satanic in the fight if that blast ever lands on you.
Yes.
It's one of the big components of this hero and why it's been winning so much at this event.
I suppose no matter how fat the PA gets, she can always be tossed back
100%.
into a Wraithfire Blast
100%.
and an Ice Blast, and you're just dead.
And then that fight's over. There is no other late game damage in this BetBoom lineup.
Right. 35 seconds left on the Aegis. BetBoom clearly want to make a move, but as is classic for many teams against Parivision, they will not find a hero to go on. Parivision are scuttled all around the map. They're on the sides of the map. They're pushing in the other lanes through their illusions, through their Wraith King skeletons.
And Pure is going Satanic, however, he just lost his courier on the shop to the Slark.
Oh, that's
9 class being
awkward.
Incredibly annoying, so he's going to be missing out on a lot of that value here in the next few minutes.
Making a jump onto a Shield Rune, Tiny, not advisable, GPK. He's going to get Yule's. Sprint is going to be on cooldown for a little bit. He has to use the BKB. Meanwhile, Miro came in from behind, an awkward position. He's going to try and push in DM. Pure's going to jump after the Wraith King. Again, not sure if you want to make these targets. Pure, he didn't use his BKB for it though, so it was just a bit of a poke. They do manage to reset. No one's looking for a punish. He thought maybe somebody was TPing up on the high ground. Force Staffs himself, looks for the avalanche to stop. Nobody's there. BetBoom just run away. No TPs, no risk.
That was the tail end of their Aegis. They did not get a fight out of it. In fact, they gained almost nothing.
200 gold. Congratulations, BetBoom.
A massive
successful Aegis power play.
A massive strategic win for them. I mean, in some ways, it's not that bad, because again, I do think that mid-game could have been more challenging for them in some ways.
Dire are scanning.
Well, this is going to be the toughest part, right? When you don't have that Aegis, Parivision, they're just going to be full-on aggression, I would imagine.
Yeah, they have a really strong power point right now with this Butterfly on Satanic.
Yeah, it's going to be a while until Pure can answer that, particularly considering the Satanic build.
Shadowblade is arriving for this Slark very shortly as well, Austin.
Why do you put that so dramatically?
I just think it's awesome, you know? Yule's Shadowblade. It's like he considered being a support.
Kids, don't try this at home,
and then
please.
His pub instincts took over.
Leave this to the professionals, please.
I can
Only
see
9
it
class.
being pretty annoying this game for the supports on BetBoom's side. Shadowblade is a good item for Silencer. I'll say that.
Sure.
You drain his economy with sentries. He can't get to the late game refresher.
Oh no. I mean, Kataomi is not doing bad in farm whatsoever.
Look at him, just so aggressive.
he runs past Pure to threaten Kataomi. He can't even hit Pure. Even though he does have the serrated shiv, so I guess he can hit Pure. He's got a little bit of true strike action, 20%.
You know, I have talked previously about how these inter-regional matchups can get a little weird sometimes.
Yes. Being from NA Dota.
Ours were just trash. There's a difference.
Okay.
This game is, I think, in weird territory now. Like, this is an extremely defensive game from both teams. They just don't want to make a mistake.
Oh, Pure, he knows that 9 class is here. His blur instantly dispelling.
At some point, though, you are going to have to take a risk to win this game.
Wait. Who's going to have to take a risk?
I'll let you decide.
Okay.
Anybody at this point.
Somebody, please, take a risk.
There's only so many waves you can kill with Manta Illusions before somebody starts to break.
9 class going to run into a
There's no detection.
gem, surely.
Where's the detection?
No one. He's going to find the opening for a toss back here. GPK, he pops his BKB, crushes and runs away. They're going to go for the Tiny, manage to push him back in with a tidal wave. They're going to follow it up with the wheel. He's somehow managed to force stab through that. They still have the X on him. They're committing so much to be able to kill this Tiny, and they might be able to get it. No! The save comes out for the Slardar. Sure, the Tiny's dead now, but BetBoom have expended so much for it, and Kataomi was the death for it. Miro, he managed to push to college down to low ground, but Pure's not sure whether or not he can commit to this one or not. He's got his Satanic. He's got his BKB. He's got to put it to use now up against Satanic himself. He turns back around with the lifesteal. Big heal up. Satanic trying to draw this out as the BKB and the Satanic are wearing thin. He's going to try and make a run for it, but he can't make it. Bashed up by GPK. I turn around with DM with a brief stun, but it's all not good enough. BetBoom and their defensive posture will hold strong here. Parivision, they make their jump, they make their initiation, they make their big mid-game move, and it all results in nothing.
I mean, the irony of it is they didn't even get the lanes in first. Their coach is going to have something to say after that fight. It's just a head-on 5-on-5, but the initiation's not clean enough, and your Wraith King spent that entire fight chasing supports. DM was just trying to kill Save for 30 seconds, chasing this Ringmaster around, getting Ringmastered around the river, and it ends up just being a numbers fight. The Slardar and the PA get on top of the Luna, and they have the overwhelming damage because that Wraith King's nowhere nearby.
Did he ever Funhouse Mirror
no, it wasn't that. It was not that crazy,
blast?
but
No, okay.
I mean, this guy's got Glimmer Cape. He's got Escape Act. It takes a while to bring him down. Gale Guard on top of it. Save just wasted so much of his time. And ultimately, another big deal is that A blast does not land on the PA when the Satanic is, being activated. That's what gives you the second breath of life there if you're pure. That's why these small interactions for Parivision in the fight are really important, and why the first target you toss back, you need to make sure there's enough threat there so you force BetBoom to commit more than they had to, because Pure did not have to pop BKB. He did not have to pop Satanic in the first half of that fight, and that's a huge deal. He does not win the man fight against Luna later on if he has to use those early.
Oh, got baited by an illusion. Didn't show himself, though. But I do think that Parivision kind of saw what was going on there.
Are losing their Wisdom Shrine right now, 9 class.
They do.
As ever. Going Silver Edge.
He's level 16 and he's going a Silver Edge.
He can break some heroes here, I guess. Very expensive support item.
I think this matchup is really fun because we've had high praise for both the 4 positions of Parivision.
They just ran into Pure.
They did, and once again, Pure is going to hit some illusions here. They're going to deal with the wards. The illusion's doing some work here. Dane the Beast pushing back. No one, he blinks in, but right after the whip comes through, a stun goes out, but Pure, he dodges the Ice Blast, and now he can use the BKB if he wants to. He managed to run out of the cold feet. No, he actually does get stunned, but it doesn't matter. Satanic is outside of the range. Nightclass trying to protect. Oh, nice use of the Ghoul Scepter and a blink away. No one gets the low ground, but he got hit. Save with a jump in from GPK. Oh, they just wipe him out. He is gone in an instant. He just flat out disappeared. GPK put the crush on him, and Satanic walloped him.
4 hits from the PA. That's all it takes. You are gone. No Dispel on that Corrosive Haze. You are out of the game, and that is a fight right around the pit. Instant efficiency here for BetBoom. He'll get another Aegis on the Pure, and this is an Aegis you can potentially use to end this game. You get another couple fights going for you. You get one near Parivision's base. None of that lane shove will make a damn difference here. Your throne just gets exposed. The jump was solid there for no one. But ultimately, the fact that A Blast does not land on that PA makes you very wary to commit to that kind of fight. And the Ags on this Kunkka stalling you up on that stairway was diabolical. No one can run through this thing.
It feels like twice now, Parivision, the setup for the fight is inherently bad. You said the first team fight, like they actually didn't have the split push that they typically, that's kind of what their signature move is, split push enough that you have some sort of numbers advantage, and then they take that team fight. They didn't do that the first round, and then this second round, fighting into a funnel like that against a Kunkka just feels
going
wrong.
Up the high ground too. It feels like they need to abuse their vision mechanics better. Like, you need to get some value out of this Slark. He is finding some vision, he's finding some openings, but that's where you have to look for that toss back, instant force staff out. Take the fight on your terms and not just bulldoze into them. Abuse the Manta illusions, abuse the skeletons, force BetBoom into awkward situations where they're unsure of who to commit on and if the lanes are good for them.
Well, I'm not sure if I want to risk my third carry scouting out like that.
True, yeah. Someone's gonna have to go in.
Well, so far, it's been no one time and time again. Unfortunately, his jump, it just seems like it's not enough setup for the Ice Blast.
Well, it just doesn't do any damage on its own.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the Echo Saber. He doesn't have the Harpoon follow-up. Like, this Tiny's not a threat. He's just setup. And the other cores can't follow him up that fast. There's no Blink Dagger on the Wraith King. There's no Blink on this Luna. You're thinking about Blink Dagger now on the Wraith King. And Blink Dagger on the A, another big component here, if you can get a Blink on Ducalis, and he can just blink in A, ult the guy instantly. That tiny jump is a lot more threat.
Supports on both sides, trying to be as elusive as possible. Save with his Blink Dagger. The Blink Dagger coming in for Parivision, and Slark being Slark.
He's been annoying this game.
Oh, there's an interesting idea. Double Pyrrhic Cloaks for Parivision. What happens if they put that onto this Phantom Assassin? Caught 9 Class trying to cut the midway. Dual Scepter onto GPK. Gives 9 Class an opening here. He dodges away through the trees. BetBoom have lost sight of him. He is away and free.
I don't even know if you want to chase this guy right now. Bigger
Scanning.
fish to fry.
Yeah, he is pretty small.
I mean, the rat game continues. And it can always continue in this game.
It's true.
As another courier goes down.
Insult added to injury when you fail to kill 9 Class, and he sticks around just to kill your courier. Wraith King gonna maybe die here underneath the tier 2. Pure, again, he is being very careful not to commit his BKB until it feels like the fight is won off of this one. He's gonna get hit by the Ice Blast though. Got stunned up, any follow up to it? Not really. He still has the edge to work with after all, trying to get away from Satanic. Satanic, not sure where he wants to go on. He goes for the silencer, spots him, runs after some of the others. No, he backs away to the tier 2. He says this fight, it's not looking the best for us right now, boys. 9 Class, he gets jumped for a second there by GPK. Pure going back in, spots the end, finally takes out that Wraith King's first life. Now for the second one, pushed back by the Torrent. And stuck inside the X. He's not going anywhere, but they do manage to bring down the Phantom Assassin's first life. And Miro, his BKB is going to be on cooldown. DM, dodged a little bit there with the illusions, and Pure is not going to have anything. Toss him in the air, almost finished off. Does manage to get him inside the box. The cool feed, it's not quite enough. Doesn't lock him down. He managed to jump. Where's the stun? Take the beast. What a timing from Save! Absolutely beautiful. It will cost him his own life, but saving the carry of the utmost important to BetBoom.
This is the hero you have to keep alive in this game. He had a 7-0 streak as well. So let Pure farm. That is your consolation prize, though, is it's a terribly lost fight around that tier 2. You had Aegis, you had 2 lives on Pure. But again, the BKB and the Satanic got committed early in that engagement, and he comes back in his second life. He has nothing. No way to commit to this fight. And it's just a really tough position. This also goes back to who did you start this fight on? You started on the Wraith King. You throw a Wheel of Wonder on this Wraith King. Why? This is not the guy you want to go on. He's not easy to bring down.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with Pure jumping, but why the Wheel of Wonder?
I just don't even think you really want to jump him. If you want to throw daggers out, if you want to blink on him and back up, sure, but he has Blade Mail, he has the Pure Cloak. You can't hit him for free. That's the problem. You have to commit the BKB of the Satanic to hit him. And do you want to do that? I don't think you do. I don't think the fight setup's good if you commit either of those, so you kind of just have to pick a different target.
Call it the Wheel of Wonder why you threw it there. 15-10, 41 minutes in, and we're back to an even net worth game. Love Nolan's build, Octarine, Wind Waker, just really only magic damage, but frankly, just a lot of stuns, a lot of ways for him to jump in, get the toss back, and then he can Wind Waker or Ogre Seal Totem his way out of there.
It's a really annoying
Ghost Scepter.
Really annoying build to play against. Especially if he can finish up, if he goes E-Blade, that would be amazing. If he can get to the 25 for the Avalanche cooldown or toss charges, that's when this build really goes ballistic. He will start to deal a lot of magic damage. He does have that crash landing. You always have to keep that in mind.
Sure.
You need Nullifier, and it will arrive here for the PA.
Yes, sir.
That is the biggest item they can get right now, because this is an item that will let you go on no one and just commit on him. It removes 3 of his big 4 items right now. The Ghost Scepter, the Force Staff, the Wind Waker. You're not getting a lot of saves off on this hero. You can Depth Shroud him, though. That is the upside here for Parivision. You can always Depth Shroud who gets jumped.
Pure hit is level 25. Hasn't leveled up the talent tree just yet. I figured with the Nullifier he was going to go for the right one, -1 attacks, but maybe he feels like the fight is going on so long that the Triple Dagger would be better for it.
Triple Dagger is also interesting with the Slaughter amps. Depends how much you think you can just keep them on people.
Sure.
Or if you go for this Undispellable Corrosive Haze, which seems tempting this game when you're playing against Slark, a bunch of Manta heroes.
100%. You go the Undispellable.
This is the game for that talent. We do see players take the other talent because, okay, it's Undispellable, but if you just keep reapplying it every 3 seconds, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, leave that other talent for when you get 30, because I feel like you're probably getting 30 in this game.
It may come that way.
Another Shard save, almost dying to the burst damage of the Tormentor, but a Shard, Fan of Knives for Pure, so we're going to see a bit of break mechanic. Nothing too major that he's really breaking in this game, though.
And to take the -1 attacks. Standard talent here. Or Pure, not going to gamble on any crazy dagger hits, but does have that Nemesis Curse, finished up the Abyssal. He's peaking right now. I mean, he's running out of slots, so kind of have to get the fight going if you want to use his net worth advantage right now versus the 3.5/4 carries Parivision are building up.
Yeah, I mean, with the nullifier on 9 class, he's getting there. He's almost level 20.
He is becoming a threat. This is really annoying for the backline of BetBoom. If you get jumped on by this Slark and you get nullified on either of these supports, what do you do in that situation? Are you just backing up completely from the fight and abandoning your cores? Are you just trying to persist through it?
Yeah.
Very obnoxious.
I think what's annoying for me is the fact that the team who has played more defensively has walked away with the team fight win.
That's often
which
how
I feel
Dota
like
works.
is teaching these teams a lesson we don't want to teach them, which is just at no cost you ever start the fight yourself.
I mean, I will point you to, what was it, 2016, 2017 era Team Secret, which sat on their hill for every game until you ran into them and then they won.
That was their special technique.
Sometimes
Sit on a
it
high
works,
ground.
man. Sometimes it works.
It was amazing how far ahead they were of other teams by that one simple trick.
Meta defining.
Spirit did, they adopted some of that. They said, why don't we just always fight around high ground vision?
Yeah, but the thing about Spirit is they always fall like 30K behind, so then it's exciting when the defensive fight come back. When you're defending your map from a head position, it's not as exciting. There's a little bit of a difference.
That was the part. Team Secret, they would just take over the map, and then they would sit on your triangle, just wait for you. Like, they got to come up here someday.
I mean, the items are rolling in. There's going to be a fight very soon here. You have Blink on the Wraith King. They're going to put DM in first because they know this is not a target you want to go in with that Blade Mill here. Cloak and BKB done for no one, so he can also commit into the fight. Blink done for the AA as well. A lot of these items that we were mentioning in terms of bringing that team fight jump together are online for Party Vision right now.
I can't believe Save shows himself there. He blinked away before no one can get the initiation. He has to Wind Waker back. The Global Sound's going to be put to use as DM. He jumps in.
Oh, they found the spark.
BetBoom,
No fire.
they do manage to get him. A gem is going to be dropped down on the ground, and DM is finding himself a bit kited right now. No one's going to go back in, hits an avalanche onto 3. That's pretty nice. Has to go Scepter, though. The threat of GPK is too much to handle, and DM falls the first time around. Still holding on to that Ice Blast, the Wheel of Wonder, separating the rest of the team from DM so they can all in on the Wraith King with no interference from that pesky no one Tiny.
Didn't even have to commit the Phantom Assassin there. Just died to all the spell damage and the Kunkka Slaughter hitting him. Party Vision, no answer in sight. They just bail on that fight.
Losing their 4 position and their offlaner wasn't the worst loss for Party Vision, but it is enough for BetBoom to feel very comfortable about controlling the middle part of the map, which leads to a third Roshan for them, perhaps. It just needs to spawn a little faster.
They're looking for the Ags on save as well. Double escape actor would be nice. You do have to remember the Nullifier will instant dispel these, but having 2 is a huge deal in this game. Hex on the Kunkka also a huge deal. You can throw that Hex on the Tiny when he blinks in before BKB. Could be massive. And an amp damage for Pure. This is massive. You're looking towards this next Roche. If it is a late spawn,
we're just a second away or 2.
I think the Wraith King timer's too long here, no matter what.
Yeah. 40 seconds left, and he still would not have reincarnation for a little bit as well. So.
I think this game might get to a point where Party Vision have to commit everybody in the same jump, and that means Swift Blink for the Luna. Just blink everybody in and go with the stuns and claim whoever you can and just have faith it's enough in the fight, because I think you're going to get kited out. And at some point, this PA starter will find somebody. And the second they find somebody and make it a 5-on-4, that team fight looks really difficult.
Might just be able to find 9 class here. Dark Pack going off into the trees, and he does a really good, nice use of that Eul's time and time again against the GPK Slardar, offensively using it against him and allowing a disengage. Party Vision back to their old ways. A little bit of rat split pushing.
All right, level 25 though, Austin. Level 25 available for GPK. He does take the Undispellable Haze. This is a massive talent in this game. Absolutely huge versus what Party Vision want to do, because now it makes it way harder to initiate, not find a target, and get out of that exchange. You're going to get hunted. These daggers are going to be coming non-stop. The X marks are going to be coming non-stop. The vision is just huge here.
He shows up to a fight, you lose 25 armor against a Phantom Assassin. That is spooky.
Yeah, that is a lot. Also, if you just randomly land this crush on the Slark, huge.
That is true, actually.
You just nullify him, he's dead. There's nothing he can do. You have to get the ult of the Dark Pact off. Might not have time to click it as Pure, eyeing up Divine Rapier as well. See if he gets another courier. That would be very good for the crowd.
He's been reading a lot of the movements from BetBoom. Is he going to be able to see this move? Mass TPs to the other side of the map. He breaks the smoke on Nakatomi, but it might come, the information might come a little bit too late for Satanic.
The lane shove is superior.
GPK, maybe, yeah, he's going to get caught on the gate thanks to that very, very deep ward on the corner of the map by BetBoom.
You know, Ducals, they were scanning the other side of that gate. It hit red. Pure was waiting for him. So he didn't really have a good choice there, you know. Hey, on that side, die to Slardar, go through the gate, get one shot by Phantom Assassin.
Feel like trapped like a rat is a fitting phrase for that.
They're looking bottom. I mean, this is a time where with this Aegis, you just jump anything, I think. Should not be afraid of making aggressive plays right now.
Which is why Parivision are not showing anything. Noble Hero is showing on a wave ever. It's only illusions. It's almost a half second of Tiny throwing a bunch of spells. It's only skeletons. They know any hero that shows on the map, if it gets jumped by GPK or Pure, their life is probably forfeit.
There's a lot of gold on the side of Parivision as well. They're holding, what, a combined almost 15,000 gold between the three cores? Some of that's saving buybacks, but some of it is just money in the bank doing nothing.
Save with his Aghanim Scepter, his Blink Dagger, Aether Lens, he's got a lot of good ways to be able to use this escape act, and that's going to be the dangerous part because Parivision, they have to all in a hero when it shows, when they choose to go for it, and DM with his Blade Mail is already going to lose his first life, but it looks like Pure, that's going to be the Aegis. Parivision setting up on the next one. Wheel of Wonder is going to be put to use, though. That's going to allow Pure an opening here. He's going to pop his BKB and all-in commit. No one, he's out of this fight.
That was so fast.
The Tiny is absolutely nothing to this Phantom Assassin, especially with this kind of build. The tidal wave not quite catching the Luna. Miro trying to get tricky with it, trying to pull that Luna out of the base.
I mean, somewhere Ice Frog is smiling right now with the armor nerfs to this hero.
That is true.
I did my job.
I think you would maybe disagree with them on that, but maybe we're going to watch a Tiny lose for once.
Those one armor patch nerfs. Never underestimate.
Level 20 on the Silencer, AoE won the last word. Save win for the Tame the Beast damage, which I almost wonder is more of a farming mechanism for him, given that this is a 51-minute game.
You drop the banner here, and Refresher arrives from Pure, so that's what's giving him the confidence to go for this right now. You have another BKB up your sleeve.
Got the X onto the Luna. DM feels like he has to respond, but they jump onto Luna. Nullifier's going to be committed. They got the Ice Blast. That stuns up Pure. Pure in a bit of trouble now. Has to jump away just instantly. BKB, TP out, and they actually have nothing to stop that.
They need an Abyssal on the Slark, Austin.
They really do. Night Class, where's your Abyssal, man?
They're just instantly... I mean, they get the Tiny buyback. They made the call. That's what they want there. Instantly out. Refresher committed for Pure. Does have that second BKB to get him out of trouble. And now we likely wait for that cooldown. You might not like that, but I think it is the correct play. As you gear up for the next Rosh in 3 minutes. Did you use the Refresher shard? You did.
Is an Eastern European derby going to come down to who can perform the Nightfall better?
I hope not.
Because that's what BetBoom...
I really hope not.
BetBoom, they obviously have a huge advantage. Parivision, they don't have anything to be able to stop this for quite some time. BKB, TP out. If you ever get hit by that Ice Blast, that's Pure's escape plan.
It's a nice illusion rune for this Luna. Really good hero to get this on. Not that they need more Go Shove on this map, but...
And that Go Shove is pushed in both mid and bottom wave, and Parivision, Katomi, he sees the ward, he deals with it, and 4 stats away. I can't believe he manned up to take that ward out.
Does have buyback available?
I guess so,
and
yeah.
Honestly, he's probably thinking, you know what, if no one jumps me, my team's going to get him. Like, I have confidence that they're going to stun him or get him on the 4-step out, whereas I have buyback anyway, and he does not. That's a very risky play for the Tiny to go for.
Yeah, that is true. How much longer till Rosh? All right, 2 more minutes, so we got probably guaranteed downtime, about 2.5 minutes here, where both teams are going to farm up their next round of items, like an Aghanim's Blessing for Satanic that he's 6-slotted. There's nowhere else to go. He has to keep his Manta. He needs the Disjoint. He needs the Ghost Shove.
I mean, pretty much everybody's slotted here. 9 class got a little bit.
What is this?
He's not really building any stats.
No, he's not. And if the Slardar was here, he's just going to die. Yule Scepter goes off, and Shadow Blade is not going to go up in time.
Well, that's a
timing
gem.
on the Torrent. That's a free gem for BetBoom. Why?
I can trust you.
Did Night Glass finally get so bored? He's like, guys, I'm just going to hit Pure and see what happens.
Probably. Honestly. He just wants to hit somebody. He's playing Slark for 50 minutes. He's built no stacks.
That's true. I feel like he's hit more couriers than he has heroes.
That is probably true. I don't know what his hero damage is right now. And it might not exist. We might never know what his hero damage is in this game.
7.5.
Yeah, I mean, it's not up there.
There was a bit of a delay because production had to make sure it wasn't bugged. They're like, 7,500, is that real?
Half of that was the couriers.
BetBoom up to the high ground. They're going to go all in on the PA. They hit the Ray Fire Blast, but there's the escape back from Save, giving Pure an out here. Pops a BKB, and he managed to blink strike himself away. Pari Vision, do they really want to chase this one? They're going to try. GPK gets hit up by a stun. Follow-up Avalanche there for a second. Tame the Beast, pushing back some of these heroes of Pari Vision away from their mark, which was GPK.
Pure.
Now Pure, he tried jumping, got hit again by the Ice Blast. In trouble. BKB activated a little bit of damage. He would finally die. They escape back. Is it really going to save him? No, he finally goes down, but what a torrent! Miro comes in hot with a big boom of a torrent that hits on 3, takes 2 out permanently, and now the rest of the fight may be won without Pure as he finally comes in and finish off that Wraith King on his second life. He buys back, gets the Wraith King down on the Reincarnation. It's up to Satanic. He's going to have to pull this off because DM is certainly not going to be a help. He's going to be hunted down by Pure. It's all up to the kid. 1 versus 5. 3 heroes right now, but a 4th and a 5th coming in soon. It is all over. He calls it before he hits the deck. Game 1 will be taken by the ever-patient BetBoom.
I mean, patience is a virtue, and they certainly showed it off here. Maybe this team from a year or 2 back would have gotten impatient, tried to force the issue. They know how Parivision wants to play these games. They know that at some point their scale will kick in, the Roshans will kick in. They played for their moment. They commit the buybacks instantly in that last fight. Pure not afraid to play with the second life. But ultimately, man, Save, this guy is just insane mechanically in these late game fights. Like the amount of times he hit an escape act at the exact second you need to that stalls the fight for 3 seconds. That last Wheel of Wonder was pure bliss for him, man. That just absolutely won that fight in their favor. It sets up a beautiful 3-man torrent. This guy's Ringmaster is straight nasty. Maybe not the most exciting game, maybe not the highest paced game we've seen, but a very methodical game from BetBoom, and honestly a game that puts Parivision in a tough spot because I think this is their style of game, which is push the lanes in, make you frustrated, we get a pick off, and eventually you collapse. That pickoff never came. We played 50 minutes and it never felt like BetBoom gave up that really bad core kill that spiraled out of control, right? 1 death on Pure, there was that last fight.
Yep.
0 deaths on GBK. Their 1 and 2 basically died 0 times this entire game.
Yep.
Never got that good clutch pickoff you needed to gain a Roshan, to gain momentum on the map. It just wasn't there.
Against some of the other Western European teams, we found that their Ghost Shove has been really good at being able to find exploitations, openings there against some of the Western European teams. BetBoom, you said, intra-regional matchups, they can get weird, man. And this one got a little weird.
It was weird.
They basically just said, okay, that's fine. You do what you want to do. We're just going to sit back, take the farm as it comes. And finally, they got big enough to be able to take the game. And in the end, that is going to be it for Game 1 of BetBoom versus Parivision.
At least in the process, they made it look very interesting because that game had some of the most exciting team fights of the entire tournament thus far. So much action going on, and eyes were glued to that Phantom Assassin because she was huge by the end of that game.
Yeah, she was, and buffed up by the Slardar minus armor the whole time. The amount of burst damage that you could deal was fantastic. I mean, that's part of the reason that A's been so successful, because A can amplify the damage that your team does. You hit this big ice blast that makes it easier to kill heroes. Well, in some ways, Slardar works kind of similar. So against these really tanky heroes that rely on HP, Slardar plus a physical damage source, it's the perfect solution.
How do you guys feel about Luna as a hero after witnessing such a display?
It's not just that display. So it was already doing poorly in the group stage because Talon was relying on her. We saw her earlier today, and now we're seeing her in this game. it's what you said it was, Gunnar, where it's like, there's no other options left. I guess I'll just pick Luna.
She feels very, she doesn't have the burst damage that a lot of the big carries do. You think like Phantom Assassin on the other team. She kills cores, half a second. And she doesn't really have this utility of like frontline go in, like we've seen the tiny carries or the Dragon Knights. So she's kind of in this weird old school carry spot. Like Anti-Mage, we don't really see, we saw him once,
sure,
but he went Radiance. So he actually did have this like utility. He bought, I think, Albert
and his job is to like kill a Medusa or
yeah,
kill a Storm
so
Spirit.
my issue with Dusa, I think she's just like too old school. It's even like Alchemist is kind of falling out of favor these days. Like 0% win rate? Something like really bad. And I feel like they were in a bit of a corner when they had to pick the Luna.
She does have like a moment where she can be survivable once you do the spinning, the lunar glaives or whatever, the spinny thing. Lowers the damage that you're taking, and there's a couple times that she did become a good damage source against the PA, but half the time PA just blink striked to somebody else. Oh my god, what happened to your face?
You just jump out, as that's a very rude purge. Yeah, you see somebody jump in and the Luna's man-fighting, it's like, oh, she pops the ult, like this is gonna be huge. It just does nothing. Like, I'm wondering where the damage is supposed to come from with this hero. Like before, you would play around the Conda and the taking the long fights and doing like the big burst with the Conda damage and the extra glaives, but I just don't see what the late game is for the hero. Like it farms, sure, but what does it do with items? Other than like maybe an Aghanim Scepter build?
Yeah, it was her original claim to fame was being mixed damage, but maybe it was difficult for her to do any damage because everyone she was trying to kill was getting put into a box, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was a very nice masterclass from both of the supports until maybe the very end where we saw 9 class kind of run in and get bored. But up until that point, he was being an absolute menace on the map, dewarding absolutely everything. He wasn't about the hero damage. He was about just, getting those sentries out, getting that map control. Save, on the other hand, this man was absolutely dominating team fights. It was insane. 27k hero damage on a Ringmaster. Like, is this a damage-dealing hero? I mean, I guess the Dark...
Just on a support, even.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's doing percentage-based damage. He's against very high HP heroes between Wraith King and Tiny and Luna. He's stopping their blink daggers if he hits them with a dagger. And in the meantime, he's sitting behind his cores, ready to save them, ready to land these monster teamfight ultimates. He is so good on this hero.
That's why it's been feared for the entire Fissure universe, and we were wondering why he wasn't whipping it out that much at the beginning of this tournament, but he was clearly waiting for his moment, much as how he was waiting for this moment to...
This was crazy.
Get back.
And if he lived there, that would have been...
The ultimate style, yeah.
The perfect amount of time, too. Like, he didn't wind it up a little bit longer where they can get the stun, but it's just long enough that he can get the TP off. Like, this is... I don't know how this man is so good at Ringmaster when it was just released.
He loves the new heroes. He was also extremely good on Muerta. He's a quick learner.
What happened to your cape?
Listen, dude, I didn't know when that game was going to
I think he stopped.
I look terrifying. Jesus
Get
Christ.
the camera off, Jenkins, and get the camera onto this sick team fight that took place in the middle of the game, because there was a lot of exciting team fights, but this one in particular, Gunnar, really caught my eye.
Yeah, I think one of the really cool things you'll see kind of near the middle of it is the Ringmaster ult. Save like does this really nice split of the fight where half the team of Paravision is kind of stuck in the river and half is kind of like on this island. Like you're going to see DM here, he's going to die once, and then there's going to be this Ringmaster ult that splits it. And I really do like how Paravision's playing the fight though, with like this kiting in and out, especially the tiny, the Ghost Scepters they're using. They're trying their best. I just think that the Phantom Assassin and probably the Kunkka too just have too much utility and damage for them to really deal with and like chip through. I think it's like really a lot on the Luna and the Wraith King. Like neither of those heroes do as much as either the PA or the Kunkka in their respective roles.
I think they just didn't have that much single target damage was a lot of the problem. Like Luna, if you pop your glaive spinny and blink in or something, then and they're not blinking away from you, you can do the single target damage.
It's a lot of circumstances.
But you also need the Ice Blast to hit, and A has to not be dead. And
how many ifs is this? Like 5, 6?
Yeah, it's a little bit. And Tiny got his BKB really late, so when he initiates, he has to really make sure that it's time to go in. So there's a lot of things that had to line up for them to be successful in getting kills, where the other team just had teamfight ultimates and pokes and survivability. Yeah.
We said it. Ease of execution was the name of the game, and sometimes it just matters how you start off things in the mid lane, because I know here in the Raleigh Convention Center in North Carolina, Lyrical has been tuning in with maybe some 1v1s.
That is right. That's right, Tsunami. We have the 1v1 matchup. Everybody is getting very hyped up here. We do also have them playing on the exact same chairs, Anthros chairs, that the pro players are playing on. You can see they're getting very excited. So first of all, can you tell me your name? Will. Will is going to be playing. He's playing against Philip there on the other side. Now, I don't want to reveal your strategies too quickly, but obviously 1v1, very important to have the right strategy. If the enemy team figures out what it could be, it could all be over. Tell me what's your strat for this.
Right. I think my strat is to bully him out of lane. I think I can probably do that. I think I got raindrops going on. So
okay, perfect.
I think we got it.
All right, I think you got that. That's good. Now we're going to go over here to Philip now. Listen, his strategy is that he's going to bully you out of lane, and he's buying some raindrops, okay? That sound good? You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, that sounds good. So we've got these two squads facing off against each other. Listen, I didn't say anything. It's perfectly fine. Be sure to come on over here and check out the 1v1s. It's already a bit of a battle. Lena versus Lena. I mean, look at this. You can see he's just right-clicking like crazy. Already 2 CS versus on the other side. We've got 1 CS. It is a tightly contested matchup, and I'm not sure if Will or Philip are going to be able to handle the pressure. He's already under tower. This is a dangerous situation, everybody. If you want to find out how it ends, you got to make sure you come on back over here, watch the matchup. It's a King of the Hill battle. The final winner is going to be able to take home, I don't know what, but it's going to be beautiful. Back to you guys on the panel.
Dude, I hope it's a chair. That would be sick. What's your gentleman's agreement for 1v1 mids, Gunnar? Is raindrop, blood grenade, warding? What do you think should be and shouldn't be allowed?
Usually allow everything.
Really?
I mean, well, it depends. Is it an honorable? Is it like for honor, ego? 1v1 or like practice?
Jenkins, which one do you put more stock into? Do you want to do real competitive practice 1v1s, or are you doing it for ego?
I get bored of 1v1s and I pick Nepo. Gunnar, if you 1v1 Perch 1,000 times, would you win all 1,000?
I'd win 1,001.
Yeah, he would. That's true. Until he gets bored. That's
yeah. Maybe I get
boredom is the strat.
He'd be like, I'm beating by so bad. I'm gonna take 4 tower shots to hit him once.
You just have to do the thing where you're like, okay, at 10 minutes, it's a CS win. So you just like play every game to 10 minutes, never give me a kill. So it's like.
No, I'd be giving you kills.
Listen, boredom happens to the best of us. That's why 9 Class may have gotten a little bit bored in this series, but he's got to stay on his toes because he is 1 game away from elimination. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 of BetBoom versus Pari Vision.
My name's Chiyu Neko. I'm a cosplayer and I've been cosplaying for over 12 years. I play a lot of 4 or 5 and yeah, really excited to be here. I was at the last 2 TIs also cosplaying, so I've cosplayed Skywrath and also Dawnbreaker, and this new Wind Ranger skin dropped a couple months ago and I was just super excited because I missed the first Arcana back in 2020, so I just had to wail for her and I had to build her. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Hi, my name is Sammy. I also go by Maramaru, and today I'm dressed as Marana in her Snowstorm Huntress set. I made this one actually back in 2017, and I competed with it at TI7, but I've actually been sewing since I was just 7 years old. My first Dota cosplay was back in 2015. I dressed as Crystal Maiden, so it's been many years of cosplaying for Dota, and I've been playing Dota since 2014 also. Yeah.
Hi, I am Velvet Thunder, and I'm cosplaying as Templar Assassin. And so I am from India, but I've been in US for like few years now. And I started cosplaying because he got me into Dota, my husband. And then we are playing for like 5 years now. And then this is his favorite hero, so I wanted to do something for him and enjoy myself cosplaying. And this is my first time. So yeah, this has been fun. This is amazing. Thank you.
Can we get you in the shot as well?
Yeah, come on.
Since you shouted you out.
Yeah, when I lose my game, this is who I blame.
Yes. Since I got her into the game, might as well, help her get through the losses as well.
But yeah, Dota is fun. Cosplay is even more fun. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keely. I'm from Los Angeles, and this is my first time cosplaying a Dota character. I've been cosplaying for a very long time, and I'm a costume designer, so this is my absolute favorite thing ever to do, and I'm having such a fun time. Yeah. The main challenge with this costume is, as you can see, there's literally thousands of crystals on it, and I had to hand apply like every single one onto my outfit, so that definitely took a really long time to do that. I also made the ombre effect out of paint, and there's several different layers of sparkle fabric on it, so I'm hoping that when I go on stage it'll look really cool and sparkly from a distance, so that was my goal with it, and I had a lot of fun making it.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I'm from Virginia. I've been cosplaying for a very long time, but I got into Dota in January 2024 after playing League for a long time. Boo! And now I'm cosplaying Pudge. This is my first ever Dota cosplay. It's taken me about 50 to 60 hours. All the patches and everything is hand sewn, hand glued on. And I'm just so happy to be here at ESL. Cosplay is so fun because you can be anything you want to be. I've been cosplaying since I was in middle school. I've always loved gaming and anime, and just becoming my favorite characters is the best thing ever, especially when you can walk around with a mask all day.
Hi,
laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling, the grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again, burning rubber on the pavement, bottom of the bottle again, thinking of where you went, laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go, back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, baby. It's easy come, it's easy go, back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this,
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
The Eastern European Showdown continues as we get ready for game number 2 of Parivision versus BetBoom, where I'm sure already Parivision have some things that they can fix moving forward from game number 1. We finally have gotten a legitimate breaking of the support Slark though, right, Gunnar? Because we said that the Liquid won. That one didn't really count because they had that game in the bag. This one, you know that the support Slark's a threat, and BetBoom proved that they have the solution for it.
Yeah, it didn't even look that strong. I think it was a lot of, the team didn't use vision that well. Like, none of the cores were like, oh, this guy's going to jump you in the back lane and kill you. Tiny these days doesn't have the burst like he used to, especially as a mid. Like, he does have it really early, but it falls off a lot faster than it did.
As a carry, I feel like it's a lot better.
Yeah, as a carry, you get like the Shadow Blade. You actually get these right clicks off, you get this damage, but mid, you kind of fall off very early. And so I think the draft just didn't help the Slark's case.
Am I an insane person, Gunnar? Don't answer that.
Okay, sorry, go on.
Why not just run the Tiny as a carry against the PA? Pick a different mid. There's a last pick Luna here.
I think they could have. I think that was probably if you go to carry and you're like, all right, our best pick is a generic carry. Why not just take the carry you already have and pick a more specialized mid?
It's a first phase pick carry for a lot of teams.
Yep. Well, it's fallen out of favor. I think the only team that was picking it recently was Liquid, if I'm not mistaken. Some teams are. I want to say it's only been Liquid recently.
I think so. Yeah, Mickey.
Everyone else kind of fell off. So maybe they just don't value it as much. I actually think after playing it, the armor changes do matter a bit.
Yeah.
You feel the physical damage. There was that one time he got blinked on next to the high ground and he died in what?
Oh my god.
Yeah. He got deleted.
Yeah, you want to talk about burst damage. Phantom Assassin was deleting heroes. Granted, it was with a Slardar on her team, so with the Corrosive Haze, she was making it look really good, but it's proving that you need these carries who are actually good at something specifically. You can't just pick these jack-of-all-trades carries like Luna.
I also think it's surprising that Phantom Assassin, I feel like it's kind of a high-value hero that's being undervalued because of all these supports that are getting picked. I know from watching some of the close qualifiers for Dream League, it was getting like first pick.
Yeah.
Just the draft would open and it would be Phantom Assassin, Terrorblade. Just first 2 picks overall.
I just don't know what the counter to it is.
There's not really a counter. At some point in the game, she can win the game.
It was Bloodseeker for a while, but Bloodseeker is not a magic damage carry anymore.
Yeah, they kind of gutted that whole build, like the Radiance Ag.
They
doesn't
did.
have the Blood Mist anymore.
And that was the only one that really seemed to work against PA.
I mean, she still is fundamentally broken in the sense that Methodical gives her so much damage.
And it's guaranteed.
And it's guaranteed that you see a PA with 5 items and she has like 1 damage item and it's a Battle Fury. Everything else is like hybrid survivability. It's a Sanjin Yasha, it's a BKB. The core of the hero just does a little bit too much and it's difficult to lock her down successfully. She can Blink Strike. The Blink Strike range did get reduced. That part's good. So she can't necessarily just
It's
zip
mostly
across
for the lane
whole
though,
map.
right?
It is.
I think it changes the lane so she's a little weaker than she used to be. She used to like stomp every lane she was in.
Yeah, now I think Blink Strike maxes out at the level that it used to be at just...
I think it might be like 50 less.
Minus 50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But still, a 50 cast range is really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, not past the laning stage.
You're not going to be like, oh my god, I lost 50 cast range. I can't catch this guy. What do you expect me to do?
Speed away from me.
I think they moved the talent too. There was a Blink cast range
I
talent.
think it might be 20 now
20
instead of 15. Yeah, that sounds accurate.
Well, we'll see if she makes a re-emergence because she has not been banned in this game number 2 draft. Instead, Nature's Prophet, Crystal Maiden, Templar Assassin, and Silencer get taken out by Parivision, and BetBoom team ban out the Medusa, the Beastmaster, the Ancient Apparition, and the Kunkka, and they first pick themselves a Coddle, and Parivision return with a first phase Tinker.
Kind of cool to see CM banned in the first phase, but BetBoom would have been probably happy with it with the Coddle, so I guess they fear the Coddle a little less.
They might want to play versus the Coddle. Like, I know Steenie values like, okay, we can beat this hero. That especially if a team has a big strategy, like the save Coddle, if you beat it, it makes the drafting in the next team even easier. Because now they don't really feel comfortable picking the Coddle again, so maybe they want to switch it up, but you don't have to change any of your bans. But they might just think that the Coddle CM combo is like specifically the only unbeatable one for the support duo. I also do like
their Ringmaster looked really good though.
It did look good. It's not the best duo though, I think, with Coddle.
We did see the Ignis Fat Ass, the Coddle Egg and Scepter with the Ringmaster ult.
That's how it's
That's really good.
Pulling people in and making them face the Ringmaster ult is it's pretty cool.
Yes.
Against both of these supports, I think PA is the best hero. Like you need some persistent backline. Okay, well never mind. There goes the PA. I mean, it's gonna get first pick out of the phase anyway from Paravision, so you got to ban it.
I like the support kind of for both teams. They're very equal and they provide very similar things. I would say it's like they shove waves, they get
global healing guy.
Yeah, they heal a lot. They kind of scale to some extent.
Yeah.
I think the healing was an aspect about Coddle with the new facet that I really underestimated. The fact that you can recall yourself to an ally to get a Chakra Magic as well. You can just pump out so much healing onto your team when you really abuse that cooldown reduction.
Ever since they did that recall where it's like it chakras both of you for free on recall, was just, it's always felt like, oh, it's a little strong.
And that's
Maybe
why
a
they
little
take out one of the pairings. They ban out Storm Spirit. And
Interesting, because I know they have their Meepo strategy versus Storm. So
That's true.
Like,
and it was versus Coddle last time too.
Yeah.
It was Coddle first pick with a Tinker. So it was kind of like setting up.
Yep.
Of remaining duos, Bristleback is still in the pool if they want to do a Coddle Bristle.
Well, their Jakiro is easier to play if they're not against the Storm. That's one hero that's pretty annoying to play against. But that should give them a really solid laning stage at least. Pretty even win-loss on the hero, but it's been played in a nice variety of ways.
Perfectly balanced.
10 seconds remaining.
Both heads are strong.
Which head is winning? Yeah, it's like the Fireside is the 18 wins.
I thought
Ice is
they
still
even
popular.
mentioned in the changelog cooler heads prevailed because the ice head attacks first now.
So the Ice head is the winner.
I think so.
The 18 wins and the
It's the
Fire,
dominant
like
one.
every single loss.
Yeah, the 18 losses are all the fire head.
Yeah, that's fair.
Monkey King does not have a good win rate in this tournament.
He does not.
No, he's been super contested, but he's been picked 15 times, 26% win rate.
It's kind of surprising they picked him without seeing the matchups. He's also against a laser, which isn't the most ideal thing. The attack speed slows from Jakiro can be problematic, but the upside is that he's going to be able to spot these backline supports and give himself and his team an opportunity to kill them.
Yeah, that's true, honestly, because I feel like Storm and Pierre are like the two good backline jumping heroes right now that are not dog shit. Tiny's another one, but Paravision doesn't... We saw them have the opportunity to play the Tiny as a carry in the last game, and they didn't do it. And I feel like in terms of actually jumping and killing the backliners, you want to run it as a carry. It doesn't do that for mid anymore. Ooh,
that one doesn't either. But
Tank Cardell.
I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Another
Touch, Magnus?
Another hero that needs to be jumped. I mean, they have no front line.
Nope.
I can tell you that much.
Everybody's front line if they're being healed.
Yeah, I
by
guess
Tinker.
so. I guess
Put a little
so.
shield on them.
There's the Tiny. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the
Then
sniper.
now are they willing to flex this Tiny to a
They
carry role?
should be
Yeah.
willing to flex. It's like Sniper can go mid, Tiny can go mid. It's probably one of those situations like if there's a mid matchup that Sniper can really shut down, like even the Monkey King, they'll probably put it there. And if it's just like a Sniper's gonna do okay mid, you'd probably rather put the Tiny there for the early XP. And I think their playstyle as well fits a little more in that direction.
But Partyvision have last pick of the draft, so why didn't they just go for an offlaner here? Like, you're not going to ban out Sniper at the very end, but instead they show the hero already, and now they have to last pick an offlaner.
Maybe the flex offlaner is less valuable in this pick position because they already have a Monkey King. Like a lot of offlaner flexes to be melee.
to the
so
monkey, yeah.
You need this like surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I think TM is one of the best surprise pick offlaners in the game, or in Dota. Like
the Veno.
Yeah, Veno Phoenix would be amazing here against Monkey, and the percentage damage against the DK as well. Ground targeted damage against a Ringmaster. They don't really have any hero that's going to hit the egg.
I love the DK though. It's the jump stun setup that they needed. Monkey King can scout, but he's not always great to go in first. So if DK can get on top of any of the supports or the sniper, it should give them a better start to the fight and potentially make it easier for Ringmaster to do his ulti follow-up. And then you're talking about a juicy chain stun.
Yeah, they have a lot of circles to put on the ground, do they not?
Ooh, that's true. They took up a lot. Dragon Knight doesn't. He needs to
You
buy a
want
shard.
some more frontline for Partyvision. Again, you're going into a Monkey King, so that shuts down a lot of options, but things like Underlord, which we're seeing rise prominence. Earlier in the tournament, Centaur was very popular.
That is too many words to read for a North American. I see NA Dota.
NA Dota on
That's
top.
right. That's right.
That was the first two words.
Right. Estini, coach NA teams.
Yep, NA Dota.
How'd that go?
Great.
Bulk said in an interview, I like North America.
Okay.
Once. It might have been ironic.
No.
Him? I'm sure he meant it.
We claim Estini as NA.
It's true. The Brewmaster ban, very effective. The team fight that it would provide would be nice. They're a little bit lacking on Disable right now, so very likely he gets split off. And if they've got good team fight plus heals to back it up, he'll be able to frontline nice, and it'll make it easier for Sniper to do what he does best, which is tank from the back lines.
Yeah, he's really good at that. You know, one hero that we've seen picked against Monkey King quite a lot, actually, is a Centaur. People are just cutting wave versus it, and then having the support go, do whatever.
I think even from what I've heard, I know it's like an old change, but the moving during the stun, it's really annoying because before that change, Monkey was always outranging because he had so much like melee attack range.
Yeah.
But now that you can kind of do this move, you actually stun the Monkey and commit on him fully. He doesn't lifesteal from creeps anymore. It's like super reduced.
It's very low, yeah.
And so he doesn't have this like, oh, I'm going to jingle you 4 times to get back to full health. It's, oh, I'll get like 100 health of this boundless stroke.
Okay, well, they ban it. I mean, BetBoom does have the first pick. Yeah. It would be nice for either side. I mean, it's like the best hero. You literally press ult and just charge your entire team and to kill the sniper.
It solves both players' positioning issues, yeah.
Yeah, it's good for both teams.
Do you want someone else to charge in on the back line? Doom is still available if BetBoom team wants someone to get in.
You know, I was thinking, speaking of charge, maybe it's time to bring out the Magnus. I would love to see some skewer backs.
I was thinking of the Tide. Tide charges in there.
He does get in there, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't like Mag as much for BetBoom because their heroes aren't really going to be that group typically. I think Mars looks fantastic, though. Drop the arena, that's going to at least stop some attacks to make it harder for them to get to each other.
Definitely really good for Sniper. It's probably one of the best carries in the game, or offlaners in the game for Sniper in general, because you can't right-click through the arena. I don't know if he's going to go with the Vision facet. It's kind of fallen out of favor. They go with the, what is it, Bloodsport? I think is the other one. And I actually think the Vision is decent this game with against the Tinker. I guess there's the Shrapnel, though, to get Vision in the arena, so it's not as...
And Jakiro spells,
Yeah, okay. He's probably just going to go that one.
So the other one is you get regen if you get a kill in there, right? For everybody in it.
So everyone, whenever a hero dies in the arena, all of Mars and his allies get health, get mana, get damage.
Okay.
The allies only get, I think, 50% of what Mars gets, but it's still a considerable chunk.
Well, BetBoom is very flexible with where their cores go. That's another upside to their draft right here. Supports a little bit more choreographed, but Pure Vision's got to think about all the possibilities here with their last 45 seconds.
So it's a DM hero. I mean,
What about Enigma?
Yeah, there's a lot of these ranged offlaners that are pretty good. They kind of need a little more beef in the front, and I feel like Enigma has the, you know, it's a ranged hero, but also kind of a melee hero in a way, because you build auras, you build the tank. Percentage damage against a bunch of high HP heroes. Monkey King, you can cut him off the trees as well.
You want a hero that's okay versus the Monkey King.
I still like Phoenix. Okay, there's the
And they don't have the BKB curse, so once he gets BKB, he can just ulti when he grabs the right core. Only thing he's got to worry about is getting stunned first or monkey ulti. That's about it.
Raleigh wants to see some black holes in the venue, and I don't blame him. Anytime Enigma shows up, he is always exciting to watch. But is he the right hero for the game? Gunnar, you suggested it. It's going to do well against a Monkey King. You're against a bunch of melee cores to Black Hole.
I mean, it's a free BKB Black Hole game. Like, once he gets it, he's always going to full channel it. There's the save from the Ringmaster, which is a little annoying, but you know, you get a 5-man Black Hole, it doesn't really matter.
And it's pure damage.
It's pure damage, ground target of pure damage.
Yeah. I was thinking it's DM's best hero, or at worst, like top 3.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
And BetBoom does have some AoE physical from the Monkey King, so they can deal with Eidolons a little bit, but we'll see how good of a solution they have against it between the Ringmaster and him. That's always the hard thing.
It's actually kind of crazy to see this hero making it through all the way until the last phase.
Yeah, it is.
Last pick Enigma for DM.
I feel like a lot of teams were banning it first phase.
They're first phase banning it.
Like, oh, your 9 Enigma, your 8 Enigma is too scary for us.
Yeah.
And the fact he's getting it on 24, and this is type of series, right? It's an elimination series. Game 2, their backs are against the wall. And comfort is king.
He's only played it once this event, so maybe people forgot about it, but he did win when he picked it against Enigma Galaxy. And Jenkins, as a sniper authority, you feel like they protected no one enough with this draft?
I think so. I think they needed a little more beef from the offlane, but the heroes that would be good on last pick are all ranged heroes for DM. So with the Enigma, they found something which is like both a tanky frontliner to protect a sniper in a way, because he builds auras, and then also that like cheese last pick that you now have this uncountered hero in the game. So yeah, I like it. Even in a hard game, no one looks good on sniper. He hasn't lost with it yet. So I'm really feeling this Paravision draft.
Especially because now they are also proving that they can flex the Tiny, as the odds are appearing on the stream right now. Because in game number 1, we were perhaps a bit critical that they were kind of jamming the Tiny into the mid lane and picking Satanic, a somewhat middling Luna hero. Actually, it's pretty bad, but now we get an Enigma onto the field, one of DM's signatures. So let's hope that he puts on a show for everyone here in North Carolina for game number 2.
Going into into a game 2, Parivision have made sure that in this game, if it goes another 50 minutes, by God, they're going to have the scale for it, Avery.
Enigma is one of those heroes that will give you a sense of confidence going into the ultra late game.
They also have the carry Tiny, they have the sniper mid, they have Tinker who's going to scale up for you from a 4 position. I feel like, am I remiss to say that it's this time around BetBoom are actually going to have to be the aggressors in this game.
I also think the action's going to get forced around this mid lane. You have Sniper DK. Somebody is going to try and kill the other player. Someone's going to want the ganks, and if you're GPK, you want to kill the sniper so you can push the tower. So I think this game should be a lot faster than that game 1. It could also go as late as that game 1, and if it does, the other factor to consider is the high ground defense from this Parivision lineup.
It's disgusting,
Dude, how do you ever push into Sniper, Tinker, Jakiro, Enigma with a tiny toss back?
Listen,
I wish them the best of luck.
It's getting a little late here in Raleigh. I know you guys have been awesome crowd standing in for the game 1 that was a little bit slower, but this game 2 has already given us a bit of pace here. First blood should be taken by Parivision, and no one will claim it. You said the fight is going to be around the mid lane, and it's already started with the first blood, and no one is going to have the advantage for the laning phase.
That said, 3 runes going BetBoom's way. Often can even that out a lot. The fact it went to the sniper is huge there, though. Could have gone to that last blood grenade thrown out from 9 class, however, no one will claim it. Get rewarded for his early shrapnel use. We'll have to replenish the charges, but he can buy whatever he wants here, and it'll be fast Wraith Band, get the stats up, deal with the breathe fire damage reduction. I guess some early CS on the board.
Does First Blood really make that much of a difference for a mid that doesn't go bottle?
That's what I'm saying. It's just extra stats. Maybe you get a couple extra last hits here.
Yeah.
DK is a hero that can just stand against Sniper, though. It can get a little spooky if the ganks come through. I just don't see this being a support duo that's going to gank GPK super early. And in fact, Ducal is just biting the dust straight up. He got blinding lighted into the Rebuke and just died.
Yeah, getting a kill level 1 with Mars is not what I anticipated to see in the safe lane, but Ducalis maybe just getting a little bit too aggressive in his harassment, ends up paying the price.
Especially on Jakiro, this is a lane dominator. This is one of the tankier supports at the level 1.
Yeah.
Not an easy target to bring down. So BetBoom honestly not looking too bad going into this lane setup, considering they got the 3 runes, they pick up a kill there, and they have this Monkey King Enigma matchup. I think that's the biggest reason they left that Enigma in the pool for the last pick, something you would never do against DM in this team. He will reset for the Monkey King bug, and well, if Quinn were in this game, I'm sure he'd have some choice words.
At this point in time, is it really a professional match if Monkey King is in the game and there isn't at least like 5 people who experience the Monkey King bug?
I mean, it's tradition at this point.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of... It's been around for so long, it really is a tradition.
Should be interesting to see how this lane goes for Pure, though, because Monkey King, in theory, is a hero that can deal with Enigma a little bit. Most of the time, though, it requires you to be aggressive early so that you're a little bit ahead and you can play aggressive on Enigma and run him down.
Yeah.
So far, this lane has not been that exactly, but Pure is finding the CS. So if they can ever nab a kill on the Enigma later on, they're going to be super happy in that lane matchup and maybe, show why they left this hero last in the entire draft.
Yeah, the more Eidolon kills you get early, more experience and gold you get out of that, the more regen you could bring, you stay healthy, you stay on the aggression, you stay on the offensive. But I do think that, like, Parivision, they shored up their late game. It feels like their scale is out of control, but also it feels like their laning phase should be better, right? Jakiro gives you big laning phase advantage usually. You've got a sniper who usually doesn't lose his lane, that's certain. And then that top lane, a DM Enigma, is usually one of the best laning phase tools that Parivision has in their repertoire. But they're still kind of losing the lanes.
Extra Bounty Rune helps with some early regen. They got a lot of Eidolon kills top early here, which is helping some extra XP and gold into Katayomi, who, keep in mind, he took up the Ringmaster this time around. As good of a performance they've had in that previous game, they're going to say we can play it on both players.
And Save, I mean, one of his Siggies is absolutely that cost.
3 more Eidolons. This, or at least 2 more. This is adding up.
They're trying to get the punish on a Pure, though. Every single time he gets a bit aggressive, Parivision throw a lot of damage back his way. Just requires BetBoom to have to expend a little bit more on some tangos. But they seem to be faring pretty damn well. 14-3 on the Monkey King. That Dragon Knight is cleaning up in the mid lane. 15-7 GPK. Once again, put in a position, as you said, this is a hero that can do very well against the sniper. You said it best, like this guy is a mid lane punisher. You give him the advantage and he takes it farther than most others when it comes to mid lane.
And he's been performing extremely well in terms of the lane mechanics this tournament. Maybe a reason Party Vision went for the sniper, just not a hero you can abuse too much because he's a lane dominator in his own right. Yeah. And this is kind of one of no one's Siggies. You think back over the course of time and especially recent history, this is a hero he's super comfortable with.
Sure. And it does mean we're going to see him outputting a little bit more damage than the Octarine Wind Waker Tiny, whose only real job was there just to jump in, avalanche, and toss back people time and time again.
Exactly. This is a hero he will carry games on.
Yeah.
Also, Austin, one of the few players who has won a LAN on North American soil that was not TI, going back to ESL New York almost 10 years ago now. So he is familiar with winning in this house, I will say that.
Yeah, winning on the East Coast on top of that. No one, that was a very dominant period for the old Virtus Pro, and no one was a big reason why they were so good. Bottom lane, Spears onto Satanic. Save, not sure they can get aggressive. Does a blast, pushing them away as they try and get an avalanche interrupted by the spear. And so the damage, it's shrugged off pretty easily by BetBoom.
As good as the early waves went for BetBoom, I do expect these lanes to swing Pari Vision's way a little bit. Once you hit that 3 to 5 for the Enigma, the Eidolons are really going to start to power up. This sniper's going to continue to pour in the shrapnel pressure mid. He's not going to get abused too heavily, and we're starting to see this Jakiro take over bottom lane. He's just out DPSing the Caudal. He's not offering a lot of defense here for Miro.
Miro's
you're
surrounded by damage.
But are you thriving, Austin? Is he thriving in this lane?
Does Mars need to thrive on the lanes? I feel like in this sort of game, he is mostly just set up for his other 2 cores. Am I wrong in that?
I would agree. The fact he got that early kill too has put him to double bracer really fast.
Yeah.
He's honestly kind of chilling down here. His net worth is really good.
Yeah, second net worth in the game. That top one is no one. So despite all the work that GPK did with those 8 early denies, it is not proven enough to win the lane, as you said. The later laning phase is going to swing towards Pari Vision's favor. The only thing that's still kind of lacking is the Enigma. 22-6 seems like they have done a very good job in this top lane, despite going up against DM's Enigma, who's, I completely agree with what Gunnar said. I think it's his best hero, at least his best meta hero.
Look at the power rune as well. Not anything to write home about with an illusion rune here, but it's something. No DD or haste for the sniper, and he runs and gets a kill. Starts to open up the game. We'll block some camps with it on the triangle. They are really sentrying and blocking this big camp on that triangle to deny the stacks out from Pari Vision. Something Carry Tiny would love to have access to later, or even the sniper with the shrapnel points.
Sure, yeah.
So you're the first team to break the lane phases, though. You do have this DK mid. Sniper's a counter rotation hero. You're likely not going to move no one this game and just give a free mid tower to the Dragon Knight. At the same time, you have Tinker, Jakiro, not the best supports to go mid and kill this DK from full.
Yeah, BetBoom have a Caudal. Like, they actually have 3 heroes that I think are pretty bad when it comes to rotating around the map, and maybe that's a reason why almost 7 minutes in, everybody is still in their 2-1-2 setup.
They're just killing Idol on top. The Wisdom Shrine's being challenged, but Scan will prevent Ducalis from manning up for it. So those will also get split. Another very just even passive, dare I say it?
I'm telling you, Avery, these teams took the wrong lesson from game 1, man. They said it's just better to play it safe. Bottom lane, Miro taking some damage. TP's gonna come in, so Katomi's the first one. They have the assassination, but it's not enough damage. Satanic can't finish him off either. Miro will survive.
And early stats on this Mars, just beefing him up. Such a hard target to get through. You do rotate the sniper a little bit, but it does not cost no one too much as GPK's just in the jungle. He's just farming it up right now. And there's no pressure going in top. You did finish up the drum on this Enigma. Now this is normally when Pari Vision would try and go to DM and create some pressure off the Eidolons with the drum charge. This is when you're the strongest hero on the map.
Yep.
The other option is you can backstab mid with the Enigma, with the Eidolon plus the drum plus the black hole timing.
That's a pretty heavy commitment for a hero that usually can just farm a whole lot. Ducalis does get sandwiched there in the bottom lane. Good deny in the amp damage. And no one is going to try and pick up the kill on Katomi, but he does not get enough damage.
I mean, he's just out of mana too. See instant clarity buy. Just not that many resources to work around mid with here.
Yeah.
This is kind of awkward for Pari Vision. Normally when they play the sniper, we see them collapse mid a lot. I go back to that game we saw them, I don't remember who they ran over, but they won that game in like 18 minutes. And it was just the grand finals game actually.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, game 3 of
yeah.
that tournament that they won. It was the no one sniper winning that game in 20 minutes. Just destroying Liquid, now that I remember. I can't believe I forgot a game Liquid lost.
I do know you really enjoyed watching that.
Don't leak it too much. I'm sure Insane is in the audience. So. But he decimated that game, and a big component of it was supports rotate to mid, play around the shrapnels, accelerate the sniper's game. He's 10-0. The game's completely out of control. These are just not the supports to do it, so you got to go backup plan.
Yeah,
plan
where's
B,
your like Tusk? You know, that's a hero
Yeah, exactly.
that really takes advantage of sniper mid.
So
but-
plan B is to just stack it up and get the acceleration that way. I kind of think you want to make this Enigma play mid almost. Like smoke DM behind mid, look for the Dragon Knight with the black hole. It's a very risky play, but you know, you gotta risk it sometimes. I guess I shouldn't say that in this series after that game 1, but
That's about to say,
you never know.
Nobody's risking shit out here.
All right, also I'll play this game. You know, I think Pari Vision should sit and farm for the next 30 minutes and do nothing.
What do you think, Raleigh? Should they sit around and farm? Well, hopefully we'll get a little action for you guys soon as Tranquil Boots picked up. Miro's cutting the waves bottom. We've got a level 6 Mars. Surely. Arena, Wukong's Command, Ringmaster, he's almost level 6 as well. You've got the Arena, you've got the Wheel of Wonder. Somebody's going to die soon.
Yeah, he could also make the rotation to mid. This is where all the action's going to be. 10-minute power rune, not denied, taken by no one. That's a shield rune.
Thank God it's a very aggressive rune that he could do something with. Crimson Guard is going to be built up for TM. That's just going to answer all of that Wukong's Command. That early damage is out the window if you get Crimson Guard early. Kataomi and Ducalis just mirroring each other in the river. Nobody is surprised by anybody's moves.
They are bringing the supports top for this Enigma. Still have Black Hole available, still have the drum that can buff up these Eidolons. Almost level 7, bring them fully online. Or take a point in the pulse if you want to try and play that game for some extra damage. Start pushing in these towers. You have catapults up. Still have this catapult top. Would love to keep it alive here.
Trying to get the Eidolons in position, but Siege Wagon dies. And what I assumed was Pari Vision were probably going to back up off of that, but they stick around a little while. And they'll feed away some Eidolons.
They brought
perhaps.
Satanic. He got scouted on the ward, however.
Yeah, and Pure, he's going to start backing away before he's caught by the Avalanche combination. BetBoom. It seems like they want to fight this one. There are the Dragon Knight. He's going to be TPing in. They're going to jump onto the Jakiro at the same time as Tang got caught, and he got pushed into the wheel. JPK, they saw all this coming. They baited in Satanic. They lured him in behind the tower, and they get a big-time punish. BetBoom brought every single hero to make sure the carry of Pari Vision falls.
Nice defense versus the Enigma push, and that ward just setting it all up beautifully. GPK with the mid-kill tip. Always love to see it. And you got to keep your Arena up as well. So you still have some kill threat here on Miro if you want to rotate into him or try and find something. He can create it on his own.
Radiant are scanning.
And you kept this tower alive. That's a big deal. This tier 1 top staying alive means Pure can continue to play in this area. Help can come in for him. He is going the Battle Fury Monkey build. So he will play to scale and be a menace in this game. Monkey is one of those heroes that can cause late game Enigma problems. Yeah, it's a free Black Hole BKB game, but if the Monkey just Wukong stands there, has Ags, pops a bunch of soldiers, oftentimes you just die Black Holing. Not always that straightforward here.
BetBoom reading the tail of the tape, saying, okay, we got to go for the hardest carry Monkey King build we can go for. No Maelstroms. Straight to the Battle Fury. A push to bottom lane. 2-man smoke up from BetBoom. The 2 supports making their way down here.
I want to use this Arena. Anybody who shows on the lane.
They can get around this ward that is on the gate. And Dragon Knight actually went through the gate, but I think he got instantly smoked. Did Pari Vision not see any of this? I don't think they did. They're going to be caught by GPK. Jumps in. Dragon Tails trying to get him inside the wheel. They got him. He is facing his doom. He'll get speared up. And BetBoom are saying if any move is to be made, it is a 5-man move. That is the advantage that they have with the Keeper of the Light.
Recall just means Pure can farm to the last minute and still join the fight. Maybe another reason he's going this Battle Fury build, it's not going to cost him that much if he's the one getting recalled into the ganks and getting some extra gold on the map. Will help him deal with some of the lane pressure as well, and that's an easy tier 1. Still didn't have to use this Arena of Blood. So Miro is going to have that spell available while the blink is coming out for this Mars. Could easily look for another play. Easily another smoke going into this mid lane too. If you could catch the sniper in this arena, that would feel really good right now.
And that sniper does complete his Maelstrom, so you want to try and put a stop to his farming as he's going to just be living in that triangle. Push out mid, take the triangle, rinse and repeat time and time again. We also have the 14-minute Wisdom Shrines that are going to be coming up, but don't think anyone's really in a position to aggressively take that. 9 Class is working on his Rod of Atos, which will give Parivision a lot more catch to perhaps get a little aggression of their own. He's almost got that in the window. DM with the Crimson Guard will be a big booster to Parivision's team fight.
They're just going to try and make the 5-man as strong as possible on the side of Parivision. Get auras up on the Enigma, play the Tinker game, and the second you group as 5 and just sit in the heals, sit in that Crimson, become unkillable, you will win the fight by default. That is the goal here.
Katomi went mid. I think he wanted to smoke GPK, but I think GPK called him off on it. Said that he didn't want to go just yet, pushed out another wave, now blinks back. See where he goes with this dragon form.
You can always recall people into these smokes too. So even if you're not grouped that fast, you can make the play. They're just going to smoke this DK. Blink is available for GPK. Should be easy setup here. Blink, stun, Wheel of Wonder. Pretty hard to counter-initiate that, especially if you can start on DM.
Save actually recalled away from their position. That is curious. GPK, he's going to jump anyway. Immediately caught by the ice path. The wheel doesn't save him. Does manage to get the taunt on the Enigma. That is big. And with Miro hitting a 3-man arena, that's going to block out most of the damage, keeping GPK alive. Pari, okay. They do manage to get a black hole onto Pure. Doesn't do much damage. The Eidolon chasing after the heroes. The assassination, not enough. GPK walk away on a bit of HP, and nobody dies.
The power of sustain. A beautiful arena, but nothing to go into it. None of the cores can get through the front line that is the Enigma with the tank ability, and there's no damage follow-up. This support duo for BetBoom can be a little low damage. Like, you land the wheel there, but that's kind of it, right? You're throwing out a Caudal Blast.
It's been a little while, but we will finally get a kill, Avery.
A little Tormentor action. We'll see who this goes to. Probably 9 Class. That would be my bet. Nope, I'm always wrong.
Incorrect.
I cursed him.
Terrible.
Radiant's middle tower.
A little Jakiro Shard, why not? There's a little bit of extra DPS.
The trade-off seems to be that BetBoom might be able to take mid-tower, big wave with the Siege Wagon, and Parivision obviously not in a position to get there with most of their team, so...
I mean, okay, come
on. Say it, Avery.
This is why I always took the tower last hits, man. No one else wants them, I don't know. It's ridiculous.
They're professional players. Making 6-figure salaries out here, playing $1 million tournaments. You got to get those last hits on those towers.
It's going to make me unretire at this rate, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, man. And a Dota saved Avery Silverman back to playing.
I doubt that. One more round of despair is probably more realistic.
1-4, 16 and a half minutes in. BetBoom, they've claimed the tower. Now they're trying to make a move to top, but DM just outside of the Invis rune from Miro, his Blink Dagger. Not find any purchase just yet. He got that great arena earlier, but unfortunately with GPK already taking so much damage,
maybe they find no one.
With it, maybe they get no one. Ducalis inside of the arena as well. This is a great setup. Here comes that wheel.
Oh yeah, he's
no
done.
one. He's already. How is he not taunted by it? That's insane. Okay. Well, either way, it didn't matter.
Is that a Bloodsport interaction?
Oh.
You can't. Can you not get taunted by the ring if it's in the arena with Bloodsport because of the vision?
I mean, we've had some Bloodsport problems before, right?
Yeah.
Some spells just not actually show.
It's very weird with certain spells. I mean, we'll look for it again. I'm not sure. It's definitely not an intended interaction, but Mars does some weird things. Keep a note on it. I mean, BetBoom's position's very solid here.
I mean, he is pinned facing the middle of the arena. The wheel is right there, staring him in the face.
Something is...
Even looking back into it as he walks away.
I don't want to say it's bugged, but something is a little off about that because he's not even getting the effects of the ring when he's looking at it, so...
Yeah.
Maybe no one's just immune. There's no wonder left in him.
This man's been beaten down playing professional Dota for 10 years.
He has no wonder left to give. jaded.
Class, he's showing himself pretty aggressively, cutting that wave at bottom because Power Vision wants to make a smoke move through the gate, but these teams just seem to know each other just a bit too well.
Or they don't know each other at all, and every move is just completely off.
I don't even know where they are right now.
I mean, Crimson Guard's done for the Enigma. That's kind of what's prompting this move, so they're happy taking a straight 5-on-5. They feel like they're tanky enough. BetBoom are waiting for Monkey BKB, which is about 1,000 off for Pure. They're also about 1,000 off the Mars BKB as well. Kind of an awkward time for them to take the fight. That's why they're dodging. You have the Mage Slayer done for GPK, who popped an Arcane Rune ulti, so he'll have kind of double Dragon Form going, farming pretty efficiently right now. I don't think BetBoom are sad about what's happening. They had a pretty strong early game. They're content getting to their BKB timing, and then they're going to force the action.
What are we doing here, Power Vision? It's back and forth through the gate, expecting somebody's going to show on one of the side lanes. They can't play the middle of the map forever, and they'd be right about that. BetBoom are moving to the side of the map, but it's just not the way you were hoping to be there. They get a pick off on Decisive. They almost catch DM in the Act 2. GPK managed to find him. That would have been a really good pickup. They could have actually maybe taken the tower for it, but BetBoom, again, 5-man moves. They don't make moves unless it's 5.
And this is where you could easily send Save through the gate and play the recall game bottom and try and close this map out a little bit more. And there's double ward on this bottom Tormentor too for Power Vision, so the gate's being scouted a lot.
Yeah.
They're really anticipating these cross-map moves, trying to just dodge everything they can right now. I mean, they're gearing up the scale. That's really all they're doing. They're just going to farm into the late game. That's where I somewhat doubt this Crimson buy on DM. What is it doing if you're not fighting? I mean, Crimson Guard versus the neutral creeps, I guess. Intimidation.
What, you think you should have bought a hand of Midas?
I don't want to say it.
At the rate of this game, I think you should have bought a hand of Midas.
Maybe, you know, that Midas
maybe you should go out farming Radiance, too.
Doesn't look, I mean, that'd be pretty good. I'm down for that one.
Miro patiently waiting at the top lane. Somebody will surely show. No, they won't.
You have Tinker going. Tinker's quite good.
He's going to show half of his hero, and he's going to march the machines away. So.
Yeah, I mean, these type of slow farming games, Tinker, he becomes that third, fourth core. Like, he already has the attitude. 9 class knows what's going on here. I'm not going to buy a lock, and I'm not going to...
They're going utility?
Yeah, there's not going to be this early...
Here! That is one use of the concussive grenade right there. They got a little bit of a hop to get the damage as quick as possible to make sure Pure cannot leap away into the trees.
You know, he farmed all that time, having a perfect game/series for that BKB, and then he just died anyway. Shadowblade for the Tiny, doing its job. Maybe that will create a bit more action here for Power Vision. Right now you have this initiator. Part of the issue with their lineup is how do they force the action?
Yeah.
There's no jump, there's no initiation. Now you have a Shadowblade Tiny. I kind of like this itemization from Satanic, because now I think it gives you more threat on the lanes. BetBoom can't play just as free and aggressive as they want to, and it gives you an entryway into the fight.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Maybe a way to use this Crimson Guard if you can start things on your terms. And... He's gonna go farm some Ancients right now.
Let's go farm some Ancients, everybody.
The BKBs are done for BetBoom, though. They have the Mars BKB, they have the Monkey King BKB. They are capable of taking that 5-on-5. GPK's BKB around the corner as well. Roche available for both teams.
BKBs, I mean, that timing. Surely that's the timing, right, Avery? How many BKBs do we need on either side to make a move? Power Vision and BetBoom just constantly back and forth, pushing in lanes, trying to find openings. Nobody is really showing too much on the map. Everybody's ghost shoving.
A smoke from mid. I feel like I've seen this smoke before.
A few times.
Yeah. They're going to the same part of the map. Just a hard smoke to land. You go to the corner of the map like this, it's very often that people read it out. They know the mid lane's not getting shoved. You're just going to retreat to farm the neutral camps. You could wrap onto where Satanic is right now, but it's very deep. Okay, wrap onto Ducalis. I mean,
a 4-man, 30-second move to kill the enemy 5 position. That would be a disaster. They're going to go through the gate. Ducalis going to break the smoke at the last second. Did he see Save going through? Is 9 class know what's coming his way? He gets hit by the Tame the Beast. They will find him it was either the 5 position or the 4 position, and by God, they got the better one of the 2.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like the only reason they got 9 class there is he's literally out of mana. He just farmed himself out of mana. Had no way to do anything. Maybe you're relying on wand charges to get out. I don't know. But nonetheless, they get the Tinker. They get him off the map.
Yep, they did.
I think they lost gold to make that play.
I think so too. I think they did.
Yeah, they did. They lost about 700 gold to make that play. They should have kept farming.
But it sent a message, you know?
It did send a message.
I think the wrong message, perhaps, to Pari Vision. Pari Vision was like, that was great, man. We got to farm on a lot of heroes. The setup right now, DM, he's taking that mid wave through the Eidolons, so they don't actually have to show a hero close to this mid-tier 1 tower, which is still up, by the way. BetBoom, they managed to take the off-lane tower, so they have the advantages when it comes to the outer towers. They can get more control of the map if they can just get the waves pushed in. But Pari Vision, I mean, that's their best asset as a team.
Very good at ratting and dodging. And now they're starting to close in on this Enigma BKB. So their BKBs are going to come online, whereas BetBoom, they have 3 of them available right now and nothing to do with it. They can't really find a way to start the fight. Very difficult to get the lanes in against the shove here from the Enigma, the Tinker on the side lanes. Their catch is pretty limited. If anything, they have to play extremely aggressive with the Keeper of the Light recall. You look on one part of the map with the Mars, try and find a pick off there, and you're recalling playing that game with the DK on the other side of the map, going down the sides, trying to catch these rats in a trap. That's kind of your only play option. Unless you force Roshan. You can force Roshan. It's very slow. I can tell Austin's going insane in this series.
No, I just think, would it be BM to encourage the crowd to chant, do something?
A little BM. Recall here.
BetBoom. The recall is moved around the map. GPK, it's going to be 9 class again. Because of course it is. It's not a team fight. It's just a pick-off by 9 class who tries to TP away.
Ambitious TP out there.
Finds his Aghanim Scepter, just a little bit more delayed.
Miro got thrown by Roche. That was pretty hype.
Most action we've seen in 25 minutes.
Maybe we'll get a replay of that.
Tormentor, though, BetBoom, off of that kill, they could probably take Tormentor, which is up, I think, in a few seconds.
I mean, his Tinker kills are honestly, they feel pretty nice. I feel like that hero's like Naga. Like whenever you find him once or twice, you just feel like you're winning.
No. I've had this argument with Instania, right? It's just like the Tinker is the most obnoxious hero, and he's even more obnoxious now because support Tinker means that the effort that you expend, when you kill core Tinker, once or twice, maybe the game falls apart. When you kill support Tinker, the game just keeps going. Satanic will Shadow Blade away. He's running into some of the other heroes. They do manage to get dust on him. Oh, he's just got a BKB. So he's just going to turn around, try and bring down Miro before he walks away. Miro with the Essence Ring will manage to keep himself alive. And of course, a classic Nightfall to end the situation. The score, still 2-9.
Straight through the gate. Back to the Tormentor plans that existed before this. Miro looking at
Miro, you can't. Miro.
Oh, he's gonna get healed. He's gonna get healed.
Okay, got a little bit of heal.
Yeah, power of combo.
He's okay.
And save rewarded with the shard. So he's got double the recall now. Extra Illuminate heal. Should not underestimate how much heal can come through from this hero in the team fight. And maybe Pari Vision thinking about Roshan. Very interesting. They are going to try and trade this out for that Tormentor objective. Feel like BetBoom cannot get back here from across the map. They would be correct in that assumption. Not the fastest Roche, but one they can easily claim.
Yeah, this is a pretty slow Roshan, but when you get that global message that the Tormentor's been taking, you know it's the bottom right side of the map. Like, the only play they would have at that point in time with the mid tower gone is go through the gate, and maybe with smoke they could get there in time.
Just not a likely play. They'll give it to no one here. So 2 lives on the Sniper. The Olnir done. Your team fight's looking pretty strong with this right now. He's dealing a lot more DPS. And he has 2 lives to play with, means you jumping him is not an automatic win condition.
Well, I think that means these neutrals will not stand a chance against no one now that he's got 2 lives.
That is probably accurate, as BKB Black Hole is now available as well.
Ooh! This better be the most exciting black hole of Dota 2.
You already know he's got a BKB Black Hole coddle for like half a second. You already know it's gonna be some weird off the fight black hole, a zoning black hole. The guy's gonna get escaped act. You're not gonna be able to target him.
And BetBoom, they see the Aegis taken. What do? A split push.
You got to rat him back. I mean, you got to get to the Coddle exhaust.
Yeah, of course. Trying to get to a butterfly on Pure.
That's an early nullifier, though. That's kind of interesting.
That is pretty
Just
interesting.
rushing in. I mean, this is the item versus the Tinker and the Ringmasters of the tournament.
Yeah.
Playing against the Tinker, got to get that nullifier out. The kind of downside here is this Tinker. Honestly, this Tinker isn't really a support because there's no supporting to do in this game. He's just a really behind core.
Yeah.
So the nullifier isn't as valuable. The Ags is done though for 9 class. Really fast Ags here.
Hey, shout out to all of you here, late in Raleigh, sticking around for this game. You guys have been a fantastic crowd. You guys are doing NA Dota proud. Thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you for bringing the hype. And thank you, God please, for an upcoming team fight that's going to happen.
No, it's coming, Austin. It's coming. Butterfly done for Pure. He is very strong right now.
They're going to take the tier 2 mid.
Fight into the Aegis, though. Probably not. So we're probably dodging this Aegis for another 3 minutes.
No, they're coming back. They actually want to take this. I mean, they have Butterfly on Pure. That item timing, they're saying, we put him in the middle of a fight. They can't touch this Monkey King.
This is a lot of confidence right now.
This is a bold move for a team. It didn't make too many moves for 20 minutes. To have this be the moment, going into an Aegis. And they decide, oh, you're right, guys, that's not it.
They also just don't have smokes. This play is just not that easy. Back to farming here. I mean, this is where 9 classes build pays off, you know? Everybody's thinking about these moves that do not land, these runes that mean nothing. The Tinker's just farming, Austin. This is Reddit's nightmare right now.
Yo, so
this is
somebody
the
find
crowd's
that one guy
nightmare.
in the crowd that's silent to it. Woo! Yeah! This is the Dota. Hey, you know what? Some of you guys are used to this. I know you guys. I know North America Dota through and through. We love hitting creeps, don't we, folks? Yeah!
The most disgusting part about this game is there's not a single Midas. That's the only thing we're missing.
That's true.
Where are the Midases?
Merlini would not support this decision.
Not a single Boots of Travel, not a single Radiant.
Where's the farm efficiency, man?
Yeah, disgusting. Where's the Midas Octarine build? You know what I'm talking about?
Into the trees, and away he goes.
Yeah, we just keep that on the screen. He'll be there for a while, I think.
That guy's gonna get a little tired. Our crowd's gonna get tired from doing the wave before it kills
the funny thing is, we get to sit here as viewers and be like, man, nothing.
Shut up, Avery! There's something happening in the top lane, the tower!
No, it's not.
It's a tier 2!
Anyway, back to my point. We get to sit here as viewers, and we get to analyze this whole. It feels very chill. There's nothing happening, but I can tell you, it's honestly very stressful as a player when you're in this situation.
Oh, I have no doubt they're cutting their balls off.
Yeah, you're constantly thinking you're getting smoked on or somebody's making a play, and we can see there's no play happening.
Guys, nobody's showing on the map. They must be 5-man smoked.
But the longer it goes on, the more you get in your own head. Like, they must be making a play.
They're jumping in shadows. They're seeing things.
I don't understand. You know, you think they're Roshaning every second of the game.
You look at the idolized. They start looking like the Enigma. You think maybe that's a hero.
You gotta kill him.
Losing your mind out here.
Hex done for Miro.
I mean, they can't straight up even
Pure.
see the sniper. He's in
Pure.
a ghillie suit. Pure.
The D-ward.
Whee!
The shard escape. He gets out. Still waiting for this Coddle Axe. Amp damage in the bottom river. Gobbled up by Satanic. Pure. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Pure, what have you done? Locked into an amp damage. Ambushed by Satanic. And with an E-blade and amp damage, he goes to work. A third kill for Parivision at 30 minutes.
All that farming for what? To get baited by a rune. Why are you taking the rune?
Listen, we should.
Why is he taking the rune? He didn't want to ruin this entire series.
Two heroes on the same part of the screen. Y'all been fantastic out there. Thank you so much. Blink Dagger is now up for Satanic. So even more initiation.
I mean, in all seriousness, this cannot be good for BetBoom.
We said at the start, like, they have to be
Cannot
aggressive.
Be good. they're just getting out-farmed, and the fourth core and the Tinker is eventually going to come online. Again, how do you ever end this game if you're BetBoom at this point? Can you ever go high ground without double wiping them through buybacks?
At this point in time, if Party Vision wins this game too, Avery, what kind of horrific monstrosity is the Game 3 draft going to look like?
I don't want to think about it.
We're going to have an anti-mage 5 position.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure the Midases will come out. I'm sure the Midases will make an appearance. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still a long way to go in this game too.
We got another 30 minutes, boys and girls.
Drink up.
Somebody give me a drink, man. I want what that guy's having.
Even the Cobalt's not drinking, dude. He ran out of beer. He ran out of beer 10 minutes ago.
The goblet's empty. BetBoom.
At least somebody's enjoying themselves, you know? He's having a good time. I have good news for you, though, Austin. I have very good news.
Yeah? You hit me with the good news.
The Ags is done for the Keeper of the Light. That is the green light.
What does that even mean?
I'm going to be honest. I don't think any item timing means anything in these games. That's all I'm learning.
We're in some sort of twilight zone of a game where item timings don't matter.
And what does matter? Next, Roshana, yes?
Wait, Miro has a Scythe of Ice. All right, let me just double check.
He's had that for a while.
I've lost my mind, so I need to go over items here. Yes, a pause.
There you go. You asked for it. You asked for a brief opportunity to go through the items, Austin, and you got it. There you go. Have a nice little gander at the items.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's an old saying that certain games can make or break a casting career.
Is this our OD Pixel moment?
You're never going to see us again.
It's the opposite of an OD Pixel moment.
This is a career destroyer.
We never get hired again. Oh.
There's a short pause, though. We didn't really have time to go through the items, so
let's go over the items.
You know what? 5 Ninja Gears. This is so we can aggressively reposition for the fights.
Because if you weren't showing on that map before, now you definitely aren't showing on the map.
Yeah, this is one of those games where I actually think this is Penta Ninja Gear to rat the map harder. Like, that's the philosophy, you know? I'm going to go Ninja Gear, not so I can smoke to take the fight, so I can rat the map harder.
So I can kill creeps right in front of them without even them being able to see it happen.
These are farming Ninja Gears, folks. This is meta-breaking right now.
All right, left to right, seriously, I need to go over the items because I'm not going to know what the hell is happening. The point the team fight finally happens, I'm not going to. Okay, Silver Edge on the Tiny, BKB. He's also got a Revenant's Broach, Blink Dagger, Echo Saber.
Yep.
Enigma, BKB, Blink Dagger. Nothing to stop that, right? Am I wrong on that? There's nothing to stop that.
Nothing, no.
Sniper, Silver Edge as well, BKB. Mjolnir, he's going for a Linken's next. The Tinker has an Aghanim Scepter and is working towards a BKB.
BKB Ghost Scepter, you're invincible. What can you do?
And Tikal is walking around with Solar Crest. Fantastic. Kataomi, he's got a Solar Crest and an Ether Lens. Monkey King, he's working towards a Scotty next alongside his Butterfly, BKB, Battle Fury, and he wants a Nullifier too because Lord knows they're not going to fight for another 10 minutes, so he needs to queue up 2 items, not one.
Hurry and stop, Austin. We could have a team fight any minute.
Blink Dagger.
We could be in the middle of a fight any second now, Austin.
Scythe of Ice.
You got to finish it.
I've never tuned out before so much in my life. I'm just so confident they're not going to do anything. Aghanim Scepter on save with the Glimmer Cape. Don't forget he's got a Ninja Gear, of course, and he's deciding on his tier 4s. And finally, the final hero in this game, GPK's Dragonite with a BKB, SNY, Nullifier, Mage Slayer, and a Blink Dagger. These guys are going to be 6-slotted before we fight.
It's possible. GPK has also yet to die this series.
That is actually kind of hype.
Yeah, it is hype.
No wonder they're playing.
He does not want to. Satanic just walking in.
Just walked in. He 2 heroes and blinked away.
Wait,
stop this guy. Don't let him get away with that.
It's so good.
Hitting on all 3 cores. Setting up Party Vision with toss up in the air. The Monkey King on a sliver of HP, but he finally goes down. To cause that class, the supports are getting in the mist. They're the ones backline to frontline. They're taking the aggression where their cores will not. They chase after BetBoom, and 3 kills happen. Party Vision have just doubled up on the game.
Even giving him a nice message. Nice black hole. It was a nice one.
It was.
The drinks are going around. The crowd is happy. The team fight that was promised. DM says he had a lot of time to practice for it. I don't disagree. He had 35 minutes to think about that black hole, and he makes it count. When it matters, he hits all 3 cores. Why did BetBoom clump that much?
They saw Satanic, they lost their minds. It was the first time they ran into a hero for 20 minutes, so they had to go after it. Kataomi, Glimmer Cape, he's going to be fine with Solar Crest. He's good for now. Pari Vision continue their assault on the high ground. Did one team fight. Literally just one team fight. Is that all it took to break this game? Miro, he jumps in after them.
There's no
This
monkey.
could be a mistake. He pops his BKB. He starts panicking. He's backing away. He's lost his mind. He gets inside the Prestige attack. Starts going to the bottom lane. Ogre Seal Totem over the cliff. Now the jump in from GPK trying to stop Satanic. Hits him with a spear. A little bit of damage thrown back at him. But BetBoom are holed up inside their base right now. They're not coming outside. No matter what kind of candy is outside the door, they will not be lured outside of their base.
Hero's still hunting on a 3rd HP. They're trying to get this fight into the Monkey King respawn.
Hey, they got 9 class.
That's something. He'll take this Tinker every time. He is a long death timer because he has been farming so much in this game.
And look
the
at
Monkey
here.
King back. They might get Roche off this. No black hole available. That was a 1 team fight for Pari Vision. They took 40 minutes to take it. They got nothing.
They didn't even get the tier 3. They didn't get Roche. They didn't get the tier 3.
They were too excited. They were all chatting.
They ran down mid, and now they're going to pay the price for it unless Pari Vision wants to fight this 4 versus 5 or a buyback on 9 class. DM goes for it.
Definitely want to fight it.
Instant sight device. No opportunity to get the black hole here. Speared away. Go. It can land on the wall because that Roshan wall, it's a fake wall. It doesn't work for Spears. 9 class. He is caught with the Rod of Atos save. Trying to keep him in place. Not good. Oh, it actually is good enough to get the kill.
Buyback
For it. DM goes back into the Wukong's command. He's insane. A Ghost Scepter goes off. Any spells? Nothing. Nada. BetBoom on the retreat now. Not able to get the Roshan. Pure jumps away into the trees. He's going to be good for now. Kataomi, Ogre Seal Totems away. And Pari Vision will now have the opportunity to do Roshan, but they have to wait for Roche to walk to the other side of the map.
I mean, it's still a great team fight for them. It does cost them that Tinker dieback. Very expensive there for 9 class, but they win that team fight without the black hole, and that is massive to stall up this Roshan play. Still, the Mars is up in 10 seconds. I think this is contestable from BetBoom. In fact,
I think so
Pari
too.
Vision aren't even going for it. They're just licking the runes and trying to heal back up. That spear was a medic spear. That's what that was. That was a saving grace.
I mean, what was that initiation from Pari Vision? Well, what did DM do? He just bumped that one, I guess. He didn't pop his BKB. Did he have BKB?
He's home. He made it.
Back into the game, Pure.
He's got caught again.
He doesn't have BKB. He's going to be locked down. It's he jumped into the black hole. Miro, he
he's dead anyway.
Save out Pure. Maybe a Wheel of Wonder. Can it bail him out? With the arena going out at the same time. Satanic is putting in the damage onto GPK.
He has no BKB.
Trying to Ogre Seal Totem away. Finish off the Chikiro. Now making a run for it. Kataomi protects him, but no one in from the side. Shoots down the dragon. Down he falls into the ground, and Kataomi, he is up next. He will also fall abreast. Okay, that's not going to be good enough. Surely he can't blink out. He can't outrun Satanic. He's out of mana. Called out by an avalanche. And no one with the final shot. Disjointed. A little funhouse mirror action to dodge the death.
I mean, can Pari Vision do Roche off this? They have no mana on their cores. I'm not sure you can do this. Mars up again in 15. The biggest thing about that exchange...
Your 2 damage dealers are out of the game. Like,
you force it. The biggest thing, though, is Satanic. He was already level 25. He had 2 toss charges. He just went in and double tossed Pure. The man was not ready for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's done. He got the Roshan. No one has another Aegis.
This Aegis is good. This means you could farm for another 5 minutes here, uncontested. No way you can make a gank play into Pari Vision with this one. We'll see. Dare they strike the high ground again? You do have a banner to do it. You have a Lincoln's on this sniper as well. So Lincoln's plus BKB plus Aegis? Surely that is enough. It's to make the assault. You have Tinker to back you up too. I mean, as much as 9 class is a core, he's still a Tinker. Still can throw all these shields out. No, but
maybe I legitimately think don't shoot the messenger. I think they probably need to wait for his BKB
Dire's
on
bottom
team.
tower is under attack.
Because otherwise you have the Mars Arena. The Bloodsport, it kind of counters you in a lot of ways, right? You lose the vision, can't get the barrier to protect your sniper the way you want to.
I mean, I don't think that statement is illogical. I think if the Tinker had buyback, you could maybe play more aggressive, but the downside is 9 class doesn't have buyback here for 4 minutes.
Right. Swift Blink for Tiny, and he's going to work towards a Satanic up next. Octarine on the to buy board for DM.
He needs 25 on the Monkey. That's what Pure's trying to get. He's farming down bottom. He is going to get it off this camp.
Oh, that is
massive talent for BetBoom here with the extra ring.
Got the opening up on the Mars, double toss up in the air. There is the save, though. Escape back, but he's still going to be caught. Okay, got the BKB, so the Rod of Atos doesn't make the difference there. They got the BKB out of the Mars, and Pari Vision say that's good enough to hit the high ground.
You have to be wary of this double toss. If you don't get an escape act going, someone's just dying. Pure continuing to try and farm, get to his next item here. Will be a smoke up from BetBoom. If you can get a flank, that's your best angle into the fight. Level 25 also available for GPK. He's a lot tankier. Yeah, they're going to smoke up 4. Monkey cut the mid wave. They want the supports. They want the Enigma. They want the big spellcasters here on the backline. They have a very good angle, very good ward.
Find DM immediately with the wraparound smoke. They find their opening. They go straight for the kill on DM, and they will have him. No rebuttal from Pari Vision. Satanic tries, but the damage on GPK, it's not really finding much. Now his own BKB is a little bit out of space, and Pure, he drops the Wukong's demand. It's a massive AoE that Satanic is right in the middle of it. He will fall to it. BetBoom resetting a bit with the buyback coming out from Miro. They call it quits.
I mean, buyback from this Enigma as well, though. That's a very good fight for BetBoom. Exactly what you want. Find the Enigma first, bring him down off the Hex. You trade off laners, but then you set the fight up really well for your Monkey King, who just completely fought Satanic there, especially in that Wukong. Should not underestimate the damage from this DK Monkey King 1-2 if they can just stand their ground and fight under all the AoE control. And now you're stuck in a game where neither offlaner has buyback.
Yeah, they were both working towards pretty important teamfight items, right? The Octarine on the Enigma, but also the Refresher on Miro for that double sight, double arena action. Those are both going to be delayed.
I mean, now you definitely have to wait 7 more minutes for these buybacks. You just don't have a choice.
Gotta wait for next Roshan.
Look, I'm doing my best to caster curse the hell out of these, you know.
I appreciate the effort. Orchid, okay, GPK working towards a Bloodthorn. They're going to take the Tormentor.
Oh, Austin. I'm having flashbacks, Austin. Not because this game has been so long. Save has queued up Abyssal. He just bought it. Do you remember?
Oh my God, yes.
Do you remember the game? He did this on the Keeper of the Light. He had the extra cast range, and he actually got the first hit right-click bash around the bottom Roshan pit on an Enigma channeling BKB Black Hole. He has done it before, and he will try it again. Buys it out in full. He will go for the Abyssal play. He will go for the bash play. This is my kind of itemization right here.
So if you guys haven't seen this, there's no Lincolns on DM, which means that theoretically, Coddle should be able to, with the extra cast range, he's going to buy a blink. He's going to blink Abyssal Blade to stop the Enigma when he BKB Black Holes. That also is a next level counter.
Just right-click bash him because he's a Giga Chad.
In his case, he did right-click bash to stop the Black Hole, which was the most absurd thing I've seen.
Yeah, that was absurd. That's why this is even more absurd, because if he does it again, he'll be the first player in history to do it twice.
I mean, he was the first player to do it once. He's going to break his own record.
It's a good record to break right here. He would love to do it. You do have the BKB Ghost Scepter on the Enigma as we get another pause here. Time to think about what's happening in this game.
Of course. We haven't enough time to really analyze this game too much.
So if the Enigma goes in and he BKB Ghost Scepters, you can no longer right-click bash him. That's going to limit saves options. So he might have to continue farming to get a Blink Aether Lens to guarantee that.
I didn't hear a word you said. Back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are 46 minutes in. 12 to 15. We actually have gotten a bit of action, but nobody has been broken just yet.
He got Monocle. You can see what the neutral item options are. If you look at Save.
How much cast rate is he actually going to go Monocle?
It's pretty tempting here with this Abyssal buildup, right? Because he's already thinking about the Blink Aether Lens.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can click that hammer. And
So he gets
has monocle option.
375 from Spirit Form. He gets another 125 from the monocle. So he's getting an extra 500 cast range.
That's big.
On this Abyssal.
But the thing is, he's debating whether that's more valuable than this ninja gear, which is also very good in these types of situations.
Yeah, what situation is that?
You gotta wrap the side lanes to get to that 8 zones, you know? It's a catch-22.
At this point in time, it's just the teams are doing it on purpose. It's just some sort of sick game that we're all a part of.
This is an experiment of the human mind right now.
Slacks is probably loving it.
Psychological test of what
Kato
will
only
break
hasn't
North America
died.
first. Yeah, he's having a great game.
6-0 and 8. He has saved multiple times with that escape back on tosses too, which means he has to actually click the the hero portrait at the top.
GPK did die. Quite embarrassing. As Pure will clear this wave, little did he know the gank was coming through. These teams square off.
Very Vision sitting up on the high ground on the left. BetBoom, the same on the right. Both teams waiting for the other to make the first move.
Scan hits. Pure shows again.
Shows himself, jumps away in the trees before Satanic can get his hold on it.
He's
And of
TPing
course,
out.
at the first sign of danger, Pure TP's away.
Gotta deal with the mid lane.
And the rest of BetBoom follow suit.
Do get a good obs out. This is something they could come back to later for Roche contest, especially if it's an upper side Roche. Again, I go back to what I talked about at the start of the game. If you're Pari Vision, do you think you can lose this game ever? As long as you don't throw it. You might not win the game, but you can't lose the high ground defense in theory.
This is a good point. Satanic up next for no one. He's level 25. So he's now got the 50 max headshot knockback distance. I don't even know if that's going to do anything in this game because nobody's shooting anybody.
I mean, you know, Satanic, he dropped You Can't Beat Satanic.
Yeah.
The sequel is You Can't Outlast Satanic. You will not exist in this game long enough before your sanity breaks.
Satanic saying, I'm younger than you.
Yeah, I have the stamina.
You'll die of old age before I do.
I'm sure that's what their comms are. Who's the... No one. He's like 35, right? There's no way. There's no way he can outlast you guys. I have 20 years on him. Tell you what. Octarine for Enigma? I mean, does that even do anything? Why Octarine over Refresher?
For more Eidolons to push the waves, you idiot. You think he wants a faster black hole? No. He wants Eidolons all over the map.
I will tell you,
if
there was one game or series where the cooldown did not matter, it's this one. You would way rather just have 2 black holes.
You could have a 10-minute cooldown on that black hole. It probably wouldn't matter. Ooh, Satanic. Satanic creeping forward. Spotting a lot of BetBoom heroes. He gets jumped first. JPK hits a Dragon Tail stun. Pure following up. Wukong's command goes out. Nullifier placed on a Satanic. He walks out of the Wukong's command. Walks down.
Wait,
what the fuck was that?
Who was he even looking at? Get the hell out.
Pirate Vision have gone mad. We called it. They're seeing things. They're hallucinating out here. He's seeing heroes where they're not.
What in the fuck was that? Like, what? There was nothing even remote. I legit do not. What? There's Ghost, man. There's Ghost. This is why you should have bought the Refresher, because you can refresh that right now. Or I guess the Octarine cooldown is ticking. He took a gamble, I guess. Refresher is now available for Pure, however. Which, in my opinion, is absolutely the correct choice.
Look, the Eidolons are pushing him in. They have to go back. BetBoom have an advantage where there's no black hole. Let's watch this black hole again, ladies
Did he think he was... Oh, he thought he was going to shard pound.
Oh!
He didn't. I mean, okay, that's a bit more respectable.
Yeah.
But...
But that also means
funny.
the monkey would be jumping outside of his own Wukong's command.
Yeah, which I don't think he was ever going to shard in there. I mean, maybe he accidentally does it. I guess you took the 50-50, right?
It either hits or it doesn't, boys. Sniper with the Satanic. Thank God he's got that Octarine. 40 seconds left on the black hole.
Yeah, it's coming up pretty fast here.
They had to back up, so, you know, they've got the time.
I mean, this Refresher monkey is pretty spooky now, honestly.
Yeah.
This is tough to fight into if you don't find him at the start of the fight, which is definitely possible with this Satanic Silver Edge just running in. There's a lot of gold on the side of Pari Vision. Satanic sitting on 7,000. Got to get that Moon Shard at some point. MKB. And they're just going to go into the same... Oh, no, don't get baited again.
No one's going to make sure. Nobody gets baited by the haste rune.
He learned. We're seeing Pure level up mid-game here. I'm not going to get baited by that rune twice. No way.
I can't believe we actually had a team fight. Nobody died.
There's been so many fights that no one has died.
Yeah.
Refresher available for the Mars now.
Double side, double arena. MKB for the Tiny.
No boots. He's in on the Swift Blink. He is here to deal the deeps, and they will smoke up. They will commit to the fight. This is a great ward for them.
Arrow pushing into the middle of Glimmercave. Satanic going to jump first. Double toss in the air with a black hole. Catching the Dragonite. And Pure, he's kind of stuck in it as well. He gets pulled in by the black hole. He refreshes and uses his shard to get out of there. But now he's inside of the Roshan pit. Has to use the Ogre Seal Totem to get away. BetBoom. They lose 2 almost immediately. The rest of them do manage to retreat in time. But it means Pari Vision, Roshan pit is all theirs.
Miro just got deleted by Satanic. And that black hole was perfectly placed. It's just zoning everybody. You go in to try and help them, you get stuck in it yourself. No abyssal cancel from the Coddle. Needs more cast range, needs the blink to pull that off.
Yeah, he doesn't have the blink dagger.
Yeah, there's just no way to get it in there. That'll be Roshan for Pari Vision. Who can take any of this though? It's a refresher shard Roche, but they're all slotted.
Yeah, does Satanic want to drop his harpoon into the backpack to be able to have the Aegis? Refresher for the Sniper for double BKB, double Satanic.
I mean, this is the upside of the Octarine, because you can give refresher shards to the Enigma.
Pure almost getting caught there, uses shard, Ogre Seal Totem, away to the trees he goes.
That refresher shard going on to DM here. The Octarine build has paid off. He knew he was going to get this Roshan.
There's the Blink Dagger for save. He has to come in clutch to stop the Pari Vision late game.
Oh, Divine Rapier.
With the BKB Black Hole and with the Divine Rapier on Pure.
He just crit that midway for 1,700 off a Boundless Strike. Jesus. You could absolutely get deleted by this Monkey King. If you just Boundless Strike, ult Boundless Strikes again off the refresh, it's so much burst damage. The Enigma could just be gone. Your Rax is just gone, however. No fight for BetBoom. I can't blame on that one, though. That's kind of an irrelevant Rax at this point.
Is any Rax relevant at this point? They still have 4 minutes left on the Aegis. It's not like Pari Vision are going to slow down.
No, you force this for sure. You're going to have double BKB Black Hole available. You're going to have Cheese. You're going to have an Aegis. We have some more time to think about this as we approach the 60-minute mark as well. If this game lasts another 5 minutes, we're looking at some tier 5s.
Don't give me hope, Avery.
That could add another dimension to this game. And I do want to point out the buyback situation, because the buybacks, while they're nice for Pari Vision to have up, they have all 5 up.
Yeah.
A little celebratory drink after that team fight.
That little Cobalt, he's absolutely smashed.
Yeah, this guy's out of his mind. This guy thinks he's in Birmingham right now.
Oh, God! Jesus Christ, what happened?
The crowd did not like that. They did not like that. We're going to have to find another Cobalt.
GPK, I'm sorry, bud, but you guys deserve to lose this game too now.
Oh, don't curse him that hard. Okay, anyway, buyback situation. Let's talk about it briefly, right?
Okay.
5 buybacks available for Pari Vision. They can go back in with a Tinker. They can take an outpost fight like that. Missing a couple buybacks here for BetBoom. And the buybacks for BetBoom are a lot more important, because that is one way you can play into the black hole. You just throw lives into it, buy back, take the fight. You have refreshers to do that. So the fact that Miro doesn't have it here could mean something if Pari Vision decide to push. But the Monkey Kings is up and the DKs is up. So you easily could see a situation. I mean, Monkey King is not going to play this game with the Divine, but he could buy another one.
I mean, I do these buybacks. If DK dies, he comes back, he doesn't have Dragon Form. Monkey King dies, he drops the Divine Rapier. I feel like in some ways, one death is enough.
I mean,
like they're going to come
DK
back.
DK has a refresher, though.
Pure.
Dude, he stayed for the rune. What? That's insane, dude. You don't know where the Tiny is. You almost just got black hole.
Yeah, man loves his power runes. Can't hate on it.
I mean, I respect it. But
Save saying he doesn't have enough cast range. Ether Lens up next for even bigger Abyssal Blade AoE.
Yeah, and he, like you said, he has the blink, so there is some blink Abyssal counterplay.
Yeah.
He opted to keep the Ninja Gear. Super interesting. Feels like that brief smoke is more valuable than the extra monocle range?
I would agree. He just can't ever be shown, right? Because he is so crucial to the counterplay. Here comes Parivision. Perhaps the final push. Banner's going to be laid down. Mega creep for the taking.
You have so much to play with. Your Hex done for 9 class as well. 5 buybacks available. Double BKB Black Hole.
GK, he jumps out of there, goes after no one. Lincoln's is going to be able to block the Dragon Tail. With Dragon Form, BKB
right, banner down.
deals with the banner.
BKB for a banner? Do they see the monkey on this ward? Did they? They're pinging it out. Like they saw Pure
coming over.
Dude, Pure is not even sitting in a tree. He's just pretending to be a tree.
I see that. Apparently, Parivision do not.
If he just gets found here and the game ends off that,
would be the perfect way for this game to end. 2.5 minutes to tier 5s. Parivision are actually going to give up on this push? No. 50 seconds left to make this happen.
You have to go. There's no slots left on these heroes. You have every buyback, every spell available.
Dragon Tail, bit of dagger action, slowing down Satanic, just having a poke, just seeing what Parivision do in reaction. 35 seconds left on the Aegis. Are they really?
I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. Like, what is the argument here in terms of what you're waiting for? There's nothing left. Like bots 2 on everybody so that you can abuse buybacks to force. Maybe that is it.
Yes,
like,
that's exactly what it is.
I guess that's all that's
bots
left.
2 for the sniper.
You just have to be able to bot in with everybody off a buyback situation so you can match it aggressively. Then you're all in. You get an amp damage for Satanic. I mean, this is pretty nasty. This man's hitting for 1,000 right now.
With the Aegis expiring, it seems all but inevitable that both teams will back up, play for the map, and play for tier 5. Unless somebody were to be getting caught out on the map.
Yeah, these wards have been planted for one reason, that is to find the Monkey King on the outskirts.
Yeah, and with the silver edges.
He's sitting on it right now.
Oh my god, what? He's actually on top. He's actually going back into the direction that he almost got killed on.
Dude, Parivision had sat there for 10 seconds longer.
Unfortunately, they already backed away. 60 seconds left. At this point in time, we're just swapping in items on full inventory slots.
I mean, is it time
no
to
one's
start?
Thinking maybe I need an MKB? I don't know.
It's backup rapier time for Pure. That's kind of what you're farming for here.
Sure.
All the buybacks are going to be available. Is it time to start thinking about the level 30s? Like which level 30 is more impactful? I mean, it's got to be the tinies, right? This guy's got 2 S-tier level 30 talents. 2 toss charges minus 8-second avalanche. It's just stupid.
Whoa, he poked outside of the base, and Ice Path into the escape back. He should be fine. GPK, he's actually going to pop the BKB Dragon Form. He's going to turn back around. Gets the BKB out of Satanic. Got to be careful. Oh, Pierce will jump in. He spotted no one. No one stuck around for an assassination to go
nullified.
To save him, but now he's inside of a hell pit. Wukong's man, and now they caught DM as well. Miro's on top of him. He gets Black Hold. Blink Force. Deal with Miro. Somebody comes out. DM, he's got a second. Oh, he's going to be saving the Ethereal Blade. BKB, a second Black Hole, but BetBoom are playing it slow. Trying to play the distance. Save is there on the side. Oh, pushing back in. Nightclass to tame the beast. GPK, he jumps forward, catches Decalus. Nightclass and TP out denied. Stopped by a stun from Pure. And now with 4 dead on Parivision, do you go base or do you hit creeps?
What a fight. Pure just YOLOs in there, just drops the Wukong, annihilates the sniper. The positioning for Parivision ends up being disastrous because they don't get the start of the Monkey King. And the Black Hole, you have to throw it defensively because you get found in the tree line. And guess what? Save is there anyway with the Abyssal Blade. That was the refresher shard for the Enigma. That's why that's a big deal. That was your double Black Hole fight. Now Ag Scepter's coming in for BetBoom. Ags Arise for Katayomi, double Escape Act online. Ags for the Monkey King, add some extra net worth in there. We saw the refresher jump for GPK. They just got to another round of huge items, and they're going to get some buybacks here. Buyback from the Jakiro. 60 minutes is done. Do you want neutral items? They don't. They want buildings. They want buybacks.
You got to get more buybacks out of them. You cannot accept just support buybacks.
Here's another one.
That's going to be Decalus. That is going to be 9 class. But you still have 20 seconds you can hit the base.
But it's dangerous with this Rapier. You know Roche can spawn as well.
I mean, you got a backup Divine Rapier almost.
The thing is, again, this is the high ground defense. This lineup is so hard to push into. You get tossed back with that rapier. They'll take the 2 buybacks. They'll get the neutral items here.
And they've got ways to deal with. They've got top wave pushing in. So get the tier 5s. What are the important tier 5s that we're looking for? What would change the game?
I mean, I think Minotaur Horn is always pretty pivotal. Stygian Desolator can be pretty crazy. The status resist enchantment as well, the Titanic, pretty damn nice. I'm looking at this Dragon Knights. He rolled Minotaur Horn and Stygian. That is pretty juicy right there.
I mean, what do you think about this? Fallen Sky, Audacious Enchantment for Pure. He's attacking a whole lot faster.
He's just all in. He's all in. This is Nemesis Curse on steroids. He will take extra damage. He will deal a lot of extra damage. And he will have an extra jump. Stygian Desolator for GPK. That was the tempting one. And he got evolved.
Yeah,
Just
40
so much damage.
Extra strength with his level 25 talent, dude. He is so tanky. He hits so hard.
Oh my. Save still kept the ninja gear. That is insane. He took cooldown reduction on the ninja gear. Spider legs for Miro. A classic spider legs for Katayomi. Extra cast range on his and 1,000 XP per minute for Miro. He wants the level 25. He wants the extra levels.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time...
Oh, Book of the Dead. Yeah, Book of the Dead for the Enigma with extra cast range as well.
Anybody who's not level 25, I think, should take the experience per minute facet, just because the possibility of you being able to farm up a second one, get the experience now, get yourself to 25.
That's
this
true,
game's
yeah.
going to go another 5 minutes.
That's true. You
might
gotta think
be able to
about
get
it.
yourself another tier 5 and change it up once you get all that experience.
Satanic rolled Titanic. He rolled Titanic on Tiny.
Titanic Tiny. A smoke up
so
from
good on
both
this hero.
sides, setting up for Roshan. BetBoom smoke has expired. The 5-man of Parivision still hold on to theirs, but neither team wants to risk going into the enemy side of the map. Parivision are looking at that top wave and saying they have to go back and deal with that. 9 class is going to push in these waves.
He has a Book of the Dead
We don't
zone
have
too.
to go anywhere.
Yeah, this Tinker is a split push menace right now. Double Book of the Dead to keep the map pressure up.
Oh, this is absolutely going to create problems for BetBoom. They might actually lose Roshan just because their heroes have to go back to deal with these waves constantly.
I mean, they get end up in a situation where if they take a fight outside the base and Parivision bots heroes to their base with Necrobooks, you just lose, right? It's so much base damage so fast.
Roshan's Roar goes out. A little bit of smoke action from BetBoom trying to scramble to get back into position, but the Eidolons are spreading over the map. A spotlight inside the pit finds that nobody is there. BetBoom have realized they've come back to the Roshan, won't be able to find anything inside the pit. They have to smoke wrap around. They have to
Look at the
find
Eidolons
opening.
going
They
mid.
have to fight it now.
Look at the Book top. The base is just going to get assaulted right now.
That means they have to go for it now. You must pull the trigger now, otherwise you are just going to get ratted out of the game. JPK, he makes a jump in.
Abyssal.
The Abyssal. JPK, a refresh. DM, both JPK and DM refresh up. JPK gonna go on to no one. They have a second black hole. There's no second Abyssal blade, but they do have the escape back. It buys the JPK a little bit
what
of
a
time.
spear.
A
What a
shot goes through. Paired with the Wukong's man surrounding them. They get 2, a third, 1 buyback coming out so far, but the base is being ratted. Can BetBoom
They're
take
getting Megas right now.
Roshan? Megas is going to happen at the same time.
They just
gotta get
defend it.
Roshan. They just got Megan.
Is that worth it? I mean, you have to say yes, but the fact you got Mega just feels so bad right there. And Roche walking top right now.
Oh my God.
You have to chase it. You have to chase it and commit for it here.
Yeah.
To get the tiny buyback, though, that's the biggest thing about that sequence. You kill Satanic again in this game, you have a very good shot to win off that alone, regardless of the game state. The other downside, though, is they used Glyph.
Oh, their base is wide open. A Tinker and
4
a
minutes. 4 minutes on this Glyph. You can absolutely throw them if you get a wave into BetBoom's base right now and you just bots in.
It almost feels like BetBoom, they maybe have to like blitz this. They almost have to just catch Parivision now.
I don't know.
Otherwise, the openings will just keep being provided by 9 class.
Yeah, the one thing is, Satanic had the buyback. He does not have bots on this Tiny. He actually cannot get into the base, and he's the highest building damage dealer. The rest of the team doesn't really kill the... I guess no one could go. There's still some Necrobooks hitting, but it's backdoor right now. This wave is going in bottom. There will not be backdoor for this push if BetBoom commit. Their throne is very exposed.
BetBoom looking for the 2-0 have all in committed to a mid lane push while their base is being ratted out, but they're taking the middle lane right now.
They're going
25
nuts.
seconds, they go after the bottom lane real quickly with the boundless strike. They're trying to make this as quick as possible. Make it snappy, take the 2 lanes, get out.
I mean, I guess that just feels like you either go throne or you just get lanes out there.
Yeah, I mean, the sad part is, it's just they hit 2 lanes. Top, tier 2 is still up, so they couldn't go for Megas.
I guess now the play is you kill these waves, and then you march in top, and you threaten Megas of your own. You equalize this map right now. And you threaten the fight with the Tiny having no buyback. The problem is that high ground fight is so hard.
I mean, in that last team fight, what was the most crucial moment for you? How did BetBoom manage to win that so emphatically?
I mean, honestly, the fact GBK just jumped in, it did not look good at first, but what it did is it separated the Tiny from the rest of the fight, because Satanic jumped in as well. He went on Miro at the start of that fight, and he got separated from the entire team. They ended up zoning a lot of it, and then once the Wukong got placed, it just killed the Tiny. It evaporated him, and there's no black holes that can go on the Monkey King while he's killing the Tiny. The fact that BetBoom got an isolated situation where Monkey King could fight the Tiny one-on-one in a Wukong is what wins you that fight.
Okay.
That, as well as Abyssal cancels on the black hole. I mean, it's nice. Like, anything you can get there. There was like a really nice double spear from Miro. But it's GPK being fearless. Like, you have to go in and just cause some chaos and set the fight up for the Monkey King, right? Someone has to walk on the fire so that the others can soar. We should also keep in mind there is a refresher shard.
Sure, those Necrobooks, they hit kind of hard when you kill them, man. You gotta chill out, brother.
Yeah. Let's not throw away any Aegis here, but I just want to mention the refresher shard on Katayomi. He has an Aeon Disc, he has Ags. This is potentially 4 escape acts.
Oh my god, yeah.
That is, and this is a level 25 escape act. Strong Dispel plus the flying. You can just walk over a cliff or something.
Right.
These black holes got a lot more weird to land. I mean, this late game is absolutely absurd. Everybody is having refreshers. You're just looking at moon shards, you're looking at Ags, you're looking at buybacks. That's what you're banking on here.
These Necrobooks just continue. I mean, Power Vision, they're actually waiting out this Aegis. There's still 2 minutes left, and the lanes are still a problem. BetBoom have not gotten any map control back. These Necrobooks are just constantly pushing in.
They do have recall, though.
They do. 5-man smoke up from BetBoom.
Again, top wave going in right now, so your throne is once more going to be exposed, but you have the option of just throning yourself, right? Force the fight, make everybody be there, or you just kill their throne incredibly fast.
They're trying to get...
is available for Radiant.
They know right now that BetBoom is making their move through mid, through this smoke. They're trying to get the creep wave over the line to drop the backdoor protection. Power Vision.
They send Katayomi back, but he can get recalled here.
Right in the tier 4, Domino's going to be jumped on the side of the Vice. Miro tries to protect with the arena. It's not good enough. That's going to be the
They're trying to throw.
Second life, though. They're going for the thrones, and tier 4's dropping fast. GPK already taking one of them. Black hole. There's the escape back. He's going to be able to walk away.
He got caught again.
Put to use. Got 2.
He's dying.
Escape back. He can only save one of them.
He's alive.
Pure. He's somehow still alive, and he gets out with the bounce strike. But the throne, they got to get back.
Losing the game.
They're losing the game right now. They have to get back to their base now.
How? He almost died to the Necro!
Just died to a Necrobook. Jesus Christ, man!
Stop killing. Buy Satanic. Buy any lifesteal. Just stop, man.
They have a glyph now. They got a glyph. They do not have to worry about
that is huge.
All in and thrown yet.
I mean, it's on 1100 HP. How tempted are you to just jump in here with the Tiny and double swing it? I mean, what did they get out? They got nothing out of that. They didn't even get Radiant Glyph. They got a tier 4, and it cost them a Dragon Knight buyback and a Ringmaster buyback, and both of their tier 4s. A disastrous push, to be honest. They just can't clear through the Eidolons and the Necrobooks. There's just too much spam on the map right now. The high ground push is miserable, and this Tiny buyback is about to come back in 2 minutes here. How do you end this game if you're a BetBoom? It does not seem possible.
71 minutes, the longest game of this tournament by far, fitting for what is definitely the most cursed game of this tournament.
Oh, this is...
And it might just go down to BetBoom losing this game too, without a single hero hitting the throne. That's what's happening right now. It's just Necrobooks. And Parivision seemingly are not going to risk it whatsoever. They didn't even think about when they won that fight, marching down mid, going for the throne. No, we're not getting baited into that action.
I mean, it feels like they know they cannot lose this game. Again, they don't have to win it because eventually BetBoom will lose. It's very hard to see a win condition. They have to find a way to get lanes out and then force the fight and just plow through the buybacks or end up throning Parivision without their own throne getting killed first. Do have Glyph back up. Like you said, that is worth a lot here, and the throne is healing. You need easier ways to kill these Necrobooks, honestly. It's a problem right now. These Eidolons. I mean, Parivision are starting to get aggressive on this map, Austin.
Shut up, baby. We're doing something.
The buyback's coming back.
Where's he going? Wait, come back. Where's he going? Pure, he got caught in the top lane. All is done out on the Nightclass. Ethereal Blades walks that off. Pure, he's got to refresh. He may have to use the Shrike to get out of here. The assassination isn't quite good enough. About the Shrike trying to get away. Nightclass is after him. BKB goes out. Least not going to finish him. Now Nightclass got baited in. He gets caught inside the arena with the Wheel of Wonder. A second Wukong's command going to be used by Pure, but all that is just for his support. BetBoom, they're going to have to go back to the base now. DPK, he got Black Hole. Nobody's close by. Oh, and he stopped the Coddle. No Abyssal Blade this time around, friend. Your Dragon Knight has been caught. Your Dragon Knight is going to be killed, and it's either that or your throne. Pick one.
No buybacks available for the Ringmaster or the Dragon Knight. The waves are pushing in. Buyback back online for Satanic.
73 minutes. The Iron Will of Parivision. They cannot lose this game as long as they don't fuck it up, and they refuse to lose it. They will hold, they will take hero after hero, they will whittle them down, they will safely take every single kill and force out the Glyph and force out the GG, and we are going to the game 3, boys and girls.
What an absolutely disgusting, absurd, neurotic, toxic, unfathomable game in a very cursed series that for some unknown, ungodly reason will go to a game 3. I do not know what that one will entail. I'm not sure I want to know what that one will entail, but that game ended up being extremely hype.
Raleigh, are you not entertained?
How do you go game 3 if you're BetBoom though? What do you say after that? Is it a draft issue? Is it a gameplay issue? Is it a mentality issue? Is it a we've been here all day issue?
I told you 60 minutes ago.
I don't remember what you said.
I said we're going to a game 3, and what both teams are going to say is we need more late game.
I tend to agree in a way. If you're BetBoom, you feel like you just can't end it because your scale is either not powerful enough or you couldn't go high ground. The other conclusion is we can out-tempo them. Dare I say it? Dare I even say it? You could out-tempo them. But is that what we're going to see in a very clutch elimination game 3? I doubt it.
These two teams, they know each other far, far too well. It feels like it is just inevitable that they will have to go late, but we'll just have to wait and see. We've made a lot of predictions, we've done a lot of talking, but what does the panel think about that game 2 of BetBoom and Parivision?
Let me tell you, I was on the edge of my